Noticing that everyone sat down, she subconsciously followed suit, but her eyes were hollow, as if there was no life in them anymore. Guuhan took in a deep breath, colorful light circulated around his body, his xian qi changed in colors from black, then red, green, after changing numerous times, he spat out a dark, black blood clot. Then, his festered flesh and charred skin began to slowly fall off from his body. After the scabs fell off, a new layer of white flesh was revealed. Had it been any ordinary person, with such a severe injury, he would have probably died numerous times over. But Guuhan managed to completely recover in such a short period of time. At least, on the surface. His injuries were no longer an issue, but his appearance. Guuhan had coordinated with Jun Moxie to force Zhan Luanhui into the volcano earlier. He used all his cultivation on the pushing force, lowering his defenses to the lowest. All his clothes were burnt away. Even his hair and brows were damaged. It wasn't an issue when he was in a completely sorry state earlier, completely pitch black from head to toe. But right now, his body had recovered, his new milky, tender flesh looks pretty good, but he was completely exposed, making it a little. Young Master Jun sniggered internally. When he first met this old man, he had an air of carefreeness and gracefulness, the endless splendor of an otherworldly expert. Right now, he was so sorry looking. But Jun Moxie's first thought was to retrieve a robe and hand it over. Guuhan took it subconsciously, but realization struck him and he couldn't help but turn bright red, putting those robes on in a fluster. His injuries have recovered, but his appearance was extremely unbecoming. He wasn't that different from how Zhan Luanhui looked earlier. Although there was an urgent matter they had to see to, and a man of character did not bother about trifles, but there were women present here. It was not like the rest from Heaven Saint Palace did not think of this, but they weren't like young Master Jun who carried a world everywhere he went to produce clothing anytime. If they wished to offer clothes, they'd have to give the ones on their bodies, which was already torn and tattered. Zhan family. The culprit that had caused this disaster is Zhan Kuang. Guuhan scoffed and said through gritted teeth. Zhan family is the ancestor of the Zhan family of the misty illusory manor. And at the same time, one of the 8 disciples of the first manor lord of the misty illusory manor, Miao Qingcheng. The only one that remains. Jun Moxie nodded his head. N. What is the cause? Guuhan scoffed as his face contorted. Everything started from greed. For 10,000 years, since the misty illusory manor was established, it had an inseparable relationship with the 3 holy lands. When Ancestor First Young Master sealed the pillar of heaven's mountains that separated the continent into 2, for the sake of ensuring the seal lasts for eternity, he set up a 9 illusory quicksand nirvana formation in the ancestral shrine of the 3 holy lands, using it to absorb the heaven-earth spiritual chi and transforming it into the 9 illusory quicksand. Then the 9 illusory quicksand ensured the continuity of the formation, constantly producing the energy needed to keep the seal on the pillar of heaven's mountains and thus ensuring that the strange races will never step foot in the Xian continent easily for the rest of their lives. The 9 illusory quicksand. Nirvana formation. Jun Moxie mumbled. So that's the reason. And the reason why the misty illusory manor can be formed is because of the 9 illusory divine pearl that the 9 nether first young master left behind. That is also a complex heaven and earth formation that is able to move heaven and earth, sun and moon into a small space. Which led to the formation of the misty illusory manor. But if the misty illusory manor wishes to continue existing, every 1,000 years they will have to enter the formation to top up a certain amount of 9 illusory quicksand. The moment this is broken, it means that the entire realm of misty illusory manor will crumble. Guuhan let out a deep sigh. And the disaster today had started from this matter. Jun Moxie came to a complete realization. If the formation in misty illusory manor is not provided with the 9 illusory quicksand, the rainbow holy tree, which is the source of life in misty illusory manor, will wither and die in the shortest time. If the rainbow holy tree dies, the entire misty illusory manor, along with all the lives in it, will all turn into dust. Back then, the 9 nether first young master had his qualms that the 3 holy lands would intentionally wipe out the misty illusory manor. Although the 9 illusory quicksand nirvana formation, being the seal of the pillar of heaven's mountains, is set in the boundaries of the Holy Land, this formation needs to be maintained and operated, and it can only be done by someone from the misty illusory manor. He raised his head to look at Jun Moxie, knowing that he was confused. The 9 nether first young master had once imparted a set of Xian skills, but later, it was improvised and ultimately imparted to the 4 great disciples. But the effects of their Xian skills were all different. Of which, senior Miao Qin Cheng's line of descendants received the skills that can truly drive the 9 illusory quicksand nirvana formation. And only those with cultivation of a Saint Venerable and above can do it. Jun Moxie nodded his head. This was the best plan for mutual cooperation and coexistence. And aside from its effect as the seal of the Pillar of Heaven's mountain, this 9 illusory quicksand nirvana formation also has immense power. Those who are a Saint Venerable and below have completely no way to enter it. Even if a Saint Venerable enters it, all their strength will vanish the moment they enter it. No matter how powerful they were. They become the equivalent of an ordinary folk. With the strength of an ordinary person, the amount of 9 illusory quicksand that they can bring out is just sufficient for 1,000 years. Perhaps, a little more, but it won't be significant. Jun Moxie took in a deep breath. He suddenly developed a genuine admiration for the 9 Nether First Young Master. This brazen, number 1 lunatic in all of history, had been so intricate in his considerations for his disciples. This setup was undoubtedly almost perfect. It suppressed the 3 holy lands from developing wicked intentions of becoming the only power and also cut off misty illusory manor's possibilities of doing the same. And forced them to last and coexist harmoniously for eternity. No wonder the 3 holy lands could last for 10,000 years, so everything, the real reason is because of this 9 illusory quicksand nirvana formation. Every 1,000 years, misty illusory manor will come forth to collect and maintain the circulation of the nirvana formation. This has never changed for the past 10,000 years, and there had never been any accident. And the 3 holy lands also built rapport with misty illusory manor for this relationship concerning our existence. Every time the misty illusory manor comes, they will bring 2 bunches of the 7-colored holy fruit. And the holy land will gift them with 2 exquisite lotus. Call it exchange, or returning politeness for politeness. 10,000 years passed like this, peacefully. Guuhan said solemnly, numerous days ago, that Zhanluan Hui, which is the reincarnation of Zhan Kuang, suddenly came to Mount Heaven Saint and requested for an audience with me. Saying that the war for seizing the heavens was impending, he was afraid that it would disturb the Holy Land's preparation for the war for seizing the heavens, and specially came to maintain the formation, and at the same time, retrieve the 9 illusory quicksand for this 1,000 of years. Jun Moxie raised a brow, a questioning look on his face. Guuhan chuckled bitterly. You don't need to ask. It was indeed not 1,000 years yet. It was indeed sudden for Zhanluan Hui's arrival. But since the Pillar of Heaven's mountains collapsed once, 8,000 years ago, it left a huge impact on the 9 illusory quicksand nirvana formation. In recent times, the seal of Pillar of Heaven's mountains occasionally showed signs of loosening. The war for seizing the heavens is just around the corner, and 3 holy lands is indeed weak. We do not have the confidence of complete victory. It is also possible that we are completely wiped out in this battle. Zhanluan Hui coming for maintenance also got used thinking that, even if we all die in the battle this time, this 9 illusory quicksand nirvana formation will still be able to continue to work, and at least, it can last for 1,000 years. The strange races can still invade the Xian continent, but only those who are extremely strong will be able to come in. At the same time, we believe that the misty illusory manor would not sit and watch their own source of life being left in the hands of others. For a long time, even if the 3 holy lands waned, misty illusory manor would also come and defend this place of their own accord. So after all of us discussed it, we agreed to Zhanluan Hui's request. At that time, we all did not know that he was the Zhan Kuang from back then. Although he also revealed his strength of a 4th level Saint Venerable, we did not pay mind to it. Guuhan let out a bleak chuckle. We may not be extremely powerful, but we are confident of dealing with a 4th level Saint Venerable. Even if he intended to play tricks, we will be able to stop him in time. But who knew? Guuhan's face began to turn red and he coughed violently, a look of hatred on his face. Who knew? This Zhanluan Hui he is the ancestor of the Zhan family in misty illusory manor, Zhan Kuang. Zhan Kuang is completely insane, taking advantage of his cultivation that had long surpassed a Saint Venerable, Saint Monarch, and almost reaching the realm of a sage. The 9 illusory quicksand nirvana formation had almost no effect on him, so he forcibly retrieved large amounts of the 9 illusory quicksand from the formation. All the accumulation from 10,000 years, he took off with all of it. Not leaving a single bit of it. As he spoke, everyone from Heaven Saint Palace clenched their fists tightly, a look of anger and frustration on their faces. The 9 illusory quicksand that Zhan Kuang took can supply the misty illusory manor for 1,000,000 years. Zhan Kuang is truly the best disciple of Miao Qin Cheng, as expected, he plans far ahead. This move truly gets it done once and for all. But when he took all of the 9 illusory quicksand, the Nirvana formation can no longer work. There is no way we can gather enough 9 illusory quicksand to keep the 9 illusory quicksand Nirvana formation going within a couple of days. Guuhan laughed bitterly. Without the 9 illusory quicksand, then can it still be called 9 illusory quicksand Nirvana formation? At the same time Kuang came out, the pillar of heaven's mountains suddenly began to sway. I knew something was wrong and immediately questioned Kuang, what exactly did you do in there? Guuhan's face twitched. Kuang tried to give the explanation that after the maintenance of the formation this time, the seal of the pillar of heaven's mountains will be even more secure after this round of quaking. Jun Moxie rolled his eyes. This Kuang is really not bad, to be able to be this shameless, it's really a realm of its own already. I vaguely sensed that something was amiss, but I did not know what was wrong. Due to the limits of the skills that the 3 Holy Lands practices, it takes a large amount of energy to enter the 9 illusory quicksand Nirvana formation. For the sake of confirming the situation, I couldn't care so much. Seeing that huge boulders were falling from the pillar of heaven's mountains, I went in to check. Only to find out that there was no more 9 illusory quicksand in the 9 illusory quicksand Nirvana formation. The formation had completely ceased. The moment it came to a halt, it was the same as announcing to the world that the seal on Pillar of Heaven's mountains no longer existed. Guuhan's eyes turned completely red at this point. Jie was on the verge of tears. As an old man who had lived for a long time, to show this sort of emotions, it was visible that his mind is completely agitated. This was the extreme collapse of one's belief of his entire life. Jun Moxie sighed internally. No wonder Guuhan seemed a little weak in the battle this time, unlike the previous time I saw him. So this was the reason, he had already used up too much of his powers in the 9 illusory quicksand Nirvana formation. I immediately came out and questioned Kuang, where did all the 9 illusory quicksand go? A frighteningly sinister look filled Guuhan's eyes. And at that time, Kuang was on Mount Heaven Saint, plundering all our spirit herbs. This person's insatiable greed truly raised people's hackles. Jun Moxie was also stumped. You've committed such a grave crime, instead of quickly fleeing, you did not forget to take more advantage. This is too conceited, right? But he didn't know that it was not that Kuang did not wish to go, he wanted to leave more than anyone else, but he just had to discover the immortal soul herb that was planted on Mount Heaven Saint. He couldn't completely fuse with his body as his soul was too powerful for the body to contain, and this immortal soul herb is the treasure that completely gets rid of this problem. As long as he can consecutively use the immortal soul herb for a month, twice a day, 3 strands each time, he could truly return to the complete strength of Kuang when he was at his peak, with no negative side effects. So Kuang was really left without a choice. He could have just bid his farewell and vanished without a trace, no one able to find him. Even after they found him they still could not do anything about him. But because of those immortal soul herb, he lingered behind. And Kuang was well aware, from the looks of the Pillar of Heaven's mountains, it was going to collapse soon, the 3 Holy Lands, Heaven Saint Palace will be wiped out. The moment it came crashing down, these immortal soul herb would be gone. If he missed this opportunity, his dream of recovering his strength would have to wait till God knows how long. So Kuang was also very depressed and had to make a difficult decision. Just as he was collecting the immortal soul herb in a frenzy, Guuhan suddenly appeared to call him to account. Kuang naturally was unwilling to hand the 9 illusory quicksand that he had already gotten out again. So both parties couldn't come to an agreement and was about to fight. But just at that moment, the Pillar of Heaven's mountains suddenly collapsed. Guuhan was naturally enraged and on the verge of going mad, and Kuang, because of Guuhan's interception, only collected half of the required amount of immortal soul herb. So he was also furious. Both parties began to fight, the experts from Heaven Saint Palace slowly joined in the battle, right under the collapsing Pillar of Heaven's mountains, they engaged in a fierce battle. Just as they fought, suddenly, all the volcanoes also began to erupt. This was truly a case of blessings that never came in pairs, misfortune does not come singly. Both parties were peak experts, they fought as they retreated, giving pursuit the entire way. The experts from 3 Holy Lands intended to catch Hui even if it cost them their life, to snatch the 9 illusory quicksand back. And Hui never regarded them from the start. Besides, he was also fearful that if any of those experts self-destructed on himself, even though his current body was tough, it would still sustain injuries. Thus, he continued to battle along, afraid to completely crush the hopes of those from Heaven Saint Palace. Plus there were newly erupted volcanoes all around, no expert could have no qualms in face of the might of nature. Just like this, they fought and ran, just when Zhang Luanhui thought he could already escape and not worry about the threat from the opponent's self-destructing, young Master Jun appeared at this point in time, and presented the most shocking gift, bringing the surprise, from the start all the way till the curtains fall. In this way, both parties truly had poor luck. I still cannot understand, why did Zhang Luanhui have to be this ruthless this time? Taking all of the 9 illusory quicksand at one go. Every time the misty illusory manner comes to retrieve the 9 illusory quicksand, the Holy Land never obstructed them and never made it difficult for them. Every time they come, they're the distinguished guests of Heaven's Saint Palace. Could it be because 1,000 years of peace is too short? They can just come to retrieve it, so why must they be this merciless? One elder said, stroking his beard. This is a very simple question. Because Zhang Luanhui wants the Zhang family to monopolize the misty illusory manner. If he leaves any 9 illusory quicksand behind, the Zhang family will never be able to do that. He is cutting off the hopes of the Miao family directly. As long as the 9 illusory quicksand is all in his hands, then as long as the Miao family, as well as the other families' wishes for the misty illusory manner to continue existing, they will have to lower their heads to the Zhang family. Jun Moxie said indifferently. What Zhang Luanhui wants is the misty illusory manner. Nothing else. But when there is no more 9 illusory quicksand, the Nirvana formation will not be able to continue working. With the collapse of the Pillar of Heaven's mountains, all the members of the strange races will be able to invade, and the ones that will suffer will be the lives of the Xian continent. Zhang Kuang is also an expert of his generation, and his seniority is incomparable. Could it be that the lives of the world cannot compare to the position of dominating the misty illusory manner in his eyes? That elder said in anguish. This bastard is inhuman. Precisely because he is an expert of his generation, an invincible expert. So all the lives of the world is merely ants in his eyes. And why would he bother about whether a bunch of ants lives or dies? The safety of the continent is merely a fart in Zhang Kuang's eyes. Or perhaps, not even a fart. Guuhan growled furiously. Jun Moxie finally understood the cause and effect of this matter, but he couldn't help but sigh. For the sake of these 9 illusory quicksand, Zhang Luanhui subjected and left the entire continent at the mercy of the strange races. He was worse than a beast. This sort of action. How different was it from a traitor that sold his own country out? Then, Jun Moxie remembered a question. You said that Zhang Luanhui brought away the 9 illusory quicksand, but we were all watching during that battle just now. Zhang Luanhui was practically naked and even fell into the volcano, but from start to end, we did not see that 9 illusory quicksand. The 9 illusory quicksand that is sufficient to last for 1,000,000 years shouldn't be a small amount, right? Guuhan laughed bitterly. This is the bizarre thing about the 9 illusory quicksand. Before it is retrieved, the 9 illusory quicksand is just individual grains of transparent sand. One single grain is several caddies heavy. But once it is taken, it will have no mass and is stored in the soul. If this person does not die, then aside from himself, there is no second person who can take the 9 illusory quicksand out. I see. Jun Moxie nodded his head. From the looks of it, Zhang Luanhui is not dead yet. The 9 illusory quicksand is still in his hands. This matter might be a little troublesome. Zhang Luanhui is not dead. Though everyone had witnessed Zhang Luanhui leaping out from the volcano, but they were all hoping that it would not be that luck. He was already charred by the lava to that state, so how could he still survive? This was also human nature to think positively first. And Zhang Luanhui was still alive. The severity of the matter was so grave that it had gone beyond all their expectations. His body has died, but his soul remains. Jun Moxie nodded. Then isn't that more troublesome? Everyone were experts, they naturally knew the problem with this. Zhang Luanhui went from having a form to formless. If he grew stronger when they were not paying attention, there will be great bloodshed. Instantly, everyone's hearts turned heavy. Let's not talk about this matter first. The priority right now is still the battle with the strange races. I want to know how much force the 3 holy lands still have. Jun Moxie rubbed his temples and asked. Even his heart was thumping when he asked this question and there was a little bit of doubt. Looking at the situation, if the 3 holy lands could come up with 6,000 people, Jun Moxie would be thanked the heavens already. Those that are alive are not more than 3,000. Guuhan closed his eyes as tears flowed out, raising his head to face the sky. But there are definitely no more than 1,000 who can join the battle. The establishment of 10,000 years, the beautiful landscape of the Xian continent will be ruined in our hands. This old man, is guilty. What? The F***ck. Young Master Jun cursed out from shock. He had already thought of the worst possible situation, but he did not imagine that it would be this dire. A battle force that is less than 1,000 man, what can it do? Facing the entire clan of strange races, this little amount of men didn't even have the right to be cannon fodder. This was definitely not like the war for seizing the heavens in the past. It was merely a battle of prowess last time. But this time, they're trying to stop an invasion. Guuhan's eyes remained shut as he said solemnly. Manor Lord Jun, this time, the lives of the world are relying on the evil monarch Manor and Tian Fa Forest. Jun Moxie instantly felt his head throbbing. He asked weakly, then, according to your estimation, how many people does the strange races have? The climate is extremely harsh on the Pillar of Heaven's mountains. It is definitely not a place for normal people to live. The living conditions are extremely harsh. There shouldn't be many of the strange races. Guuhan said. Jun Moxie let out a soft sigh of relief. Then, how many will there be? Good that there is not many of them. If they come swarming over like locusts, with my few 10,000s of men, it is useless. It will not go beyond 1,000,000, at most. Guuhan lowered his head, not bearing to look at Jun Moxie's expression. Jun Moxie was flabbergasted. His mouth turned into an O shape. After a long while, he only uttered a single word. F***ck. He suddenly jumped up in anger. Stomping and cursing. F***ck. Isn't this fraud? I'm really F***ked. If 1,000,000 is not considered many, then what is considered many? Not many. If it's not many, why don't your 3 holy lands go and fight them back? The F***ck. Telling this daddy to go and fight 1,000,000 people with a few thousand men. Did you really think this daddy is a god? Jun Moxie was really agitated right now. Did you all take this daddy as a fool? Everyone was speechless. Looking left and right, there were merely 10 people. This was the strongest force of the world, the main fighting power against the strange races. Just such this small handful. Jun Moxie was going crazy. He tugged at his hair. Come, dear big bosses, you guys teach me, I beg you to teach me. How do we fight this war? With what? The F***ck. Even if we can kill one with a single breath, we will all die from exhaustion even if we use up all our breaths. Millions. My F***king god, millions. This daddy is too awesome. Too bloody awesome. Fighting millions with just one person alone. Oh my god. This daddy is literally a hero. An idol. The F***ck, how could I not realize I was this great, this powerful, this awesome? Guuhan and the rest kept silent. The truth of the matter was such, so what could they do about it? Millions. Jun Moxie started to laugh, bitterly. When I heard you guys talk about the war for seizing the heavens previously, I was always under the impression that both sides would send out a group of representatives, have a duel of swords at Manhwa 1, and victory or loss would decide everything. Everyone separates and goes back home, and that's F***king it. But I thought that a battle like this, both parties will send out some representatives for a fight, it would be no more than 20 or 30 of them. Now then I learn that I suddenly have to face with millions, Jun Moxie said, at a loss. This is way F***king more from what I expected. Guuhan also began to chuckle bitterly. Who told you that both parties only send dozens of people out to battle? The reason why the war for seizing the heavens is called the war for seizing the heavens is because of its large scale, and the brutality of the battle is unimaginable. The number of people partaking in the battle from both sides are, at minimum, in thousands. And they are all top experts. And for the sake of prevention, they nurture their talents that will take over, bringing all their disciples that have the greatest potential. Let them witness the war for seizing the heavens, so, every war for seizing the heavens, there are 10,000 people present altogether. How can it be a small battle between 20 to 30 people? Jun Moxie looked at the sky gloomily, completely at a loss for words. Besides, what is the duel of swords at Manhwa? Guuhan asked curiously, stroking his beard. The duel of sword at Manhwa is when a few experts gather to vie for the title of the #1 sword in the world. Manhwa is a very beautiful place, and, that's all, Jun Moxie let out a depressed sigh. Let's not talk about the duel of sword at Manhwa, let's talk about the war for seizing the heavens. Mei Shuiyan let out a sigh and said apathetically, what's there to talk about, we just battle to the best of our abilities, with a clear conscience, and that's good enough. A look of shame and guilt appeared on the faces of those from the Heaven Saint Palace. They knew about what the three holy lands did to Tianfa Forest, but they had never intervened to stop it. This was undoubtedly connivance, which led to the three holy lands becoming more and more audacious and outrageous. Yet right now, the three holy lands had already been crippled, the strange races were invading, but they still had to rely on Tianfa Forest to deal with this crisis. What sort of feeling was this? Guuhan and the rest did not know. But they all felt embarrassed, guilty, and ashamed to show their face. All these old seniors turned red in the face, but they couldn't find the words to say. Just battle to the best of our abilities, with a clear conscience, that's good enough, these was Mei Shuiyan's exact words. But how could they say that they had a clear conscience? After brooding over it, Guuhan let out a long sigh and said, Venerable Mei, the three holy lands, have let you down. After saying that, he couldn't help but feel his heart wrench. How could it be merely letting her down? If the three holy lands had not dealt with Mei Shuiyan and Tianfa Forest, how could they offend Jun Moxie? Under their pushing, they finally provoked Jun Moxie, this super malefic. Practically half of the three holy lands were ruined in this lad's hands. And, there was one more thing that Guuhan was unaware of. If they did not deal with Mei Shuiyan, and did not offend Jun Moxie may not necessarily have advanced this quickly. It could be said that Jun Moxie's current advancement was induced by tremendous pressure from the three holy lands. Each time the three holy lands attacked, Jun Moxie advanced by a huge leap in his cultivation. If Jun Moxie did not advance this rapidly, then he naturally would not set his sights on the exquisite lotus and the seven-colored holy fruit. Then he wouldn't enter the misty illusory manor. As long as Jun Moxie did not enter the misty illusory manor, the Zhan family's schemes would not have been destroyed, and they would have very likely successfully altered the fortune of the Miao family and monopolized the entire misty illusory manor. Then Zhan Luanhui wouldn't have set his sights on the 9 illusory quicksand. And the three holy lands will not be destroyed. When looking from this angle, the conclusion was, because the three holy lands dealt with Mei Shuiyan, the three holy lands was destroyed. This may sound absurd, but the truth of the matter was such. There's no need to bring up things that are in the past. Mei Shuiyan gave an indifferent smile. But after this battle, if we all perish, then everything will be over. But if we survive, then the three holy lands must give me an explanation. Of course. Guuhan said seriously. Then he sighed. After this battle, if we are defeated but survive, I do not have the face to continue existing in this world. Our chances of victory in this battle. He chuckled bitterly and shook his head. I'm afraid that the blackened name of a sinner. I'm definitely going to carry it. Not necessarily. Mei Shuiyan said calmly. We may not necessarily lose the battle this time. Ah. Why does Venerable Mei say this? Guuhan thought Mei Shuiyan had some good method, his couldn't help but brightened up. A hopeful look graced his face. Everyone else also had a fervent look in their eyes as they looked at Mei Shuiyan. They waited patiently for her to speak, hoping that she would say something that would reverse the entire situation. Because this time, Moxie is partaking in the battle. Mei Shuiyan said with great pride. At the same time, she looked at Jun Moxie with complete trust and bliss in her eyes. In this world, if there was one person who was most confident in Jun Moxie, then that person was definitely Mei Shuiyan. Mei Shuiyan was the only person who knew Jun Moxie's secret. Although Snake Queen Qian Sun had also been in the Hongjun Pagoda, but she only knows that there was this mysterious space, that's all. But Mei Shuiyan was someone who cultivated the art of unlocking heaven's fortune. She knew how miraculous this set of skills was. Even the most powerful and miraculous powers could not compare to the art of unlocking heaven's fortune. Mei Shuiyan's cultivation had yet to reach the 3rd level, but she already had strength that was several tenfolds of her previous strength. And she had heard Jun Moxie share that there were 9 levels to the art of unlocking heaven's fortune in total. Every level would multiply the previous level's strength by several tenfolds. Mei Shuiyan couldn't imagine what it would be like if she truly reached the 9th level. Mei Shuiyan had witnessed how Jun Moxie refined pills in batches to create batches of experts. Like he was performing magic. Right now, he had even more miraculous pills on his hands. Especially the heaven reversal pill, which was even more heaven-defying. It allowed all injuries to recover in an instant. It didn't take into account the user's cultivation. No matter what sort of injuries were sustained, as long as they used the heaven reversal pill, then they would be able to make a complete recovery. Currently, those who had departed from Tian Fa and Evil Monarch Manor all had one in their hands. It could be imagined that if two people with the same level of cultivation fight till the death, and at the deciding moment when they both sustained severe injuries, one person brought out the heaven reversal pill and used it, and recovered back to full strength, how would it end? So Mei Shuiyan thought that although the had has the advantage in numbers, not all of them were experts. Whereas on their side, every single one of them were elite forces. And everyone had the equivalent of 2 lives. That's a terrible situation. This battle may not necessarily be that pessimistic. At most, it'll just drag on for a longer period, that's all. With Jun Moxie around, victory will belong to the continent sooner or later. This was what Mei Shuiyan thought. She firmly believed in this. Jun Moxie. He will be able to turn the entire outcome of the battle alone. Guuhan turned around to look at Jun Moxie in disappointment, and let out a sigh. Jun Moxie smiled and said, "We're pressed for time, so let's cut the idle chatting." Then 2 small bottles appeared in his hands with a turn of his wrists. "This is the heaven reversal pill I have refined. No matter how severe the injury, it will be completely healed once you use it. I see that some of you have sustained injuries, just use one first." He paused for a while. "There is a total of 100 heaven reversal pill in these 2 jade bottles. The rest, you can all keep one on you. In case of emergencies. A single pill can completely heal all injuries. And recover back to full strength." Guuhan took the bottle and looked at it skeptically. A look of obvious distrust on his face. Even if he were beaten to death, he wouldn't believe that there was such a miraculous thing in the world. "Whether it is good or not, you'll know when you use it." Jun Moxie said eccentricity, rolling his eyes. "This old scoundrel dares to suspect what this young master made. Do you know how much energy I put for the sake of these heaven reversal pill? If not for the war for seizing the heavens, how could you have the chance to try this young master's divine medicine?" Guuhan raised his brows and opened the bottle incredulously. He instantly noticed a pleasant fragrance wafting out. He carefully poured out a pill and put it in his mouth, intending to chew it twice before swallowing it. But he realized that this pill instantly dissolved in the mouth, turning into a warm flow that gushed and filled his body. An extremely refreshing feeling filled every single body part. He was on the verge of letting out a moan. All the injured spots had a numbing sensation, then the xian qi in his meridians began to flow like a river. When this intoxicating sensation disappeared, Guuhan circulated his qi and to his joy, all his injuries had healed completely. In the battle with Zhan Luanhui, Guuhan's 5 organs had been damaged, and because he entered the 9 illusory quicksand nirvana formation, his powers had not recovered. But just this one single tiny pill had managed to instantly make all his injuries vanish, and his strength had recovered to when he was in peak form. With Guuhan's composure, his hand that was holding onto the 2 small bottles began to tremble suddenly, to the point he could barely keep a grip on the bottles. A look of agitated joy filled his face. He raised his head and looked at Jun Moxie, losing his manners as he took a huge step forward. His entire body trembled as he asked, "Jun Moxie, a medicine like this, how much do you have?" "How much do I have? A medicine like this, how much of it do you think this monarch should have?" Jun Moxie shot a glare and chuckled icily. Guuhan was instantly tongue-tied. He had completely belittled this tiny medicine, but he had never expected this one single pill to have such tremendous effects. Manor Lord Jun, please pardon this old man's shamelessness, to dare ask how much of this medicine Manor Lord Jun still has in your hands. I was blind and foolish to be unable to tell how precious this pill was. This sort of miraculous pill, if there is a sufficient supply of it prepared, it may really be able to bring us through this treacherous crisis. Guuhan said awkwardly. He knew that this heaven reversal pill was a medicine that is created uniquely by Jun Moxie. It would obviously be extremely precious. But this miraculous pill would practically determine the outcome of the impending crisis ahead. He knew that he was taking liberties by saying this, but he still toughened his skin and said it. Perhaps it's just as Mei Shuiyan said earlier. Although things were looking bleak, but because of Jun Moxie's participation, it was possible. It was only now that Guuhan began to believe it a little. The battle is round the corner, so I will not hide things from you. I have this type of medicine, and not in small amounts. Jun Moxie said. Guuhan was elated when he heard this. He was about to open his mouth again when he heard Jun Moxie continue speaking. However, the quantity of this heaven reversal pill is my problem, so I shan't trouble you to worry about it for me. After all, there are too few of those who are worth using it. At least, you all are unworthy of using even more heaven reversal pill. It is already not bad for you to obtain this 100 pills. Guuhan instantly came to a realization. He was an old man who had lived for thousands of years. How could he not know that with what the three Holy Lands had done to Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan, the fact that evil monarch Manor and Tian Fa did not seize this opportunity to completely get rid of the three Holy Lands was already taking the bigger picture into consideration, what more, being gifted this sort of divine medication. But then, the battle was right in front of them. This magical pill that was the equivalent of a second life was right before their eyes, so how could they not be moved? Right now, Heaven's Saint Palace and the three Holy Lands had been weakened drastically. The more of this pill they had, that meant the bigger hope of the three Holy Lands thriving. And the larger the hopes for the treacherous situation ahead. Mulling over it, Guuhan finally croaked. Manor Lord Jun, all the matters of the past, have already passed. Right now, before the great enemy, it is the crucial moment of life and death. Both our forces need to work together as one to fight against the enemy. Only then will we have a sliver of hope. I have already said it earlier, I think that the medicine that Manor Lord Jun will be able to give can be the crux that determines where victory lies. I ask of Manor Lord Jun to not recall old grievances and gift us with more. With Guuhan's status, to be saying this at this point in time, was practically begging. If it was for himself, he would definitely not be able to put down his pride and beg someone, even if he had to die 10,000 times over. But right now, he was carrying the lives of the world and the hope of the three Holy Lands' continuity. Even though it was a grieving, and he knew that the chances were slim, but he still put his pride down. After all, compared to the safety of the continent and the survival of Holy Lands, his personal dignity was something that was negligible. Jun Moxie looked at Guuhan for a while, before opening his mouth. Forget it. The people of the three Holy Lands are indeed unworthy of this pill. But you and what you had just said, are worthy of it. Young Master Jun turned his wrists and took out 3 more bottles. I'll give you all another 150 heaven reversal pills. This time, it is really the limit. Jun Moxie paused for a while. Old Gu, you are also someone sensible. I dare say, a pill like this, aside from myself, I doubt you'll be able to find many in the entire world. You said so earlier, the battle ahead will be treacherous. Everyone has to cooperate sincerely. As long as your side is willing to stake your life, if you are met with danger in the war for seizing the heavens, would this monarch really just sit by and watch? Don't think that this young master's excellent medicine is so easily obtainable. If you don't put in effort after I give even the pills, then you're asking for it. Of course, when you have done sufficient enough, there will be more of this medicine. Guuhan was filled with joy from hearing this. With the current population of 3 Holy Lands, 150 pills was indeed not much. But Jun Moxie made himself clear, such a heaven-defying miraculous pill, even if it existed, how many of them can there be? Even if there was plenty, it would have to be provided to themselves. It was really pretty good that they had managed to obtain 250 heaven reversal pills. Judging from the value of this pill, the cost would have been an astronomical amount. An amount that even someone of Guuhan's status will be terrified. Not to mention with the 3 Holy Lands foundations completely ruined, even if it weren't destroyed, the relative amount would be enough to make them all bankrupt. If they tried to push for more, they'd be unreasonable. Besides, Jun Moxie had also emphasized that as long as the 3 Holy Lands did not play any tricks, if he saw people from the 3 Holy Lands injured during the battle, he would not sit by and watch. This was already enough. He had given 100 first, then another 150. A total of 250. I had just used one, there are still 249 of it left. The battle this time, we must give it our all. And have to be prepared for death. Only this way will we have better chances of victory. If we do not have this sort of mental preparation, everything is in vain. Even the most excellent equipments are of no use. Jun Moxie looked at Guuhan solemnly and said, Old Gu, previously, we were on opposing sides. There is something that I did not intend to say, but after mulling over it, seeing how you are wholeheartedly doing things for the sake of the world, I still have to remind you on it. It is up to you if you are willing to listen. Guuhan felt an unexplainable chill. Time was of the essence here, and they were pressed for time. But Jun Moxie still insisted on reminding him at this sort of crucial timing. Then it could be imagined how important this was. Guuhan's face also turned serious. Manor Lord Jun can speak without any qualms. I am confident that I can take it. The battle this time is exceptionally dangerous. There will be accidents happening every moment. Even a Saint Venerable can perish in this battle. Jun Moxie said coldly. So, this battle will be a long, drawn-out battle of endurance. Indeed. Manor Lord Jun's words make sense. Although he did not know what Jun Moxie meant by this, Guuhan still tried to reply. Thus, one does not fear an enemy that is like a wolf, but fear comrades that are like swines. Too chilling glint appeared in Jun Moxie's eyes. Not afraid of the enemy's ruthlessness, but only the betrayal and knife in my back. Guuhan's body turned cold. He had already realized what Jun Moxie was trying to say. I believe you've understood what I'm thinking of saying, but I still will make it clear. The Three Holy Lands and Tian Fa Forest had accumulated grievances for a long time. I am very confident that, of all the leaders of the Holy Lands, including Mo Wu Dao, as long as the outcome of the battle have yet to be made clear, there will be no one who will try to play tricks. But as to everyone else from the Three Holy Lands, I do not hold the same belief. You understand that one small mistake will ruin everything. So, as long as one person from the Three Holy Lands dares to try and play tricks and betray me, I will annihilate the Three Holy Lands with no hesitation. Completely. I will no longer consider motive, reason, standpoint whatsoever. That will be the only outcome. This is just a reminder, a friendly reminder. If it does not happen, then that'll be good. But if it happens, don't blame me for not making it clear beforehand. Jun Moxie smiled. I originally didn't want to not bother and make things difficult. But after meeting you all today, I changed my mind. Guuhan gritted his teeth and nodded his head heavily. I understand. The entire Xian continent has fallen into grave danger, it needs us to work together to get past this crisis. If there is really someone that is this despicable and shameless in the Three Holy Lands, then you don't need to take any action. There is no more reason for the Three Holy Lands to exist. I hope you meant what you said. A cynical look flashed in Jun Moxie's eyes before they returned back to normal. This talk was not planning ahead or baseless conjecture, but because of Jun Moxie's deepest understanding of human nature as someone who had lived two lives. If the battle had yet to end, or the continent had yet to be in an advantageous situation, the Three Holy Lands will definitely not deal with Tian Fa. But if the outcome of the battle had been decided and the strange races were already defeated, the Three Holy Lands would definitely play tricks. This was not measuring the stature of an upright man by the yardstick of a base man. This was simply the deep-rooted bad habits of human nature. 10,000 years of oppressing Tian Fa was because of this despicable nature of human. Especially with the current situation. The Three Holy Lands had lost almost 90% of all their foundation. They will definitely not trust that evil monarch Manor and Tian Fa to not seize this excellent opportunity to eradicate the greatly weakened Three Holy Lands and dominate Xian. Jun Moxie had also never believed that they would really wake up to their senses. And, looking at Guuhan's serious look, as if, this number one person of Heaven Saint Palace, also did not believe it, and did not dare to believe it. Thus, right now, he had his worries. Because Guuhan already deeply understood how unfathomable Jun Moxie was, rashly making an enemy of an existence like this, who was impossible to predict, was only courting a disaster. But there were too few people who understood this. Jun Moxie narrowed his eyes and straightened his back, glancing over at the erupting volcanoes in the south. He said slowly, we should make our move now. The few of us shall split into a few teams and go and check the situation separately. Those from the Three Holy Lands, you can make your own arrangements for the teams. As to contact between us, we shall. Then Jun Moxie began to draw a rough map of the surrounding geographical situation, and suggested a general plan as well as a way for both of them to keep in contact. Guuhan and the rest paid close attention, nodding their heads. Jun Moxie's tone was ordinary, but was full of confidence. He commanded casually and gave orders. Everything was just that natural. Unknowingly, by a stroke of fate, all the higher-ups of the Three Holy and One Ferocious Lands had already acknowledged Jun Moxie as the leader in this war. Alright, we shall go with this for now. Let's move separately. Jun Moxie tossed the stone in his hand away as he stood up, the killing intent obvious in his eyes. If the strange races do not come, forget it. But if they come, in this war, we absolutely must not let a single one of them back. If they have the guts to enter the Xian continent, then they shall bear the consequences of defeat and death. Go. With this order, the experts from Heaven's Saint Palace silently bolted away towards different directions. What should we do now? Mei Shuiyan asked. We should find out the whereabouts of Eagle King and Bear King first. Jun Moxie furrowed his brows. Under this sort of violent volcanic eruption, the strange races should not have come over yet. I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling. Could it be that there are still more unexpected changes? Both of them exchanged glances and flew into the air at the same time. With a whoosh, two flashes of white cut across the skies and vanished quickly. At the same time, on the other side of the Pillar of Heaven's mountains, the Eagle Bear army had met with an unprecedented, enormous crisis. Right now, the towering Pillar of Heaven's mountains had already collapsed into a pile of rubble. The ground was still shaking from this sudden disaster. Fire was spreading, smoke was choking the air. Almost 30 volcanoes erupted at the same time with tremendous might, as if it truly to rip the skies apart. Even the toughest stones and metal would not be able to get past this deadly scene unscathed. But there were no absolutes in the world. There would always be accidents. The volcanic eruption was undoubtedly disastrous and covered a vast area. But, the Pillar of Heaven's mountain stretches for 10,000 li. There must be a portion that the volcano eruption was unable to cover. And although the temperature of these places had been brought up to a shocking degree due to the disaster, a temperature high enough to melt metal, but, to experts that had cultivations of Saint Emperors and above, it was still manageable. And the bigger issue was that the strange races had always been segregated from the other sides of the Xian continent by the Pillar of Heaven's mountains. They were filled with urgency and the thirst to dominate this continent. The moment this natural stronghold was gone, they immediately forced their way through from the spots they could come out from. And the Eagle Bear Kings had rushed all the way to Pillar of Heaven's mountains. Seeing this catastrophic sight, they were appalled. But at the same time, they understood that the situation was very dire. They did not dare to make any delays. The eagles carefully navigated through erupting volcanoes, dodging the threat from nature. The bears carefully scoured the place for sight of the enemy. They instantly discovered the strange races that were surging in large numbers. With no hesitation, both kings gave the order to intercept them. In the skies and on the ground, both teams discovered each other at the same time. Like a bolt of thunder coming into contact with the fire on the ground. Or like an adulterous couple, both parties hitting it off, displaying their most flirtatious behavior at the same time. Using their greatest passion to unravel the most intense battle in their lives. The moment the battle began, both Bear King and Eagle King ched incessantly. The battle against the strange races this time was unexpectedly tough. Jun Moxie had not truly been to the southern territory of the Pillar of Heaven's mountains. His understanding of the strange races had already been from hearsay, so he was not clear of how tough the living conditions were on the side of the strange races. The south of the Pillar of Heaven's mountains only has 2 seasons in an entire year, summer and winter. When it was winter, the weather was freezing harsh. The temperature was usually at -45 degrees. At its lowest temperatures, it could go down to -80 degrees. And when the temperatures were higher in the summer, it was the same as being engulfed in flames. The strange races that had managed to survive under such harsh climate all had extremely strong bodies. And every single one of the strange races had to cultivate. The reason was simple: when living in such a harsh living environment, not cultivating meant they were forsaking the chance to survive. And on the other hand, cultivating with the mentality for survival, every single one of them was even more extreme. And strong. And one more thing, the strange races were all conjoined hermaphrodites, which means every one of them had 2 sets of meridians in their bodies, which provided yin and yang to complement each other. In this way, they already had the advantage in physique. The physique that caused those from the Xian continent to look down upon had a great benefit. Cultivating in this mutually complementing manner, they advanced a lot faster than those from the Xian continent. And most importantly, this thing, they could do double cultivation anytime, anywhere. This was undoubtedly a great advantage. Like a huge tidal wave, the strange races that came surging over were merely the few tribes that were near the Pillar of Heaven's mountains. The sudden collapse of the Pillar of Heaven's mountains, that led to the eruption of volcanoes, had dealt a significant damage to the Xian continent, but it also greatly harmed the strange races. The eruption of the volcano had killed and injured many of the strange races. But there were still some that managed to get away, especially those that were stronger. This level of natural disaster was still not enough to be a threat to those who were truly powerful. And those tribes that were further away from the Pillar of Heaven's mountains did not suffer much losses, only merely being spooked. And in their shock, there was also a thick sense of joy. With the sudden collapse of the Pillar of Heaven's mountains, the stream of air that had been blocked since ancient times went surging into the south of the Pillar of Heaven's mountains. This had let these strange races felt an indescribable, refreshing sensation. This sensation motivated the strange races to charge through the Pillar of Heaven's mountains and invade the Xian continent. This was the greatest dream of generations of strange races. The other side of the Pillar of Heaven's mountains had an abundance of water, plants, fertile soil, enchanting sceneries. What a beautiful place it was, ah! In the Xian continent, the place that was most unsuitable for living, the harshest place, was the equivalent to heaven to the strange races. So when they saw the Pillar of Heaven's mountains collapse, the strange races from these few tribes gathered into teams and went charging in from this opening. With not the smallest bit of hesitation. Unafraid of death. The volcano continued to erupt and there were countless obstacles, but none of it could hinder the strange race's path to a better future. And there were plenty of such openings that were not obstructed by the volcanoes along the Pillar of Heaven's mountains that stretched across a great span. There were a bunch of scoundrels that popped out of them, each of them bearing 2 heads and 2 bodies. In great numbers and in a frenzy. If there was someone watching from the air, they would realize that it looked as if Pandora's box had suddenly been opened. And the entire world was covered in monsters. And this was not the most scary part. Because the most terrifying part was that these monsters were still popping out consecutively and endlessly. Within these few tribes, the strongest was the hell-enduring ghosts as Shangchuan Peku. Amongst all the strange races in the nearby territory, Shangchuan Peku's strength was comparable to a demonic lord figure. He had plenty of experts under him, 10,000s of 9th level endurers, and the hell-enduring ghosts of the lowest and middle tiers amounted to about 80. Shangchuan Peku, with his lieutenant, Sichuan Peku, were both madmen for war. Seeing the sudden collapse of the Pillar of Heaven's mountains, both of them made the same decision at the same time. This was a heaven-bestowed opportunity. It is the best opportunity for our race to break past the Pillar of Heaven's mountains and take over the Xian continent. Thus, they did not care about the volcanoes or toxic fumes or the high temperatures, instantly gathering all their subordinates and charging right into Xian continent. They were thinking, with this sort of treacherous weather, even if they were practically unable to endure it, then what more, those Xian citizens who had been living in excellent condition. This entire journey would be unobstructed. As long as they were able to charge into the area where humans resided, everything would be easy. But they had never expected that the moment they just charged through the Pillar of Heaven's mountains, a huge sea of enemies greeted them. The Xian beasts of Tianfa. And there was a considerable number of them. And any one of them was an expert with significant cultivation. If not for the huge disparity in the numbers, they would be easily slaughtered. Under Shangchuan Peku's command, they all began to attack with no hesitation of death. As long as they entered this piece of land, then, even if they had to die, they must die on this piece of land. They absolutely must not retreat back to that torturous south of the Pillar of Heaven's mountains. That terrifying, nightmarish hometown. Eagle King whistled, Bear King roared, and they both gave the order to attack. 6,000 of them landed at the same time, and all the members of the Eagle Clan transformed into human form and backed off. At the same time, the fighters from the Bear Clan took a huge step forward. The warriors from the Bear Clan formed an impregnable line of defense for their comrades, providing some time for the eagles to get some rest and regain their energy. After all, they had flown a great distance all at one go. Practically all the eagle fighters were already completely exhausted. Big Bear landed on the ground, standing right in front of the troops. His burly body was like a solid, steady iron tower. The ground rumbled when he stepped on it. He looked at the strange races that were yelling and charging from ahead with cold eyes and suddenly broke out in loud laughter. B*****. What are you laughing about? Shangchuan Peku yelled, pointing a finger angrily. At the same time, his twin sister that was attached to him also screeched. Fool! What are you laughing about? Ha ha ha! Big Bear clutched his stomach and smacked his thigh as he laughed. I had heard that the strange races were grotesquely deformed. I had thought the seniors were exaggerating and lying. But today, I really learnt that there are truly things that make one feel repulsed at first look, like yourselves. The world is truly big and filled with all sorts of wonders. I'm impressed. The seniors weren't lying, ah. I have broadened my horizons today. Both the heads on Shangchuan Peku shouted furiously, insolent. Wretch, in both deep and shrill voice. Both already were not very pleasant to listen to, and when mixed together, it made one feel an indescribable sense of discomfort. Big Bear rolled his eyes and spat on the ground, looking at them with a condescending look. To think that you guys have the cheek to come out when you look like that, you truly have no shame. We Tian Fa Forest have always thought Xian beasts were considered ugly compared to humans, but who knew that when standing before you guys, I suddenly realized how good-looking we are. This sense of superiority is a first for me, so thank you very much. You bunch of monsters, why have you not gone looking for a tree to hang yourselves on? What are you still waiting for? I have spoken wrongly, how can a tree be enough, you'll need at least 2 trees ah. This Big Bear was truly sharp-tongued. A second ago he was still being grateful and thanking them, the next, he was encouraging them to go commit suicide. Shangchuan Peku let out a loud, long whistle and hollered. He is trying to stall for them, till those hairy beasts catch their breath. Everyone, charge, chop them into minced meat. This person was truly meticulous in his thinking, to be able to see through Big Bear's intentions after 2 lines only. Big Bear shouted angrily. Hey! Just you bunch of grotesque she-males and hideous creatures, are worthy of this king to stall for time. This king, Big Bear, is the Bear King of Tian Fa. Announce your name monster. This king does not kill those without a name. This seat is Shangchuan Peku. Shangchuan Peku cackled sinisterly. Tian Fa's Bear King. Not bad, to have a Bear King be an offering to this seat's sword in the first battle encounters in entering the continent, this trip was not made in vain. I've heard that the Xian core of the Xian beasts of Tian Fa are excellent nourishment. It's clear that the Xian core of a beast king will be even more superior. To have this opportunity the moment this seat enters the Xian continent, how fortunate. Ha ha ha. Why is Big Brother wasting your breath on this non-human? We should just end him. Why use a cleaver to kill a chicken? I ask for permission to deal with this Bear King to obtain the Xian core of the Beast King for Big Brother. Sichuan Pagua took a big step forward and looked at Big Bear icily. Big Bear, with your status, you're still not worthy of making my big brother dirty his hands. This seat Sichuan Pagua comes forth to send you on your way. Big Bear blinked his eyes, stunned. Then, he suddenly guffawed loudly, gasping for air. Between gasped, he said, N. Wearing torn pants on top. Wearing a torn gown below. One you guys really have a knack for naming, if it wasn't for this king's nimble wit, I would have been fooled by you guys. This name is too, TSK, brilliant. This king is very curious, the top and bottom are worn on the wrong sides, how do you wear it then? I've really met with something rare today. Eagle King who was in the midst of resting couldn't help but roll his eyes, resisting the urge to jump up and give this Big Bear a kick and send him flying. You dare to praise yourself as nimble-witted? You lagged for a moment with these 2 names, if it were me I would have already burst out laughing a long time ago. B*** starred. Both of Sichuan Pagua's heads roared. He rose to the air, hacking down with his blade that suddenly appeared. In the midst of his loud laughter, Big Bear took a step forward, his sword unsheathed in his right hand. It was the divine weapon that Jun Moxie had given him back then. He swung it up with no hesitation. A sinister grin appeared on the face on Sichuan Pagua that was facing Big Bear. The blade in his hand was smithied from unique metal from the southern side of the Pillar of Heaven's mountains. It was a whole lot stronger than regular weapons. Seeing how Big Bear swung his sword to meet with his, he couldn't help but feel a sense of joy. He was practically sure that he would be able to slice the enemy into 2, along with his sword. He had heard that the core of the Xian beasts of Tian Fa had countless miraculous effects. If he really managed to obtain it, he would swallow it immediately. That Shangchuan Peku was merely a little stronger than himself, but he kept ordering him around. As long as his strength increased exponentially, he would turn into the master. With this thought, he put more energy into it. You courted death on your own, don't blame me for this, I'll borrow your Xian core to achieve my glorious path. Sichuan Pagua's imagination was undoubtedly beautiful, but the reality was as different as it could be. There was a loud clang and sparks flew about. Big Bear remained steady, not budging the slightest, whereas Sichuan Pagua did a somersault in the air and was sent flying back to his original spot from the impact. Both of them looked at their weapons at the same time. Big Bear's eyes wondered. His face was reflected clearly on the surface of the sword, there was not the slightest damage on it. He couldn't help but feel relieved and elated. This sword brother-in-law gave is truly a divine peerless weapon. Sichuan Pagua let out an anguished roar. Failing to chop through Bear King's sword in a single strike was already beyond his expectations. When he checked his own sword, to his horror, on the blade that he treasured as much as his own life, at the spot where the two weapons had crossed, a small chip the size of a rice grain had appeared. His blade was most useful for chopping. And it was considered a divine weapon as well. Intentionally maximizing the use of his sword and taking a gamble to use it against the opponent's sword that was not suitable for dealing with such a forceful attack, the one that was damaged was his own treasured blade. This sort of reality, this sort of outcome, was unacceptable for Sichuan Pagua. He really did not dare to believe and could not believe, that on this Xian continent, there was someone's weapon that could be better than his own. This was the enduring ghost blade. Fresh blood began to slowly trickle out from the corner of Sichuan Pagua's lips. Although he was considered an excellent expert amongst the strange races and had already attained the realm of a Saint Emperor, compared to Big Bear's natural strength and Saint Emperor cultivation, the difference was more than one-fold. And in this exchange, although it was only one blow, the impact had already caused injuries to his internal organs. Fresh blood trickled onto the ground, but was instantly vaporized due to the high temperatures with a sizzle, filling the air with the smell of blood. Ha ha ha, Big Bear's ear-piercing laughter rang out. Two-headed B** starred, you sure have a bit of strength in you. Come, fight with this old master again. How can that small round just now be counted? Look at how arrogant you were earlier, still thinking of taking my core. King hell, if I don't show you a little of my prowess you'll really think you're capable just because you have two heads. Sichuan Pagua raised his head and looked at Big Bear. He suddenly let out a crazed roar and pounced forward. Big Bear cackled and took a huge step forward to take him on, but he then stopped in his tracks. Because right before their weapons clashed, Sichuan Pagua's figure that was flying over suddenly turned into a puff of smoke, blinding everyone's vision. Then, Sichuan Pagua's figure disappeared mysteriously amidst the smoke. Old Bear, be careful, this is the legendary stealth technique of the strange races. Be careful. Ha! Will being careful be of any use? Await your death you wretched stupid bear. Sichuan Pagu cackled. Big Bear scoffed, instantly recalling Jun Moxie's words. When fighting the strange races, the first thing you have to do is keep a calm mind. They have their stealth techniques, and there are truly too few of us that are able to see past it. So the moment the strange races use their stealth mode, then do not ever trust your eyes. At the same time the strange races conceal themselves, close your eyes and let your heart maintain in a crystal clear state. Use your heart to feel everything around you. Use your ear to catch any smallest sound, channel all your spirit to fight. Use your heart to feel, use your ears to catch, use your spirit to fight, Big Bear muttered under his breath. Then as if he understood something in that moment, he quickly closed his big eyes. He slowly lowered the sword in hand, relaxing his entire body. The loud rumbling sounds continued to rumble, the ground below was still shaking, but Big Bear could no longer feel all these. All his senses were used to capture the impending fatal threat. The left. The sudden threat appeared, a small, noticeable sound of the wind rang out. But Big Bear remained motionless. At a moment of life and death, he displayed his extreme prowess as a king of his own generation. He was usually careless, but he could be sharp at times. Suddenly. On the empty left side, a flash of chilling blade light appeared from thin air. An extremely vicious blade went chopping towards Big Bear's neck. The moment the flash of blade appeared, it was less than 30 centimeters away from Big Bear's neck. Big Bear let out a cold scoff. Holding his sword in his hand, he instantly brought it up. A loud clang rang out. The fatal blade was sent flying away, then, his sword went piercing behind that blade light. A shocked, "Huh," rang out from the void, and the blade light completely vanished. Big Bear's counterattack also missed. The surroundings were filled with the violent sound of wind. Sichuan Pagua was moving about at high speed, making use of all the possible methods to create an extremely chaotic and noisy environment, intentionally disturbing Big Bear's untainted senses. And that chilling blade also came hacking from all directions, at random parts, endlessly and unpredictably. Attacking away at Big Bear. Big Bear was stronger than Sichuan Pagua in terms of cultivation, but under the enemy's strange attacks, he had no means of fighting back. And had fallen into a state of passivity. And this sort of method was the most victorious method the strange races had in the past war for seizing the heavens. They often managed to win against enemies who were stronger than them with this stealth technique. And this skill was termed as the stealth technique in the Xian continent. But amongst the strange races, it was known as stealth kill technique. The enduring ghost stealth kill technique, enduring earth stealth kill technique, enduring heaven stealth kill technique. A look of thick worry appeared in Eagle King's eyes, his expression was extremely heavy as he watched the battle. Bear King's strength and Xian skills were indeed a lot more higher than that Sichuan Pagua. They were on completely different levels in terms of their cultivation alone. If they were really fighting head-on, Eagle King was absolutely sure that Bear King would be able to turn this disgusting conjoined human into minced meat within a couple of breaths. But the moment the opponent used this sort of strange stealth techniques, no matter how high Bear King's cultivation was, it instantly had no room to be used. There was no way to locate the enemy, and he had become the enemy's target. How could one fight a war like this? The best defense was to attack. The strange races that were completely attacking did not need to worry about being seen through. Although Bear King had followed Jun Moxie's pointers and temporarily defended against the opponent's attacks, but there were bound to be losses if one remained on the defense for too long. It meant that it caused him to not be able to win. At this instant, Eagle King suddenly understood why there were always so many casualties on the Xian side in the past wars for seizing the heavens. Because the only opportunity to strike the enemy was at the moment the opponent had managed to strike a successful attack. At the moment their weapon was stuck in their flesh. And it was only that in that instant that they could truly capture the enemy's location and kill them with a single strike. But when that time comes, they would have already gone to the verge of life and death first. They have to die before they were able to injure the enemy. Thus, the best outcome was perishing together. The other option was to self-destruct at the moment the opponent launched their attack. If they could not see past the stealth technique, these were the only two methods to defeat the enemy. The methods were different, but the outcome was the same. Whether they managed to bring the enemy down or not, they would still have to pay with their lives. All the numerous Xian cultivators of the Xian continent had gone through days like this for 10,000s of years. Practicing for their entire life, only to die a glorious death in battle like this. How sorrowful was this? How dismal. But there was no other way about this. No wonder Heaven Saint Palace held that all-seeing eye of Qiaoying in such high regard. Because only Qiaoying could see through the strange race's stealth techniques. Qiaoying alone was the key that determined victory. Right now, at this moment, it was him and Bear King's turn to be in this predicament. Behind them were the 10 billion of lives of the Xian continent. Right now, there were only 6,000 comrades that the two of them were leading. How do they fight this battle? With Old Bear's bad temper, would he finally be unable to bear the fact that he was stuck on the defense and choose to perish with the enemy? Eagle King secretly began to worry and hurried the speed of his recovery. The current battle had already become extremely heated. The strange flash of blade light appeared in the surrounding air continuously, gathering to form a huge net, capturing Big Bear in it. Big Bear remained in this giant net formed by the blade light with his eyes closed. He could only defend passively. He seemed unusually calm, with not the slightest bit of impatience, constantly maintaining the calmest, purest state of mind. No matter how bizarre the enemy is attacking, I will stand like a mountain, motionless like a mountain, as great as a mountain. The moment their weapons meet, he instantly launched an incisive counterattack. In his countless counterattacks, to his dismay, he realized that the body and the blade were separated in this sort of stealth technique used by the strange races. The blade was coming from this side, but their bodies were somewhere else and was differently not in the same line as the blade. And their positions were constantly changing, with no pattern to speak of. Trying to find the opponent's real whereabouts under this sort of attack was completely relying on luck. This sort of fighting undoubtedly made Big Bear feel extremely frustrated. Defending steadily was one matter, but being frustrated was another. When one could no longer endure it, what would happen? There was a flash of blood. Just as Eagle King predicted, there was bound to be loss if one remained on the defense for too long. Sichuan Pagua's blade finally managed to break Bear King's defenses and slice Big Bear's left shoulder. It was also at this moment, Big Bear let out a roar, used his muscles to grip onto the tip of the blade and swung his sword at the thin air in 3 different places. Then, there was a sudden groan from the emptiness and a blood arrow shot out. Big Bear quickly launched attacks in the direction where the blood shot out. But it was already empty. But the dazzling blade light in the air also vanished. After being cornered and beaten up for a long time, Bear King finally could not bear it and followed in the steps of the seniors before him. Using the method of injuring himself to injure the enemy, to obtain an opportunity. If not because there were 3,000 brothers from the Eagle clan behind him that needed him to hold the fort until they were done recovering, Bear King would definitely not use this sort of method, but chose to perish with the enemy. A Bear King of his generation, how could he ever been this aggrieved before? With the 2 spurts of blood, the atmosphere in the place began to tense up. Vaguely, on the brink of a full explosion. In the south of the Pillar of Heaven's mountains, behind the strange races, the numbers were still increasing. There were countless of strange races that had found this opening. Like flies that had discovered honey, they swarmed in unendingly. It was obvious that the situation was getting worse. They still needed some more time before everyone from the Eagle clan could fully regain their strength. But the numbers on the opposing side had already gone beyond 20,000. Big Bear panted heavily, both his eyes gradually turning red. The blade flashed again, and Sichuan Pagua's blade came attacking like a bolt of lightning. Big Bear let out a crazed roar, suddenly spinning his body, and a wave of swords went piercing out, in every single direction. Attacking in every single possible direction. This was undoubtedly a way to see through the stealth method, but the moment this method it was used, aside from using a large amount of energy, it also left one vulnerable to the enemy. But there was a cry of surprise. Bear King could distinctly detect that bone-penetrating sense of danger instantly moving away. From the side, Shangchuan Peku finally couldn't take it and yelled furiously. Sichuan! What are you scoundrel doing? He is just a stupid bear, yet you allowed him to stall for such a long time. Sichuan Pagua, who was concealing himself, almost wanted to curse. Just a stupid bear. F***CK. This fellow is a solid Bear King. And a 4th-level Saint Emperor. I'm a 3rd-level Saint Emperor at most. It is already commendable for me to be able to force him into a disadvantageous position for such a long time. If I really take the risk to kill this Bear King, then I'll definitely be risking my life too. This is something that I am absolutely sure of. There's no doubt about this. If you aren't happy, then come and do it yourself. Ah. The F***CK are you hollering for? I know that you're anxious, did you think that I'm not anxious too? After Shangchuan Peku yelled angrily, he turned around to look at the rest of the strange races that were streaming in endlessly. The one who was leading them was the Deku family that was the most competitive with them. Looks like this bunch of scoundrels also wants the credit of being first. Shangchuan Peku suddenly gritted his teeth and yelled. The first battle of seizing Xian continent is a special glory that belongs to my tribe. I, Shangchuan, is going to take this glory. I will absolutely not allow anyone to snatch it from me. All the warriors of the Shangchuan tribe. Charge. Shred this bunch of black bears into smithereens. Open the path for our race to invade the continent. With his command, countless of 2-headed monsters let out a cry and charged forward. Behind them, a bunch of strange races that only had some fabric wrapped around their tops looked at the sight before them, before turning their gaze to a 2-headed man with a burly build. Lord Deku, what should we do? This person was the #1 competitor of the Shangchuan tribe of the strange races. The head of the Deku family, Deku Bushang, looked ahead coldly and chuckled. Order all our warriors to halt their steps, and do not act recklessly. Are we not going to join forces with the Shangchuan family and break past the Xian continent's line of defense? A 2-headed man asked. Break past the line of defense? How can there be something that easy? Deku Bushang scoffed coldly. That is an army formed by the men under Bear King of Tian Fa Forest over there. They can be said to be the strongest fighters of Tian Fa Forest. They're good at defending. If all of our clan breaks through the Enduring Ghosts, and everyone can use the Enduring Ghost stealth kill technique, it is naturally possible to deal with this army. But right now, there are less than 100 of us that can use the technique. The rest will only be slaughtered when they meet with the army of Bear Clan. With no means of counterattacking. Go there and court death. He looked gloatingly ahead. Let those fools from the Shangchuan family taste some suffering first. And also weaken the spirit of those black bears. It will not be too late for us to strike then. As the people of Xian often say, the fisherman reaps the benefits. Lord is wise. Countless people began to praise. Deku Bushang was extremely pleased. If this seats estimates correctly, I believe that there will be less than 200 of the Shangchuan members that will be able to return from this clash. Less than 200. The 2-headed men beside him all suck in a cold breath of air. Is the bear army of Tian Fa really that terrifying? These are all 9th level endurers. And there are more than 8,000 of them. There are only 3,000 men on the opposite camp. With this disparity, don't tell me that we're no match. Not only are they no match, they'll be defeated terribly. I even believe that the enemy will not suffer many losses. A cruel glint appeared in Deku Bushang's eyes. If you don't believe, just wait and see. Everyone turned their gaze to the battle, all holding their breaths. And at that moment, Bear King let out a loud cry, "Brothers! The awe-inspiring Tian Fa doesn't tolerate blasphemy, the might of Tian Fa doesn't tolerate offense. Everyone! Charge! Chop all these B***stards. Kill them all. Ho! Chop all these B***stards. Kill them all." 3,000 bear warriors yelled together, with a collective whoosh, 3,000 swords appeared in their heads, reflecting a sea of swordlight in the sky. 3,000 burly bodies stepped forward. Saint Venerable Lu and the rest remained behind to hold the fort. They absolutely must not strike before the experts on the other side have struck. The 8 of them were the most important forces protecting the 3,000 warriors of the Eagle clan. Before the 3,000 Eagle warriors fully recovered, they could not afford any mistakes. As to the current situation, Saint Venerable Lu and the rest were completely sure that this battle didn't need them. Big Bear and his clan could cope with it. What they need to do was to wait silently, until the experts from the enemy side could no longer endure it. 3,000 bear warriors charged ahead, the sound of their heavy footsteps turning into an unstoppable flow. 3,000 pairs of eyes were filled with the crazed intention to battle, their killing intent was surging through the heavens. Although the strange races were conjoined twins, one of them was the equivalent of 2 regular humans, but they still could not compare to the sturdiness of the warriors of the Bear Clan. These 2 troops were like 2 clashing currents, they hollered and charged forward, with no intentions of turning back. Right now, the earth quaked even more. There were merely 100 zhang distance between them. Like a tornado, both sides only took a couple of steps before clashing. And instantly, blood rained down. Dismembered body parts scattered about. From an outsider's perspective, the moment both sides clashed, they advanced ahead regardless of everything. Those who fell down halfway were instantly turned into a pile of meat paste. Pitiful cries, loud hollers, the sounds of weapons clashing rang throughout the place, shaking the heavens, shocking everyone from the Deku family. So, the fighting capabilities of Tian Fa Beast Kings are this terrifying. This battle had started quickly, but ended even faster. The moment the 2 forces met, it unraveled the bloodiest, cruelest death battle. Just as Deku Bushang predicted, the warriors of the Bear Clan were stronger than the warriors of the Shangchuan family, especially when all of them were equipped with the divine-grade weapons that Jun Moxie had specially prepared for them. Every one of it was heavy, broad and long. Almost 2 meters in length. The moment it was used, it was a blinding sight. A blade like this, even without a sharp knife blade, with the immense weight of the blade and the tremendous strength of the bear warriors, it was enough to turn a person into meat paste. The strange races undoubtedly had a tenacious life, surpassing that of regular humans. Even if a long sword pierced through their hearts or any vital organs, the other half of their bodies would still be able to continue fighting. But, even with such a strong, unique physique, it was unable to bear the hacking of such a long, sharp and heavy blade. The moment the blade was swung, the person turned into 4 pieces. No matter how tenacious they were, in the face of these ferocious soldiers, it was a joke. Merely a joke. After all, not all the strange races were hell-enduring ghosts. Although there were many of them in this battle, there were only 80 of them that could conceal themselves. In this sort of large-scale, chaotic battle, although they managed to be of use and injured several warriors from the Bear Clan, it was also because of a chaos like this that many hell-enduring ghosts were killed in the crossfire. 3,000 giant blades that were 2 meters long being lifted at the same time. Even if you knew how to conceal yourself, your body wasn't capable of truly turning into thin air, right? If you were unlucky and got chopped, sending your blood flying, the next moment, all the blades of the Bear Clan rained down on you. The moment both parties clashed, there were at least 30 hell-enduring ghosts that had died in the messy crossfire. Any random hell-enduring ghosts had considerable prowess. They would be of significant impact in determining the outcome in individual battles or battles of smaller scales with the help of their stealth techniques. But in a large-scale battle where 10,000s of people were fighting, in the messy killings, the cons of this stealth techniques was completely clear. Because no matter how good they were at concealing themselves, they were unable to completely dodge the attacks from experts coming from all directions. Thus, it was reasonable for this sort of casualty to appear. It was to be expected. Towards the end, Shangchuan Peku noticed something was wrong and immediately ordered for all the hell-enduring ghosts to retreat. His heart ached so much that he almost passed out. He had deployed 76 hell-enduring ghosts to take advantage in the crowd, but he had not expected to pay such a heavy and painful price for it. There were less than 50 that managed to return, and almost 30% of them were injured. This was a huge blow to the Shangchuan family. But after the hell-enduring ghosts retreated from the battle turned into a one-sided massacre. The bear warriors were most cautious and worried about those who are able to conceal themselves. They're not afraid that they would attack them, but afraid that they would sneak past them and attack their eagle brothers who were still recovering. Thus, all of them were under immense mental pressure during the battle. And at the same time, very cautious. But the moment the hell-enduring ghosts of the Shangchuan family retreated, all the bear warriors were like wild cattle that were released from their fence. Blades of 2 meters length, any random one of them easily weighing 100 kg, came hacking down. It was like cutting rice, one swing sliced an entire patch. Towards the back, Big Bear got into the mood and ordered his men to form into groups of 10, swinging their blades at the same time. 10 blades swinging at the same time, in the radius of 30 zhang, numerous heads rolled on the ground. Like a trailer carrying watermelons had been overturned, the heads rolled about everywhere. Fresh blood sprayed like fountains, forming beautiful rainbows in the air before landing on the ground. They vaporized on the dark red soil. Kill. Don't leave a single one of them. Big Bear hollered with a sinister look. Kill. All the men of the Bear clan yelled at the same time. The battle inclination that had accumulated for numerous years. The ferocious nature of Xian beasts that had been suppressed in their bones exploded in this bloody battle. Such terrifying bear warriors. Such terrifying Tian Fa warriors. Shangchuan Peku turned pale. Looking at the current battle, his entire body couldn't help but tremble. His men were still charging ahead, but Shangchuan Peku knew that this battle was over. No matter how it ended, he was done for. He had completely lost. No matter how ferocious or bloodthirsty, the fact that there was a great disparity in strength was in his face. Aside from the hell-enduring ghosts that had retreated, the rest of the men were only 9th level endurers. They were, at best, the equivalent of the spirit Xians. Fighting against 3,000 Saint Emperor experts. And all of them wields a divine weapon. This sort of disparity. It was the difference between heaven and earth. It would only be a one-sided massacre. How many men went up, that was how many men would die. That bunch of stupid black bears will absolutely show no mercy. With the sounds of battle, the blood on the ground became thicker and thicker. Initially, due to the high temperature of the ground, it could quickly evaporate and only leave a brown stain behind. But right now, it was puddles of blood. In such a hot environment, it couldn't evaporate in time. All of these bear warriors was covered in blood. But there was little blood that had come from their own injuries. The injuries that a bunch of mediocre bugs can do to them was too little. Aside from the few heavier injuries from the hell-enduring ghosts at the beginning of the battle, almost nobody had new injuries. With the retreat of the hell-enduring ghosts, the disparity in strength was even greater. They did not even get hurt. 3,000 brave warriors from the Bear clan, when faced with the strange race's force that was multiple folds of their numbers, the death count was 0. This was to be expected. No matter how many ants there were, it was insignificant before an elephant. Especially when it was not only one elephant, but a considerable number of them. Not one of the 3,000 men from the Bear clan were willing to back off, even those who were injured due to the hell-enduring ghosts. All of them waved their blades with all their might, like an enormous blade mountain, carrying out its one-sided massacre, unceasingly hacking and chopping away. Behind them, the ground was covered in meat paste. Not a single proper corpse remained. Probably because all of them wielded their blades at the same time, one member of the strange races would have 10 blades flying at them, thus, they ended up in more than 40 pieces. The moment they were stuck, they were ripped into shreds. Before the 3,000 warriors of the Bear clan, the Shangchuan tribe consisting of nearly 10,000 men were all turned into blood puddles. And minced meat. In less than a jaw's stick's time. And the 3,000 bear warriors, under Big Bear's lead, stood before the strange races, stepping on the fresh blood and meat paste. 3,000 pairs of big eyes were oozing with chilling killing intent. That eerie killing aura. Simultaneously, these bloodthirsty eyes all glanced at the strange races that were gathering behind the Shangchuan family. The eyes of all these bear warriors were filled with eagerness, thirst for another round of slaughter. Come, another spirited battle. It was clear that to them, this battle was not intense enough. It's not of sufficient quality. This was, not satisfying yet. 3,000 shiny big blades were lowered uniformly. The sticky fresh blood trickled endlessly onto the ground. There were dozens of warriors who had suffered severe injuries earlier due to the sudden attacks from the concealed hell-enduring ghosts. But right now, they still remained in the formation. Not the slightest bit of pain or discomfort showed on their faces. As if those open wounds and scars that were bleeding were not on their bodies. Before they set out, Jun Moxie had given everyone a heaven reversal pill to preserve their lives. But right now, they were still forcefully enduring the pain from their injuries. Because all of them felt that these light injuries were still far from needing the effects of the heaven reversal pills. We can still endure, now is still not the time to use the divine pills. On the other side, the strange races who had always been famed for being brutal and bloodthirsty were all showing looks of shock and fear in their eyes. This included Deku Bushang, who had been watching from the back as well. Originally, Deku Bushang thought that he had already given an overly high estimation of the bear tribe's strength. But never would he have imagined that his evaluation had still been too low. With a flap of its powerful wings, the first one to finish restoring its condition, the Eagle King flew over and landed before Big Bear. The Eagle King's cultivation was the most profound among the Eagle tribe, and naturally recovered the fastest. Big Bear made a sound in his throat and transmitted his voice. What are you doing? You are still too temperamental. Eagle King snorted coldly. The mission that eldest sister and brother-in-law gave us was to hold on for as long as possible. To obstruct the progression of the strange race's army. But just a random trash that appeared was enough to make you angry and pit injuries against it. How many lives do you have to play with your opponent like that? We can die, but we still need to at least wait until the backup army arrives before we are allowed to die. Before they reach here, we must not die no matter what. What we need to do now is to delay for as long as possible. Only by living can we stop the strange races from marching into the Xian continent. Big Bear opened and closed his mouth several times, finally lowering his head and mumbling, "You're right, I was too blinded by rage just now." This admittance of his mistake had truly opened up a new page in history. This was the mighty Bear King of Tianfa, Big Bear. For the first time in history, this was the first time he'd actually admitted that he had been wrong. Since we're going to fight a long battle, we need to first be able to rein our tempers in. Eagle King's eyes shone as he added. We still have the 8 great Saint Venerable Seniors behind us. Apart from our own people, there's no way for the enemies to know about this. This is also our strongest trump card. Although those strange races are many, they have very limited true experts. As long as we do not break ranks and remain calm, we can definitely hold on. Yes. Big Bear was completely convinced as he nodded. I'll just listen to you then. Kiki, little eagle, you're truly something else. That brain of yours is truly sly and scheming. I hadn't noticed this in the past before. Who are you calling sly? Your sister is sly. This is called intelligent, understand? Eagle King rolled his eyes and looked at this muscle-headed fellow speechlessly. Have you discovered, after that battle, we've already exposed a grave weakness of those strange races? Or rather, it's a flaw that we can take advantage of. Weakness? Flaw. Quick, say it more clearly. Big Bear raised his brows and asked hurriedly. The ones who fought the strange races was your bear tribe, and the ones who came out with the overwhelming victory was also you all. Now, as the king of the bear tribe, you actually hadn't discovered anything? Could it be that the heads of you bears are really all filled with muscles? Eagle King slapped his forehead and sighed. The so-called weakness is that those experts of the strange races, the ones who can conceal themselves, are not suitable for chaotic large-scale battles. Those fellows who could conceal themselves are not suitable for large-scale battles. That can't be right. Weren't our brothers wounded by those stealth guys? The one-sided slaughter had only begun after they'd backed off. Big Bear retorted, quite clearly not having noticed this point. Eagle King snorted and continued with a dark expression. I'm not saying that they cannot participate in chaotic battles, but that their stealth kills technique is not suitable for chaotic battles. After some thought, Eagle King added another sentence, more specifically, that mysterious concealment technique exposes them to more dangers in large-scale chaotic battles. What does that mean? Big Bear widened his eyes, feeling somewhat confused. Take this king for example. I fight exactly the same way whether it's a one-on-one fight or a chaotic battle. I've heard of any experts that are only strong on single fights and becomes useless in chaotic battles are useless. What kind of reason is that? What are you talking about? You stupid bear. You retarded bear. It's too kind to say that your head is all filled with muscles, your brain is simply a lunk of rock. A rock. It can't even move a single bit. Eagle King nearly leapt up and down on the spot in anger. What can a fellow with a rock for brains understand? It's truly too much of a waste of his saliva to talk to him. As he thought here, Eagle King was even more impressed with Jun Moxie now. How come this dumb bear could always understand when brother-in-law talks to it? This old eagle has wasted several hundred years just trying to talk sense to this bear. After fuming for a long time, he finally gritted his teeth and transmitted. I was talking about their stealth techniques. Understand? You fellow are the one with muscles for brains. How would I not know that you were talking about their stealth techniques? But is that even related? Big Bear said unhappily. Your words were all over the place, without any hint of logic. I've never heard that stealth techniques cannot be used for large-scale fights. The grand battle is right before us, and the enemies are growing more and more plentiful. Yet, you're here talking about these nonsensical stuff. If the best timing for battle was delayed, what should we do? Brother, little eagle, please put your good brains to proper use, alright? If you can't do that, just step to the side and watch how this elder brother kill. You're actually talking to me about missing the opportune moment to fight. Aye. I'm going to F** King spit out a mouthful of blood. Eagle King was on the verge of a mental collapse. You're the F** King of a tribe. But apart from keeping nonsense in your brain, is there really nothing else? Didn't you notice that nearly 30 hell-enduring ghosts died by your blades just now? Do you know what that means? Of course. Big Bear said arrogantly. That naturally means that our bear tribe contributed greatly to the war. How would this king not know? F***ck, who's talking with you about contributions? And, since you managed to notice it, you actually did not see that obvious weakness? Eagle King widened his eyes with disbelief. Fourth brother, why you're my dear brother. Bullsh *t. Big Bear rolled his eyes. We're obviously brothers, could it be that you didn't take me as a brother normally? If that's the case, you little twat is too much. I give up, I truly give up. Eagle King felt like crying. I'll be honest with you, please spare me. Big Bear was completely speechless. I'll explain it to you bit by bit, then. Look, most of the 30 hell-enduring ghosts that died were low-level hell-enduring ghosts. A small portion, about 4 or 5, are middle-level hell-enduring ghosts. The middle-level ones roughly have strength equivalent to venerables. If not for those guys, I might not have been able to tell at all. But, according to the standards of the venerables in our Xian continent, no matter how weak a venerable is, they wouldn't be so weak to the point of being killed in just a few slices. But these strange races still died, that point is undoubtedly very illogical. Eagle King's voice turned quicker and more urgent. That Sichuan Pagua whom you exchanged blows with a moment ago, was also around the level of middle-level hell-enduring ghosts. While it could be considered to be ranked somewhat higher, it shouldn't be by much. Yet, that fellow could still force you into a passive state with nearly no opportunity to attack. How awe-inspiring and incisive was that? I understand, the Bear King's eyes widened. You understand? But I haven't even finished yet. Eagle King gasped with disbelief. Did this fourth brother of his suddenly become clever? After talking for so long, you little fellow is just using a roundabout manner to criticize me. You're complaining that I couldn't handle that little piece of trash and are here to goad at me. Damn it, you didn't experience the annoyance of dealing with that invisible little F***er, so you don't know how it had been for me. It's easy to talk and judge while standing from the sidelines. F***ck, if you have the abilities, why don't you go and try it for yourself? Big Bear growled unhappily. Big brother, what kind of understanding is this considered? Stop messing around, let me finish speaking. Based on what I said earlier, there were at least 4 or 5 enemies with that kind of strength among those who were killed just now. Can you believe that with just the strength of those guys under you, that they could kill them so simply, even cutting down 20, 30 with ease? And on our side, there wasn't even a single casualty, and nobody even lost their ability to continue fighting. You should know the strength of your own men very well. It can't be that all of them are also Saint Emperors like you, right? You're right. Now that you mentioned it, there seems to be something strange about it. Big Bear finally understood. Raising his brows, he wondered in deep thought. So what can be the reason? My dearest brother, stop trying to think about it. By the time you managed to think it through, the next war for seizing the heavens would have started. Eagle King rolled his eyes and snapped. Let me tell you the whole thing directly. If I guess boldly, these strange races, even the high-level ones, need to pay a large price to make use of the stealth kills technique. Eagle King said those words slowly. And that price is most likely that they need to sacrifice their defense. In other words, the Xian Qi protecting them is lowered to the lowest point the moment they use that technique. Although they can completely conceal themselves and confuse the enemy, even allowing them to attack at will, the moment they suffer any attacks, even a coincidental bump, it would result in huge damages. This is especially more pronounced against opponents much more powerful than them. The moment they get hit, it will be a heavy injury. If they came up against an opponent who used self-detonation to catch them, they would definitely pay with their lives. This is unlike us who can take on the self-detonation of a weaker opponent and survive by relying on our external defensive Xian Qi to soak up the damage. Apart from that, this matter does not have any other logical explanations. Eagle King snorted coldly as a fierce glint appeared in his eyes. Otherwise, even if those experts were affected by the stray energy ripples in the chaotic battle just now, they should be able to avoid any injuries with just their cultivation of a venerable. And even if they made a mistake and received a direct hit, they shouldn't die in a single strike. No matter how coincidental it is, it shouldn't be possible for them to die in large patches of 20, 30 experts in a few attacks. That is indeed strange. With their standards, it shouldn't be so easy for them to die. Big Bear rubbed his chin with deep consideration. Although a venerable has no hopes of winning against Saint and Saint Emperor level opponents, it shouldn't be to the point where they would die with just a single attack. If it were that simple, that brat that fought against me earlier would have been killed long ago. There's even less need to talk about accidental strikes. But in the end, it was indeed these accidental strikes that killed so many, Eagle King added. If that's the case, those sneaky bastards are truly not suitable to large-scale battles. At least, they can't use those damnable stealth techniques to attack in the middle of a large-scale battle. Big Bear smiled happily. Earlier, against Sichuan Pagua, he could be said to have expended a great amount of effort. Ultimately, he was unable to do anything to the other fellow, and if not for him remembering the repeated words of warning from Jun Moxie, to focus on defending all the way, he might truly have been unable to retreat in one piece. But if those hell-enduring ghosts were truly not suitable to fight in large-scale battles, or if they couldn't utilize their hateful stealth techniques in chaotic battles, this point alone meant that they would be able to hold on for much longer in this campaign to hold the lines. Although that is the case, we still cannot be blindly optimistic right now. Although those bastards are not suitable for large-scale battles, it'll still depend on luck to kill or injure them in group battles. And as our numbers dwindle, our advantage will also disappear quickly. After all, we still won't be able to tell where those bastards are hiding. Eagle King's expression turned heavy. Also, although I've discovered this point, we still cannot pinpoint a good strategy to make full use of this knowledge of their weakness. If only elder sister or brother-in-law were here, when it comes to wits for battle, they are the true professionals. With just this bunch of fellows, are they still fit to have elder sister and brother-in-law act personally? Big Bear snorted with disdain. If those annoying fellows don't use their concealment techniques, this daddy could beat up 10 of them alone. Eagle King wrinkled his mouth and rolled his eyes, taking Big Bear's words as a fart. Is there a reason for others to not use this kind of advantageous skill that allowed them to fight against someone stronger? If it were you, would you not use it? Eagle King felt that staying together with this idiot bear would lower his intelligence, so he stepped away decisively, moving as far away from that fellow as possible. If his clever brains also ended up turning into a rock or a pile of muscles or whatever, that would be truly unimaginable. As they were conversing secretly about how to best use this new discovery against the strange races, the other side was also discussing urgently. Both sides were observing each other, and the battle had fallen into a temporary stalemate. There was no denying that the Tian Fa Bear tribe's surprising battle strength and ruthless killing methods had stunned all these bloodthirsty strange races warriors at this moment. A full 10,000 strong army. If those conjoined monsters were split apart down the middle, it would be 20,000 full-bodied men. But just like that, they had been slaughtered and cut apart. Furthermore, everything had been witnessed clearly by the crowd. What kind of horrifying image was this? Some of the female conjoined parts of the strange races had already begun to vomit. Shangchuan Peku looked dumbly at the mess of gore before him, and his originally resolute face turned somewhat white. A look of indescribable pain and hate flickered in his eyes, as well as fear. In the sudden volcanic eruptions earlier, these strange race experts mostly only cared about saving themselves, fleeing quickly while leaving the old, weak, and sick to die under the hail of fire and ash. These 10,000 experts could be said to be the final vestige of the Shangchuan clan's forces. At the same time, they were also the strongest forces. Otherwise, how could any random person have the strength of a 9th-level hell-enduring ghost? However, such a force had not even lasted past the time it took for a stick of incense to burn through, before being completely defeated. Apart from the less than 50 hell-enduring ghosts that managed to escape, the rest were all gone. From now on, the Shangchuan clan could basically be considered to have been annihilated. Right now, the best result for the remnants of their clan would be to become the slaves of the other clans. At this time, the 3,000 mighty bear warriors in Shangchuan Peku's eyes, had already become an unassailable and invincible wall of steel. Shangchuan Peku was quite sure that even if they gathered all the most elite forces from the nearby 10 large clans to mount a frontal charge, even if they could ultimately break through, victory would come at an unimaginable cost. Behind him, Deku Bushang's lips were trembling slightly, and his throat were somewhat dry. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to calm down. Sitting atop a mountain and watching while two tiger battle was undoubtedly a nice thing. But, what if it wasn't two tigers fighting, but a tiger and a cat? Or what if it was a group of tigers fighting against a group of cats? On his side, those other experts who had been urging him to join forces with the Shangchuan clan to fight a moment ago were completely stunned now. Right now, their gazes were only filled with fear and some relief. Luckily, we didn't go up just now. The leader is indeed far-sighted and wise, ah. In that moment, tens of worshipful gazes swept across Deku Bushang's face. Normally, Deku Bushang would feel happy and proud when he was shown this kind of respect. But right now, he only felt that his heart was cold, and his back was drenched with sweat. The Shangchuan clan's fate had already been determined, and that was naturally a good thing for them. However, the ones who would face the fierce bear tribe warriors next had now become them. Could they withstand the charge? Or rather, did they have the ability to win and open up the first door into the Xian continent for the rest of their race? The mantis stalks the cicada, while the oriole lurks behind. In such a situation, the oriole would undoubtedly end up as the biggest winner. But what if the cicada was actually a machine robot cicada with terrifying strength far surpassing both the mantis and the oriole's expectations? What would the result be? Standing across from the mighty bear tribe warriors, being stared down by the murderous big bear, Deku Bushang felt a hint of regret for the first time. At this time, Big Bear and Eagle King had already finished their discussion. Taking a few steps forward, Big Bear hollered brazenly. Strange races, pieces of trash opposite, who else dares to come forward to fight another round? This granddaddy hasn't killed to my fill yet. That roar was deafeningly loud and domineering, and even the volcano in the distance seemed to be affected by it, turning even more aggressive. A single hero standing at the entrance of a pass, blocking an army of 10,000. Propping up the sky and stabilizing the earth with just the might of one person. Right now, those two sentences could be used perfectly to describe Big Bear. Seeing the ferocity of their king and the overbearing might of a hero, the other 3,000 bears also felt a surge of hot blood rise in their chest. Without any hesitation, they all took a step forward. 3,000 heavy feet landed together at the same time, triggering a loud boom. At the same time, a huge cloud of dust was stirred into the air. The 3,000 mighty bears roared in unison. Who else dares to come forward to fight another round? This granddaddy hasn't killed to my fill yet. Of these 3,000 bear warriors, even the weakest had reached the strength of a first-level venerable. As they roared together in unison using their Xian energy to boost their voice, it was truly a heaven-shaking sound. It was as if a primordial battle god had just burst out of the earth, roaring to the sky. On the other side, Shangchuan Peku and Deku Bushang only felt a wave of dust sweeping madly towards them, causing them to feel a sense of suffocation. In that moment, they could not help but take a large step backwards. Heavens, to think that they haven't killed to their fill yet after such a bloody slaughter. Just what kind of existences are they? It wasn't just these two, the countless other warriors of the strange races also retreated several steps backwards. A single roar had forced tens of thousands of strange races warriors to retreat. What kind of dominance was this? Who could face this mighty army? Just at this time, the noisy howling of the wind rang out, growing louder and louder. Both sides looked up at the same time, only to find that the previously violent southwestern wind had actually changed directions, turning into a northeastern wind. The southwestern wind was clearly still blowing, but the even more tyrannical northeastern wind was growing stronger still. In the sky, two patches of clouds, one traveling south, and the other north, collided violently together under the urgings of the wind behind them. A terrifying sound rang out, and countless fist-sized hailstones rained down on everyone. The Eagle tribe warriors had already completely recovered now, and they lined up behind the Bear tribe warriors, standing silently. With their cultivation, although this hail was sudden and strong, it only caused some insignificant pain. It wasn't anything unbearable. But it was a different case for the people on Deku Bushang's side. Although their soldiers were arriving in an unceasing wave, and in just a short moment had already gathered no less than 40 to 50,000 troops, and there were also a good number of experts among them, but there was still a huge difference in the strength of the individuals. Because of how sudden the onslaught of this unexpected, natural disaster, had been, and with them being too closely packed together with nowhere to hide, the hailstones smashed painfully down upon them. The unlucky ones even ended up with their entire heads filled with bloody wounds. However, both sides did not pay attention to this. They were all looking upwards at the sky with incredulity. Because, this sudden storm of hailstones were simply too illogical. It was too absurd. However, such an absurd thing had actually happened. That was not all. The matter of the wind blowing both directions at once, even colliding together forcefully like this, was something that they had also never seen or heard of before. What exactly is going on? The hailstones fell for a moment, and then stopped as suddenly as it arrived. Such a situation was as if the heavens were throwing a tantrum, grabbing a large pail of hailstones and chucking them down directly. When the pail was empty, that was the end of it. Although this rain of hailstones was short-lived, the ground was still filled with a thick layer of hailstones the size of cobblestones, glistening in the sun. The only thing was that this area's temperature was too high and the ice melted rapidly, turning the land into wet pond. The water then evaporated rapidly, turning into green steam with a speed visible to the naked eye, rising into the air and forming heavy rain clouds. The southwestern wind was still blowing strongly, but everyone could still clearly feel that the northeastern wind that shouldn't have appeared had become even stronger. The strangely colored ashen fog that was moving towards the north with great momentum was suddenly pushed back, until finally, it actually changed directions, turning back towards the southwest. As the northeastern wind grew stronger, the boiling air in the area gradually turned cooler. Until finally, everyone watched with shocked eyes as countless stones, and large branches flew over their heads like a cloud. Was this strange northeastern wind really that strong? The original pencil-straight pillar of smoke that spewed out from the volcanoes only began to blow southwest when it reached a height of several tens of zhang. But now, it was being blown in the other direction even before it barely reached a height of 4, 5 zhang. The multicolored noxious fumes covered the entire south of the Pillar of Heaven's mountains, spreading across the entire land in an all-encompassing manner. This sight caused all the people of the strange races to be completely shocked. Everyone knew that that thing was clearly poisonous, and they already felt uncomfortable breathing it in earlier. And now, it was pouring unceasingly into their homeland. Just how much damage would that cause? Everyone was clear about it in their hearts. Ha 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 ha, Big Bear took a large breath and roared with laughter that sounded like thunder. Double-headed freaks, did you see that? Our brother-in-law used to say that the heavens watch everything that mortals do. Looks like the heavens are quite unhappy with you lot, and send a divine wind to poison you disgusting lot to death. An enraged roar suddenly rang out from the back as a figure flashed in the air. A two-headed warrior of the strange races, covered in silver light, appeared in the sky, his physique abnormally large. Following that person growled. A mere black bear actually dares to be so arrogant. See if this seat doesn't retrieve your damn bear head. Before his words landed, a pair of dazzling light flashed in the sky, sweeping towards Big Bear. Frenzy Blade Enduring Earth. The reason the strange races Enduring Earths were so wild was because of their blade. The Enduring Earths only cultivated one thing their entire lives, the Tao of Blade. Anyone that could be called Frenzy Blade Enduring Earths was an expert of the blade. Moreover, this person was even someone that had reached the level of Frenzy Blade Enduring Earth with both the male and female body, and it was equivalent to two same-level experts unleashing their most lethal attacks towards Big Bear at the same time. Such experts were only one step away from reaching the strength of the lowest grade of supremacy Enduring Heavens. Such existences had, in the hearts of the strange races, already reached a level of being able to reign over an entire area. When Deku Bushang and Shangchuan Paku saw this figure appear, their faces were instantly filled with joy. This person that stood out was the #1 expert in their area, the frenzy blade enduring earth, Jiangshang Nu Ju. Most of the strange races were led by the male body, while the female body acted as support. There was only a small minority whose female side was stronger than their male side. And so, the female body occupied the leading position. And Jiangshang Nu Ju was exactly such an existence. His conjoined female twin, and also his wife, loved chrysanthemums especially the chrysanthemum in full bloom. Thus, he had such a name. King Hell. Your demeanor is pretty intimidating, huh? Do you think this daddy is truly afraid of you? Having 2 heads doesn't mean that you will have double the guts. What are you hollering about? Did someone in your family die? Big Bear's huge body sprang up as he brandished the Bear King's sword in midair, cursing as he charged forward. The Bear King's sword instantly morphed into a stream of light, dazzling and unyielding, surging upwards. This was a mystical sword technique that Jun Moxie had personally taught to him, one sword destroying Heaven's Chosen. Against attacks from above, this was an extremely effective surprise counter. Behind the Eagle tribe, one of the old beast kings, Saint Venerable Huang, had only begun to move when the bear Saint Venerable grabbed his arm and shook his head lightly. Although we are currently occupying the advantageous position, even with this frenzy blade enduring earth, it's still not the time for us to make a move. What we need to deal with are the other side's supremacy enduring heavens. If they discovered that we're prepared, I'm afraid, it'll truly be that none of those 6,000 kids will be able to return safely. But Little Bear, that lad Little Bear is no match for that 2-headed fellow. Saint Venerable Huang said anxiously. Could it be that we have to watch helplessly as he sends himself to death? You should know, if Little Bear dies, the blow to the Bear tribe will be large enough to destroy them. Those 3,000 Bear tribe warriors will all descend into madness. At that time, even if all of us take action together, it wouldn't be able to do anything. Do you think that I don't understand the consequences? Am I not part of the Bear tribe as well? However, even if all 3,000 of them turned mad and sent themselves to death, we still cannot make a move lightly. Saint Venerable Bear grunted with rage. We're at war right now. And war is inevitably accompanied by sacrifices. There is no place for emotions. If we cannot deal heavy damage to a few supremacy enduring heavens at the start, the following battles will only become much harder. The war has only just begun. The main force of the strange races is still tens of thousands li away. If we act now, we will completely expose our hidden cards. Right now, we can only put our faith in Little Bear. It's his luck if he lives, and it'll be his fate if he dies. Life and death will be left up to the heavens. Saint Venerable Bear said coldly. No matter who it is for, we cannot mess up the big picture. But, Saint Venerable Huang finally softened his stance. However, his eyes were filled with tears. Old Bear. Little Bear is your own grandson, He's the only remaining bloodline of your Bear King's lineage. Saint Venerable Bear turned his aged face away as the muscles on his cheeks twitched. Big Bear is indeed my grandson. But which of the Tian-Fa warriors on the battlefield isn't our people's sons and grandsons? What is the use of talking about bloodlines on a battlefield of life and death? Is our Bear King lineage that much more precious and noble than others? Hearing this, Saint Venerable Huang sighed and did not say any more. Saint Venerable Lu also nodded and said with a light sigh. Old Bear's decision is right. In this kind of situation, what we're planning to do is only to perish along with the enemy's supremacy enduring heavens. If each of us can drag 2 of them down with us, that will naturally be the best. But if that isn't possible, we need to at least bring one to the grave with us. Since we've come here, which one of us still holds any hope of going back alive? At such a time, bloodlines and such are no longer important. The only thing of importance is the 10,000-year-old glory of our Tian-Fa. The 10,000 years old backbone of our Tian-Fa. It's just death. If Big Bear is to die here, I will only say a word of bravo. Apart from that, this old man has nothing else to say. Saint Venerable Bear's white hair flew up softly behind him, and he seemed like a resolute and lonely statue. However, his hands had already balled up tightly into fists unknowingly. His eyes were also watching Big Bear's dangerous fight in the air. Although his mouth said that he didn't care, and his actions were restrained, but his heart still couldn't remain indifferent. Little Bear. My grandchild, you must not die. Live on. You must live. Big Bear's sword turned into a streak of light, stabbing upwards without hesitation. Xiangshang Nuju laughed madly, his voice alternating between male and female. At times rough, and at times shrill. Two bolts of lightning like blade light struck down from the sky. The gaze in both sides' eyes were very obvious, a quick battle, deciding the victor with one move. Kill. As the sword and blade light neared each other, Big Bear roared madly, his eyes blood red. All his Saint Emperor Xian Qi had been poured into his sword without any reservation. Dang! In the instant that the blades collided, a bright flash illuminated the entire sky. The people at the bottom instantly felt a stabbing pain in their eyes, as if someone was being electrocuted before them. Following that, there was a continuous stream of dang 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 sounds. Xiangshang Nuju had a strange smile on his face. The moment the male body's blade smashed against Big Bear's Bear King's sword, the female side whirled around and followed up with another heavy strike. In the time for a single breath to transpire, the two's long blades had already rained down against Big Bear's sword 10 to 100 times. With the intricate senses of an expert, Xiangshang Nuju could clearly sense the ferocity of Big Bear's attack. At this time, even if they could incapacitate Big Bear and remove his head in one strike, they would still be in big trouble if they couldn't stop the sword. There was no possibility of any differences. And that one sword strike would definitely deal huge or even lethal damage. The reason why Xiangshang Nuju dared to fight Big Bear without using his stealth kills technique was because he was considered to be on the same cultivation level as Big Bear. And there was only one Big Bear, while Xiangshang Nuju could be counted as two people joining hands. Could it be that two people with perfect synergy could not even defeat one enemy? More importantly, the Bear tribe had just obtained a huge victory and their side's morale was low. Only by killing Big Bear in a frontal battle could they reverse this situation. But Xiangshang Nuju would never have expected that such a powerful and strange sword technique would actually exist in this world, allowing Big Bear's strength to multiply to a point that even before the sword reached, they could already clearly sense the threat of death. So right now, Xiangshang Nuju only cared about attacking this sword in a frenzied manner. Only by thoroughly defeating this sword technique and dissipating the feeling of death could they break the technique and ensure Big Bear's death. But Big Bear's sword still maintained the same power, and the long sword vibrated gently. However, fresh blood was already flowing out of his mouth. Faced with the storm-like assault of the enemy and using just the strength of one person against the joint attacks of two peak third-level Saint Emperor's equivalents, Big Bear's internal organs had already been jolted heavily. However, he still held on resolutely, stubbornly clenching his teeth and staring widely as he roared out the same words, "One sword breaking heaven's chosen." No matter how many times he paced before the borders of life and death, it was still the same, "One sword breaking heaven's chosen." Although Big Bear's swordlight had turned a little scattered, he ultimately still managed to withstand Xiangshang Nuju's violent attacks, allowing the true strength of this sword to unleash like the brilliant feathers of a peacock. Open! Big Bear roared ferociously as a line of blood sword flew out along with that roar. The one sword breaking heaven's chosen, that had been building up energy for a long time finally burst forth. 10,000 swordlights exploded like fireworks in the sky. It was like 10,000 rays of rainbow that stretched through the sky, appearing all together in an instant. 10,000 streaks of swordlight, all focused on a single person. Xiangshang Nuju shrieked and his body revolved even more urgently, using both swords to defend continuously. At the same time, he spun like a tornado in the air, hoping to dodge the relentless assault of the 10,000 blades. Faced with the uncountable swordlight and all-encompassing attack, Xiangshang Nuju shrieked and roared in a miserable manner without ceasing. He who had been attacking in a frenzied manner a moment ago was now defending like an entrapped mad beast. Regret. That was the only thought in Xiangshang Nuju's mind. Why did I choose to fight this bear in a frontal battle? Why didn't I use the stealth kills? I hate this. Big Bear's expression was cold and calm, but blood was still flowing out of his mouth continuously. His heart was as steady as a rock, and he continued wielding his sword, bringing out the best of the one sword breaking heaven's chosen. All of a sudden, a wretched screech that didn't sound human rang out, one that nobody was able to determine who it came from. Following that, tens of blood arrows flew out in all directions, and a figure that looked like a blood porcupine could be seen in the sky. Everyone watching this intense battle in the sky did not even dare to breathe loudly in this moment. The victor of this fight would soon be revealed. Finally, the arrogant laughter of Big Bear rang out, as he descended rapidly. No, it wasn't descended, he was instead falling from the sky. Quite obviously, Big Bear's strength had already been thoroughly depleted. "I'll kill you. I'll kill you, you damn bear." This time, it was two extremely wretched voices that rang out together. That originally manly voice was now interlaced with a hysterical female voice. Qiangshang Niu Ju's body had actually been turned into two parts. At an unknown time, this body had already been cut into two by Big Bear. And Big Bear's body had also completely lost its strength right after unleashing that devastating strike. Such an injury was enough to be lethal even for a supremacy-enduring heavens. The place where the two's body was separated was now oozing huge amounts of blood as if the blood was free. The two's figure shot down like a pair of shooting stars towards Big Bear's weakly falling body, the blades in their hands gleaming brightly and mercilessly. Eagle King roared with rage and soared into the sky, his body turning into a streak of lightning. However, it was clearly too late. Big Bear and Qiangshang Niu Ju was simply too near to each other. Qiangshang Niu Ju's male body grinned evilly as he plunged his long sword into Big Bear's left chest, before slicing downwards ruthlessly. At almost the same time, the female body stabbed her sword into Big Bear's right chest and sliced downwards, all the way to his abdomen. The Bear King's 5 organs were immediately exposed outside of his body. This was Qiangshang Niu Ju's final strike. In truth, his fate had already been sealed in the instant he suffered the fatal slash earlier. So right after this final strike, the two halves of his body also fell from the sky. Anyone could see that Qiangshang Niu Ju, this frenzy blade enduring earth, was utterly finished. However, his opponent the Bear King of Tian Fa, Big Bear, also did not have any hopes of survival. The final result was mutual destruction. Far away, Saint Venerable Bear's body trembled, and his face turned pale. Opening his mouth, he stretched out his hands as if to grab for something. However, they still fell weakly by his side. Saint Venerable Huang's lips also trembled as he sucked in a deep breath of air. "My king!" 3,000 Bear tribe warriors roared together as their faces twisted with rage and grief. 3,000 pairs of eyes turned blood red together. If the king dies, the strange races shall be washed with blood to avenge his death. A snow-white sword was stuck in Big Bear's waist, and his muscular body was actually very nearly split in half. But as he fell from the sky, he used the last of his energy to right himself, landing firmly on his 2 feet. Blood poured madly from his mouth, but he still managed to stand up straight. His eyes were nearly devoid of life, but that arrogant gleam still flickered in his pupils. With 2 firm plops, Qiangshang Niu Ju's 2 halves also fell before Big Bear, and both pairs of eyes were staring venomously at Big Bear. "Huh!" Big Bear spat out a mouthful of blood and laughed aloud. "Freaks! Aren't you still going to die in front of this Lord Bear in the end? No matter how shameless you are, fighting 2 against 1, didn't you still end up killed by this daddy? Motherf asterisk curs, is having 2 heads and 2 bodies that amazing? After being split apart by a sword, aren't you still going to die? F asterisk CKU. We'll see who shall be the one to die first." Qiangshang Niu Ju breathed laboriously as the 2 separate halves actually crawled to each other and hugged together in the pool of blood. Staring hatefully at Big Bear, he panted. "Bear King, if this seat doesn't watch you die before my eyes, how would this seat be willing to leave before you? You want to watch me die?" Big Bear snorted, as if he'd heard the funniest joke in the world. Raising his hand, he reached for his waist with great effort and gritting his teeth, he began to pull out the long sword that was embedded in his muscles. With a loud clanging sound, he threw the sword onto the ground and took a deep breath as he gathered his organs and forcefully closed his wound. In a short moment, his face paled to the color of a piece of paper. At the same time, an extremely queer smile appeared on his face. "It seems you're about to be disappointed." As he said that, he used his other arm and took out a pill, popping it into his mouth. "Consuming pills? Ha 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 ha, you think that a pill would help a wound that serious? Or that it would buy you a few more seconds of life? That's impossible unless miracles really exist in this world." Qiangshang Niu Ju laughed mockingly at Big Bear. But in the next instant, he widened his eyes as if he'd seen a ghost. The truly inconceivable scene was indeed happening. In the instant that Big Bear consumed that strange medicine, a purple mist suddenly rose out of his body. Within the purple mist, there were traces of beautiful, jade-green colors. That was actually the energy of life force. The color of life. The radiance of life. The strange, purple spiritual chi continuously rose out of Big Bear's body, and Xiangshang Nu Ju discovered to his despair that the huge wound that had opened up had actually sealed up again. The blood had also stopped flowing, and his entire body was healing. Although the healing speed was not very fast, it was still at a speed visible to the naked eyes. The huge saber wound near his heart grew smaller gradually, and in the blink of an eye, it had already disappeared. Big Bear roared with laughter and raised his head. His body had actually completely healed. What was this if not an unbelievable miracle? The Bear King stretched his waist tentatively, then began to move his arms and kick around a few times, before finally recovering his senses. As he looked at Xiangshang Nu Ju's shocked and stunned widely staring eyes, Big Bear snorted and patted his butt happily. Freak! You wanted to watch this bear daddy die? I apologize, I'll be letting you down. You want to fight with this daddy? This daddy has pills. Do you have them? Is it very infuriating? Are you very disappointed? Are you dying of anger? Ha ha ha. I understand how you feel. I understand it very much. Xiangshang Nu Ju was so enraged that he actually managed an incoherent roar. All of a sudden, the two halves of his body jumped up like a pair of dead fish. Both hands pointed at Big Bear, and before he could say anything, his body fell down from the sky. His breath had stopped. But the four eyes were still staring forward with unresignation. He'd actually died with his eyes wide open. Big Bear roared with laughter and turned around, but his eyes were looking towards the north. At the same time, he thought secretly in his heart. Thank you, brother-in-law. You have given this old bear a second life. Strictly speaking, Xiangshang Nu Ju's cultivation should be above Big Bear's. After all, his cultivation had been the result of gradual cultivation, while Big Bear had gained his through the help of pills and treasures. In addition, Xiangshang Nu Ju had two bodies, one male and one female, and the combination of their strength was not as simple as just 1+1. Even without the stealth kills technique, Big Bear would still lose 10 times out of 10 times. If he had used the stealth kills technique, the chances of victory would still be slim even if Eagle King had joined hands with Big Bear. The strange race's Frenzy Blade Enduring Earths were known for their brutality. How could they be taken lightly? But he'd miscalculated too many times in this battle. The first mistake was that he hadn't expected that Big Bear would have such a powerful divine weapon in his hands. The impressive Bear King sword was something that Jun Moxie had refined personally using the power of gold. The mysterious power of gold was something that already far surpassed the knowledge of this world. It was a proper divine art that should not exist here. A weapon that Jun Moxie made for his own brother-in-law would naturally not be shabby. Whether in terms of sharpness or sturdiness, the Bear King sword was much superior to the Frenzy Blade Enduring Earth sabers that Xiangshang Nu Ju was wielding. Any other weapon would have been destroyed long ago under the frenzied attacks of Xiangshang Nu Ju, turning into scrap metal. But to the Bear King sword, this kind of attack was completely manageable, even to the point of being too easy to handle. And this was even because Big Bear's own cultivation was at a disadvantage. If their abilities were the same, then with this weapon, whether it be attacking or defending, the fight would have ended long ago. The other miscalculation was that in these 10,000 years, there had been too many wars for seizing the heavens. The experts of the strange races had already faced the Bear Tribe warriors quite a few times. They could be said to have quite a good understanding of the Bear Tribe's skills and battle abilities, to the point of being very familiar with them. Especially the powerful, forbidden skills of the Bear Tribe, the strange races were even more careful. Tian Fa's battle power was something that the strange races found the hardest to deal with in every war for seizing the heavens. It was also the thing that they were the most unwilling to deal with. Because the Tian Fa Xian beasts all had one common characteristic, which was that their life force was extremely strong. And they did not fear death as well. Even if they knew that they couldn't win, they would still do their best to drag their enemies to the grave with them. They could be said to be a horrifying meat-grinding machine that everyone feared. And because of that, every generation of strange race experts would study Tian Fa's forces in detail, analyzing their strength, looking for their weaknesses from different angles to prepare themselves for battle. This was no doubt a wise move, since it was always a good thing to make ample preparations. But no one would have thought that the plan that they'd thought up of after spending so much effort would end up turning into a trap. An extremely lethal trap. The only thing was that the Xian beasts themselves were still in a state of confusion, not understanding just when they'd laid down this lethal trap for the strange races. The answer was actually very simple. From the day that Jun Moxie stepped into Tian Fa and got to know the various beast kings, his initial thought was that their battling style was too simplistic. It relied entirely on the strength and gifts of their individual bodies, fighting only on their instincts as Xian beasts. How could that be good? The ferocious tigers would pounce first, slamming their paws down, followed by a whip with their tails. This was undoubtedly a very effective attack. But no matter how effective an attack was, if it was repeated too many times, or if it dragged on for too long, then the threat the attack posed would be lessened greatly, and it would be easier for the enemy to discover the loopholes. Then, if an appropriate countermeasure was thought up, the Tian Fa Xian beasts would no longer be going into battle, but committing suicide. Young Master Jun would naturally not be willing to see his brothers-in-laws attack in such clueless manners. Previously, they didn't know better, and it was fine to do things simply. But now, young Master Jun was a person who'd lived 2 lives. He'd memorized quite a number of famous ancient war tactics in his previous life, and the Hongjun Pagoda also had a wealth of knowledge stored within it. And so, with Jun Moxie's great efforts, the battle tactics of the entire Tian Fa ferocious land was refreshed. Compared to the simple traditional methods of the past, this was a completely new look. And this new look, to the strange races who had been too familiar with the old battling tactics of Tian Fa, was now an extremely lethal death trap. Take for example a forceful tactic like a ferocious tiger pouncing on a lamb. The opponent would naturally come up with a countermeasure to deal with this kind of tactic. But just when they thought that they had found a way to break the forceful technique, they discovered that this was actually a trap, a scheming snake disguised in the skin of the ferocious tiger. And the actual killing tactic was actually an impossible development like monkey stealing peaches. What kind of feeling would that be? Truthfully, Jun Moxie had never really considered this far when he taught them these battle tactics. It was a complete coincidence and misfortune that the strange races ended up falling into the hands of it. Young Master Jun had truly not done this on purpose. Because these sneaky tactics had actually been designed to deal with the experts of the 3 holy lands. But in the end, the unlucky ones had actually turned into the strange races. Heaven makes fun of people, ah. The foundations of this one sword breaking heaven's chosen, that Big Bear used was actually the Bear tribe's sword technique, King's Sword 9 Firmaments. But after Jun Moxie's modification, it had completely changed. When Qiangshang Nu Ju saw Big Bear jumping up to meet him, he'd instantly thought of the Bear tribe's famed killing technique, King's Sword 9 Firmaments. This was the strongest and most unique killing technique of the Bear tribe. But after so many years, the strange races had already researched a method to break through this sword technique. And so, Qiangshang Nu Ju was fully prepared and confident, only waiting for Big Bear to throw himself into the death trap, before ending everything with a single, glorious strike. But Qiangshang Nu Ju would never have expected that this extremely familiar King's Sword 9 Firmaments would suddenly turn into a one-sword breaking heaven's chosen that he'd never seen before. All of a sudden, the script that he'd memorized was thrown into the fire. No one would have been able to imagine the complicated feelings in Qiangshang Nu Ju's heart at that moment. Only one thing was certain. With Qiangshang Nu Ju's strength, if he discovered that this technique wasn't the King's Sword 9 Firmaments as he'd thought, then even if the one sword breaking heaven's chosen was stronger, it wouldn't be able to kill him. At the most, it would only result in a serious injury. But both sides' swords were already almost touching when Qiangshang Nu Ju realized to his dismay that this wasn't the King's Sword 9 Firmaments. He'd been tricked. And so, Qiangshang Nu Ju instantly panicked. With their life under threat, who wouldn't panic? With Qiangshang Nu Ju's strength, if he hadn't panicked, he might not have lost his life even if he fell into a disadvantage. Even if he had to suffer a heavy injury, he would still make the Bear King pay with his life. With his mind in a mess and his stance flurried, it was already too late to try to dodge. The one sword breaking heaven's chosen's power had already locked onto him. At that time, if he still tried to forcefully use the stealth kills technique, it would mean that he would be abandoning his defense, and he would instead die even quicker. Left with no choice, Qiangshang Nu Ju began to counter-attack frenziedly. Unfortunately, he was still too late by an instant. In a fight between experts, even the slightest millimeter of distance would mean a difference of 1,000 li, and the wavering of even half a breath would determine life and death. The one sword breaking heaven's chosen was not any normal technique. It was something that young Master Jun had customized for Big Bear. The moment this attack was unleashed, it would be able to raise Big Bear's attack power by more than twofold. The sharpness of the Bear King sword, coupled with the explosive power of one sword breaking heaven's chosen, as well as Big Bear's Saint Emperor level Xian Qi and his powerful innate body was able to cleave Qiangshang Nu Ju's body in half with a single slice. But what ultimately changed the ending of the story was the third miscalculation. The Bear King was actually carrying a heaven-defying pill that could bring one on the verge of death back to full strength. This was the part that made Xiangshang Nuju so aggrieved that he died. His strength was clearly far above his opponent's, practically more than twice in power. But ultimately, the duel had ended up in both suffering mortal injuries. Xiangshang Nuju was already extremely depressed that he wanted to die again, but after watching his opponent swallow a pill and recover back to full vitality without any problems, one could say that Xiangshang Nuju had been angered to death. With his deep cultivation, he should still have been able to endure for around half a day's time. But this sudden bout of anger and unresignation caused him to die with his eyes wide open. To a peak-level expert, such an aggrieved death was too sad. The fully recovered Big Bear stood there suavely and roared with laughter as he pointed with fingers, as thick as carrots, at the lineup on the strange race's side. You, and you, come out here. Let this daddy kill you to satisfy myself. You, come out, let this daddy kill you to satisfy myself. What kind of bastardly words were that? Did we come all this way here just to let you satisfy yourself? If it was before, this sentence by the Bear King would definitely have incurred the curses from everyone. But at this moment, nobody dared to speak. The strange race army even seemed a little frightened, all of them taking another step backwards. Their eyes were filled with fear that was hard to disguise. This was especially so for Sichuan Pugua, who had just exchanged blows with Big Bear. He was so scared that he'd nearly fainted. That bear is actually so powerful. Luckily I hadn't forced him too far just now, retreating the moment I realized that the situation wasn't good. Otherwise. Looking at the cleanly sliced body of Xiangshang Nuju, Sichuan Pugua could not help but feel a chill down their backs. All the hairs on their body were standing up on their ends, and both faces paled to a stark white. The two halves lying on the ground, could have been me. It's true that there were indeed some accidents in the last fight, and it's not as if there had never been any cases of a weaker person triumphing over a strong opponent. But, the truly crazy part was that the bear had clearly received 2 deadly injuries a moment ago. His heart had been ripped, and even his body was almost torn apart. But to think that he could actually recover. And to actually be so lively still. That was too incredulous. This bear actually had pills that could preserve his life. In that case, what was the point in fighting him? Wouldn't that be seeking death? Our king is awesome. Our king is invincible. The 3,000 warriors of the bear tribe roared, their voices as loud as thunder. While one side celebrated and the other side was panicking, Eagle King was looking up at the sky with furrowed brows. The situation was still stable, but ever since they had landed here, only less than 2 hours had passed. There were still at least 6 more hours before the next batch of reinforcements arrived. But in just this less than an hour's time, the other side has already shown nearly 200 hell-enduring ghosts, and a frenzy blade-enduring earth peak-level expert. Fortunately, Fourth Brother managed to slay the strongest expert on their side, and temporarily stabilized the situation. But, who knows how many other frightening existences were still going to come out from that side in the next 6 hours. The two sides were currently staring each other down on a wide road. But if the other side's experts continued to pour in, and they decided to mount a frontal charge without consideration of the consequences, he and Big Bear might not be able to hold them off. Eagle King sucked in a deep breath and turned around to look at the 8 figures behind him, feeling a bit of calm surging through his heart. Perhaps, with the 8 Saint Venerable Seniors here, it might be possible to block this place for 6 more hours. But just at this time, a rumbling sound suddenly rang out from the distance. This kind of rumbling sound was unusually grand, and in just a short time, it had already far surpassed the noises made by the volcanoes. At the same time, a series of long and short strange sounds that were difficult to describe rang out from every direction, sounding like the wailing of ghosts. In an instant, the entire area seemed to be filled with an eerie, ghostly atmosphere. This eerie ghostly air was somewhat similar to the 9 Nether 14th Young Master's Nether Frost Chi. The 9 Nether 14th Young Master's aura was more heavy on the frost aspect, while this Een Chi was filled with the energy of the Nether Een. As that rumbling noise grew nearer, a look of joy appeared on the faces of the strange races, who were just in a state of panic and fear. Eagle King quickly spread his wings and flew into the air, looking into the distance. Even with his guts, he couldn't help but suck in a breath. From afar, an endless ocean of 2-headed monsters were riding on similarly strange horses, whipping away at their horses and approaching this side in a frenzy. In the air, before these monsters, there were hundreds of black little dots that were shooting through the air, as fast as lightning. These black dots in the air were clearly the peak experts of the strange races. Judging from the speed they were traveling at, the weakest cultivation of these people were at least frenzy blade enduring Earth standards. The trouble is big this time. The bulk of the strange races and main forces are approaching at high speed. Everyone, into formation. Get ready for battle. Eagle King yelled loudly, flapping his wings. Behind him, the 3,000 eagle warriors instantly turned serious. As per their usual simulation training, they got into groups of 10 and stood in formation. Clang! They unsheathed their blades simultaneously. The bear warriors retreated 10 steps orderly, echoing the eagle warriors, also standing into their formations of 10. Under Big Bear's command, the bear and eagle clan troops merged and instantly formed into a new battle formation. With 20 in a unit, made up of 10 from the eagle clan and 10 from the bear clan. Holding their dazzling blades, they advanced uniformly. At this moment, everyone recalled Jun Moxie's teaching. As long as your comrades are still before you, then you have a responsibility to protect his back, with all your might and your life. As long as there are still enemies in front, as long as you still have a single breath left, then your only responsibility is to kill the enemy. You don't need to consider your defenses, and do not have to think about your safety. Because your comrades will protect your backs for you, securely. The atmosphere was heavy and tense. Just like a giant barrel of gunpowder, the slightest bit of movement, the tiniest spark was enough to trigger a huge explosion that was enough to shake the entire world. Saint Venerable Lu and the rest were naturally of a different tier from Eagle King. They had already detected that troop of people that was approaching like a meteor earlier. They exchanged glances, a solemn look in their eyes. The current situation was extremely dire. The 8 of them no longer had any confidence in whether they would be able to hold this battle after seeing that bunch of experts that were about to arrive. The enemy has another 13 supremacy enduring heavens. 300 frenzy blade enduring ghosts. And almost 3,000 hell enduring ghosts. The rest, all have the strength of 9th level endurers. There should be more than 10,000 of them. A force like this. Saint Venerable Lu looked afar apathetically. Although he was not an eagle, there was a predatory look in his eyes, sharp and merciless. 7 brothers, I'm afraid that the day we have been waiting for our entire lives, have finally arrived. 6 more hours, there are 6 more hours. Saint Venerable Bear had a solemn look on his as he looked longingly at Big Bear, who was at the front lines of the bear warriors. He spoke calmly. We must use our strength, our lives to stop these sh*ts for 6 hours. At least 6 hours. Even if our bodies are turned into powder, we must not let them pass. We must hang in there until backup arrives. We absolutely must not let those enduring heavens activate their stealth kill technique. If we decide to strike, then we absolutely must get at least 8 supremacy enduring heavens to perish with us. Then, using the effects of the heaven reversal pill, injure a few more. If we manage to succeed, and if any of us manage to survive, then there is only one thing to do. Use all your strength to get rid of as many frenzy blade enduring earths. Saint Venerable Lu's voice was calm and steady. In face of this impending, treacherous war, his mind wasn't the slightest disturbed. All right. Let us burn the rest of our lives till the end today. Instantly, all 8 brothers made preparations to strike. Tianfa will inevitably be glorious because of us. Even if we die, we must not weaken the 10,000 years reputation of the ferocious land Tianfa. Saint Venerable Lu said apathetically. As to the children, we do not have to care, and we must not care. Everyone must remember that in that moment you are distracted to look out for your descendants, you will cause a delay because of this moment of distraction, and this delay will cause immeasurable damage to our descendants. If we are distracted, we are not only not looking out for them, but we are also bringing harm to them. Fighting with our might, killing the most possible number of enemies. That is the only way we can endure the continuity of the bloodline of Tianfa. The more we kill, the safer our descendants will be. Everyone understands this logic. Saint Venerable Lu's tone was more intense as he spoke. His eyes were gradually turning red. He had already began to circulate all his Xian Qi. They were only awaiting for that moment of explosion. A shrill whistle cut across the air. Then, hundreds of shrill whistles rang out. A powerful gust of air swept across the earth along with these shrill cries. Countless debris from the collapsed pillar of heaven's mountains was sent flying, filling the air with dust and dirt. Then, a voice cried out. The one in front, which tribe from the divine sun is that? Why aren't you attacking? Why are you hesitating? Idiots! Why are you still not charging? It was as if this holler had some sort of magical power that could make one's mind tremble. After this yell, Shangchuan Peku, Sichuan Pegua, and Deku Bushang, who was watching from afar, suddenly let out a shout at the same time. All their eyes turned bloodshot, as if they had lost their minds. But if you look carefully, you'd realize that there was a thick look of fear in their eyes. As if this yell from afar could make them wish for death any time. As if they would rather die in battle than endure the yelling and condemnation from the person who had yelled. Then, a series of weird cries came ripping out of the throats of the countless strange races from ahead. The next moment, the strange races who were afraid and hesitant out of fear and panic earlier, began to charge forward like rapid torrents. Unafraid of death. Within seconds, the battle that had calmed down temporarily instantly reached the boiling point. The current frenzy the strange races were in was comparable to that of the Bear Clan's warriors earlier. Thankfully they were facing the Eagle Bear army, that was not inferior to the strange races in terms of their battle inclination. At this moment, Eagle King, Bear King both glanced towards a faraway distance. Their gazes sharp and resolute, with deep emotions. They were looking, in the direction of Tian Fa Forest. Just one look. One look. We probably will not be able to return back home. The faraway hometown, just let me take one more look. Then, they quickly snapped their heads back, a burning, furious look in their eyes as they look at the approaching strange races. The next moment. Kill. For Tian Fa. For the glory of Tian Fa. Kill all these scum. Bear King roared, straightening his back. Boom. Thick smoke emerged from his body. As they faded away, this Bear King of Tian Fa had returned back to his beast form, into a giant bear that was 3 zhang tall. The arms of the giant black bear were about twice the thickness of a regular human's thighs. He reached behind his back, pulling out an enormous blade. The blade was almost a zhang long, 1 meter in width. Upon first glance, it resembled a giant door. Then, Bear King's right hand put the sword into a round metal pillar, locking it in place. This metal pillar was about 2 zhang in length, and about the thickness of a human being. With a click, the giant blade spun and was attached onto this metal pillar. An unimaginable peerless weapon was formed in Bear King's hands. There were only 2 people who were able to wield a weapon like this in the entire Tian Fa forest. Bear King Big Bear, and Old Bear King Saint Venerable Bear. Other people were really incapable of using it, including Jun Moxie himself. Because this thing was truly too gargantuan. Too colossal. And too heavy. After the blade was connected with the metal pillar, the entire thing spanned for 4 zhang. It weighed 1,600 kati. If it wasn't for Bear King's strength as the Bear King, any regular experts would find it difficult to even lift it. For this blade, Big Bear had begged Jun Moxie for 3 whole days. Then Jun Moxie reluctantly smithied this unrivaled and unmatched weapon for him. This blade was specially customized for Big Bear after he returned to his original form. A ferocious weapon like this was an absolute killing machine for massacring in a battle. Where the blade passes, it was like cutting grains. A clean, complete patch was taken out. Bear King held onto his weapon and looked at the impending strange races coldly, a ruthless and bloodthirsty look in his eyes. At this moment, Big Bear was like a god of war. Overlooking the common lives. Near. They're nearer now. Big Bear raised his right hand, pulling his blade out and swinging it forward. He yelled, "Charge! Everyone, move! Kill all these grannies for this daddy!" Behind him, 6,000 warriors let out a roar at the same time. Big Bear cackled, taking a huge step forward. He was like a violent tornado, his heavy footsteps sending rumbles through the ground. It was only 3 steps, just 3 steps, and Big Bear had already charged into the sea of strange races. He let out a loud roar and swung his long blade horizontally, like a bolt of lightning. With frightening might, he took the lead and beheaded them endlessly. Ah! Hey! Big Bear hollered excitedly, the muscles on his arms bulging. The light from his blade formed a dazzling ring. Endless massacre. Pop. 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 Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Neatly, the over 40 strange races in front and beside Big Bear instantly turned into 90 different pieces. Gushes of fresh blood shot into the air like fountains. Big Bear did not stop, continuing to advance with big steps, but the huge saber in his hands came swinging in the reverse direction. But there was no difference in the results. The Bear King right now wasn't using any technique, he was just swinging his saber left and right. As he repeated this motion, decapitated heads flew into the air. Ear-splitting tragic screams and shrieks filled the air. Behind, 6,000 Tian Fa warriors were armed with a terrifying, bloodthirsty sabers. Although they were not as exaggerated as big bears, they were longer than the usual weapon and 3 times the weight. They slaughtered their way through in the same manner. Wherever they passed, blood stained the skies and heads and dismembered limbs were sent flying in all directions. Under everyone's watchful eye, Big Bear's humongous body suddenly rose into the air. He swung his saber close to his neck, then did a spin midair. Another powerful stroke was already sent out. Brothers! Is the battle today satisfying for everyone? Big Bear's loud laughter shook the heavens. Yes. Extremely. 6,000 warriors all bellowed in laughter, with fresh blood spewing everywhere, their faces were still filled with excitement. Is it satisfying enough for you guys? Another 2 horizontal strokes sliced through the crowd. Not enough. Far from enough. Everyone roared in unison. Do you want it to be more satisfying? Big Bear bellowed, laughing into the skies. His saber flashed before him and blood and heads went flying into the sky. Yes. If you want, then continue to kill all of these B******. See if you'll find it satisfying enough after you've killed all of them. Big Bear let out a loud howl. Right now, he was in a complete state of excitement. Right now, aside from massacre, there was nothing else in Bear King's mind. Kill all of these B****** scum. Kill all of these B***** scum. They bellowed loudly. The 6,000 warriors were even more eager for battle, all of them charged forward with all their might. Thousands of sabers formed into a dazzling rainbow that covered the earth, creating a rain of blood that connected the heaven and earth with each chop. The strange race's tragic cries became a chorus, thousands dying under their sabers the moment they came into contact. But it was as if these bunch of 2-headed monsters had completely lost their minds this time. All of them charging forward with bloodshot eyes, howling non-stop. Even though they knew they were no match for the enemy, they continued to attempt to outnumber their enemy fearlessly. Big Bear took the lead, his giant build like a sturdy iron tower, moving forward in the crowd at high speed. Some of the strange races with lower cultivation were stomped by his giant foot with a crisp paw. As if a toad that was filled with air was stepped on. Completely turning into minced meat. Clang! Big Bear's body jolted. He raised his eyes and looked straight ahead, only to see a figure stumbling back. Guuhan. This was the only obstacle Big Bear had met since the moment he charged through the masses. And also the only strange race that was able to stop Big Bear's rapid massacre. Scum! Announce your name. Big Bear bellowed, the air quaked because of this. The curves appeared on the pillars of blood that was shooting into the air before it rained down again. Idiot! Wretched black bear! This seed is Guuhan. Guuhan had given his full strength to gamble a hit against Big Bear, but the long sword had already broken into 8 pieces from Big Bear's retaliation. Both his hands were covered in blood. Blood was even dripping out from the corner of his mouth. He may not be weak, but compared to the king of the Bear Clan, who had already regained his most powerful form, there was still a huge disparity. You're not going to F***ck after you obtain the pants. One your granny, what sort of bullshit name is this? I only thought you scum were sick, but turned out even your names are this sick. Big Bear widened his eyes. F***ck your old master. Don't tell me you go around butt naked every day. You're even more disgusting than those 2 who wears their torn clothes on the wrong places. Why haven't you gone and hung yourself when you've seen this granddaddy? What else are you waiting for? Do you really need this granddaddy to go through the trouble? Guuhan was so angered by Bear King's words that his eyes turned red. He cursed almost hysterically, Baka. 1 inch. Hit on me. 1 F***ck. I have no interest in hitting on scum like you. Even if you ask me to hit on your sister or your grandmother, it's all useless. Big Bear narrowed his eyes menacingly. Come, let me chop off your head. And send you on your way. Then, his huge saber suddenly came swinging down. The whistling of the air could be heard as his saber sliced through it. At this moment, the intense wind that was brought along with this saber had overpowered the sound of the northeast winds that were howling away. Deku Bushang only felt like everything in the world had vanished, and all that was left was this murderous saber. *T. He knew that the opponent had an overwhelming aura, although his Xian cultivation was not that far off, but at this moment, he was completely frozen by the overbearing aura of the enemy. When facing an expert like this, being intimidated was basically losing half the battle. How could Deku Bushang dare to receive this blow? He yelled and a puff of thick smoke suddenly exploded and covered the area. Bear King. Do you, a king of Tian Fa, have the guts to fight me one-on-one? Stealth kill technique. Big Bear instantly recalled Eagle King's reminder from before, the stealth kill techniques are not suitable for a chaotic battle. He couldn't help but guffaw loudly. Sure. Don't tell me I'm supposed to be afraid of a strange race scum like you. Deku Bushang was elated, quickly changing his saber and smiling sinisterly. Bear King, as expected, you have enough guts. You are a man, come with me. Then, he rose into the air. For the sake of leading Bear King to follow him, he intentionally left a trail of black smoke, hinting, I have left this way, come over quickly, let's fight one-on-one, let me conquer you as the weaker one in this battle and chop off your bare head. The stealth kill technique was indeed unsuitable for chaotic battles, especially large-scale ones like the one right now. Thus, the moment Deku Bushang got the enemy's promise, he instantly retreated away from the battle area, springing 50 zhang away in an instant. He had complete confidence that as long as Bear King gave pursuit, he would be able to toy with him till death. Bear King looked at him condescendingly, a cunning look flashed across his eyes. He suddenly hollered, I'm coming. Deku Bushang was overjoyed. After Big Bear had shouted that sentence, he turned around and charged towards an area that had more strange races congregated together, swinging his giant saber about. Wherever his saber passed, at least 100 strange races screamed from their decapitated heads. Then, Bear King leapt into the air and landed in a position which was most concentrated with strange races. He lowered himself and swung his saber while spinning around like a screw. His saber formed into a bright ring of light around him, advancing with bursts of fresh blood. Endless blood spill. Pop. 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 Countless of dismembered body chunks flew into the air, along with endless tragic shrieks. Deku Bushang only noticed something was amiss when he had fled more than 100 zhang away. He was so furious that he almost fell out of the air. Bear King. You're shameless. You're despicable. Why you? We agreed to fight one-on-one, where is your trustworthiness? What sort of man are you? Deku Bushang was practically about to vomit blood. He was so furious that he was trembling. If he had stopped Big Bear where he was, why would his own clan men be killed in hundreds in this instant? This be ****. To think that he did not keep his words. Where is his warrior spirit? Big Bear turned a deaf ear and did not answer, excitedly waving the saber in his hands about. Kill. An entire sea was eliminated. Then with a spin and a yell. ***CK. Another sea was yet again annihilated. Killing to his heart's content. Deku Bushang was so furious that his lips were trembling. He flew back with a whoosh. Pointing to Big Bear, he scolded. Big Bear. Do you still have the demeanor of a king? Absolutely disgraceful, despicable, shameless. Are you still a man? Right now, he was still in a concealed state, so only his voice could be heard from the air, but Big Bear couldn't see him. But he really shouldn't have spoken in front of Big Bear. Big Bear looked from the corner of his eyes, still not saying a single word. The only reply he gave was a horizontal slash of his saber. Deku Bushang cried in shock. Bear King barely missed him. He scolded angrily. Bear King, you despicable. Ah! Because at this moment, the saber in Big Bear's hand began to spin like a windmill, turning into net of saber. And he yelled. Some of you, come, shatter the air for this daddy. The moment he gave his order, the few nearby warriors of the Bear Clan instantly bounded over. Their bodies had yet to arrive when numerous saber light had already completely sealed up the region that Bear King had sealed off with his single saber. Ah! Deku Bushang howled tragically, a burst of fresh blood appeared out of nowhere in the air. ***CK your granny. This is in the midst of a battle. Who has the mood to fight one-on-one with a scum like you who hides about? King Hell, all of them in Tian Fa Forest always say this daddy is lacking in the brains department, but over here, even you scum really think that this daddy is an idiot. Hey! Whether this daddy is a man, only this daddy's harem has the rights to say whether this daddy is a man or not. Idiot. Big Bear hollered proudly. On the tip of his saber, there was a person hung on it, Deku Bushang. The lord of the Deku family of the strange races was being hung midair, like a piece of tattered cloth. There was a huge hole in his chest that skewered across both his bodies. Under the inescapable net of the warriors of the Bear Clan and Bear King, Deku Bushang, whose location had been determined, finally couldn't dodge and was skewered by Big Bear. Right now, the 4 eyes on Deku Bushang's 2 bodies were burning infernos. They twisted angrily to glare at Big Bear. You. Why didn't you keep your words? The F***CK. You're still harping on this issue even until now. Looks like you're more stupid than this daddy. Big Bear let out a cry of surprise. Deku Bushang only had 1 breath left, but he continued to glare unyieldingly, struggling as he questioned, You. Why didn't you keep your words? Big Bear met his glare with an equally unrelenting look. He suddenly stuck his huge weapon into the ground, picked up Deku Bushang's crippled body, and smashed it mercilessly against a huge boulder nearby. Blood splattered everywhere. Then, he lifted his blade and used the back of his blade to hammer down continuously. As he hammered, he cursed. How is this daddy not keeping his words? Aren't I keeping my words with you right now? Is this not fighting one-on-one? Keep your words. Keep your words. Keep your granny. Keep your whole family. Keep your... After over 10 rounds of chopping, this strange race that kept his words had turned into a pile of minced meat. Big Bear even spat and said tauntingly, Did you really think this daddy has something wrong in his head, to keep my word with a strange race like you? F***CKU. Are you taking me for a fool? Hey. Our king is great. A few bear warriors threw flattery at this shameless king. What are you rambling about? Hurry up and continue to kill. What be asteriskal shit trust? To clamber on your enemy to talk about keeping your word on the battlefield, the brains of this bunch of 2-headed scums are really, Big Bear rolled his eyes. When this scoundrel was in his mom's belly, she definitely suffered a fall. And not just once, otherwise, this scoundrel wouldn't be this moronic. He is AF** king natural moron. Goodness, what an excellent one. The faces of the other bears twitched a little before they dragged their knives and continued charging towards the other side of the battlefield. Big Bear laughed heartily, but was suddenly left stunned. Because he had clearly heard, from the other side of the battlefield, the furious yelling of a few bear warriors, Did your mom fall when you were in her belly? And there was a strange race that foolishly replied. What? What, your old master? Looks like she really suffered a fall. Then, a tragic scream was heard. Big Bear's face darkened. It didn't take long for the entire battlefield to completely turn into the stage for the bear warriors to exhibit their loud voices. They were yelling loudly everywhere. The only pity was that their lines were a tad simple, and the contents were the same. Did your mom fall down before? The ferocious blade went chopping down with every questioning. Series of tragic shrieks rang out ceaselessly. Then, it completely became a case of, Did she fall before? Did she fall before? Did she fall before? The bear warriors were completely spirited as they cursed, feeling more and more pleased the more they fought. This swearing phrase was extremely satisfying and great for venting anger. As they cursed and slaughtered their way through, their strengths were also raised by a few levels. It felt so great. It is really satisfying. Whoosh. Eagle King spread his wings and sent the blood that had stuck to his wings flying out, flying over to where Big Bear was. As he chopped down 6 strange races, he asked curiously. Fourth brother, what did you say earlier? Where have you fallen down before? What does it mean? Why haven't I understood it even until now? Fall your goddamn head. Scram. Big Bear didn't feel the least proud of himself. Those scoundrels from his clan were too embarrassing. He had no idea which one of them spread this swearing, and it just spread like wildfire. It was fine if it was any other intelligent-sounding phrase, but this was something that clearly hurt his great reputation. This is too damaging to my image. After this battle, I definitely have to mete out harsh punishment. But then again, this swear from brother-in-law doesn't have a single curse word in it. It's really worth learning from. He was just brooding over this matter when Eagle King came over pry about the commotion, so how could he be nice to him? Upon hearing this, he gave him a glare, turned around and went charging into the sea of enemy with a roar. Did I offend or piss you off? Why are you scolding me too? What bad luck. Eagle King was stunned. He grumbled a little before following in suit to kill the enemies. Naturally, almost 40,000 strange races were no small number. But the strength of Tian Fa's warrior were undoubtedly multiple folds of them. Under the joint forces of the Eagle and Bear clan, slaughtering with all their might, the overall numbers of the strange races were rapidly reducing. Like ice being melted by the blazing hot sun. But in the short duration both sides had clashed, there were hundreds of injured members on Tian Fa's side, of which, there were a few dozen members who had sustained heavier injuries and were forced to use the Heaven Reversal Pill to regain their strength before continuing to slay the enemies. The effects of the Heaven Reversal Pill were truly impressive, no matter what sort of injuries or what level of exhaustion, as long as one breath remains, using one pill would allow them to return back to full strength, with no side effects. This medicine is truly rare. If there is any flaw to it, it was only the fact that it could not be taken again for an overly long period of time. Only one pill could be consumed in the duration of a month. Reusing the pill during this time limit would result in no effect. The second pill will only be able to show its effects a month later, after the body has completed its circulation and got rid of all of the medicinal effects. This was what young Master Jun felt was a flaw. Otherwise, if he gave each of the warriors hundreds of pills, wouldn't they be able to keep on massacring the enemy without a stop? Then were there any risks for the war for seizing the heavens? Was there anything that could not be resolved in the world? But the reality was that such great things did not exist in the world. No matter how miraculous the medicine was, it would have its limits and restrictions. The remaining few thousands of strange races left in the battlefield still continued to resist and fight back. More than 90% of their troops have already died under the blades of the Eagle Bear army, turning into minced meat on the ground. Kill. The Battle of the Divine Sun, the goal is to seize the heavens. The Xian continent will ultimately belong to the Divine Sun clan. A resounding, terrifying voice rang out across the battlefield, and a figure had appeared in the air above. This voice was unusually eerie, there was an odd, unique melody to his tone. It was the supremacy enduring heavens that spoke earlier. The strange race leader that had just arrived. And the strange race's craze was also because of this one sentence. This person had the supreme power in this entire region of the strange races. With this loud declaration, his figure had already begun to charge toward the ground. His blade light had arrived before him, slicing down like an endless rainbow. Numerous bear warriors cried out, injured by him. With a more than 10 zhang distance, he managed to wound saints with the chi of his blade alone. It was clear that the cultivation level of this person had already reached the levels of Saint Venerables. Then, another 12 figures appeared consecutively in the air. In a flash, they came charging down to the ground with sinister grins on their faces. There was a chilling blade light in their hands. That was the blade of the enduring heavens. Like bloodthirsty demons, it opened its big mouth and revealed its sharp fangs. The blade of the enduring heavens represented massacre. Destruction. If they really landed, the warriors of the Eagle Bear clan would definitely suffer destructive hindrance. The strength of one person alone may not be able to alter the current situation, but if over 10 Saint Venerables joined forces and struck, then it was definitely enough to change the entire situation. What more, even if it weren't for these 13 superpowers, there were hundreds of frenzy blade enduring Earths arriving. Right now, the strength of Tian Fa was a little lacking compared to the strange races. But there were almost 6 hours more before the second wave of backups arrived. And during this period of time, the numbers of the strange races would only increase drastically. With the current situation, the battle that the Eagle Bear army was about to face was on the brink of determining life and death. Tian Fa, last forever. Just at this moment, suddenly, one of the bear warriors who had already used the Heaven Reversal Pill suddenly roared and leapt into the air. He turned to his original form midair, roaring and went hacking down with all his might towards the supremacy enduring heavens that was on the way to the ground. That supremacy enduring heavens let out a cold chuckle. The female voice remarked condescendingly. A small fry like you dares to try and stand out. He calmly swung his sword, clanging against the bear's sword. It flew out of his hands and turned into metal shavings in the air. But that bear warrior had clearly prepared to stake his life on this. The moment he leapt into the air, he had already sent all his chi bursting out. Although his sword left his hand, his humongous body continued to fly forward. The giant bear continued to snarl, spreading his huge paws and went lunging at the supremacy enduring heavens. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 flashes of blade light, and the arm and right leg flew off from his body, fresh blood spraying about. But he continued to roar, drawing close to this supremacy enduring heavens with all his might. Then. Tian Fa. This bear warrior roared hysterically, grabbing onto the blade that was stuck in his own chest with his only remaining arm. He cackled manically and exploded, turning into meat chunks that rained from the sky. This violent explosion completely covered the area of the surrounding 10 zhang radius. Many strange races that did not manage to dodge the meat chunks were severely injured. That supremacy enduring heavens who was at the center of the explosion let out a furious growl, unable to control its body that was still midair. He was sent flying out by this tremendous impact of the explosion. This supremacy enduring heavens had the cultivation of a saint venerable. The self-detonation of a saint level may make him appear pathetic, but it was still not sufficient enough to injure him. But in the brief moment he stumbled back due to the force of the explosion, it was enough to change the entire situation and bring it towards an unpredictable path. That bear warrior was well aware of the disparity between himself and the enemy before him. He had not hoped to perish with him. His intention was to use his own self-detonation to vie for some time, using the last bit of his strength to stall him for a while, so his comrades would be able to prepare themselves, so they could slay more enemies. Using his own life, his own spirit, turning it into an explosive force, keeping this god of death out. Even if it was just for a second, his sacrifice was worth it. Perhaps it was because he managed to vie for this 1 second for his comrades, to allow them to have some time to prepare themselves. Because a saint venerable like this, the damage he would cause the moment he landed in a concentrated troop of Tian Fa warriors, would be destructive. There may be many comrades who would be killed, not even having the time to use the heaven reversal pill. Whereas, he had already used the heaven reversal pill. Had already died once. I picked this life back. If it can help the rest get that little chance of survival, it's worth it. Blackie. Big Bear roared hysterically, both his eyes turning red, as if blood were about to spill from them. He charged towards that direction, slaying everything in his path. 2 waves of fresh blood sprayed from wherever he passed, like a giant boat cutting across the surface of the water. Into formation. Everyone, get into formation. Don't be in disarray. Get into formation and slaughter all these scum. Seek revenge for our brother. Eagle King shouted, his grief and indignation in his voice was about to rip and tear his throat. Revenge. Revenge. The sacrifice of this bear warrior completely incited the ferocious nature of all the warriors of Tian Fa. And Eagle King made the most correct choice at this moment. Getting into formation. The absolute killing formation that brother-in-law had imparted. Every 10 men as an individual unit. And the little bit of timing for them to get into formation was exchanged for with the life of the bear warrior that had sacrificed himself. Although it was just a short bit of time. If not for that little bit of buffer time, they would have been annihilated before the formation took shape. Even the most powerful formation was nothing if it didn't take form. It was also at this moment when an unusually sharp whistle began to sound, like a sharp knife slicing across the air. It shot towards that supremacy enduring heavens that was in the midst of stumbling backwards. That supremacy enduring heavens who was sent flying back from the impact of the self-detonation was so angry he was about to vomit blood. He had rushed the entire way over, and ordered the sea of men to attack to drain the enemy's energy and mess up their formation. He had sacrificed almost 40,000 men just so that when he arrived, he could easily charge right into the enemy's formation that was already in disarray due to the drawn-out battle. Then wipe them all out, before leading all the 10,000 forces behind him forward, into the Xian continent. Setting up the first military base for the strange races in the Xian continent, guarding this exit that was already opened and had no threat from the volcano. As long as the rest of the troops arrive, they would have a great chance at invading the Xian continent. He had complete confidence that the chances of victory were completely impossible, even with 5,000 men against Tian Fa's warriors, because Tian Fa's warriors were stronger. But relying on the advantage in numbers would definitely be able to mess up their formation. And this was the only thing he wanted. Even an expert like him was incapable of breaking an orderly, formed formation. Even a saint monarch cannot belittle the strength of 1,000 experts united as a single force. But as long as the basic formation has been messed up, he would be able to find an opening and make use of the situation. Using the smallest bit of strength to gain the greatest results. As to those 50,000 fellow race members from earlier, in his eyes, they were merely cannon fodder. If they die, they die, as long as there is a price and value in their death, then so what if another 50,000 men die? His great plans were so close to succeeding. But at the last minute, it was ruined by an ordinary member of the bear clan with a near-saint cultivation. This wretched black bear, to use such an extreme method like self-denotation, successfully stopping my footsteps, ruining all of my perfect plans. How could this high and mighty supremacy enduring heavens accept this sort of outcome? However, it was still alright. Looking from the current situation, it could be determined that there were not many high-leveled experts present in this battle even though they were strong. As long as he joined forces with all the other supremacy enduring heavens and charged their way through, victory would still be theirs. They'd just have to use more energy, that's all. This supremacy enduring heavens instantly felt slightly better when thought of this. Even if that stupid bear figured out my plans, he can only stop my steps temporarily. A fool is still a fool. Then, just when he made his decision and was about to fly back and join the rest of the supremacy enduring heavens, there was a chilling gust of wind that came cutting through the air. Instantly, he couldn't move his entire body. This supremacy enduring heavens was shocked. Life spatial lock. He practically shouted these 3 words with a trembling voice. This was a type of spatial lock that could only be used by Saint Venerable experts. And it was also the most tyrannical and dangerous type. One burnt their own life force for the most complete communication with heaven and earth to completely lock up a particular space. This method was undoubtedly the most effective when used as a sneak attack. If the other party was prepared, it would be completely pointless. As an expert of the same level, no one would foolishly stand there for you to lock away. But at this moment, his supremacy enduring heavens was completely unguarded. That supremacy enduring heavens had already carefully observed the entire battlefield. There were obviously no Saint Venerables around. Why did one appear at this sort of crucial timing? Dao Chuan, how have you been? An eerie, murderous voice suddenly rang out. A figure appeared before him, in his hand, a long, shiny saber. It was Saint Venerable Lu. As he spoke, he swung his blade down mercilessly. He did not give this supremacy enduring heavens any time to react. There was only an ice-cold look in his eyes. Dao Chuan, I wonder if your holy infant can escape from this life spatial lock I've created? This supremacy enduring heavens was called Dao Chuan Kenju. In the previous war for seizing the heavens, Saint Venerable Lu had met him and that was how they knew each other. So it was you goddamn dear. Idiot. To go as far as to take advantage of someone's difficulty, launching such a despicable sneak attack. Dao Chuan Kenju let out a shout of terror. He naturally recognized this old rival from 500 years ago. But he didn't have the time to be angry. He suddenly gritted his teeth and decisively yelled, enduring heaven body destroying cloning method. Pop. Blood poured out from his mouth, then all his hair began to stand. His face also began to turn deathly pale. But his qi and xian skills and suddenly increased exponentially. It was as if he was about to break through this life spatial lock that Saint Venerable Lu had set up any time. The enduring heaven body destroying cloning method was a skill that the strange races used when going all out. The moment it was activated, it allowed their strength to increase by 3 folds. Enough to kill the enemy. But after that, their internal organs would definitely be damaged, and even lose their ability to function. It'll need a long period of nursing for possible recovery. But Dao Chuan Kenju was not trying to kill the enemy, but to break free of this life spatial lock. Aside from this self-destructing method, he couldn't think of any other second way to rip his way out of the life spatial lock that was set by a similar leveled Saint Venerable. He no longer had any other choice. But Saint Venerable Lu's saber still came down mercilessly. Dao Chuan Kenju used all his might to turn his head. Whoosh! The huge blade went slicing right into Dao Chuan Kenju's shoulder. Slicing into both his bodies at the same time. However, because both the bodies had their backs facing each other, the knife had cut one on the left shoulder, and the other on the right shoulder. Dao Chuan Kenju used the secret technique of the strange races to boost his strength and was indeed a lot more stronger than Saint Venerable Lu. The toughness of his physical body had also increased 3 folds in the same instance. The saber that was originally enough to cut him into 2 ultimately failed to do so. But it still managed to obtain an impressive outcome. From the shoulder, the wound went all the way down to the chest. Almost reaching the stomach. The blade qi surged in violently, Dao Chuan Kenju's organs were practically turned into a pile of mush. There were 2 sets of 5 viscera and 6 bowels on Dao Chuan Kenju's body, and they were all completely exposed, and steam was coming out from them. And there were also countless smashed organs and meat chunks that were falling down. Both of Dao Chuan Kenju's mouths let out a tragic scream, one in a male voice and one in a female voice. letting out a sharp, tragic, inhuman shriek. Then, it suddenly stopped, and large amounts of fresh blood suddenly spilled out. Idiot! A murderous look flashed in all four Daochuan Kenju's eyes. He was severely injured. Clearly, he had went into a completely state of insanity. As his blood poured out in large amounts, although his body had already sustained a fatal injury, his enduring heaven body-destroying cloning method still allowed his strength to continue increasing. Pop! Lines of cracks suddenly appeared in the space that should be completely dead silent. As if some invisible thing had suddenly exploded in the air. Saint Venerable Lu groaned, a mouthful of blood spurting out of his mouth. His face was completely pale. It was obvious that the life-spatial lock that he had constructed using his life force was broken by the opponent's brute strength. Facing such an immense impact, Saint Venerable Lu suffered significant injuries. But he did not falter. Just at the last moment Daochuan Kenju broke free of the shackles of the spatial lock, he brought his huge saber up again, and this time, a dazzling, white blade chi shrouded the blade. This was the Xian Qi saber stars. This sort of power was only seen when the way of the blade had reached a certain level. And this power was enough to completely annihilate even a holy infant. Similar to the life spatial lock, this was also an attack that used one's life force. Saint Venerable Lu had used all his might in this battle. Because he knew that as long as he had the slightest hesitation, this supremacy enduring heavens might escape the next instant. Although my unexpected attack managed to wound him successfully and had even managed to crush all his 5 viscera and 6 bowels with my blade chi, but to a supremacy enduring heavens that has a double Saint Venerable cultivation, although this injury is severe, it is not fatal enough. As long as he has a period of time to rest, he will be able to completely recover with not the slightest loss in his strength. The recovery abilities of a Saint Venerable are terrifyingly unimaginable. Even if their entire bottom half of their body is destroyed, as long as their head is still on their necks, they will still have the chance of recovering. This is the real terrifying might of a Saint Venerable expert, a body that is practically invincible. So I absolutely must strike when the iron is hot. Only by completely killing this scoundrel in one go can we get this done once and for all. And I have the absolute initiative. This is the best opportunity to annihilate the enemy. Daochuan Kenju roared furiously, his organs all dangling out. All his 4 eyes were completely bloodshot. He could tell that this Saint Venerable Lu clearly planned to perish along with him. But because the opponent had succeeded in his sneak attack, successfully destroying his 5 viscera and 6 bowels in the first blow, even if he wished to use the stealth kill technique, it'd be too difficult. If I don't slay the enemy, I may really die here today. Even though I am a double Saint Venerable, only death awaits if I continue being hounded by the opponent. Furthermore, I'm already suffering severe injuries. If I try to escape, I wouldn't be able to outrun the enemy and will definitely be unable to escape. Daochuan Kenju made up his mind. If I'm destined to die, then you shall join me on the journey. With a sharp shriek, 2 blades went flying toward Saint Venerable Lu. The sword was also shrouded with the same blinding, white Xian Qi saber stars. Both of them had the same idea. If I'm going to kill you, I shall make sure I kill you thoroughly. I will show no mercy. With the clash of the 3 sabers, both of them turned more and more pale. They were both using up their life force, and no one relaxed. Saint Venerable Lu let out a loud laugh. He suddenly dodged and appeared on the side of both of Daochuan Kenju's body. Lifting up his saber, he chopped down with no hesitation. Daochuan Kenju chuckled coldly internally, striking with both his blades. One was aimed toward Saint Venerable Lu's dantian, and the other at his heart. He was striking at the opponent's vitals. As he had 2 conjoined bodies, the attack was even stronger than Saint Venerable Lu's attack as they were striking at the same time. Daochuan Kenju predicted that Saint Venerable Lu would not give his all, because he was already wounded. Although Saint Venerable Lu had used the life spatial lock and used up a significant amount of his life force, he was still in a better condition than Daochuan Kenju. The gains did not make up for the losses for Saint Venerable Lu if he chose to perish with the enemy. Although Saint Venerable Lu has the mind to perish with me, he will definitely not be willing to now. Because he already has the absolute advantage. And in the contest between Saint Venerables, as long as one party retreats, it gives the other a huge opportunity. Even if the space was already locked by Saint Venerable Lu. But he had miscalculated. One wrong move and the entire game was over. Not only did Saint Venerable Lu not dodge the double blades, he let out a long cry and sent his chest flying forward to meet it. The saber in his hand had gained some strength as a result. Right now, Saint Venerable Lu had concentrated all of his cultivation on the saber. The Xianqi saber stars on his blade was so dazzling that it was about to burn. Daochuan Kanju let out a cry in panic. The moment both his swords reached Saint Venerable Lu, he finally understood that his judgment was wrong. The opponent clearly intended to perish with him, his own plans to injure him and force him to retreat were completely pointless. He could no longer bother with attacking the opponent, the only thing on his mind was to retreat backwards quickly. Saint Venerable Lu continued to come striking down with no change. The sharp blade in the hands of Daochuan Kanju's female body stabbed mercilessly into Saint Venerable Lu's chest, accurately into his heart. Then, the other blade went stabbing into Saint Venerable Lu's duntun with utmost accuracy. These two blades were stabbed in at practically the same time, with no smallest obstruction. It was as if it had cut into pork, skewering right through with a whoosh. The Xian Qi exploded in Saint Venerable Lu's body. Boom! A thin mist of blood oozed out of the pores on Saint Venerable Lu's body. Saint Venerable Lu did not leave a single bit of strength to protect his own body. He had completely, with no reservations, channeled all his strength into his saber. And at the same time Saint Venerable Lu's body went flying into Daochuan Kanju, his saber, shrouded in the dazzling, white Xian Qi saber stars, went hacking right down mercilessly at the part where the two bodies were joined. Whoosh! The conjoined bodies were separated into two. 3 bodies went spiraling down from the sky. Perishing together. In the midst of the spinning, both the bodies of Daochuan Kanju finally got to look at each other, face to face. They both smiled bleakly. All that ruthlessness earlier had all disappeared without a trace. So looking at each other without being restrained feels this good. The female body of Daochuan Kanju laughed. There was no hysteria in her eyes, only gentleness. A gentleness that belonged to females. The male body of Daochuan Kanju was also smiling gently, as they slowly fell from the air, his eyes were locked on the female body's face. His look was also full of tenderness. If there is a next life, let's face each other and take care of each other, sharing our life together. The female's face flushed, a little embarrassed, but she gently reached out her small hands. The male Daochuan Kanju let out a loud laughter, reaching his big hands out to hold onto the hands of his other half tightly. Both of them closed their eyes together, breathing their last. Under Saint Venerable Lu's Xian Qi saber stars, Daochuan Kanju could not bear it anymore. His holy infant barely had the time to congregate when he completely vanished from the world. Although at the last moment of their lives, they were hoping to look after each other in their next life, but they were clearly aware that their spirit was already completely destroyed by Saint Venerable Lu's Xian Qi saber stars. They were destined not to have a next life. But before dying, to be able to hold on to the other's hands with no restraints, they were already content. And had no other regrets. This moment is already eternity. Whether if there is a next life, does it matter? This conjoined strange races were both husband and wife, brother and sister. Under such an immoral relationship, both the male and female bodies of Daochuan Kanju had such a thick bond. Even till death, they did not look at Saint Venerable Lu a single bit. Since they're already destined to die, and even their souls will turn into nothing shortly after. Then, whether he lives or dies, what does it have to do with me? As to what vengeance, ideals, hopes, all these, is it still important to someone who has no future, who has no hope? It is really no longer important. And at the moment Saint Venerable Lu verified that the opponent had been struck, he instantly used the heaven reversal pill. He also did not bother to look at Daochuan Kanju. He had already been struck with all his might, it'd really not make sense if he survived. Since the enemy was already done for, then what was the meaning of looking at a corpse? It was more important to hurry and slay more enemies. Thus, the moment Saint Venerable Lu recovered, he instantly shot into the air and flew to where the rest of the supremacy enduring heavens were. He did not even turn back to glance. Only leaving with a sigh. He had came here to stake his life. He had not even thought of returning back to Tian Fa alive. Then, what was life and death? They didn't matter. They truly didn't matter anymore. His only wish was to be able to pull a few more strange races along with him before he died. As to whether they were good or bad people, was this important? So what if they're good? So what if they're bad? This was war. A war that determined 2 continents. There had never been right or wrong in war. It was only what the soldiers wanted to protect. What they viewed as their lives, or what the opponent wanted to destroy with all their might. Everything that had sprouted from this basis ultimately ended with one party surviving. It was just that simple. That was all. In the other direction, 7 supremacy enduring heavens were also suddenly intercepted by the other 7 Saint Venerables of Tian Fa. Then, it was a huge battle. Life and death was determined quickly in the battle between experts. 3 pairs had already finished their battles and a victor was already determined. 2 Saint Venerables from Tian Fa were injured, but they were still battling with their enemies after using the Heaven Reversal Pill. And there was another Tian Fa Saint Venerable who ultimately did not have the opportunity to use the Heaven Reversal Pill before perishing with the enemy. The enemy had reacted in time, causing his sneak attack to fail, turning the battle into a head-on battle, and he had already fallen into a disadvantage. At a crucial time like this, the Tian Fa Saint Venerable had resolutely decided to sacrifice and self-detonate, ultimately pulling this supremacy enduring heavens from the strange races along with him to the Yellow Springs. Although he did not gain from making this choice, at the very least, he did not make a loss. On the battlefield, sounds of violent explosions rang out ceaselessly. There were constantly some experts who, when they faced with an impossible situation, would choose to detonate their own life force to deal damage to their opponent. And many of them were Tian Fa warriors, with a number of strange races experts as well. This sight that could hardly be seen normally was extremely common right now. It was as if the lives on both sides were no longer valuable, and everyone suddenly did not care about their lives as much as they thought they would. In such an intense and merciless war, even the most cowardly soul here would turn into an indomitably courageous warrior. And right now, the Tian Fa warriors had completely gone insane. Most of the warriors from the Eagle and Bear army had already consumed their Heaven Reversal Pills. Their violent nature as Xian beasts had already been thoroughly unleashed, and their bloody instincts were fully put to display in this war. There were constantly comrades falling before their eyes and brothers exploding into a rain of flesh and blood in the sky. Such an intense battle caused everyone to lose their sense of reasoning. Right now, there was only the enemy in their eyes. They only knew that they had to kill the enemies to take revenge for their fallen brothers. At the back, the 100,000-strong Strange Races army had already surged up like a raging tide, riding their strangely shaped horses and barging into this meat grinder of a battlefield. With a force that numbered several tens to 100 times that of their opponents, they completely drowned the Eagle and Bear army. The fight with the supremacy enduring heavens was still raging in the sky intensely. The 5 remaining Tian Fa Saint Venerables were unleashing a deadly battle with the 5 supremacy enduring heavens. The over 300 frenzy blade enduring earths had also plunged into the battlefield, shrieking and roaring fearsomely. The addition of this group of frenzy blade enduring earths that was comparable to the supremacy enduring heavens had dealt a huge blow to the Tian Fa army as well as huge amounts of pressure. The balance between the two sides had completely tilted. Ever since this group of frenzy blade enduring earths entered the fight, the self-detonation rate on the Tian Fa army's side began to soar higher and higher. Only less than half of the original 6,000 warriors were remaining now. Yet another thunderous boom rang out in the sky, and the might of the shockwave surged out, causing even the erupting volcanoes to tremble for a moment. A look of grief appeared on Saint Venerable Lu's face. Even without looking, just judging by the thunderous sound, he could tell that yet another old brother had left. And perhaps today, or even the next moment, he would be following right after that old brother's steps, treading onto the final stretch of his life. But he believed even more intensely. Whether it was himself, or those old brothers of his and even every warrior below, none of them would feel any regrets. Because, this was the legacy of Tian Fa that had been for 10,000 years. This was for Tian Fa. Not the continent. Though the body may perish, the spirit shall last forever, never regret. The Eagle King swooped around the battlefield, his sword dancing madly around him. Although his sword had been made specifically for him by Jun Moxie with the power of gold, it had still been grounded to dust long ago from his frenzied hacking. Right now, this sword in his hand was already the 4th weapon he'd exchanged, and he'd already forgotten from whose hands he'd snatched it from. The Eagle King had also consumed the Heaven Reversal Pill a long time ago. Right now, his body was covered in tens of wounds, many reaching deep to show bone. However, he didn't seem to feel the pain as he rushed through the enemies madly like an insanely quick shooting star. Only Big Bear was still swinging that 1,600 gene, ultra-heavy long blade around. The only difference was that this blade was now being used as a large hammer. The edges of the blade were already filled with countless chips. It was as if he didn't know the word fatigue. That large body of his was like a crane amidst a flock of chickens as he waded through the tide of enemies. The defensive abilities of the bear tribe were undoubtedly obvious. The morale-boosting effect of this Bear King was enormous for the Tian Fa army. Whenever a Tian Fa warrior felt exhausted from killing, they only needed to look forward, and they would be able to see the tall body of Big Bear still standing straight, roaring ferociously as if he didn't know how to be exhausted. Thereafter, everyone would feel an unknown strength rise up from the depths of their bodies. And so, they would grip their swords and continue fighting, continued slaughtering the strange races. This effect of the Bear King was something that the other Beast Kings could not imitate. Because the Bear King was an existence that was born to battle. That enormous body was as if he was a war god. This time, none of the hell-enduring ghosts or frenzy blade-enduring earths dared to use the stealth kills technique. This battle was no longer just a simple war for seizing the heavens with individual skirmishes. It was indeed true that the enemy could not see them when they turned invisible, however, their own comrades would similarly not be able to see them either. On such a battlefield, both sides were already in a state of frenzy from killing, and everyone only had the thought that everyone else apart from themselves was an enemy. If they concealed themselves, they would definitely be unable to avoid the hail of swords, spears, blades, and sabers. That was simply taking their own lives as a joke. And so, no matter how unwilling they were, they had to abandon the thought of any individual fighting and instead participate in a large-scale chaotic battle. In the air, Saint Venerable Lu dragged his crippled body and charged madly towards the enemy supremacy enduring heavens in front of him. His right leg had already disappeared at an unknown time. As for who it was that had chopped it off, that was no longer important to Saint Venerable Lu. The enemy facing him also roared savagely as he pounced forward to meet him. 13 of them had come out together this time to obtain the first major contribution to the war. A force of 13 supremacy enduring heavens, just what kind of power was this? But to think that they had actually been stopped here by an ambush from Tian Fa's Saint Venerables. If it was an ambush by the three holy lands, they had complete confidence that they would definitely be able to overcome it. However, although these Tian Fa Saint Venerables were fighting in human form, they were truly a group of Xian beasts deep in their bones. Even before reaching the Saint Venerable realm, a Beast King's defensive abilities and offensive strength were already much stronger than the humans of those three holy lands. Through this battle, their side's 13 brothers were only left with 2 now. And they were all heavily injured, with greatly diminished strength. Although they were also only 2 remaining from the 8 Saint Venerables, and they looked even more pathetic than them, these 2 supremacy enduring heavens still felt like crying though they lacked tears. 13 people against 8, and every single one of them had strength equivalent to 2 Saint Venerables. In essence, it was a force with 3 times the strength of their opponent. However, the final result actually turned out like this. Before they came out, none of them would have ever imagined that such a result would be possible. Roaring madly, he lunged toward Saint Venerable Lu. Right now, this supremacy enduring heavens could already see that this terrifying old deer was most likely the leader of this Tian Fa army. All these schemes and calculations should most likely be his doing as well. And because of this hateful wild beast, 11 of his brothers had already been thoroughly destroyed in body and soul. They didn't even have the chance for a rebirth anymore. Hate. Even if he died, he must drag this detestable old deer down with him. That lunge of his fell directly into Saint Venerable Lu's wishes. Adding in this fellow before him, he'd already killed 3 supremacy enduring heavens. That was a good enough profit. Even if he died, he would be at ease. The 2 drew closer to each other, both their eyes blazing with determination and madness. The both of them no longer had any weapons right now. Even a more sturdy weapon would have been destroyed long ago in a clash between Saint Venerable level existences. The both of them were charging at each other with bare fists. In the instant that the 2's bodies collided, the 2 of them made the exact same choice, self-detonation. With a thunderous boom, the 2's crashed into each other. Following that, a heaven-rending tremor surged out. The 2 Saint Venerable experts had chosen to ignite their remaining life force and spirit power. None of them had planned on returning alive. The only thing they were afraid of was that the other party didn't die. Not even leaving behind the slightest energy to leave a holy infant, the most dazzling explosion lit up the sky. This was the entirety of the 2's soul strength, leaving the most glorious spark of brilliance on this world. A powerful shockwave surged out and within a range of several hundred zhang, even the ground beneath them was swept clean. A full 8,000, nearly 10,000 people of both sides battling below, were sent flying away like rubber balls. Quite a number of unlucky bastards were directly turned into a lump of blood and flesh, being scattered far away. Eldest brother. Saint Venerable Bear roared with grief, his mind suddenly turning blank. For 2,000 years, these 8 brothers had lived together, fought together, grown up together, ate the 1,000 evils and 10,000 poisons fruit together, fought in 2 war for seizing the heavens, fought against the 9 nether 14th young master, been sealed into the 9 nethers land for many years together. The 8 of them had traversed the mortal world together back when they were young. What manner of glorious affair had it been? And how loud was the fame of the 8 great saints of Tianfa? Who in this world dared to look them in the eye? If one of the brothers were bullied or suffered any wrongs, the others would surely back him up. Right now, apart from himself, the other 7 brothers had all perished in this war, dying without complete corpses. From youth till old men, when had they parted? How could they part? They couldn't bear to part. Even if there's only the yellow springs before my eyes, even if there's only darkness and emptiness before my eyes, I still want to accompany my brothers. If anyone dares to bully them, I will still take action. I will use my life to defend them. No matter when, no matter if it's the physical body, or the soul. Saint Venerable Bear turned his head and looked resolutely at the only remaining supremacy enduring heavens. Both his eyes were as red as blood, and his face was twitching insanely. Come on then. Saint Venerable Bear said expressionlessly. Hurry up. Don't delay the reunion time of us brothers. When he mentioned the word brothers, his eyes turned even more fiery. The faces of his 7 brothers appeared one after the other before Saint Venerable Bear's eyes, before dissipating into the distance. Saint Venerable Bear seemed to be able to sense the departure of his brothers, and an intense pain surged through heart. With a hoarse voice that came from his lungs and throat, he screamed, "Wait for me." That roar was reminiscent of when his brothers pretended to have left him behind back when they were roaming the pugilistic world in the past, the same panic in his voice back then. It was still the same as last time. Brothers, wait for me. Let's go together. No matter what we're doing. No matter living, or dead. Together. That supremacy enduring heavens before him smiled bitterly, his face filled with an understanding look. Old Bear, can you, not separate us? That strange and disorderly voice suddenly became clear. The female body of that supremacy enduring heavens did not say anything, but her eyes grew heated. Fervent, but gentle. Saint Venerable Bear's eyes trembled for a moment, and he said lightly, I won't separate you two. And I will also not separate from my brothers. My brothers are waiting for me now. I don't wish to keep them waiting for long. We feel the same way then. My brothers are also waiting for me. This supremacy enduring heavens laughed as he looked blankly at the mist of blood around him. Did you think that only you have brothers? Old Bear, come on then. Let us go on our way together. As he finished his words, that supremacy enduring heavens charged forward madly. Tianfa, last forever. Saint Venerable Bear's powerful voice shook the entire heavens, and dragging his huge body that was covered in wounds, charged forward to meet him. His footsteps were firm, and he didn't turn back at all. There weren't the slightest bit of attachment. In his heart, he was roaring. Brothers! Wait for me. Whether it is a mountain of blades, or an ocean of fire, this old bear will traverse it with you. Hong! The Bear King Big Bear, who was slaughtering madly on the ground, suddenly raised his head and roared. His face was filled with tears. Tears of blood. In the instant that the unusually resplendent explosion burst out in the sky, the volcano in the farthest distance suddenly spewed out a pillar of fire into the sky. This exceedingly violent eruption caused the entire land to rumble heavily. Everyone on the battlefield felt as if they were sitting on a small boat and facing a tsunami. The crowd raised their heads and looked towards the north, only to see that a volcano was spewing out lava that reached far higher than any other volcanoes in history, the pillar of fire reaching several thousand zhang tall. There was clearly several hundred li of distance between them, but everyone was still able to see the eruption with great clarity. This was the moment when Jun Moxie and Guuhan pushed Zhan Luanhui into the mouth of the volcano, and when Zhan Luanhui had charged back out of it. Zhan Luanhui falling into the volcano and dashing out of it had immediately ignited the most violent volcanic eruption in history. Ho! Big Bear raised his head and roared madly to the sky. The sacrifice of Saint Venerable Bear had caused this Bear King to lose the last shreds of his sanity. You bunch of mother * king freaks. Die for this daddy, hurry up and die. Big Bear's eyes were completely red, and the aura around his body turned exceedingly violent. With a heaven-shaking roar, all his muscles bulged up even further, and the originally abnormally large bear swelled up and doubled his size. Bear King seemed to be surrounded by a black mist, which seems to be extremely illusory, but clearly visible. The extreme opposite visual sense shocked everyone who looked at Bear King's strange change at the moment. A unique sound like a soul exploding suddenly rang out. This sound was seemingly not loud, and only sounded like a faint explosion in the deepest part of the soul. But in this bloody battlefield where screams and roars rang out all over the place, with loud booming sounds of volcanoes erupting in the distance, this faint sound was actually heard clearly by everyone. This was the sound of the advancement of a life form, overcoming all the sound of the contemporary world. A golden mist burst out from Big Bear's body, and before it could dissipate, his originally 3 zhang tall body, which had just grown to nearly 4 zhang, once again began growing. If he could be described only as a particularly tall beast just now, he was now a full giant. The clothes on his body, which had been stretched to the limit, started to stretch and rip apart. In that moment, every breath that the Bear King breathed out seemed to be a breath from the heavens. For zhang tall, he cast his gaze across the battlefield and roared at the sky. The winds and clouds began to change. Bear King Big Bear had in this moment of extreme grief and continuous rage and pain, internalized all the emotions into energy in his body. In this extremely crucial moment, at the heart of a raging battlefield, he crossed through the 4th level Saint Emperor realm in one step, directly advancing into the 1st level Saint Venerable realm. This was an amazing breakthrough. But it was also an extremely inconvenient time to break through. No matter how one put it, this was an extremely inappropriate time to deal with the heavenly tribulation. Around him, tens of strange races experts raised their blades and hacked wildly towards Big Bear's enormous body. This target was simply too obvious, to a point where it would be hard even if they didn't want to hit him. However, their blades had barely touched him when they were instantly reflected back, the back of the blades smacking ruthlessly back onto their owners' faces. In an instant, blood flew everywhere, and men and horses fell down. The Bear King had broken through already, and the protective aura around him had also naturally advanced to the Saint Venerable realm. In addition, he had just broken through and couldn't control his energy properly yet. This was the time when his Xian Qi was the wildest. To attack the Bear King at this time had conveniently given the wild Xian Qi a place to vent. Naturally, the strange races ended up suffering. The blood-drenched and exhausted Eagle King looked helplessly at the newly advanced Bear King, lamenting endlessly in his heart. "My dear brother Ah. Why did you choose this kind of timing to break through? How could you break through at this time? No matter what time you choose, it would be much better than now, right? A breakthrough means the invitation of a lightning tribulation. Right now, at the most heated moment of the battle, how could you hope to survive the lightning tribulation? Even more terrifying is that the lightning tribulation does not care if the people around you are friend or foe. It simply counts everything by the number of people. With the scale of this battle, just how terrifying would this lightning tribulation grow to? The Eagle King that had never known the word fear ever since he was a mere chick was now completely struck with fear. In the sky, huge patches of black clouds began to gather over with rapid speed. A large circle began to form in the sky, the pressure emanating from it reaching an inconceivable level. Big Bear did not take note of that pressure at all. Roaring madly, he raised up the enormous sword in his hand and charged forward. What is a heavenly tribulation worth? Who cares what it is? In this moment, Big Bear was not even thinking about the heavenly tribulation. He didn't even know that he'd broken through. Right now, the Bear King was only filled with endless rage. To fight. To kill. To slaughter. To seek revenge. Apart from that, there was nothing else in his heart. The Bear King's blood-red eyes were opened widely, filled with nothing but madness and savagery. Nothing else mattered. At this moment, Big Bear had already descended into a crazed state. Even if Eagle King was standing in front of him right now, he would probably not hesitate to swing his sword down at him. Big Bear strode out with huge steps, charging into the area with the largest concentration of strange races soldiers. His charge was like a red-hot knife, plunging into butter, sliding in with ease. Right now, he was charging into the enemy with his cultivation of a Saint Venerable. There naturally wouldn't be anyone capable of stopping him. It was like a massive tank driving into a crowd of ordinary soldiers. The shocking restorative powers of a Saint Venerable also allowed Big Bear a nearly inexhaustible source of energy. Right now, all 21 Saint Venerable level experts that appeared at the start of the fight had already perished. And so, the newly advanced Big Bear became the only Saint Venerable level expert on the entire battlefield. He was the most barbaric and the most unstoppable existence. With a wide sweep of his blade, blood spurted in all directions. This display of slaughtering was much more spectacular than before. The Eagle King covered his eyes, unable to bear watching any longer. As a good brother of several hundred years, how could he not be able to see it? His fourth brother bear had already completely lost his mind. He wouldn't be able to recognize anyone in his current state, whether it was him, or the warriors of the bear tribe. Even if elder sister came personally, she might not necessarily be able to bring him back. Big Bear, whose strength had been greatly increased, would naturally not be threatened by these normal soldiers of the strange races. But how would someone who'd lost his mind be able to overcome the incoming heavenly tribulation? Tens of Frenzy Blade Enduring Earths saw how Big Bear was massacring their side and instantly charged over to stop him. Although the Bear King was already in the realm of Saint Venerable, and his strength far surpassed them as Frenzy Blade Enduring Earths, he had still only just broken through and his power was still unstable. If they combined their strengths, they still had the chance to kill this Bear King. Kill. 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 Big Bear swung his broadsword like a machine, creating large patches of corpses with every swing. More than 50 Frenzy Blade Enduring Earth rushed up, forming an encirclement around him. Everyone's eyes were filled with killing intent as they stared at Big Bear. Even if the other side was a Saint Venerable, with so many of them here, they could definitely still cut him down. With a loud roar, nearly 100 blades chopped down towards Big Bear together. Just at this time, the tribulation clouds in the sky had finally finished gathering. With a loud booming sound, a bolt of lightning as thick as a bowl shot down. The lightning tribulation had actually arrived at such a critical time. The more serious thing was that the current Big Bear had completely lost his mind. What heavenly tribulation? He hadn't even considered it at all. The Bear King didn't even know that his newfound strength had been gained from a breakthrough. He only knew that having more strength was good. With this additional power, he could kill every last one of these freaks. And take revenge for Saint Venerable Bear. For the 8 great Saint Venerable Seniors. Hou. With a ferocious roar, Big Bear dove forward like a hurricane, forsaking his defense and barging madly into the group of Frenzy Blade Enduring Earths. At the same time, the muscles on his arms bulged wildly, and the huge saw-toothed broadsword seemed to have morphed into a terrifying dragon. The lightning above him fell quickly, but as Big Bear was moving too rapidly, and there were too many people around him, that lightning landed squarely onto the spine of a Frenzy Blade Enduring Earth with a crisp, ka-cha sound. This blade-wielding Frenzy Blade Enduring Earth didn't know whether he should feel honored or unlucky. The first bolt of tribulation lightning for a Saint Venerable was actually tasted by him, a Frenzy Blade Enduring Earth of only the second level of Saint Emperor. The result was extremely obvious. Before he could even react, he was turned into a pile of charcoal. Big Bear, the main character of this incident, still did not know about the tragedy he'd left behind him. Laughing madly, he charged and moved like a hurricane, his feet not stopping at all. The only thought he had in his head was to charge with the sword in his hand, right through the middle of these 100,000 strange races soldiers, killing a path of blood through them, all the way to the end. Then, he would turn around and sweep through them again, repeating the same process. Until every last one of those freaks were destroyed. One truly had to sigh in admiration of young Master Jun's abilities. The huge sword in Big Bear's hands was the only weapon that was still usable in the entire Eagle Bear army now. Although it had been chipped and smashed, the power of this sawtooth broadsword was still exceedingly terrifying in this battlefield. The tribulation lightning fell like rain, and the thunder was so close together that it sounded like firecrackers. The fact that the first lightning bolt had missed seemed to have enraged the heavens even more. Like a maddened god, the tribulation cloud sent out 3 more lightning strikes in a triangular formation. The sky lit up, and the lightning touched the ground in the instant that it was released. Such a terrifying speed was enough to cause anyone to gape with shock. But by the time the 3 bolts of lightning landed, Big Bear had already moved 5 zhang away from his original position. The Bear King, who was in an ignorant state, once again dodged the lightning unintentionally. 5 zhang was not considered a large distance, but it was enough to completely dodge the lightning. And 5 zhang around him, there were 10 Frenzy Blade Enduring Earths. They had just begun to attack when Big Bear charged right past them, roaring madly. While they were still figuring out what had happened, their enemy had already disappeared. At the same time, 2 of their comrades had been diced into 8 pieces, bleeding out on the ground. What was going on? This was simply too humiliating. Their eyes turning red with rage, they immediately turned around to chase after Big Bear. Seeing that big fellow waving his huge sword and madly reaping the lives of their species while completely ignoring them, these frenzy blade enduring Earths only felt their blood rushing to their heads and an extreme humiliation. Even though those normal soldiers were only ant-like existences that couldn't enter their eyes normally, they were still part of the same species. How could they watch as others trampled so freely on their own people? But just at this time, the 3 bolts of lightning suddenly fell down, perfectly landing in the center of this group. With a loud pop, 3 of the most unlucky frenzy blade enduring Earths directly stiffened as black smoke spouted from their mouths, falling down. Another 5, 6 of the frenzy blade enduring Earths were blasted away, flying through the air uncontrollably. Being blasted away did not mean that they had lost their lives. However, as they happened to be thrown in the direction of the Eagle King who had been anxiously chasing after Big Bear to help him, they ending up being easily diced up by the latter. Ka-cha-cha. 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 On the ground, Big Bear had already gone completely crazy. The entire bear tribe had gone crazy, and the eagle tribe had also gone crazy. All the Tian Fa warriors had gone crazy, and the strange race's army had also clearly descended into madness as well. In the sky, the heavenly tribulation seemed to have gone crazy as well. Everything and everywhere seemed to have completely turned insane. The tribulation lightning fell in groups of 3, raining down continuously. Later, they became more and more concentrated, before directly turning into cluster of 6, clusters of 9. They followed behind Big Bear, striking madly, falling like a storm. Several hundred continuous bolts of lightning could not land a even single hit on its intended target. Such a strange thing was something that hadn't been seen in billions of years. It's not clear if something like the heavenly tribulation had any kind of consciousness. However, if the heavenly tribulation had any consciousness, it would definitely be extremely pissed right now. F***ck, what is going on? This daddy should have been able to strike whatever I want to strike, even if you manage to dodge a few by luck, it shouldn't be to this extent, right? There's no logic in this. This unexpected strange development actually allowed Big Bear's killing power to increase by several tens of times. Towards the end, the lethality of his presence was several hundred times more scary than the original. The Bear King himself had only managed to kill a path in one direction. However, the heavenly tribulation had helped him to take care of the people behind and around him. The reason for this was that this fellow's unintentional movement was too fast. This kind of movement speed had already far surpassed the extent that his mind could bear, causing the heavenly tribulation to instead land on the strange race's heads. And this fellow was even intentionally moving towards the places where the strange races were the most heavily congregated. And so, the heavenly tribulation had no lack of targets to strike. This scene was simply too exhilarating. A huge, muscular giant bear wielding a giant sawtoothed broadsword was wading through a sea of monsters, roaring madly while white froth flowed from the corners of his mouth. And behind him, he led a storm of lightning to smite his enemies. This kind of visually shocking image was something that could only be matched by modern-day guided missiles. This was a carpet-bombing style of killing, using the power of nature. Cries of fear and agony rose up from the ground as countless strange race soldiers were slaughtered and turned into black ashes by the living calamity. Many more people were sent flying into the air, blasted away by the terrible explosions. Eagle King, who was following behind him, was completely stunned speechless. After being shocked for a long time, Eagle King spat and cursed. F***ck. This works too. Could this be said that dumb bears also have their own dumb luck? Was there a need for me to be worried for him? The madly rampaging Bear King was still as indomitable and full of energy, barreling through the enemy ranks. No one was able to halt his steps, even for half a step. But after such a long period of exhaustion, even if his spirit was still as energetic, his body was gradually falling behind, unable to keep up. Saint Venerables might have amazing recuperative powers, but they were still mortals in the end. As long as one was still mortal, there would naturally be a limit to their strength. Especially for Big Bear, a newly ascended Saint Venerable. He hadn't adjusted to his power yet and was only expending his energy mindlessly, killing and slaughtering. Slowly, he began to feel tired. But at this moment, the Bear King was still standing in the middle of the 100,000-strong strange race's army. Because of the frenzied charge of Big Bear, the losses to the strange race's army was undoubtedly huge. This much was obvious and could not be refuted. The strange race's army was nearly scattered by Big Bear's charge, and large numbers of soldiers were fleeing in all directions. The number of enemies that had been fried by the lightning tribulation also numbered in the thousands. Not to mention the others, over 100 of the current strongest experts among the strange race's army, the Frenzy Blade Enduring Earths, had already been killed. So, although Big Bear was a little tired right now, there weren't many threats to him right now. The group of Frenzy Blade Enduring Earths that had surrounded him earlier had already disappeared. None of them were fools, and those Frenzy Blade Enduring Earths were even less so. What a joke, who would dare to risk the dangers of a heavenly tribulation to deal with a Saint Venerable whose strength surpassed theirs by so much? That was not bravado, but complete foolishness, sending themselves to be killed and aiding the enemy. Those that had died by the lightning tribulation, weren't they just helping this crazy Bear King with his heavenly tribulation? And so, although Big Bear's speed was a little bit slower now, the enemies around him only took one look at him and immediately fled in all directions. The threat from the enemies were gone, but the danger from the lightning tribulation had reached its most intense moment as the tribulation cloud sent down 81 bolts of lightning at the same time. At this moment, the big bear that still hadn't come to terms with what was happening, raised his head and looked up, seeking for the place where the fleeing strange race's army had fled to, when a fat bolt of lightning exploded right above his head. The unprecedentedly intense pain nearly caused the ferocious Bear King to fall straight onto his butt. Big Bear was immediately infuriated. F***CK. You couldn't beat this daddy in a proper fight, so you used a sneak attack. This daddy only slowed down to take a break and you treat this daddy as a sick cat. Big Bear roared with rage and raised his huge sword once again, cursing madly as he charged towards the place where the strange races were the most heavily congregated. Behind him, the thunderous clouds rumbled angrily, following after him. Seeing this walking calamity coming towards them once again with the lightning storm in tow, the strange race's army nearly wet their pants with fright. If this fellow was still a sick cat, even the most terrifying existences in this world would have to change their names to Sick Cat. F***CK, we're people who waged wars for all our lives, but we've never seen anyone fight like this. With just the might of a single person, even if you're a Saint Venerable, we won't be afraid. After all, we have so many people. Even if we only used cannon fodder to bite you, it will still be enough to crush you to death. However, the lightning tribulation around this fellow is not a funny matter. And so, roaring loudly, the Bear King traveled another 200 zhang in the blink of an eye. Behind him was a huge path of charred ground, and the fearsome heavenly tribulation fell like guided missiles. It was such a huge area, but there actually wasn't even a single piece of stone larger than a fist in that path. Right now was the final burst of the heavenly tribulation and also the time when its strength was the largest, and its area of coverage was the widest. This was the time when the killing power of the heavenly tribulation was the most terrifying. Hundreds of white lightning bolts the size of water vats rained down from the sky, and the sky seemed as if it was on fire as it lit up. 1,000 zhang, truly indiscriminating large-scale attack. Perhaps luck would not follow a person forever. Coincidentally or not, Bear King had fallen into a nearly inescapable situation this time. A loud boom rang out from the sky, an unprecedentedly powerful thunderous sound. The tens of thousands of people on the ground jumped up together, their feet leaving 3 chi off the ground. Within a range of 100 zhang, all life, whether friend or foe, was all turned into ashes. A strong smell of barbecued meat spread out for over 30 li. Big Bear raised his head to the sky and roared, just as a bolt of lightning struck him. His body stiffened for a moment, and he roared again as a line of blood spurted from his mouth. As the fresh blood spurted out, the Bear King's mighty body suddenly collapsed. Right at the very center. Fourth brother. Eagle King screamed and extended his wings, soaring forward with a speed akin to lightning towards Big Bear. Kill. Not far from Big Bear's position, 6 Frenzy Blade Enduring Earths had discovered this change and were instantly filled with happiness. Without waiting for the heavenly tribulation to finish, they carried up their blades and charged towards Big Bear. Experts of their level naturally understood that they could not let this Bear King wake up. If he awakened, this black bear would be a true Saint Venerable existence. At that time, the rest of them would all be doomed. Taking advantage of the time when he hadn't recovered from that lightning strike, they closed in for the kill. Saber lights flashed. To these Frenzy Blade Enduring Earths, a distance of 100 zhang could be crossed in the mere blink of an eye. At practically the same time, 6 large snow-white sabers chopped madly towards Big Bear's still body. Everyone around him was looking on with great excitement and anticipation in their eyes. In this short 1 hour's time, this Bear King had already killed over 150 Frenzy Blade Enduring Earths and nearly 10,000 strange races soldiers. To kill him like this was already going very easy on him. Fourth brother Eagle King flew forward with his face streaked with tears. His eyes were resolute, and his speed had reached a shocking level akin to a lightning bolt. In the final moment before the 6 frenzy blade enduring earths plunged their blades into his body, Eagle King's body morphed into a black shadow as he threw himself across Big Bear's body. There wasn't the slightest hesitation. Poo poo poo, 6 sabers sliced into the Eagle King's body at the same time. In an instant, fresh blood flew high into the air, and the iron-like feathers were scattered everywhere. 6 sabers, the equivalents of 6 Saint Emperors attacking together, all landing on critical areas. Eagle King's body was nearly chopped into 6 pieces. Fortunately, his body was large, and 4 of the 6 sabers had been stuck on his metallic wings. However, the other 2 sabers still plunged deeply into his body. The Eagle King screeched with pain, and then jumped up. His metallic wings were broken into many sections, and his body had been pierced through by the sabers. Blood gushed out of 4 large holes on his body. These kind of injuries were undoubtedly lethal wounds. And moreover, Eagle King had already consumed the Heaven Reversal Pill not long ago. Right now, even if Jun Moxie arrived personally, or if the 9 Nether 14th young master personally transmitted the purest Xian Qi to him while supplying him with the most precious spirit herbs, it still wouldn't be enough to save Eagle King's life. But he'd still managed to jump back up. And his eyes were carrying an extremely resolute determination. Using his extremely tough body, to block wave after wave of deadly attacks for his brother that was lying on the ground. Fourth brother. Hurry up and get up. Quickly wake up. Eagle King sounded like he was crying and praying as tears of blood streamed down his face. His metallic wings had already been broken in many sections long ago and was now hanging limply by his side. But when he saw someone sneaking an attack towards Big Bear, he still managed to raise his wing, and using it as a hidden weapon, he threw it out. 7 strange races 9th level endurers were directly caught by the broken wing. Screaming wretchedly, they fell right in front of Big Bear. As for the sabers in their hands, they were only a few millimeters away from piercing into Big Bear's body. They brushed past Big Bear's skin, stabbing deeply into the ground, the blades shining brightly. Fourth brother wake up Eagle King cried out hoarsely as he fought with all his might to stop the attacks of the 6 frenzy blade enduring earths. Blade light rained upon his body continuously, bringing with it blood and flesh. Fourth brother, wake up quickly. Eagle King was already almost unable to speak now. His throat was completely filled with fresh blood, and if he relaxed even a little bit and spat out this blood, he would immediately collapse. He no longer dared to spit out this mouthful of blood. He could not die yet. Right now, his brother was still lying down behind him. But in his heart, he was still calling out wildly. Fourth brother. Fourth brother. Wake up Your little brother is unable to hold on much longer. Self-detonation. I don't dare to do that I can't even self-detonate because fourth brother is behind me. After I self-detonate, I won't be able to do anything else. Who will protect my fourth brother if I do that? Another saber landed ruthlessly against the Eagle King's shoulder. Screeching painfully, he roared hoarsely and stretching out his neck, he plunged his sharp beak into the chest of the monster that had chopped him, directly piercing through both of their bodies. Without any hesitation, he pulled the beak out, and ignoring the 3 more slices he received on his back. He turned around and pecked ferociously at another frenzy blade enduring earth. His arms were broken, and his wings were broken as well. Right now, he could only use this most primitive method of attacking. But his body remained unmoving, like a primordial mountain, using his body to closely guard Big Bear. No one can attack my deeply asleep brother. Truthfully, the Eagle King was not the only one who'd gone crazy. The remaining 5 frenzy blade enduring earths had also completely plunged into madness. They were like 5 third-level Saint Emperors joining hands, but they couldn't even break the defense of a clearly heavily injured Eagle King that should have died over 10,000 times by now. Yet for some reason, the latter was still not dead. The sabers fell madly like rain, and the Eagle King trembled heavily under the intense attacks, enduring and counterattacking. His body had already stopped feeling the pain a long time ago, and his eyes were blurry and hazy. Those sharp eyes that could see clearly for hundreds of li in the past were no longer capable of seeing even the figures of his opponent clearly right now. But in his heart, he was still madly hollering, "Fourth brother. Fourth brother, quickly wake up Fourth brother Pu. Finally. 5 long sabers stabbed out, plunging into all of the Eagle King's vital spots. 2 sabers were stabbed into his head, all the way through his head. 2 were in the chest, stabbing into his heart. And 1 was in his dantian, piercing through the front and exiting through his back. The Eagle King's entire body shook. And like a statue, he froze motionless. From an extremely active state, his body suddenly fell silent. His eyes, which used to shine golden, rolled as he looked at the 2 blades on his head, and the snow-white blade in his heart. Out of despair, the Eagle King suddenly began to cry. 2 streams of tears, along with the blood that had been suppressed in his throat this entire time, flowed out. The Eagle King was crying, from the endless hopelessness of the situation. He wasn't afraid of death. And he wasn't crying for himself. The reason he was crying right now was because the injuries he'd suffered right now would be able to make him die 10 times over. Even tens of times. Death was nothing scary. And was not worth crying over. But he was crying right now, because there was no one left to protect his brother. The reason he was struggling so desperately right now was to safeguard the last bit of hope for his brother. If I go now, who will protect you? My 4th brother? With the last of his energy, he roared in a hoarse voice. I cannot die. I still cannot die. What will 4th brother do if I die? 4th brother. 4th brother, hurry up and wake up, stop playing. Hurry up and wake up. I cannot hold on any longer. Eagle King could feel his consciousness blurring, and even his speech had become mumbled, and he only managed to form the words by straining his throat to the extent. In that moment, he even hoped that Big Bear was not truly asleep, but was only playing with him. The 5 blades were pulled out of Eagle King's body, bringing with them spurts of masculine hot blood. The Eagle King wobbled heavily, but still did not fall down. His 2 eyes were still carrying a boundless rage and hatred and endless unwillingness as he stared forward, unmovingly. In that moment, there was still a kind of kingly aura birthed from slaughter. Although his mighty wings were no longer there. Although his body was filled with wounds. Although all his bones had already been mostly broken. He still maintained a standing posture and a stance to battle. In anyone's eyes, he was still the magnificent Eagle King that soared above the battlefield. The King of the Skies. The peerless Lord of aerial battles. Even though, he was standing on the ground right now. Yin. The Eagle King's body trembled as he cried out and took 1 step forward. His eyes were fixed resolutely upon the 5 enemies. Murderous and merciless. This was the last blaze of his life and also his final warning. It was as if he was warning the enemies in front of him, you cannot. And will never be able, to harm my brother. In that moment, the 5 frenzy blade enduring earths felt a deep sense of fear and alarm surge from their very souls. All 5 experts, took a step backwards. The Eagle King took another step forward resolutely. His eyes were still as cruel and the will to fight was clear. All the murderous aura in his body was still pouring forth. The 5 strange races experts took another step backwards together. The body of one of them even began to tremble. To be able to reach the level of frenzy blade enduring earths, they had already experienced tens of thousands of wars long ago. But they'd never met a person like this before. A Xian beast like this before. Faced with such a strong conviction, they actually did not dare to take a single step forward and face the Eagle King's killing intent. The boundless battle will that wouldn't wane even in the face of death, all to protect a brother. Although they knew that they only needed to take 1 step forward, only needed to push with a single finger, and this Eagle King before them would fall, never to stand up again. But for some reason, none of these 5 experts dared to move even half a step forward. Blood poured like a fountain from the Eagle King's mouth, drenching the earth under his feet. After vomiting out the blood, Eagle King took yet another step forward. The 3rd step. But just as he lifted his feet, it stopped at midair, freezing there. It was as if he turned into a timeless statue. The Eagle King's foot hovered in midair, freezing there. It was as if he turned into a timeless statue. Only his head was twitching, straining to slowly turn around and look unwillingly at his 4th brother who was lying silently on the ground. Endless hopelessness and worry laid in his eyes. 4th brother, hurry up and wake up, I really can't hold on anymore, Eagle King begged in desperation. His voice was so soft that even he couldn't hear himself. Following that, his body suddenly fell silent. There wasn't any more movements from him. But his eyes were still flickering with that worry and helplessness. 4th brother, I cannot protect you any longer. Eagle King's eyes were filled with pain, regret, and anxiousness. The Bear King laid there silently, oblivious to everything that was happening around him. He was simply too tired. His body was thoroughly exhausted and strained to the limit. When the tribulation lightning struck, it had nearly jolted the very bones out of its body. In the quietness, his soul floated calmly. There seemed to be something that he'd forgotten, unable to grasp properly. Right now, he just wanted to have a good sleep, he didn't want to think about anything and just sleep. But at this time, he seemed to hear a heart-rending voice calling out to him from a faraway place, "Fourth brother. Wake up." This voice sounds like ninth brother, Eagle King. All of a sudden, Bear King's heart shook. Big Bear struggled to open his eyes, but no matter what, it wouldn't open. He continued to strain his eyelids, but they felt as heavy as mountains right now. My brother. My brother is calling me. Big Bear kept trying, but it seemed to be useless. His entire body felt like cotton. Fourth brother, wake up ah, wake up ah. I can't hang on any longer, it was the Eagle King's voice again. Big Bear's soul roared and struggled even more anxiously. Ninth brother. Little ninth, just what did you encounter? Ninth brother, your fourth elder brother is coming. Fourth elder brother is coming to you. Just at that moment, the image of the Eagle King miraculously appeared in Big Bear's sea of consciousness. Big Bear seemed to have finally succeeded in opening his eyes, and as he looked at the bloody brother in front of him, he felt a sudden sharp pain in his heart, as if his 5 viscera and 6 bowels were being mashed together. The Eagle King in his mind was looking at him, straining to open his mouth as he cried, "Fourth brother, wake up, ah." Following that, Eagle King's figure suddenly disappeared. Even more abruptly than when it had just appeared. Big Bear roared to the heavens and suddenly leapt up from the ground. He'd finally woken up. Amidst the blood-soaked battlefield and after passing through a terrifying lightning tribulation, the Bear King actually woke up in a miraculous manner. But the instant he opened his eyes, it remained wide open, as if his eyelids would tear apart. An indescribable rage gushed like a torrent into his heart. Before him was a patch of darkness, and a straight and sturdy body blocking silently before him. Unflinchingly. Red, viscous blood dripped steadily from his body, splattering onto Big Bear's body. That roar from him as he woke up caused the surrounding strange race's experts to tremble with fear. However, this person blocking before him, why isn't he moving? Why didn't he move? Why wouldn't he turn around to look at me? And why does this back feel so familiar? But his brother did not have such a back. Is it Little Ninth? It's somewhat familiar, but this back doesn't have Little Ninth's wide wings. No wings. No wings. A terrifying thought appeared in his mind, and Big Bear suddenly felt his heart skip a beat. An indescribable pain suddenly filled his heart. Standing up unsteadily, he took one step around and looked at the face of this figure. In an instant, he felt a blur before his eyes, as if countless huge hammers had smashed onto his head in an instant. Hammering his body, bones, heart, and soul into pieces. Ninth brother. Little Ninth H. Big Bear did not dare to believe the sight before his eyes as he rubbed his eyes and roared in an insane manner. This person before him was really his ninth brother, the King of the Sky, Eagle King. A mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth. Eagle King's mangled body was still frozen in the same stance, his eyes blaring fiercely, staring forward as if he would explode with a deadly attack anytime, to protect his brother. Little Ninth, Big Bear stretched out his trembling hands as if he wanted to embrace the brother in front of him, that body that was already gradually turning cold. But at the same time, he didn't dare to do that, as if afraid that he would disrupt the final rest of his brother. Brother. Little Eagle. Ah. Ah. Big Bear roared with rage and grief, only feeling as if his heart had been shredded apart. Big Bear was 20-something years older than the Eagle King. He still remembered that when his ninth brother was born, he was still just a little bear cub, squatting before the nest and looking at the milky white eagle egg, listening to the little pecking sounds curiously. All of a sudden, the eggshell broke, and a sharp little beak poked out from inside. Following that, a wet and slimy little golden baby eagle chick crawled out, extended its neck and looked around at this world curiously. That was his ninth brother's first look at this world. His brother, a brother for life. The little eagle chick slowly grew up, finally learning how to fly, and advance in cultivation. Finally, like himself, he grew to the level of a 9th level Xian beast, then to the peak of the 9th level, gaining the ability to transform. What a long and memorable period of time that was. Among all the brothers, he had always been the closest with Tiger King, because both of them had the same rough and direct character. As for the ninth brother, they had practically been bickering all the time even before they gained the ability to transform, arguing for several hundred years, nearly half their lives. Even until today, not long ago, they had still been arguing. Big Bear's thoughts replayed endlessly in his mind like a tide. He still remembered that on the way here, he sat on the back of the Eagle King, and both of their hearts were filled with worry and unease. Bear King, stinky little eagle, why are you flying so slowly? When will we reach the pillar of heaven's mountains like this? Eagle King, why don't you come and do the flying then? F***ck, get off me then. If I were flying alone, I'll be able to go with twice the speed. The weight of you along with that stupid blade of yours is over 2,000 gene heavy. A dumb clumsy bear is indeed still a dumb clumsy bear. Bear King, how about I throw this handle down, and only bring the sword? Eagle King, nonsense. That blade will definitely become our ultimate weapon if we bring it to the battlefield successfully. What kind of idiotic words are you saying right before the start of the final battle? After so many years, your brain hasn't improved at all. Bear King, this daddy is your fourth elder brother, you've scolded me for an entire lifetime. Aren't you satisfied yet? Eagle King, satisfied your head. Thinking here, Big Bear's eyes welled with tears, little eagle how I wish that your fourth brother can still be scolded by you one more time. With his thoughts in disarray, he seemed to have gone back to that moment when he was riding above the Eagle King's back, hearing the solemn voice from his little brother's mouth. Fourth brother, this battle concerns the life or death of everyone, you must not, at all costs, be rash. No matter how you cannot hold your temper back, you must still control yourself. Big Bear had roared with laughter, little ninth, your fourth older brother understands. However, you should also take care of yourself. Don't worry, even if this Bear King has to die, I will still make sure that you return to Tianfa safely. Bullsh** T. The Eagle King actually grew angry. Who is asking you to die? Stop speaking such unlucky stuff at this kind of time. After saying that, the Eagle King fell silent for a moment before saying something in a soft voice. At that time, the wind was rushing by his ears, and Big Bear was looking around the sky, and didn't hear clearly what he'd said. Now that he thought back to it, seemed to be able to feel the clouds passing beneath him again, and the sentence that he hadn't heard clearly suddenly sounded as loud as thunder in his ears. Fourth elder brother, even if I have to throw away my life, I also will not let you die. And now, the Eagle King had indeed used his very life, to make true those words. Anyone who'd suffered those grievous injuries would have died several tens of times, and hundreds of times long ago. But this proud Eagle King of Tianfa had somehow gotten the strength from an unknown source and held on for so long until the Bear King had woken up. There was no other reason, other than it was for his brother. Even if I die, I will not allow anyone to hurt my brother in front of me. Brothers. 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 This was brotherhood. Even if I had to die, I will not let you die. I would rather die first, than see you suffer any hurt in front of me. This was brotherhood. Big Bear suddenly understood everything. Ninth brother, ninth brother. It was this older brother that had implicated you. This older brother had already made up my mind to protect you, but in the end, it was you who used your life to protect me. If you left like that, this older brother, how can I live with myself? How can I bear this When the two were together, no matter how often they quarreled, the Bear King had never truly gotten angry. He knew that this was the deep relationship between them as brothers. The Eagle King never liked to talk much, and he was quiet most of the time. But to him, he always had plenty of things to scold him about, as if hating that the idiot bear was not living up to his expectations. To waste so much saliva and effort, if it wasn't for a brother, who would do say so much? At times, he was indeed too headstrong and too dumb. The Eagle King was always worried that he would suffer because of it. And no matter what matter it was, the Eagle King would always give him a good scolding first, before charging in front of him. No matter what. No matter what matter it was, or who was in the right or wrong. Today, it was still old Ninth, Little Eagle, who had stood in front of him to protect him, draining the last drop of his blood while standing in front of him. Although he'd died, his body was still standing there protecting me. Still unable to stop worrying about me. Big Bear grabbed the dark red and sticky substance in front of his chest, and his eyes reflected the terrifying redness. This was his little ninth brother's blood. The blood of his ninth brother Ah. All of a sudden, Big Bear's eyes turned exceedingly ferocious. Ninth brother's blood cannot be wasted for nothing. Ninth brother Ah, this older brother, has let you down. If I could have woken up even a moment sooner. If it was only just a moment sooner. There were countless ghastly holes and cuts on the Eagle King's body, and even the large wings that he had been the most proud of was missing. All around him, there were countless metallic feathers, with the furthest ones being several tens of zhang away. Big Bear suddenly felt his chest constrict as he struggled to breathe. In order to protect me, what had ninth brother endured? Such heavy injuries are even more cruel than death by having one's body torn apart. Ninth brother, Bear King finally cried out in a sorrowful manner. With the deepest and most painful part of his heart, he spat out those two words. The Eagle King's body still remained standing frozen in time, his eyes still blazing fiercely, as if he was warning everybody about something. Big Bear choked and clutched his chest and suddenly turned around, staring ruthlessly at the 5 frenzy blade enduring earths not far away. In an instant, his eyes turned exceedingly cold and terrifying. The tough, green veins on his temples also twitched heavily with rage. Step by step, he walked forward. He was like a broad mountain, moving slowly, yet softly. Because he was afraid that if he stepped too heavily, he would end up disturbing his ninth brother who was deep asleep. Ninth brother had already slogged for a lifetime and protected me for all his life. Right now, I must let him sleep peacefully at least. No one will be allowed to disturb him anymore. Absolutely not. It was you all, who hurt my ninth brother. Big Bear's voice was deep and heavy, like a volcano that could erupt at any moment. Yes, hurt. Ninth brother isn't dead. And he, wouldn't die as well. Big Bear thought in his heart. If anyone dares to call my ninth brother dead, this daddy will tear him apart from limb to limb. No matter who it is. The 5 frenzy blade enduring earths suddenly felt their souls tremble for some unknown reason. A heavy pressure which they had never felt before, crushed down heavily against their hearts. Such a feeling was as if a primordial giant beast had suddenly set its eyes on them. And they didn't have even the slightest ability to escape at all, and could only stand there and get slaughtered. Their lives were no longer in their hands. So what if it's us? One of the frenzy blade enduring earths wanted to say with a mocking laugh, but his voice came out in a hoarse croak instead. We're enemies on the battlefield, could it be that? Could it be your mother ** king ancestor? Those who hurt my brother, must die. Die! Big Bear roared and suddenly spun around, his speed reaching an indescribable level as he caught this strange race's expert in his hand. Then, with a heavy punch, his fist slammed into the latter's dantian. With a loud bang, the fist went in through the male side's body and exited through the female side's body, bringing with it a mess of internal organs. Destroying the dantian first, removing any chance of a spirit seed forming. The dantian was destroyed, and the Xian cultivation was gone. However, the person was still not dead. Wanting to die just like that? Not that simple. Because dying so easily was simply too luxurious a matter. A fellow who hurt my brother wishes to die so cleanly. Where were there such a good thing in the world? The Bear King's heart was filled with rage and destruction. Little Eagle, my ninth brother. I will make sure to bury all the strange races freaks here with you. Big Bear swore in his heart. Right now, the Bear King only had one wish in his heart. To stand up for his younger brother. To take revenge. That was all. Big Bear's abnormally large body flashed in a strange way again, and another frenzy blade enduring earth was caught in his hand. This frenzy blade enduring earth instantly used both his blades, hacking wildly towards Big Bear's body. However, he did not seem to have noticed it. Pooh. The 2 sabers landed on Big Bear's body, cutting about 3 inches into his skin. But that was it. It could no go any deeper. After enduring the baptism of the lightning tribulation, Big Bear was already a true Saint Venerable expert. Right now, the difference in strength between him and these 3rd-level Saint Emperor strange races were simply too wide, reaching an incalculable level. It was already a very impressive result that the sabers managed to cut Big Bear so deeply. But at the same time, Big Bear's huge palm had also been thrusted ruthlessly into this person's conjoined body, similarly destroying their dantian. Then, his muscles bulging wildly, he ripped the male and body apart by the spine, causing a loud crack to ring out, before throwing them onto the ground. Piled together with the other strange race's expert from before. Following that, he turned his large blood-red eyes towards the other three strange races frenzy blade enduring earths. His eyes were filled with the rush of vengeance. The other three had already been so frightened that their souls had flown away long ago. With a whooshing sound, they instantly turned around to flee. But to the current Bear King, their speed was too slow. Roaring with rage, his body flashed 5 times, and Big Bear's body suddenly had 6 more saber scars. However, the 3 strange races experts had also been caught by him. Forcefully destroying their dantian as before, he chucked them together with the previous 2. The 5 previously impressive frenzy blade enduring earths had now been turned into a bunch of complete cripples, unable to seek life or pray for death. After capturing all the culprits, Big Bear straightened up his body and turned around slowly. His eyes filled with pain, he looked at his brother. He didn't dare to turn his head and could not bear to turn his head. And so, he tried his best to turn as slowly as possible. He was even somewhat hoping that the present situation was the Eagle King playing a prank on him. He thought that if he turned around slower, the Eagle King would suddenly break into a smile and jump up on him, slapping him with a wing and calling him a big dumb bear. If that really happened, he felt that he would definitely faint from happiness. It would be fine even if he died from joy. 9th brother, as long as you wake up, this elder brother is willing to let you scold me for a lifetime. This 4th brother is willing to die in your stead. I would rather die in your place. 1,000,000 times. As long as you wake up. Please wake up. The Bear King didn't know that that was the exact same thoughts that the Eagle King had just a moment ago. 4th brother, as long as you can wake up, I'm willing to die for you, 1,000,000 times. But no matter how slowly he turned, it would eventually come to an end. As the figure of the Eagle King slowly left his sight, Big Bear felt a stinging sensation in his nose, and he suddenly bawled aloud with sorrow. He cried so bitterly that he squatted down and clutched his head tightly as he knocked his head with his large fists continuously. You stupid idiot bear. Why did you have to collapse at this kind of time? Why couldn't you just endure for a moment longer? You really deserve to die. You are the one who truly deserves to die. I'm the dumbest idiot bear in the world. Ah! Big Bear howled in a heart-rending manner. That rough and ugly voice was enough to cause anyone who heard it to feel a deep sorrow in their hearts. The shredded clothes on the Eagle King's body fluttered lightly in the wind, while he remained standing there coldly, unmoved by the events of the world. As for the heartbroken tears of his brother, he also did not react at all. Tian Fa's eagle had in this moment completely passed away. My king! A loud cry rang out from the distance, shaking the entire sky. In an instant, the sky darkened. Countless steel feathers fell down from the sky, covering the earth. The huge black wings interlapped, blocking the sun. Big Bear turned and looked up, only to see the remaining less than 800 Eagle Tribe warriors. Regardless of the scale of their injuries, they'd all transformed back to their original forms, and were soaring above the sky. Their eyes were cold and calm like the Eagle King, fierce and determined. What are you little eagle brats thinking of doing? Are you trying to rebel? Big Bear stood up and roared. Get down here for me. His voice suddenly cracked and choked, hurry up and get down for this daddy. The Bear King had already guessed their intentions. Faced with the commands of a beast king, these eagles were actually completely unmoved. Before this was an impossible matter. A patch of black mass moved slowly through the sky. Although their formation was already messy, they were still moving steadily towards the place where the main force of the strange races were formed. They carried a heaviness and pressure as though a mountain. Although they were moving very slowly, their aura was filled with conviction. If the king is dead, we shall be buried alongside him. Tian Fa's eagle would forever be accompanied by his brothers and clansmen no matter where he went. No matter what, he would always be the king of the sky. And wherever our king goes, we will follow. Through life and death. Little 17th. F***CK, stop messing around. Hurry up and get down here for this daddy. Right now. Get down here. Big Bear roared anxiously, blood seeping out from his mouth. The black eagle at the head of the flock turned and looked silently at Big Bear, before locking his eyes back on the body of his king. Lowering his eyes slightly, he said in a steady voice, Bear King, there's no need for you to say any more. This is an internal matter of our eagle tribe. The king is dead, and he died alone. He needs his soldiers to accompany him. Even if he's traversing through the Yellow Springs, the king of the eagles will still need his soldiers to serve him. The pride of the Eagle tribe will not permit our king to go on his way alone. We need to go to him right away. Whether it is the 9 nethers or the Yellow Springs, we will still stay by his side. His voice was calm, without any sorrow, or pain. It was as if he was talking about an extremely trivial and common matter. Big Bear's tall body trembled helplessly as he looked up at the flock of determined eagles. In that moment, he only felt a deep pain in his heart, and a sense of powerlessness. It's all because of him. If not for him, 9th brother would never come to this god-forsaken place where he couldn't turn back from. And these Eagle tribe brothers would not have to die with their king. This was all because of him. Hot tears fell from Big Bear's eyes as he looked at the huge group of eagles in the sky. Roaring with rage, he suddenly knelt down with a loud plop and looked up. Brothers. My brothers, this old bear is begging you here, I'm begging you all, Come down here, come down, woo woo. In the sky, Eagle 17 looked down and heavy emotions flickered in his eyes. However, he still shook his head unyieldingly. Bear King, you are a beast king of Tian-Fa. Us common beasts do not dare to accept you begging us. But right now, please forgive us for defying your orders. Our king is waiting for us. We need to go. We cannot let our king go off on his journey alone. There are dangers and old enemies beneath the Yellow Springs, and mountains of blades, and seas of fire. How can we let our king brave through that alone? Bastardly things. There are still so many strange races freaks here. And the war for seizing the heavens after this. There's also, in any case, you all still have many responsibilities on your shoulders. You idiot fellows. Why you? I'm begging you all. I'm begging you. Come down here, I'll kill you bastards. My dear brothers, come down, Big Bear's words were already incoherent, and he cursed and begged bitterly. This was a beast king of Tian-Fa. A mighty bear king who'd never dropped a tear, or bent the knee to anyone. But right now, he'd broken the exception and still failed to retain the hearts of the brave warriors of the Eagle tribe. The king of their race was an irreplaceable existence in the hearts of these warriors. I'm sorry. The war for seizing the heavens no longer holds any meaning for us. The people of the world also holds no meaning for us. We've come here only for the glory of Tian-Fa and the honor of the Shen beasts. We came here to follow our king, to have a grand battle with him. Apart from that, we had no other intentions. Now, our king is already gone. And we naturally have to go as well. The lives of the people of the world are not comparable to even a single hair on the head of our king. They are not worthy. The pride and arrogance of our Eagle tribe is unrivaled under the heavens. We only fight for the Eagle tribe, and we only fight for the Eagle king. We will make our king remain as proud and mighty, even in the underworld. Eagle 17 said calmly. Lord Bear King, and our Bear tribe warrior comrades. May we meet again in the next life. Let our Eagle tribe display once more the radiance of Tian-Fa Holy Land as the overlords of the sky. Our king. Please wait for us, we're coming. After that, Eagle 17 did not say anything else. He didn't even take another glance downwards. A total of 800 Shen eagles, cried out together in a bright tone, their shrill eagle cries piercing through the mist and into the 9 heavens. Following that, they once again raised their heads and cried out. Eagle 17, who was in the lead, tilted his body and began to fly upwards. His posture was proud, and unyielding. 800 Shen eagles followed closely behind him, flying into the clouds. In a short moment, the huge group of eagles had already turned into a tiny black dot in the sky. At this time, Eagle 17 suddenly stopped climbing. Then, with a shrill cry that broke the sky and scattered clouds, his entire shone with a golden light as he dove downwards. My king, I'm coming. You went so quickly, but why didn't you take me along? We've said before, that we will follow you forever, in this life and the future lives. 9 firmaments bloodshed cry of the eagles, burning sky collapsing earth Shen eagle soul. This was the ultimate forbidden grand technique of the Eagle tribe. Over 100 peak 9th level Shen eagles were needed to form this combined technique. And to use it meant that the eagles were planning to perish with their enemies. The power of this move was exceptionally terrifying, far surpassing a normal Shen beast self-detonation. It was also the only way for the Eagle tribe kingsguards to send off their kings throughout history. Only the most revered Eagle kings would receive such a grand treatment from the Eagle tribe. Before this, such a thing had only happened once in the last 10,000 years. And that was over 8,000 years ago. Don't. Big Bear roared desperately, his entire body trembling with the effort. At this time, the person who wanted to die the most was him. The person who wanted to accompany his brother the most in the netherworld was also him. However, he could not die yet. His mission hadn't been accomplished yet, and there were still over 1,000 Bear Tribe clansmen watching him from behind. Big Bear believed that if he died now, those 1,000 over bear warriors behind him would similarly do the same thing as the eagles, following after him. The war for seizing the heavens, or the people of the world were completely nothing to them as well. This was the most unique and extreme form of loyalty in the clans. And such a thing would only happen with Xian beasts. Such pride, such idiocy, and such disregard for anything else. And because of this, Big Bear could not die. At least, not right now. His lips was already bleeding heavily from his teeth biting too hard into them. Blood and tears poured out of his eyes, and his heart had already shattered into many pieces. He knelt on the floor, clutching the ground with his hands as his body trembled. Long live the king. Long live Tian Fa. Following behind Eagle 17, countless Xian eagles' bodies turned golden as they dove down with him. Their stance was proud and graceful, steady and determined. Although their king was no longer there, their formation was still neat and perfect. After all, they could not disgrace their king. Though they were going to their death, they would still remain disciplined and neat. So that when they passed over to the other world, they would immediately be able to display their strongest fighting strength. To fight for the king. With 10 in a group, they still maintained the formation that the king had taught them. The area they were attacking was wide, but each group was heading to a place where the strange races had gathered in the greatest numbers. Faced with such a bombardment technique from the sky, no one would be able to dodge at all. Countless explosions that were violent to the extreme constantly rang out, far surpassing any of the self-detonation forces thus far. Such violent attacking methods caused even the sky and the earth to shake and tremble. In the sky, there were still a massive number of golden shadows diving down from the highest point. Carrying the conviction of loyalty to their fallen king, they plunged into the midst of the strange race's ranks, unleashing the most terrifying and brutal kamikaze-style attacks. The Eagle tribe was using this most unique and dazzling display that burned their very lives, to perform the final send-off for their tribe's most respected king. Using their lives, they performed a song that would resonate through all lifetimes, transcending the realms of the living and dead. The lives of tens of thousands of strange race invaders. That would be the everlasting burial gifts for their king in heaven. The Eagle King's proud body remained straight and tall, cold and expressionless. Although his eyes had already turned listless, they were still exceptionally sharp, as if they could see through the endless void, and opening up a wide path for his brothers. The heaven-shaking explosions finally came to a close. An area of several thousand zhang around the center of explosions was completely bare, without a single living being. It was completely empty. At least over 50,000 strange races invaders had been completely turned into ashes after this violent explosion. 9 firmaments bloodshed, cry of the eagles. Burning sky collapsing earth, Xian eagle soul. The might of an ancient forbidden technique legacy like this was truly terrifying. 800 Xian eagles, using their flesh and blood, had created a legendary tune of loyalty that would be remembered for ages to come. Even though they had to die, even though they decided to detonate their bodies, they were still afraid of harming their bear brothers, and so they chose a faraway location. With that grand explosion, they'd forcibly separated the battlefield into two. Only leaving behind the head and tail of the enemy, the two extremes. Whether in life or death, the only ones that they couldn't stop showing concern for was their brothers. These brothers that came from the same homeland. Tian Fa. The sky was suddenly painted in red, turning into a large blood-red eagle. The eagle circled the sky, climbing higher and higher, finally disappearing into the clouds. The strange race's huge army had been shorn to a pitiable 10,000 after such a terrifying attack. Furthermore, all of them had already lost their minds from fear, and their morale had all but disappeared. The remaining bear tribe warriors definitely had more than enough strength to deal with them. The army that had come charging out with great momentum and vastly superior numbers had already been mostly turned into a patch of charred land. And so, the Eagle tribe warriors was able to leave with a very peaceful mind. They could leave to accompany their king without any worries. Vengeance for our Eagle tribe brothers. Vengeance for our Eagle tribe brothers. For all the Eagle brothers who'd sacrificed themselves. Brothers, kill. In the distance, the bear tribe warriors were already charging forward madly, their faces stained with tears as they madly charged towards the strange race's army. At this point, the outcome of this battle had already become certain. However, they would still not let off a single enemy. All the warriors of Tian Fa were like crazed beasts at this point. The remaining 10,000 strange races soldiers had already been scared until they fled in all directions, despite still having 10 times more in numbers than their enemies. The frontmost soldiers were instantly cut down by the frenzied bear tribe warriors, while the few thousand at the back were more fortunate since there was a wide gulf in the middle of the battlefield, managing to flee back into the strange race's mainland. Too terrifying. That battle was completely a nightmare. These Tian Fa warriors were even more terrifying than the rumors described them, and they were more frightening than demons in dreams. Big Bear crawled up slowly and looked at the still body of the Eagle King. As he looked at his close brother whom he'd shared almost his entire life with, his heart shook. He walked 2 steps forward with his face completely stained with tears. Then, he reached his arms out carefully and hugged him tightly. It was as if he was afraid that he would hurt his little brother. Although the Eagle King could no longer feel anything. Little Eagle, wait a little longer, and your 4th elder brother will bring you home, back to Tian Fa. Big Bear carefully laid him down and touched his now cold face with his trembling hands. Little Eagle. I've already captured those evil freaks who harmed you, how do you want to deal with them? He tilted his head, seemingly still conversing with his brother. As if he'd heard something, he nodded. I understand. Per your habit, and the habit of your eagle tribe, you'd want to tear them apart alive. I understand. Little Eagle, 4th elder brother will help you vent your anger right away. I'll help you get your revenge. Big Bear smiled and stood up. As he turned around, his eyes blazed dangerously. Stretching out his hand, he grabbed a heavily trembling strange race's elite. Without saying anything, he held the frenzy blade enduring earth down, and pinched one of his fingers. Then, using a bit of strength, he pulled slowly, extending the finger, until finally, it was completely ripped off his hand. A terrible cry rang out, filling the entire area. The strange race's elite's cultivation had already been crippled earlier, and faced with the cruel treatment from Big Bear now, he completely did not have the ability to fight back at all. In fact, even seeking death right now would be a kind of luxurious wish. He could not even faint since the moment he fainted, Big Bear would instantly infuse a wisp of Xian Qi into his mind to wake him up again, ensuring that he would feel every bit of pain with a clear mind. There were only endless wretched screams and curses. Big Bear remained unmoved as he reached for another finger and pulled. Smiling lightly as if reminiscing about something, he mumbled. Little Eagle, do you remember what you asked back when we were drinking the wine we stole from Monkey King? When will we be able to reach the peak? As he laughed, the miserably screaming bastard's finger was ripped off with a loud pop. I still remember that I replied, we'll definitely be able to reach that level one day. And then, you laughed aloud and shook your head. To steal that wine, your head was even scratched by a monkey subordinate under the Monkey King, causing you to bleed. How embarrassing ah! The mighty Eagle King was made to bleed by a mere monkey lad. As the memories came flooding back, he smiled happily, as if the Eagle King was still sitting across him, drinking the stolen monkey wine with blood flowing from his forehead. Just like that, as he reminisced about the past, he slowly tore the 5 frenzy blade enduring earths who harmed the Eagle King into tiny pieces. After that, he stood up and walked over, sitting beside the Eagle King as he sighed in a heavy voice. Little Eagle, older brother has already gotten revenge for you. Why aren't you waking up? Why aren't you still waking up? 4th brother will never quarrel with you again in the future. You can scold me as you wish, alright? Come on, sit up. Sit up ah, Little Eagle. Little Eagle, just wake up, 4th brother will promise you right now, I'll never fight over anything with you in the future. You can drink the monkey wine first, 4th brother will also give you the wine that brother-in-law gave me. Get up, quickly get up ah, all of a sudden, Big Bear stopped coaxing, and buried his face into the ground as he howled painfully. What do you want me to do for you to wake up? Tell me. Tell me ah. I'll agree to it all, okay? But why aren't you waking up? Several bear warriors ran over with tears on their faces as they knelt down and begged. My king, please be consoled in your grief. Lord Eagle King has already passed into the eternal. May our king, please restrain your grief and accept fate. These few sentences were said with choked voices, but they still ended with tears all over their faces. Big Bear instantly flew into a rage as he jumped up. Sending out a foot, he kicked away the bear that spoke and roared. What mother of asterisk king nonsense are you speaking? What? Passed into the eternal? Bastard thing. My brother isn't dead. He isn't dead. He isn't dead. My brother will never die. Big Bear roared as tears of blood streamed down his face. He will never die. Following that, a mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth, and his huge body collapsed with a loud boom. Far off in the horizon, two white shadows streaked across the sky like a pair of meteors, reaching a shocking speed. For some reason, Mei Shuiyan had been feeling an extreme feeling of unease since some time ago. Truthfully, Mei Shuiyan had always felt anxious ever since the Bear King, Eagle King, and the 8 great Saint Venerable Seniors had set off. The only thing was that Jun Moxie had delivered her into the Hongjun Pagoda from the very first moment, and she was cut off from all news in the outside world. Mei Shuiyan also knew how serious the matter was and remained inside to calm her heart and cultivate, maintaining her heart at the peak state to better deal with matters later. After that, they coincidentally bumped into the experts of the Heaven Saint Palace chasing after Zhan Luan Hui, and the both of them also joined in the fight. Mei Shuiyan hadn't truly shown herself in the battle, but her help was definitely not to be slighted. And because they were focused on the fight, she hadn't thought about anything else, maintaining a clear heart. However, after the large battle, she actually felt no joy in defeating such a peerless expert. In fact, the anxious feeling were only becoming more and more intense. After separating from Guuhan and the rest who went to look for the remnants of the 3 holy lands, Mei Shuiyan urged Jun Moxie to rush towards the Pillar of Heaven's mountains. There wasn't any delays at all. Jun Moxie did not even have the time to catch a breath or drink a sip of water, before being rushed to fly all the way there. The area that the Pillar of Heaven's mountains had collapsed was incredibly huge, and the rubble could already be seen far away. For some reason, the closer she got to the Pillar of Heaven's mountains, the more uneasy Mei Shuiyan felt. It was an indescribable sense of sorrow and pain, and she felt extremely urgent, but also fearful, actually making her somewhat not dare to enter that area. This was an extremely strange state of heart, and even Mei Shuiyan herself didn't know what was going on. There were clearly many brothers in front of her, and many seniors waiting for her to reinforce them. But yet, she had a strange feeling that that place held countless pain and heartache. It's as if what awaited her in front would end up delivering her a heavy blow. As they approached their destination, Mei Shuiyan's body softened, and she could hardly maintain her flying stance. What's wrong? Jun Moxie looked at her with confusion. At this time, Mei Shuiyan's jade-like face had turned scarily white. There wasn't any color of blood, and her lips was also trembling lightly. Could she have overexhausted herself when we fought against Zhan Luan Hui? Still, it shouldn't be to this extent, right? My body's fine. However, my heart aches terribly, and I don't know what happened. Mei Shuiyan shook her head and furrowed her brows. There's an ominous feeling which I cannot shake off. Could it be my own groundless fears? The usually steadfast Mei Shuiyan actually asked this question in her anxiousness. She was hoping that Jun Moxie could give her a definite answer, and the support of a lover she could rely on. Jun Moxie sucked in a deep breath of air and said, "How can uncertain feelings like this be indicative of anything?" Truthfully, Jun Moxie also felt a lurch in his heart when he said this. From the moment he entered the area around the Pillar of Heaven's mountains, he too had this uneasy feeling that Mei Shuiyan spoke about. But because he didn't want Mei Shuiyan to worry, he didn't say anything. This was a kind of sixth sense, something that an assassin could train to possess after encountering hundreds of dangerous situations. Usually, this kind of feeling signaled that something had happened. Jun Moxie could basically guess that something huge must have happened on the Eagle and Bear army's side. Right now, he was also extremely anxious. However, he did not dare to express it in front of Mei Shuiyan. Not even a little bit. If he also displayed this kind of anxiousness, Mei Shuiyan might collapse even before they reached the Eagle King, Bear King, and 8 great Saint Venerable Seniors. Just what kind of people were they? They were all the closest people to Mei Shuiyan. Especially Eagle King and Bear King, they were brothers that Mei Shuiyan had known for many years. This kind of feelings were even closer than blood brothers and sisters, even surpassing the relationship between twins. If anything happened to them, the blow to Mei Shuiyan would be extremely heavy. As a man, he needed to be a pillar for his woman to lean on. Although Jun Moxie was also extremely anxious right now, he had to pretend that nothing was wrong on the surface, and try to comfort Mei Shuiyan. This was a man's responsibility. But faced with the sudden question, Jun Moxie knew that he could not give her too much illusory hope. Otherwise, it would instead become a bigger burden for her. It was better that she suffer a great pain for a moment, than to be in pain for her entire life. Xueyan, your condition is not ideal right now. Why don't you go into the pagoda for a rest, and I'll carry you there? Jun Moxie suggested carefully. If Mei Xueyan was willing to go in, then everything will become easier. The Hongjun Pagoda was separated from the outside world, and if anything bad had really happened, the impact on her would not be as great as if she was present on the scene. He could let her know the truth at some point later in the future, and it would dull the pain for her. This was the best solution in a situation where there were no good solutions. No. Mei Xueyan rejected flatly. I want to go and see my brothers. And I want my Tian Fa brothers to be able to see me with the first glance. I am their elder sister, and no matter what happens, I will be there to hold it for them. As she said that, she gritted her teeth and increased her speed. This speed now had already far surpassed her normal fastest. Jun Moxie sighed and followed behind her. Although he knew that Mei Xueyan would only end up doing herself more harm like this, he didn't have any ways to stop her. Yes, it is true that you as their elder sister can help them to hold up many things, but in this world, there are always some things that nobody can support. Not even you. There are some matters that one must face, and there's no escaping it. Right now, Jun Moxie could only pray silently in his heart, hoping that this blow will not be too heavy. Or that this matter was not as serious as they'd imagined yet. After all, the volcanoes were still erupting, and the probability of the strange races coming out at this time is not necessarily very large. Right now, this was the only way that the evil monarch Jun Moxie could comfort himself. Without saying anything, both of them increased their speed. There was clearly still a large distance until they reached, but the thick smell of blood could already be detected. One had to know that the wind level now could be considered as a grade 9 hurricane. Furthermore, both of them were flying upwind and was practically being pushed forward by the wind. But despite all this, they could still smell the heavy pungent bloody smell. Mei Xueyan's expression turned even more grave as she gritted her teeth and flew forward with all her might. All of a sudden, she froze in midair as she looked helplessly into the distance. Then, she cried aloud. Little eagle. Jun Moxie also looked up, and his pupils instantly shrunk as his lips trembled. A cloud of blood rose into the air from the far distance, congealing into a magnificent eagle that covered the sky. The metallic wings, sharp beak, and deadly talons framed a pair of incredibly proud eyes. Turning around, the eagle flew towards the edge of the sky. In the blink of an eye, it had already disappeared into the thick clouds. Mei Xueyan raised her head and looked dumbly at the giant blood eagle. Then, she cried out in a heart-rending manner and trembled fiercely, almost falling out of the sky. Righting herself immediately, she shot out like an arrow, flying forward with all her might. Her speed had actually reached an unimaginable level. Jun Moxie's face also turned green instantly, and his eyes became as red as blood. The Eagle King has passed. His body flashed, and he unleashed the yin-yang escape to its full power as he chased after her. In the huge battlefield, the bloody and chaotic battle had finally come to an end. Silence. Plumes of smoke rose up everywhere, and countless body parts littered the ground. Severed heads rolled about on the ground, stirred by the fierce winds, their eyes still wide, etched with the looks of fear and hatred that their owners experienced only moments ago. A suffocating smell of blood so thick it threatened to choke the lungs of the living, hung heavily in the air. This was no longer just an ordinary battlefield. This was more reminiscent of a battle between gods and devils, heralding an apocalypse. The Bear Tribe warriors, no more than 1,000 of them, had formed a large circle as they knelt down towards the center. They were guarding their king who had fallen into an unconscious state from grief, and they were guarding the Eagle King who had sacrificed himself, showing him the highest respect and honor. No one howled, and no one cried. A mist of blood hung heavily on the battlefield, but it was entirely silent, like the realms of ghosts and spirits. This was a silence that was difficult to describe with words, and was so suffocating that it was hard to breathe. The heaviness of this pressure seemed to want to crush the hearts of men. Suddenly, a shrill cry rang out from the air. All the Bear Tribe warriors raised their heads together as they looked towards the source of the sound. In an instant, their eyes were filled with great emotion. That was Elder Sister's voice. Elder Sister is here. A white shadow flashed, and Mei Xueyan descended from the sky like a meteor. The air pressure from her landing caused even the large rocks on the ground to fly into the sky. When she landed, even with Mei Xueyan's cultivation, she still stumbled a few steps. However, she did not slow down at all as she ran towards the group of bears. She was running too quickly, to the point where even the scarf she wore on her head was blown away. Her beautiful long hair floated in the wind, but she hadn't even realized it. When she reached the group, she suddenly stopped. There was no other reason. She was afraid. She was scared that she would see something that she was not willing to see. The bear tribe warriors looked silently at her, and even these normally slow-witted bears completely understood what she felt in that moment. All of their eyes welled up with tears, but they didn't speak. Mei Shuiyan's heart also dropped instantly into an endless abyss, sinking deeper and deeper. Clear the path. Mei Shuiyan's voice trembled heavily, and her body shook visibly. Tell me, what the hell happened here? Where are the other brothers? Where are the Eagle Tribe brothers? And where are the 8 seniors? All the members of the Bear Clan knelt on the ground, raising their heads to look at Mei Shuiyan, but no one answered. Everyone hung their heads low at the same time. Uncontrollable sobbing could be heard from someone's throat. All 6,000 brothers, why are there so few of you left? Tell me, where are the rest go? Did they go to search for the enemy? Mei Shuiyan looked at all these brothers who were covered in injuries and confusion, mumbling some reason that even she herself wouldn't believe in. But still, no one responded. Mei Shuiyan suddenly yelled mournfully. Why are you not answering me? Where are the rest? Where did they go? Huh? Where's Eagle King? Where's Bear King? Where did the 2 of you preposterous fools die off to? Talk ah. Answer me ah. Mei Shuiyan no longer had her usual calmness, none of that air of the Lord of Tian Fa. She was practically on the verge of hysteria. A figure flashed and Jun Moxie landed beside Mei Shuiyan, his face colorless. The warriors remained silent, but they opened up a path uniformly. Jun Moxie moved and stood right in front of Mei Shuiyan, blocking her view. He calmly looked at Mei Shuiyan and said with a trembling voice, Shuiyan. Move aside. Mei Shuiyan raised her head angrily. It was as if fire was about to spew from her beautiful eyes. Jun Moxie. Move aside. Seeing how Jun Moxie showed no intentions to move, looking at her with a tender and pitying look, Mei Shuiyan was completely enraged. Move aside, she shrieked. The sweet-tempered, calm Mei Shuiyan, right now, had all the intentions to start a fight if there were any disagreements. I want to go and see my brother. No one can stop me. Jun Moxie sighed inwardly, lowering his head. But he still remained unbudging. If Shuiyan can vent it all on my body, then just vent it on me. Mei Shuiyan was stunned for a moment. Then, she suddenly flew past Jun Moxie at high speed. Then, a heart-shattering cry of grief could be heard from behind Jun Moxie. Ah! Mei Shuiyan cried into the skies. All the chi from her body suddenly burst from her body. Her grief-stricken, mournful cries were so sorrowful that everyone who heard her voice was affected by the grief she was undergoing. Even if they did not know what had happened, they could clearly feel how it was like to have their hearts shattered. In the center of the circle, Eagle King's badly damaged body lay silently on the ground. Beside him, Bear King was covered in fresh blood, the corner of his lip stained with his own. He laid right beside Eagle King. The only difference was that there was completely no vital signs from Eagle King's body. Whereas Bear King was still breathing weakly. Mei Shuiyan's sorrowful cry caused Big Bear, who had fallen into a semi-conscious state due to extreme grief, to suddenly jerk awake. The moment he woke up, he suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood, but he leapt up and looked about with a frantic look. Big Sis! Big Sis is here! Hurry! Hurry! Save little Eagle! Hurry, save little Eagle! He implored incoherently in a frenzy. Mei Shuiyan was right before him, but it was as if she didn't see him. Little Eagle! It was as if Mei Shuiyan was struck by lightning, her petite frame began to tremble violently. Tears began to flow from her eyes, along her fair cheeks, and down. She walked over slowly, gently, her movements unusually gentle and slow, as if she were afraid that she would disturb her little brother's deep sleep. Step by step, it was merely a couple of steps, but it took all of Mei Shuiyan's strength to finally arrive beside Eagle King. She slowly squatted down, her trembling finger gently stroking Eagle King's cold cheek. She mumbled, Little Eagle. Big Sis is here, Big Sis is here to see you already, don't be afraid, Big Sis is here, don't be afraid. Mei Shuiyan stretched out her hands, gradually picking up Eagle King's body, which had already turned cold, into her arms, hugging him tightly. Little brother, why are you always so mischievous? The ground is so cold, so dirty, isn't it uncomfortable lying on it? Hurry, get up. Big sis will carry you. Her pristine white robes were instantly stained with blood. Eagle King's body was huge. Mei Shuiyan had carried him into her embrace, but both his legs were still dragging on the ground. She carried him and walked forward in a daze. Little eagle, brother. Big sis will bring you home, bring you home. Don't be afraid, be good. She suddenly stumbled, but she stubbornly regained her balance, using all her strength to keep the body in her hands balanced. A flush covered her face, and a mouthful of blood burst out from her mouth. She had just raised her foot to take another step when both her legs gave way. She crumbled to the ground, her eyes shut. She had fainted. Although Mei Shuiyan had fainted, her hands remained hugging onto her brother's body tightly, refusing to let go. There was a common saying that a sister was like a mother. In the family of Tian Fa, as the big sister, Mei Shuiyan was like the mother of all the other beast kings and possibly even more. All these brothers were younger than her. Mei Shuiyan had brought them up from young, and every step in their growth had taken Mei Shuiyan great effort. From a fledgling to a king of the sky, Mei Shuiyan had witnessed their entire life. Every time they fell, Mei Shuiyan picked them up again. Every success, Mei Shuiyan was celebrating their joy. Every single achievement came from Mei Shuiyan's devoted guidance. And whenever these brothers had anything sad or joyous to share, the first person they would think of finding was this elder sister. Yet today, Eagle King laid in Mei Shuiyan's arms, completely cold and stiff. Unable to hear the callings of the big sister that he admired the most ever again. Mei Shuiyan felt as if her heart was being ripped into shreds. Shattering into pieces. After a long while, Mei Shuiyan regained consciousness and realized that she was leaning against Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie gazed at her, his deep eyes filled with heartache and tenderness, but his murderous aura was oozing out. Big sis. Big sis, Big Bear cried, throwing himself before Mei Shuiyan and kowtowing crazily. Big sis. Please kill me, I don't want to live anymore, I really don't want to live anymore. Little Eagle, ninth brother had died because he was saving me. I did not protect ninth brother properly and even became a burden to him, I deserve to die. The one who should die is me. Why didn't I die instead? Bear King's entire body was convulsing. He suddenly knelt uprightly and slapped himself. I'll beat you to death, I'll beat you to death. You wretched bear, you've caused my ninth brother to die. My ninth brother, he used so much strength that it didn't take long for his head to become a bloody mess. Mei Shuiyan stared at the skies lifelessly, a blank look in her eyes. After a long while, she finally lowered her head and her pupils began to focus again. She looked at the Eagle King in her arms fondly and couldn't help the hot tears flowing down. Then she lifted her head and looked at Bear King, her voice still trembling, but unusually resolute. Stand up. Big Bear continued to sob, as if he no longer had any bones in his body. A real man sheds blood and not tears. Stand up. Stand up like a real man. Big Bear, don't make me look down on you. Tears were still flowing down Mei Shuiyan's cheeks, but her voice had regained its calmness. You said earlier, ninth brother had died while saving you, then I don't wish that the person he died saving to be a spineless coward like you right now. Then I'll find it wasted for him. Mei Shuiyan ordered. Big Bear. Stand up this instant. This harsh order had caused the ground beneath everyone's feet to quake. Big Bear's body jerked and he shot to his feet, standing upright. Mei Shuiyan glared at him with bloodshot eyes and said in a low voice, ninth brother died, he died for you. What do you do? Tell me. Big Bear gritted his teeth and responded without thinking. If I die in this battle, naturally I will reunite with ninth brother. Even if I manage to survive by a stroke of luck, I'll go and find him after the war is over. Even in the netherworlds, I, Big Bear, am still the fourth brother to ninth brother. As it will be forever. Pa! Mei Shuiyan was so furious that her entire body trembled. First, she gave him a tight slap, sending him spinning. But it wasn't enough to vent her anger, so she gave him a heavy kick to his chest. Then, Big Bear's burly body went shooting out and landing heavily on the ground. Good. Excellent. Big Bear, you're good. Truly good. Mei Shuiyan's voice quaked as she nodded her head heavily. Ninth brother saved your life by staking his own, it turns out that it was all for you to commit suicide to join him. Huh, Big Bear, you're capable. You're truly capable. You're truly loyal to your brother, ah. I respect you. She continued to rain punches and kicks with every sentence she said. Leaving Big Bear rolling about on the ground, fresh blood spurting out of his mouth. But Mei Shuiyan did not show any mercy. Every single blow was merciless. Even Jun Moxie turned away from the sight. He had never seen Mei Shuiyan throw such a huge temper. But the current situation was one that Jun Moxie mustn't interrupt, one he could not even mediate. Finally, Mei Shuiyan picked Big Bear by the chest and threw him onto the ground. Then she dragged him like she was dragging a dead dog over to Eagle King's body. She let go and snapped harshly. You ask little eagle. Ask ninth brother. Why did he save you? Why did he save you even if it meant staking his own life? Big Bear, your life was exchanged by ninth brother with his own. You ask him, if he is willing to have you die. Is your life still your own? Do you have the right to decide? Big Bear looked at Eagle King's face and sobbed, before being stunned. If you think that you didn't let ninth brother down by dying, then you can die now. Mei Shuiyan glared at him. I will definitely not stop you. Clang. She threw a saber in front of Bear King. Big Bear suddenly raised his head, a fervent look in his eyes as he looked at this shiny blade. His eyes gleamed. Die ah. Go and die. Die ah, why aren't you dying, ah. Mei Shuiyan looked at him coldly. Despite her body trembling and tears streaming endlessly down, she spoke resolutely. Why are you not dying yet? Could it be that you don't have the balls to? You want me to send you on your way? No problem, just tell me. I don't care for a bullsh asterisk T brother like you. Right now, Jun Moxie was a little anxious. Shuiyan's words were getting too much. Big Bear had such a candid temper, he would die for the sake of his brother if he was told to, if he really did. I don't want to die anymore. Big Bear suddenly calmed down. He got up slowly, his eyes completely calm. You're not going to die anymore. Mei Shuiyan looked at him and said emotionlessly. So now you decide not to die. Are you planning to do something in the battle? Is it to die for the sake of saving Crane King? Then Crane King will die for the sake of saving Tiger King, then Tiger King will die then the last one will die for the sake of saving me, then I'll commit suicide. Then we will die. And be reunited again in the Yellow Springs. How great is that ah? Were you thinking of this? Big Bear's body jolted, he looked pleadingly at Mei Shuiyan and cried, Big sis, you. I beg you, don't say that. I feel horrible. I feel horrible, ah. Please stop saying any more. Indeed, Mei Shuiyan had completely figured out what Bear King was planning. Of course he didn't wish for everyone to die, but he already was wishing for death. From the moment Eagle King died for the sake of saving Bear King, Big Bear already had no lingering attachments for the world. At that moment, he already didn't want to live anymore. But he couldn't die at that point in time. Furthermore, Bear King was still worried for his own brothers. So he decided to work even harder in the next battle, staking all of himself to protect his brothers so they would be able to live on. No matter what the price. Just like what Eagle King had done for him. Then, if he could die for the sake of saving his brother, then he would also be able to die in peace. Not letting the sworn brotherhood of Tian Fa down in vain. But when Mei Shuiyan put it in this way, Big Bear suddenly felt the chills. Fear and panic growing in him. Indeed, he was already so heartbroken from Eagle King's death from saving himself. Then, if he had died for the other brothers, wouldn't they be feeling the same as himself right now? Would rather die than continue living? Everyone would understand the same thing when they put themselves in somebody else's shoes. Then, could it really be like what Big Sis said? Everyone dies. And we all reunite in the Yellow Springs? No, I do not wish for that, it absolutely mustn't be like that. But if my own brother is in danger, am I supposed to just watch on? No. I can't even do that. How can I do that? Bear King was feeling so conflicted that he did not even know what to say. There has never been any exchange between brothers. Jun Moxie said. Eagle King sacrificed himself for you. His intentions were definitely not for you to return the favor. Don't tell me that in your heart, doing things for your brothers isn't something you should do. You should. Get it? That's what makes you brothers. Your brother, doing things for you is what he should do. Relatively, doing things for your brother, no matter what it is something that should be expected. Jun Moxie said. Pain and hurt are inevitable. But for the sake of ensuring your safety, even if it is death, Eagle King did it willingly. What you should really do is absolutely not die for your brother. But live more for his sake. Do more things on their behalf. If one day, you die for the sake of saving your brother, although we will be filled with grief, we will also be happy for you. Because you left in a heroic manner. With a peace of mind. With no qualms. Just like Little Eagle right now. Jun Moxie spoke solemnly. We must let our brothers feel proud because we are living unhappily, even if they've passed, we must make our brothers smile from the Yellow Springs. Yes, I should. I am willing to do anything for my brother. I'm not afraid of death. But I'm afraid that my brother will be disappointed. Big Bear turned his head and glanced at Eagle King. But Ninth is gone forever. Ninth is not gone. Brothers will forever remain in our hearts. Jun Moxie took in a deep breath. Until the day you die of old age, your brother, be it Eagle King, your big sis, me, or any of the other brothers who are not present here, we will always accompany you. Even if they've already passed, they still exist in your heart. Always accompanying you. As long as you are still alive, your heart remains, and your brothers are around. I understand now. Bear King couldn't help but wipe his tears as he sobbed. I'm still alive, my heart remains, my brothers are around. Little Eagle is around. That's right, so you must continue to live on properly, for Eagle King. Because his greatest wish before he died was for you to live. He only wants you to continue living properly. You must not disappoint him. And the rest of the Eagle Clan also needs your support. You must not die. If you die so wimpishly, then you'll really have let Little Eagle down. Big Bear stayed silent, but his dull eyes finally regained a little bit of life. And one more thing, the blood of our brothers mustn't be spilled in vain. Whoever makes us bleed, we will make them doomed. Jun Moxie said harshly. Big Bear, you must prepare, we must get it all back with both principle and interest, multiple folds. Yes. How can the blood of my brothers be spilled in vain? It will not be, no matter what. Make those grotesque scum extinct. A vengeful gleam filled Big Bear's eyes. Then, he suddenly turned around, running about, searching all over, collecting all of the bits of Eagle King's flesh that was scattered all about carefully. And Mei Shuiyan was doing the same thing. All the other bear warriors were also searching about. They wanted to restore the body of their brother who had already left. So that their brother could finish his last journey honorably. Finally, they finished collecting all of it. Mei Shuiyan tugged a lock of hair from her head. Then, she got Jun Moxie to use the power of gold to create a needle. She carefully threaded it and began to sew her brother back together, stitching every single piece of flesh and feathers. She was just that concentrated, every single stitch was so gentle and with great familiarity. Just like how she had used a needle and thread to help sew Eagle King's clothes from that time when Eagle King first took human form and accidentally torn the clothes he wore for the first time. She could still remember Little Eagle wrinkling his face, feeling upset about the clothes. She could still remember, she even chuckled and pinched his hooked nose, teasing him. Now, the situation was similar, but she was feeling such heavy sorrow. As she sewed, Mei Shuiyan asked in a low voice. That blood eagle that appeared in the sky earlier, was it the tabooed ultimate move of the Eagle Clan, 9 firmaments bloodshed cry of the eagles, burning sky collapsing earth Xian eagle soul? Big Bear sniffed and nodded his head heavily. Then, the 8 seniors. Big Bear turned his head away, not speaking, his tears pouring down. At this moment, that humongous build looked like a fallen leaf in the wind. Then, their bodies. Mei Shuiyan's heart sank, asking in a low voice. Detonated, they all, detonated, Big Bear replied in a nasal voice. He squatted down, hugging his head with both his hands to suppress his sobs. Mei Shuiyan's hand jerked to a stop. She raised her head, remaining silent, before lowering it to continue her work. Although she did not make a single noise, but tears were falling down silently, landing on Eagle King's cold body. Mei Shuiyan had clearly become numb from the heartache. Her hands continued to move automatically, she didn't want to think, she couldn't bear to think, and didn't dare to think anymore. Her long silky hair fell down, blocking her face, and also the immense sorrow that she was going through. Enduring all of it alone. Jun Moxie let out a long sigh, standing up with his hands behind his back. With all of his intelligence, he also didn't know how to console her at this moment. The strong winds continued to blow, Jun Moxie's robes and wind fluttered in the wind. In his worry, he also felt an extreme sense of grief and melancholy. Brother, the few brothers that he acknowledged in this world. Now, one of them had died in battle, right before him. Will there still be more, later? Mei Shuiyan may have regained consciousness quickly, but Jun Moxie knew clearly that Mei Shuiyan's heart was completely broken. Right now, Mei Shuiyan was just forcibly controlling herself. As the Lord of Tianfa, she did not have the right to lose her self-control before her subordinates. No matter when, she must remain unruffled. Only in this way, she can give her subordinates confidence. She had already vomited blood and fainted from extreme grief. The mental pressure on the warriors was already massive. Now, Mei Shuiyan could not lose her composure. If she wished to weep, she could only wait till the silence of night to let her tears fall, all alone, secretly. But the next morning, she was still the Lord of Tianfa when she stood before everyone else. Mighty, powerful, invincible. Jun Moxie's heart hurt. So much that he couldn't breathe. He had always treasured every single brother from Tianfa. Not only the few Beast King brothers, Jun Moxie felt more close and dear with even the ordinary Xian beasts than humans. The honest Xian beasts, the Xian beasts with the purest hearts, were a lot more worth befriending than humans. The death of the Eagle King also left Jun Moxie so heartbroken he blacked out for a moment. But Mei Shuiyan had just fainted. Jun Moxie knew that he must not lose the tiniest bit of his self-control. If both of them became overwhelmed by grief at the same time, the bear warriors would definitely be in a mess, and they would completely lose control of the situation. If that really became the case, it'd really be a huge mess. Even if they managed to make it up, the hearts of the men were unstable, and fighting with this sort of mentality, they would be in danger of annihilation at any moment. Because of the weakness of their kings, they couldn't see any hope of victory. Standing in the wind, watching the battlefield that was filled with the stench of blood, although Jun Moxie was hard-hearted, he asked himself a question: was it worth it? Was it worth it? This was undoubtedly a question that was very difficult to answer. Although he had claimed to not care about the common lives of the world, and Xian continent had nothing to do with him, he was not a hero, but, even though he said that he didn't care, how could he really not? After all, his own brothers were still on this continent. And his own kin, friends and people he worried about. How could he really not care? He may perhaps not be so concerned with the people of the Xian continent, but how could he allow those grotesque strange races to come into the continent as they wished? But if he really did not let them come in, the evil monarch Manor and Tianfa Xian beasts will have to pay a hefty price for it. Especially with the unexpected mishap on the Three Holy Lands forces. A price like this, Jun Moxie could not afford it. And he couldn't bear to. And was unwilling to. Before this, Jun Moxie had already overestimated the strange races to be the worst imaginable. But he still did not imagine that this battle would be this dreadful. The moment the war began, Tianfa lost 8 Saint Venerables, an Eagle King, 3,000 Eagle Warriors and 2,000 Bear Warriors. In just over 4 hours, it was such a hefty price. In terms of strength, all of the soldiers had a heaven reversal pill that would allow them to recover from any sort of injury. In other words, that was an extra life. But ultimately, not even a sixth of the men remained. Then, how much time could they stall, even if the entire Tianfa forest deployed their elites? Since the strange races were this powerful, then how did the 3 holy and 1 ferocious lands manage to win all the previous war for seizing the heavens? Jun Moxie had stimulated his plans using the previous war for seizing the heavens as reference. Saints would be able to partake in the war for seizing the heavens. Saint Emperors were the main power for winning, the Saint Venerables were the high-level forces. Jun Moxie had understood it this way for the whole time. But from the looks of it, it seemed as if there wasn't a flaw in his comprehension. But from what Guuhan and the rest said, it seemed to be this case. At most, there will be another battle between those of the higher levels, but there will definitely not be more than a few people. Shuiyan, where is the old battleground of the war for seizing the heavens? Jun Moxie asked. It is southwest of here, about 1,000 li. Mei Shuiyan had already finished restitching Eagle King's body. Eagle King's feathers were neatly attached to his body again. He looked mighty and bold, as he were alive. Mei Shuiyan stood in a daze and answered subconsciously. There is someone from the Holy Land standing guard. Jun Moxie raised his brow. How can there be no one guarding it? For all of history, all the strongest forwards from the Heaven-Sent Palace of the three Holy Lands have been guarding there. For 10,000 years, they had never lost defense of the place. There are people guarding there. An incisive glint flashed in Jun Moxie's eyes. Since there are experts guarding that place, why are they not here yet when this entire place has been overturned? The incident here is no ordinary incident. It is the collapse of Pillar of Heaven's mountain that separates the two continents. And, where are they now? Jun Moxie slowly raised his head and looked afar. Using an unusually cold tone, he said, the collapse of the Pillar of Heaven's mountains had a tremendous impact, even spirit xians and saints will be injured in the face of the might of nature such as this. But it definitely will not be able to harm a saint emperor or saint venerable. Since this is such an important location, the experts who are standing guard must be of saint cultivation at least. Since they're not dead, there's no way they will not know of this incident. The strange races are surging in waves, so how could they not see it? But why have they not arrived yet? Jun Moxie sounded extremely apathetic when he said this, but Mei Shuiyan and even Bear King who were more slow-witted could clearly sense that bone-chilling intention in Jun Moxie's tone. In both of Jun Moxie's lives, he had never suffered such a disastrous loss. After this battle, this first troop of soldiers had lost above 80% of their men, of which included Tian Fa's Beast King Eagle King, the 8 Saint Venerable Seniors of Tian Fa, and all the elite experts of the Eagle Clan. Even those who managed to survive from the Bear Clan were heavily injured and not in a condition to fight. Such a disastrous loss, so many brothers passing, how could Jun Moxie not grieve? If Mei Shuiyan was heartbroken, Jun Moxie may be even more severe. At least, Mei Shuiyan could weep secretly when she was alone with him and have young Master Jun consoling her. But Jun Moxie could only bury all of the pain and grief at the bottom of his heart, and not even speak to anyone about it. Because he was a man. And a leader. Honestly speaking, though Tian Fa had many sacrifices in this battle, the battle results were extremely glorious. With a loss of 5,000 over men, they annihilated the enemy's troops that was more than 20 times their size. This included 13 supremacy enduring heavens, which was considered supreme amongst the strange races. The Xian continent had never obtained such battle results in all of history. A glorious result like this was not only unprecedented, it would definitely be unrivaled. Yet no matter how glorious the battle results were, it was not what young Master Jun desired. Even if the results were better, it would not be able to return the lives of his men. Jun Moxie was some who was extremely protective of his men. In his heart, even if it was all the members of strange races combined, they couldn't compare to how important one Tian Fa brother of his was. Jun Moxie always understood that war was filled with sacrifices. As long as there was a war, there would be sacrifices. But he didn't wish for these sacrifices to befall his own men, which was why he strengthened Tian Fa Xian beasts at all costs, and even ensured everyone had a heaven-defying pill like the Heaven Reversal Pill. But it still couldn't avoid sacrifices. The sorrow and grief in Jun Moxie's heart could be imagined. But he didn't have anyone to vent it on. All the strange races have escaped, and this matter could not be implicate the Heaven-Sent Palace, the three Holy Lands. But now, Jun Moxie unexpectedly found out that it turned out there was someone else who was in charge of guarding the place. And there was a considerable number of powerful experts. Jun Moxie suddenly felt furious. Extremely furious. After the battle with Zhan Luanhui earlier and getting an understanding of the strength of the three Holy Lands, he was still contemplating strength. But right now, there was no need for consideration. The enemy's strength did not need to be taken into account. They just had to kill. They'd be able to find out sooner or later. No matter whether the enemy was strong or weak, they'd definitely have to wipe them all out. Since it was destined for only one side to remain, then it didn't matter whether they're strong or weak. Yet, upon finding out that Pillar of Heaven's mountains had experts guarding it, who were powerful enough to participate in the battle, but ultimately not appear, this result completely enraged Jun Moxie. He was filled with fury. The Tian Fa troops had pretty much been wiped out, and under such a dreadful situation, those people did not show their assistance. If they had assisted, would the 8 Tian Fa Saint Venerable Seniors die like this? Would Eagle King and all the members of the Eagle Clan be sacrificed? When Jun Moxie said this, Mei Shuiyan stopped breathing and an unconcealable look of hatred and vengeance shot from her eyes. Due to her extreme grief earlier, she didn't think so much. But upon Jun Moxie's reminder, Mei Shuiyan only felt as if a heavenly tribulation had suddenly arrived and struck her on her head. Her heart suddenly felt like it's about to burst. Why? Tian Fa has given their all to help you fight the strange races. Since the moment the incident at Pillar of Heaven's Mountains happened, we deployed our troops and rushed to the battlefield. All these was for the continent. For you. But, why? Our men had rushed here and began to fight off the strange races, but were almost wiped out. And all of you that were not far away ultimately did not intervene to assist them. Even until now, not a single one of you appeared. Why? Could it be that even at a time like this, you still chose to watch from the sidelines? Watch in safety and wait to reap the benefits? Did you really think we are idiots? Darn! Mei Shuiyan hissed through gritted teeth. All the killing intent she had accumulated could no longer be suppressed. You may not have killed us directly, but my brothers have died directly in your hands as a result. Stars like these are even more detestable than those invasive strange races. This enmity is irreconcilable. Jun Moxie also scoffed murderously, but no longer spoke. He took out the best medicine for those bear warriors who managed to survive and began to treat their injuries. A loud whistle came from the skies. From afar, it was like a huge cloud arriving. The second wave of troops. Solitary Eagle and Foam Wan Yun, along with the Heaven Destroyer and Spirit Devourer and 300 Xian cranes had finally arrived. An hour earlier than expected. Jun Moxie's face stiffened. At night, Tian Fa and the evil monarch Manor's troops set up their camps about 30 li from the battlefield, but no one went to sleep. But no one cried. The entire camp was frighteningly silent. The heavy atmosphere made it hard to breathe. In the wee hours, Crane King and Tiger King arrived and brought the third wave of men. In the silent night of the campsite, Crane King's sorrowful cry rang out suddenly. Mei Shuiyan did not sleep for the entire night. She didn't even change her posture. She just sat before the body of Eagle King in the tent, for an entire night, silently. It was Tian Fa's usual practice to have a close elder keep watch for the first night beside the coffin. Mei Shuiyan was the elder sister that Eagle King held in admiration. She was definitely the first choice, but she was also the lord of Tian Fa. Tian Fa's rules forbid lords from keeping watch for their people. Even if it was their own brother, a beast king of Tian Fa. The strongest was the king of the Xian beasts of Tian Fa. But in all of history, the most powerful lord could not keep watch for any of his people. But Mei Shuiyan completely ignored this rule. Silently accompanying her brother through this last night, sending him off. The memorial tablets of the 8 Saint Venerables and 3,000 eagle warriors were neatly arranged, like the Xian eagles in their formations. Jun Moxie, Mei Shuiyan, Crane King Long Crane, Bear King Big Bear, and Tiger King Earthcracker sat silently. Like 5 statues, completely still. The corners of Crane King, Bear King and Tiger King's lips trembled, but they forced themselves to bear with it. They did not say a single word. Because they were afraid, the moment they opened their mouths, they'd be unable to hold back their cries. This was a night that was filled with grief and sorrow, but also one that had no sound of crying. The tears can only flow in their hearts. The sky gradually brightened, lighting up the inside of the tent as well. Mei Shuiyan looked at the sun that was rising from the horizon, as if she were extremely reluctant, but she finally took in a deep breath of air and said hoarsely. 8 seniors, Little Eagle, and all the brothers from the Eagle Clan. Everyone, farewell. If you have the time, you absolutely must come to Tian Fa for a look. We miss you all. No matter in heaven or in the netherworld, you are all our kin. Mei Shuiyan got up reluctantly, bowing deeply. 2 drops of tears finally couldn't help but fall to the ground as she bowed. Crane King, Bear King, and Tiger King knelt onto the ground and kowtowed in unison, their suppressed sobs ringing out. Alright, don't cry anymore. Let our brothers go with a peace of mind. Jun Moxie bowed deeply. His eyes were red. This is war. As long as there is war, sacrifice and death are inevitable. And this great war had just begun. Perhaps someday, we will go and find them for company. I believe that if that day really comes, we absolutely do not wish to see our brothers so grief-stricken. Yes, sir. The hearts of Tiger King, Bear King, and Crane King may already have been shattered, but there was a resolute look on their faces. Jun Moxie waved his hand and all the ancestral tablets and the body of Eagle King disappeared at the same time. He kept them all into the Hongjun Pagoda. Only there could he ensure that they were kept properly and safe. Mei Shuiyan and the rest remained in the empty tent, gazing at the empty space reluctantly. Bear King slowly squatted down and pressed his face on the ground where Eagle King's body was laid, shutting his eyes tightly. The tears of heartache finally couldn't help but pour of his eyes, but he ultimately did not make a single noise, only allowing his entire body to convulse with his crying. Then, Big Bear slowly stood up and walked out without turning back. Everyone, keep an eye on your own men and await my orders anytime. The battle may start again any moment. Jun Moxie took in a long breath of air and said firmly, his expression turned cold. If anyone dares to take actions recklessly on their own before you receive the orders from me or your big sis, you shall be beheaded at the ground where the 3,000 eagle warriors died. Big Bear, Crane King, and Tiger King all jerked. Being beheaded at the place where your brother fought to his death was the most severe form of punishment in Tianfa. Those who were executed in this manner was the equivalent of the humiliation of Tianfa. No one in the entire Tianfa forest would acknowledge this person as their brother. But this was an order that Jun Moxie had no other choice but to give, out of fear that these hot-blooded men would recklessly try to seek revenge for Eagle King. As helpless and unwilling he was, he had no other options. Because only this method could truly restrain all these beast kings whose mind had been burnt by the thought of revenge. After a while, all the beast kings walked out from the tent. A few of the volcanoes not far away had stopped erupting, but thick black smoke continued to spew from them. Solitary Eagle and Foam Wan Yun, along with the Heaven Destroyer and Spirit Devourer members, were waiting at the front lines in formation, their alert and cautious eyes focusing on the movement from the other side of the Pillar of Heaven's mountains. This night, they had stayed on guard like this for the entire night. Because this night completely belonged to Tianfa Forest. Though Solitary Eagle and Foam Wan Yun did not join the rest in the wake-keeping for Eagle King and the 8 Saint Venerables, but they protected them here to ensure that when Tianfa's warriors were releasing their grief and sending their brothers off on their last journey, they would not be disturbed in any way. What is the current situation on the strange race's side? Jun Moxie questioned. Up till now, there have only been small groups assembling, but no major actions from them. Foam Wan Yun stood upright like a pole, instantly replying when he heard Jun Moxie's question. Why did so many experts gather in such a short period of time yesterday? Logically speaking, since there has already been such a large-scale crossfire here, the strange races should be sending their support ceaselessly. But why is it so quiet? Something is off, Jun Moxie furrowed his brows and pondered about the situation. His gaze slowly fell on the mountains in the surrounding, and suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. There were a significant number of volcanoes that stopped erupting already. And the temperatures of the surrounding have already dropped drastically compared to yesterday. The strange races are waiting for all the volcanoes to stop erupting completely. Jun Moxie swallowed his saliva and a chilling look shot from his eyes. He exchanged glances with Mei Shuiyan and saw her worry in her eyes. The strange races suffered major losses in the battle yesterday. They must have realized that the enemy was too tough to take by storm, so they changed their tactic. After all, from the sacrifices of the Berygal clans, those who partook in the battle from the strange races yesterday were definitely powerful. The death of the 8 Saint Venerables with not a single survivor, Jun Moxie, Mei Shuiyan, nor any of the Xian beasts of Tianfa were willing to accept this battle outcome. But it would only be worse for the strange races. A total of 13 supremacy enduring heavens and over 300 frenzy blade enduring earth had been annihilated. Jun Moxie wouldn't believe it if someone told him the strange races were unmoved by a battle like this. Such a powerful lineup obviously had the intentions to take the battle by storm and allow the rest of the troops to come surging in. Right now, a gargantuan number of the strange races had died. A price like it was definitely not one the strange races can afford. Thus, they were probably forced to change their tactics. To not be in a rush to start a battle, wait until all the volcanoes stopped erupting, and the weather returns to normal. Until the natural environment no longer becomes an additional burden, then make their comeback. And this plan was extremely vicious. Because the Pillar of Heaven's mountains, the barrier that was impossible for them to pass was gone forever. Without the threat from the volcanoes, the 10,000 li is an entire flat land. When that time came, the strange races could just come charging in any direction and would be able to break past it easily. Even if the Xian continent had an immense number of experts, they will definitely not be able to defend in time. The reason was simple. This battle line was too extensively long. And when the volcanoes completely stopped and the temperature returned to normal, all this will take time. During this period of time, the strange races could take this opportunity to assemble all their troops. Although the Xian continent also had gathered their troops, firstly, the journey had long, and secondly, the Xian continent was still on the defense. The strange races were completely on the offense. They could break in through any location and the Xian continent could only remain on the defense. And this disparity was worlds apart. How should this sort of unfavorable situation be dealt with? Jun Moxie paced up and down, thinking hard but to no avail. Mei Shuiyan was also thinking of a solution, her brows in a furrow. After a while, both of them sighed at the same time. It is definitely not ideal to remain on the defense, but to go on the offense, Jun Moxie sighed before continuing, is also not appropriate. Indeed. That side is the strange race's territory. If we recklessly charge over, we may not be able to find their fatal point. And the moment we go on the offense, we definitely need a lot of men to partake in the battle, and they must all be elites. This way, our defense will become even weaker. The moment the strange races attack, we will not be strong enough. In the long run, it'll be even harder to defend, Mei Shuiyan said. Jun Moxie nodded heavily, his complexion turning ugly. Just at this moment, the both of them sensed something and raised their heads to look into the distance. There were numerous figures flying over towards Tian Fa's camp. The one who was the fastest, leading the group was like a rolling cloud, his huge sleeves fluttering in the wind. It was Heaven Saint Palace's head, Guuhan. The people from the three holy lands had finally arrived. Jun Moxie's face darkened and his eyes turned cold. Mei Shuiyan's face turned pale, but an immense rage and murderous intent surged in her heart. One has to pacify internal affairs if they wish to resist foreign aggression. Jun Moxie mumbled lowly, his eyes gleaming. Fears of future consequences is like feeling brambles and thorns in one's back. Even if the world is doomed because of this, it must be eradicated. It absolutely has to be eradicated. He said this with such great resolute. Mei Shuiyan was shocked, turning around to look at him. My brothers must not die in vain. Jun Moxie said calmly. The main culprits, the strange races, will have to pay the price. But those who watched on from the sidelines will have to get me an explanation. Otherwise, I will feel Eagle King staring at me from the Yellow Springs. That gaze makes me feel guilty. Unable to be at peace. There are 8 Saint Venerables, 3,000 Eagle Brothers, and 2,000 Bear Brothers below. They are all looking at me. The look in their eyes are that of trust. I, Jun Moxie, must not let my brothers down. Even, if because of this, I have to pay the price of dooming the continent, I will demand for this explanation. Otherwise, this will continue to happen again. And we already cannot afford to lose any more brothers. After he said this, Jun Moxie strode out with big steps to meet them. Behind him, Tiger King, Bear King, and Crane King's eyes were filled with light. Their gazes were fixated on Jun Moxie's back view as they remained motionless. As she watched her beloved's back view, Mei Shuiyan felt her sight getting blurry. In the tent, Jun Moxie sat on the central seat which was at the highest position. He looked disdainfully down at Guuhan and the rest, his gaze as cold as dagger. Mei Shuiyan sat down on the seat beside him. Bear King, Tiger King, Crane King, Solitary Eagle, and Feng Wanyan sat beneath Mei Shuiyan. These 7 people had an extremely serious look on their faces. Guuhan walked into the tent first, his face full of smiles. But he instantly noticed something was off about the atmosphere of the place. He asked in surprise, Manor Lord Jun, did something happen? Why? Why is it like this? Behind him, the rest of the Heaven Saint Palace, Shiroa Chen, Huyen Ao Bo, and Mo Wu Dao streamed in, but were all surprised. They didn't know what was Jun Moxie intending to do, putting on this attitude. Sit. Jun Moxie raised his hand, his face stern and unfeeling, his gaze as cold as ice. Reinforcements? What reinforcements? Jun Moxie chuckled coldly. Who is whose reinforcement? Mo Wu Dao, Lord Mo, did water get inside your heart? You must think carefully before you speak. Don't let others think that the heads of the 3 holy lands only know how to fart. And don't know how to speak human words. Mo Wu Dao may not be a high-leveled expert, but his status had him highly revered, even where the Saint Venerable seniors of the 3 holy lands would treat him courteously. When had he been this crudely criticized in his face? In his shock, his face burned and blood rushed to his head. He was about to speak but was stopped by Guuhan. Then, Guuhan sat down first. Guuhan knew that Jun Moxie was not someone to turn so arrogant and full of himself the moment the heat got to his head. There must be a reason why he was like this. Otherwise, there was no way he would be this cold and aloof today when he was still aiding them to fight the enemy and even gifted them with medicine yesterday. Manor Lord Jun, if Heaven Saint Palace has offended you in any way, do speak without holding back. The enemy is before us. If we are unable to erase this estrangement, I believe it'll be hard for us to cooperate. Guuhan said with a smile, sitting peacefully. Well said, Senior Gu talks plainly. Since that's the case, I shall be straightforward and speak bluntly. An icy smile appeared on Jun Moxie's face. But I wonder how many people are there exactly that remain guard at the old battleground of the war for seizing the heavens. Guuhan's eyes narrowed. As expected, something must have happened. But I wonder what did those people do exactly to make this untamable evil monarch this furious? But now is the crucial time that both of us must work together was one to resist the enemy's invasion. It is truly not a good time for any disagreement, especially when they are such an important force in this battle. There are a significant number of people that stay guard at the battleground of the war for seizing the heaves. Guuhan pondered before answering honestly. After all, the strange races may not keep their word, who knows when they will attempt to trespass the boundaries. Jun Moxie scoffed coldly. In Senior Gu's opinion, from where they are located, will the collapse of the Pillar of Heaven's mountains and the eruption of the volcanoes cause them to suffer great casualties? This is definitely impossible. Guuhan chuckled. Those are the elite experts that 3 holy lands have picked out carefully. The weakest are already of saint cultivation. Although the collapse of the Pillar of Heaven's mountains was unexpected, but it definitely won't be able to bury all of them, I can assure of this. Oh. Is that so? But I wonder how many people are there exactly. And what is the distribution of their cultivation like? Jun Moxie tilted his head. Knowing that Jun Moxie had deeper meaning in asking this, Guuhan avoided being long-winded and gave a detailed explanation. For generations, there will definitely not be less than 300 people who guard the battleground of the war for seizing the heavens. And the numbers have been increasing. Of which, there are 2 saint monarchs, 18 saint venerables, 100 saint emperors, and 200 saints. The saints will be changed every few hundred years. All the saints that stood guard will return to the Heaven Saint Palace to prepare breaking through the bottleneck into the realm of a saint emperor. Then after they break through, it is another rotation of people and so on. Guuhan chuckled and said, by rotating in this way, we use the strange races to help train our soldiers to be ready for battle. To raise the quality of our experts. In this way, we can ensure that for generations, experts will be produced. In fact, after the incident, the Heaven Saint Palace and 3 holy lands have truly lost many of our forces. This batch of people is the most elite forces that we are able to offer. What a great way to train your soldiers, the Heaven Saint Palace is truly powerful. Ah. The most elite force, hee, Jun Moxie chuckled mockingly. Since the 3 holy lands have such a tremendous force, you definitely must not take these mere strange races to heart. Then, this bunch of elite forces of yours, where are they now? Naturally they are guarding the battlefield, that is their duty. If there is no major incidents, how could they recklessly, Guuhan was stunned when he said this. The battlefield of the war for seizing the heavens? The Pillar of Heaven's mountains has already collapsed, what battlefield is there? Major incidents? Whatever that has happened, is it still not considered a major incident yet? Jun Moxie said icily. I am truly unable to understand what Senior Gu said earlier. Could it be that Senior Gu is joking? Indeed, I spoke wrongly earlier. What Manor Lord Jun is saying is. And, could it be that in a huge battle today, they did not take part? Guuhan's face instantly turned ugly. The moment they arrived, they could already tell that there had been an extremely intense battle that happened here. And the intensity of the battle could be said to be one that they had never seen before in all of their lives. Just from the smallest clues, there had been at least 20 Saint Venerables who had participated in this battle, and many of them had died. Otherwise, the heaven-earth spiritual chi would not be in such great disequilibrium. So Guuhan had assumed that those who were standing guard at the Pillar of Heaven's mountains definitely took part in this battle. Who knew? Jun Moxie had suddenly asked all these questions. The answer was obvious, these experts did not take part in this battle. Now, if Guuhan was no longer clear of where the problem lay, then he would have lived in vain for the past 3,000 years. All the experts of Heaven Saint Palace and Mo Wu Dao and the rest all changed. Some of them had a furious look in their eyes. With everyone's experience, it was not difficult to figure out what sort of loss would have resulted from a big battle like this. Since those people did not partake in the battle, then all those losses would have naturally fallen onto Tianfa Forest. This was something no one could accept. Even Mo Wu Dao had a furious look in his eyes. Right now, they understood Jun Moxie. If they met with something like this, they may have an even bigger reaction than him right now. This was hitting someone who was down. And someone who was their own comrade. And the outcome of this battle would directly affect the lives of the world. The entire continent. This sort of action was extremely startly. No one had never imagined those people to be crushed to death by the pillar of heaven's mountains because that was impossible. And now, there were no battles going on elsewhere, only here. There was only one conclusion: they did not wish to assist. So they didn't. The battle yesterday, the strange races deployed almost 200 men. Of which, there were many experts. Including thousands of hell-enduring ghosts, 400 over frenzy blade enduring earth, and 13 supremacy enduring heavens. And fought against my Tianfa brothers who had rushed here for 6 whole hours. Until now, even after the battle, Tianfa has not seen a single reinforcement. Jun Moxie stood up, his hands behind his back as his sharp and incisive gaze swept across the faces of those from the 3 holy lands. Under his gaze, everyone was speechless and lowered their heads. All of them felt utterly embarrassed and ashamed. They had used all possible ways to get Tianfa Forest and Evil Monarch Manor to forget about their previous grievances and partake in the battle. They had rushed day and night, covering great distances to the Pillar of Heaven's mountains to take part in the war. But they had never imagined that when these reinforcements were rushing into battle after their long journey, soaked in blood, their own men who were nearby continued to look on without lifting a finger. Everyone felt like they had received a hot, tight slap across their faces. Would you like to know the details of this battle? An inconcealable sadness appeared on Jun Moxie's face, but also, a look of absolute pride. All the other members of Tianfa beside him had a look of grief and pride on their faces, but they all puffed their chests proudly. This was a pride that belonged to Tianfa. What their brothers hand exchanged with their lives. At this moment, everyone from Tianfa felt proud but grief and indignation. Guuhan could already imagine the whole story. His face was completely red, the green vein on his forehead popping out from anger. He gritted his teeth and said, "I'd like to hear the details." His anger was naturally not because of Jun Moxie being impolite or aggressive. But because of the nonfeasance of those standing guard. Right now, Guuhan was only thinking how great would it be if a crack suddenly appeared on the ground. He'd definitely worm right into it. It would be better than the sort of embarrassing torment at this moment no matter what. This sort of humiliation was given to him by his own men. He could not avoid it, it could not be avoided, he could only listen to it obediently, and bear the consequences. This battle. Tianfa's first echelon departed from Tianfa Forest, traveled miles to arrive at this place, all the members participated in the battle. Jun Moxie's voice suddenly turned louder, as if he was yelling. Eagle King led 3,000 warriors of the Eagle Clan, Bear King lead 3,000 warriors of the Bear Clan. And the 8 Saint Venerables of Tianfa Forest, Saint Venerable Lu and the rest, engaged in a bloody battle with the strange races of over 20,000 men. The strength of all these brothers had been boosted through a secret method before coming, the weakest were of a 4th level venerable cultivation. They were only one step away into the realm of a saint. Jun Moxie's voice reverberated in everyone's eardrums. Then Jun Moxie stopped and looked up, taking in a deep breath. All of you benevolent people from the Holy Lands who enjoy speaking of the sake of the world, do you know what is the outcome of this battle? Guuhan only felt like his face was on fire, but he did not have any other choice but to reply, he muttered. Victorious? Victorious. Of course it was victorious. If it wasn't, could you still sit so peacefully here? Not only was this battle victorious, it was a great victory. Almost 200,000 strange races were annihilated, and only less than 10,000 managed to escape back. Of which, a majority of the thousands of hell-enduring ghosts were killed here. As to those over 400 frenzy blade enduring earth, they were turned into ashes. The strongest, those 13 supremacy enduring heavens, were all killed with no exception. Hong. Great disbelief and agitation filled the tent. With the tremendous force of the strange races, even if the three Holy Lands had deployed all of their men when they were in their prime, they would have to pay an unimaginable price if they wished to obtain victory. And right now, Tian Fa Forest had managed to obtain such a glorious battle result. How was this possible? How is this possible? Mo Wu Dao cried in shock and elation. Senior Gu, I had only told you the outcome of the battle, and the loss on the enemy's side. But do you know what sort of price our Tian Fa Forest had to pay for this battle? Jun Moxie did not bother with Mo Wu Dao, only staring intently at Guuhan as he said in a low voice. Our Tian Fa. The 8 Saint Venerable Seniors, Eagle King, and 3,000 Eagle Warriors, and more than 2,000 Bear Warriors, all turned into a legend in this battle. Guuhan raised his head in shock. His face completely white. Would you like to know how they died? Jun Moxie only felt an unsuppressible surge of grief and anger in his heart as he boomed. Not a single one of the brothers from Tian Fa left their bodies on that battlefield. Aside from Eagle King who died protecting his comrade, all of them died by self-detonation. And it was all through an extreme self-detonation by releasing their spirit, Xian Qi, and their body. This was how they obtained the glorious results that Lord Mo reckons as impossible. Everyone's body jolted violently, all stupefied. Everyone had already imagined that this battle was definitely extremely dreadful, but they had never imagined that it would be this dreadful. 8 Saint Venerables, 6,000 saints and above, had to use the extreme method of self-detonation to stop the enemies from invading. Right now, I only wish to ask one question. When our warriors were battling, where were your men? The Eagle Bear army had rushed all the way here from afar, without rest. Then where were those elite experts who were the nearest from the battlefield? Jun Moxie gaze laid on Guuhan and the rest. Even if they did not expect the strange races to invade so quickly, let's assume that they did not notice that the battle had begun, but when our men used self-detonation to resist the strange races, where were they? Those experts you had left to stay guard. Even for a first-level Saint Emperor, it is less than an hour's journey from here. Could all these experts be deaf? Are they all blind? Jun Moxie apathetically, the chilling murderous look in his eyes was like a bolt of lightning. Guuhan. Those who had died in the battle are my brothers. Jun Moxie's brothers. He had always addressed Guuhan as Senior Gu, but right now, his addressment had completely changed, calling him by his name. Although his voice remained indifferent, it was full of hostility. The higher-ups of 3 Holy Lands, the total of almost 50 people all felt completely ashamed under Jun Moxie's intense gaze. Shame. This was absolutely the greatest humiliation. Watching their own comrades battle to death before their eyes, while their people did not even show their faces. Under the cold gaze of Jun Moxie, Mei Shuiyan, and the rest, Guuhan suddenly felt at a loss for words. Not only Guuhan, everyone from the 3 Holy Lands found it difficult to speak. Even Mo Wu Dao who was so silver-tongued couldn't find the words to say. This was definitely an unforgivable crime. Jun Moxie gritted his teeth and suddenly hollered. Guuhan. My brothers must not die for nothing. I want you to give me an explanation on this matter. The 3 Holy Lands also must give me an explanation. I must not let our brothers die with a remaining grievance. For this, I, Jun Moxie, will go to any lengths, at any cost. Guuhan hadn't had the chance to speak yet when a voice drifted over from the distance, filled with a mocking laugh. Explanation. An account? What kind of explanation? How do you want us to account to you? Even if they really died with remaining grievances, what of it? Who is it? Scram out here. Jun Moxie's expression turned exceedingly ugly. Guuhan also roared with rage. Who is it dressing up as God and playing as the devil? Show yourself. A shrill howl rang out in the wind, and several hundred people appeared outside the tent. The 2 people in the lead, dressed in white with golden hair crowns, looked disdainfully at the people inside the tent. Their eyes seemed to be filled with extreme arrogance as they fell on Jun Moxie. The crowd felt their eyes blur and before they could see anything, Jun Moxie had already appeared outside the tent. A terrifying aura that was brutal to the extreme surrounded Jun Moxie as he stared aggressively at the group that had just arrived. Ever since he'd reincarnated into this world, Jun Moxie had never unleashed his killing intent so unreservedly before. In that moment, regardless of the people in the tent or outside of it, whether it was the people from the 3 Holy Lands or the evil monarch manor, everyone could clearly sense the unquenchable determination in Jun Moxie's heart. Right now, he was like a death god descended on the mortal world. Every move he made and every glance was filled with a deathly aura that would freeze the hearts of men. Guuhan felt a deathly chill surging from his heart and he hurried out, standing before Jun Moxie. Right now, even a Saint Monarch expert like him could feel an indescribably dangerous feeling from Jun Moxie. This was an instinct from the soul when an extremely terrifying threat appeared. Guuhan had a feeling that right now, if there was just a single word that did not agree with Jun Moxie, it would instantly unleash a huge demon. All the people in this world, all the living beings of the universe, would not mean a single thing to him. What he wanted was simply an explanation, an account. All the talk about morals and the bigger picture, were completely not in the evil monarch's consideration right now. The slightest disagreeable word would result in a slaughter. Annihilation. Who was it that spoke just now? Jun Moxie had a faint smile on his face, but his eyes were still blazing with extreme rage as he looked at the two newcomers. What explanation? What kind of account? Even if they really died with remaining grievances, what does it matter? Who spoke those words just now? Guuhan was extremely anxious right now. This bunch of damn bastards, not appearing when they were needed, and jumping out now when they shouldn't appear. They could have come earlier, or even later, but they had to arrive at this exact moment. And the moment they arrived, they uttered this kind of dastardly words that even Guuhan could not tolerate. These two were the Heaven Saint Palace's two other Saint Monarchs. Thunderclap Saint Monarch, Xia Chang Tian, Thunderbolt Saint Monarch, Ji Bo Wen. These two had guarded the battlefield of the war for seizing the heavens for over 3,000 years. And their cultivation was only a sliver short of Guuhan, a third-level Saint Monarch. In this era, and in the Xian continent, they were the true peak experts. The two's personality were overly extreme, and it was like second nature for them to be unreasonably defensive whether they were in the right or wrong. Because of their obstinate and self-conceited tempers, they were not suitable to stay in the Heaven Saint Palace or even take on the leadership role of the Holy Lands. And so, Guuhan had assigned them to guard the battlefield and temper their minds. One had to admit that Guuhan was truly a talent at allocating human capital. These two's personality weaknesses instead become a strong point when applied on the battlefield against the strange races. In these 3,000 years, an uncountable number of strange races experts had perished in their hands. To the rest of the Xian continent, these two could definitely be hailed as heroes. With their cultivation in close proximity to the grand battle, how could they not be aware? And so the moment Jun Moxie raised the question, Guuhan instantly knew that the source of this problem most likely stemmed from these two. The reason was very simple. These two had always looked down on Tian Fa. To have the Xian beasts represent the Xian continent in battle was an enormous humiliation in their opinions. How could the safety of humans be placed in the hands of a bunch of wild beasts? Even if they won, it would be a huge disgrace. The humans who needed the protection of wild animals. Just the thought alone was too humiliating. At first, Guuhan was still thinking that it wouldn't be that bad if they didn't come out, waiting until the later battles to put in a bit of contribution. At most, he and the rest would just pay more attention to Tian Fa's side, and this anger would be slowly resolved. But who would have imagined that they would actually appear here? This way, both sides would have their swords drawn, and there wouldn't be any grounds to reverse the situation. At the wrong time, at the wrong place, speaking the wrong words to the wrong person. The only result for such a combination of wrongs was an even wronger result. It was this, Daddy. What about it? The thunderclap Saint Monarch Xia Chang Tian stepped up and snorted as he looked at Jun Moxie. Little lad, judging by your looks, you should be a human, not a Xian beast transformed into human form, right? Jun Moxie narrowed his eyes and stared icily at Xia Chang Tian as he replied, in this life, the people I hated the most were never my enemies. Everything that the enemy does, no matter how shameless, despicable, dirty, or underhanded, is only to be expected. I will only go and kill them, but I will not hate them. Those words were clearly irrelevant to the question asked. But everyone, no matter how far they were, could clearly feel the cold intent in those words. You probably hate us for not lending a hand. This old man knows it as well. A look of rage flared in Xia Chang Tian's eyes, but he still repressed his temper and snorted. You want to say that the people you hate the most in this world are those who watch from the side without helping. But have you thought of why this old man was only watching from the side? In this world, there's always a reason behind everything. Jun Moxie rolled his eyes and chuckled coldly. No matter what reason you have, it's still the same. Preposterous. Xia Chang Tian snapped angrily. If not for the impending grand battle, this old man would slay you where you stand. Jun Moxie roared with laughter, his voice sharp to the extreme as he roared, even with the impending grand battle, this daddy will still slay you where you stand. Xia Chang Tian's enraged eyes shrank, as he looked steadily at Jun Moxie. For a long time, he did not move, and he finally said with a low voice. To think that you, as a human, do not even have the slightest bit of sense of a human. Do you know what the difference between Xian beasts and humans are? Jun Moxie closed his eyes, treating his words as empty air. Instead, he began to rouse his spiritual qi, adjusting his body to its peak. This person's strength was inestimably deep, and his own cultivation was not sufficient. But no matter what, this person was dead for sure today. He must die. Xia Chang Tian nearly exploded from anger. If not for that glance from Guuhan, he would very likely have lost his temper. This young evil monarch was simply too lawless. With the kind of status that this old man has, to be willing to come down to his level and explain to him, is already giving him a huge amount of face. But this kid actually closed his eyes. Absolutely intolerable. Back when the continent was founded, Xian beasts were merely the mounts of us humans. Xia Chang Tian said with an angry harumph. And now, tens of thousands of years later, these mere animals actually have the gall to take on the forms of humans and even participate in the war for seizing the heavens. Isn't this a colossal joke? Jun Moxie's eyes remained close and he didn't respond. We humans are the lords of all creatures. How can those simple Xian beasts stand equally with us? And now, you actually outrightly call those animals your brothers. Could it be that you've already reached a point where you are now willing to give up your pride as a human and become a Xian beast? Xia Chang Tian continued. One must never forget that our ancestors are humans. At this point, Mei Shuiyan's eyes were already on the verge of spewing fire, and she could not endure any longer. Tiger King and Bear King had also stood up with rage, ready to start a fight. Only Long Crane was holding them back with all his might. Brother-in-law is here, let's wait for brother-in-law to deal with this. Jun Moxie finally opened his eyes slowly. Are you done speaking? Xia Chang Tian snorted coldly. What are you intending to do? If you're done speaking, let's begin. Jun Moxie swept his eyes coldly across the 300 people in front of him as he asked emotionlessly. I wonder how many of you people insisted on watching by the side. If you have the guts, why don't you step out? Allow me to broaden my horizons. How presumptuous. Xia Chang Tian roared with rage, Jun Moxie, you're courting death. Guuhan hurriedly stood between the two, his face was contorted as a bitter gourd. Shaking his hands rapidly, he said, the grand battle is right upon us, the both of you, just say a few words less. AI, the situation is already so precarious, must we also wield blades at each other? I don't want to fight among ourselves either. But it's this evil monarch that you'd invited that is pushing people too far. Xia Chang Tian snorted. Leader Gu, I demand an explanation for this matter. Explanation. Guuhan nearly fainted. All of a sudden, he roared. What kind of explanation do you want from me? What were you doing when our allied troops were fighting in a desperate battle? Why hadn't you come to assist them? And now, when they are asking you about it, not only did you not admit your mistake, you still demand an explanation from me? What explanation do you want? Those mere Xian beasts do not deserve our saving. It would just be a waste of our forces. Xia Chang Tian retorted stubbornly. Even without them, we've already held off the strange races by ourselves for 10,000 years. But since they'd come here, they were still useful as cannon fodder to reduce the ranks of our enemies. Guuhan was so angry that he couldn't catch his breath. This is a crisis that concerns the lives of the entire continent. And you actually held on to this kind of narrow-minded thinking even at this time. If we lose, this will be a tragedy upon every living being in this continent. Xia Chang Tian, you've disappointed me too deeply. That was 8 powerful Saint Venerables. 5,000 saints and Saint Emperors to be sacrificed this needlessly, why you? We will not lose this fight. Xia Chang Tian shot back in disdain. This old man has already fought the strange races for 3,000 years. Don't I still know them well enough? For the last 3,000 years, when had they ever managed to cross the Pillar of Heaven's mountains under my watch? But the Pillar of Heaven's mountains is already gone now. Guuhan roared. Can you wake up to the situation right now? What is the use of that useless stubbornness? Shut up. A shout broke through the air, interrupting the two's argument. Guuhan and Xiachang Tian both froze. None of them had thought that there would be a person who would dare to interrupt them while the two of them spoke. That shout was naturally from Jun Moxie. As the two looked at him with disbelief, Jun Moxie simply continued in an emotionless manner. I have no interest in listening to your arguments. Right now, those people who also refuse to provide assistance, please step out on your own. I do not wish to kill wrongfully. You don't wish to kill wrongfully. Xiachang Tian laughed aloud and said with a sneer. So, you were planning to kill all of us otherwise? What's so strange about killing you? Jun Moxie chuckled. This seat wants to see, that since you all dared to do it, would you dare to step out? Huh, what's there to not dare? This old man shall be the first to do so. Xiachang Tian took a wide step forward as he wore a challenging look on his face. This matter was indeed done by this old man. Yes, we saw a battle here, a very intense battle. But this old man simply refused to lend my aid, and I did not allow anyone to lend their aid. So, how do you intend to obtain justice? Beside him, the thunderclap Saint Monarch Ji Bowen also scoffed coldly and took a step forward. This old man also did not approve of using our forces to help a bunch of Shen beasts. Allies? Comrades? They are still not deserving of that. If Manor Lord Jun wishes to seek justice on their behalf, you may count this old man in. The two of them looked at Jun Moxie, their faces filled with mockery and derision. And us as well. Behind the two, another 45 stepped out. All of them were sneering coldly, clearly treating this evil monarch as a joke. Punishment? That was truly too amusing. Who was capable of administering punishment to 2 saint monarchs, 5 saint venerables, more than 20 saint emperors and 20 saints? This was half of Heaven Saint Palace's strength right now. Who would dare to kill them? The law has no use if everyone was a criminal. Moreover, you're just a tiny little evil monarch. What qualifications do you have to deal with us? Do you have that ability? We're people who have guarded the continent for thousands of years. We're heroes who've contributed immensely to the continent. How much has a young brat like you done for the people? Now, because of a few filthy beasts, you want to punish us? Kill us? Utterly laughable. Seeing so many people stepping out, Guuhan's heart sank, all the way to the bottom. He felt his vision darkening, and his body swayed. He knew right then, that this matter had already become completely unsalvageable. It was too serious. After this period of observation, he'd already gained an understanding of Jun Moxie's temper. This was a fellow that would never bend under threats. If it was anyone else, they would definitely give at least a thought to the bigger picture in such a situation, choosing to leave the matter for later. Even if they lost some face in the moment, it was inevitable. But was Jun Moxie this kind of person? His personality was the kind that became even more unyielding when forced. To use this kind of method to threaten him would instead result in the opposite result. Guuhan sighed heavily from the bottom of his heart. If these people came out with a random reason, such as they were stuck and truly unable to leave and then made a sincere apology, there would still be a chance of this matter subsiding peacefully. Even if Jun Moxie wanted to settle the scores in the future, it wouldn't be here or now. But right now, with so many people standing out, this matter had reached a completely irreversible state. Guuhan knew that Jun Moxie definitely had his own reason for coming to this battlefield. However, it definitely had nothing to do with the lives of the common people. And it was even more impossible to be for the sake of the Holy Lands. If he was really forced to the extreme end, this fellow would definitely disregard all prices and even the fate of the continent, to exact revenge for his brothers. Against such an unyielding knife, the correct method to deal with it would be a soft approach. But now, this bunch of idiots had actually pushed things to such a state. The 47 experts crossed their arms and stared at Jun Moxie with provocation. We're humiliating you, so what? We didn't reinforce you, so what? Do you really dare to fight? Starting a fight here would mean the destruction and decimation of the world. With just you, Jun Moxie, are you capable of bearing responsibility for it? If anything bad happens now, you will be greatest sinner of the continent. You want to act pitiful to gain the sympathy of the crowd? You want to seek an explanation from us? Brat, you're dreaming. Guuhan looked at their expressions, managing to guess their thoughts. At this moment, apart from Mo Wu Dao, all of them were sighing heavily, speechless. Are you people idiots? You really think that because you've had great contributions? When has this Jun Moxie ever cared about the fate of the continent? As for being a sinner, he would care even less about such a useless thing. He does whatever he likes. That is Jun Moxie. You people are playing with fire, ah. But it's hard to blame them. Xia Changtian and the rest didn't know what kind of person Jun Moxie was. If they knew about what this kid had done in the past, they definitely wouldn't have acted so harshly. If they knew that this Jun Moxie had once taken on the curses of the world for Guan Qinghan's sake, Xia Changtian definitely would not choose this method. Moreover, Jun Moxie was not even forced by anyone at that time, and he'd still gone that far. Right now, he probably cared about even less. Are there any more? A queer smile surfaced on Jun Moxie's face as he asked in a calm manner. Everyone remaining simply exchanged a glance, but nobody stood out anymore. Demon pupil Saint Ling Tong stood within the troop, his face filled with anger. Their side had naturally heard the commotion from this battle, and there were even people who sat down to watch it. But when they brought up the matter of providing assistance, they were only met with the emotionless scoldings of the two saint monarchs. There were even some people that suffered quite badly because of their insistence to help. Now that things had developed to such a state, they also felt incredibly guilty and anxious in their hearts. But if they started an internal battle at this kind of time, then, it definitely wouldn't be a good thing. After all, the safety of the entire continent could be thrown into the fire because of this. Ling Tong had also mentioned this possibility before, but the two saint monarchs had completely disregarded his words. What a grand lineup. Jun Moxie laughed aloud and suddenly stepped out. Clang! The sharp cry of a sword rang out, and a dazzling metallic light appeared, seemingly having tunneled out of the void. This sword shone with a beautiful luster, floating quietly in the sky. The volcanoes around them continued to spew fire high into the sky, and the temperature here had reached incredible heights. But the instant this sword appeared, the temperature dropped greatly. Furthermore, a bone-freezing frost intense slowly emanated outwards. Even without moving, this sword attracted the gazes of the masses. Guuhan nearly gasped aloud. This sword was the same one that had appeared in the fight against Zhang Luanhui. The strength of this sword was something that even Guuhan was fearful of. The instant this sword came out, all the hope in Guuhan's heart was completely extinguished and turned into despair. The continent is finished. Jun Moxie had already decided to kill. This fight was inevitable. No matter who came out on top in this fight, the loser would still be the people of the continent. Their strength was already lacking against the numbers of the strange races. With this incident right now, there were no longer any more hope. They would lose without a doubt. Good sword. Thunderclap Saint Monarch Xia Changtian gasped and his eyes shone with shock. Looks like you're really determined to pursue this all the way to the end today. The millions of lives of the continent, the safety of the entire continent, they don't mean anything to you at all. The safety of the continent, the lives of the people, Kiki, ha ha ha, Jun Moxie mumbled and roared with laughter. My brothers come here exactly for the sake of the continent and the people. But my brothers didn't see a single reinforcement from the people, even after they died fighting. When my brothers were fighting valiantly, sacrificing their blood, sweat, tears, until they were cut and hammered into pieces, the world were simply standing by the side and watching the show with interest. Ha ha ha. Jun Moxie laughed in a crazy manner until tears flowed from his eyes. And now, you want to talk to me about the continent? About the people? Xia Changtian. Don't you have any shame? Xia Changtian and Ji Bowen exchanged a look, understanding the meaning in each other's eyes. We've made a misjudgment. They naturally did not place a mere Jun Moxie in their eyes. But the impact of this battle was too huge. There were over 10,000 Tian Fa warriors here, and they were all experts. If this fight really started, it would be extremely terrible. At that time, the strange races wouldn't need to do anything, and the world would already be doomed. Originally, they thought that this word, people, would cause Jun Moxie to have some reservations and wouldn't really do anything. But now, they realized that they'd made a misjudgment. Manor Lord Jun. May you allow this old man to put in a few words? Guuhan sighed heavily and before Jun Moxie could reply, he hurriedly continued. It is not auspicious to fight among ourselves before the main battle. Today's matter, please take it as giving this old man some face, and we let it be for the time being. Xia Changtian and these guys had erred, but we still need them for the main battle. Why don't we let them redeem themselves on the battlefield and atone for their sins with the blood of our enemies? After this war for seizing the heavens, this old man will definitely give Manor Lord Jun a satisfactory explanation even if I have to throw my old life away. No. Jun Moxie shook his head unyieldingly. My brother has already died here, and his soul is not even far. He's looking at me, waiting for me to give him justice. I do not wish to keep him waiting. Manor Lord Jun, please reconsider. Guuhan stepped forward anxiously. Guuhan, if you cannot bear to part with your brothers, you can join hands with them to deal with me. Even if your 3 holy lands and the Heaven Saint Palace joins forces today, I, Jun Moxie, will still take all of you on. It doesn't matter. Jun Moxie scoffed coldly and continued. However, if these people do not die today, my heart will never be at ease. For the sake of the common people, can you endure it this one time? Guuhan begged again. I, Jun Moxie, hereby swear. Jun Moxie smiled coldly as he suddenly declared in a maniacal tone. From today onwards, whoever dares to speak of the common people in front of me again shall die. Guuhan's face was completely flushed red with anxiousness as he stood before Jun Moxie, refusing to let him through. Step aside. Jun Moxie narrowed his eyes. I'll count to 3, if you don't step aside by then, I will immediately send down the orders, and the entire Tian Fa force here will immediately begin a battle to the death with the 3 holy lands right now. Guuhan's body shook visibly, but he couldn't say anything. He believed that Jun Moxie definitely capable of doing that. This evil monarch was not someone who could be judged with common sense. 1. Jun Moxie uttered coldly. At the same time, blood of yellow flame danced in the air, letting out small whoops of joy. 2. Jun Moxie's eyes were as cold as ice, completely emotionless. The blood of yellow flame also turned around, pointing straight at Guuhan. Guuhan's face contorted, and sweat poured down his face. Jun Moxie could disregard the world, but he couldn't. 3. Jun Moxie suddenly roared. Everyone, hear my orders. Yes. Mei Shuiyan, Bear King, Tiger King, Crane King, Solitary Eagle, and Feng Wanyan all stepped forward at the same time. Jun Moxie raised his hands authoritatively and commanded. Unsheath your weapons, today, everyone from the 3 holy lands will be. Wait. Before Jun Moxie could say the word killed, Guuhan stopped him and his body trembled heavily. This old man will step aside. After saying that, he instructed. People of the 3 holy lands, do not make any rash movements. Follow me to the side. If anyone acts rashly, kill without mercy. As the command rang out, the people from the 3 holy lands instantly backed away. This time, they were all filled with fear as they looked at Jun Moxie's eyes. This fellow, really dares Right now, only the original 47 people were still left on the battlefield. Facing Jun Moxie alone. Xia Chong Tian, Ji Bo 1. Jun Moxie roared. You will use your decapitated heads, as an explanation. Little Eagle, my departed brothers, may your departed souls watch as I obtain justice for you. A shrill howl rang out in the sky and as Jun Moxie's voice rang out, it became a roar to kill. Presumptuous brat, this daddy would like to see who will take whose head. Xia Chong Tian snorted mockingly. All of you, back off. This old man will like to see the skills of this evil monarch myself. No one may leave. All those who refuse to render help, shall all die. As those words landed, Jun Moxie's body soared to the sky. All of a sudden, countless cold and gleaming swords appeared in the sky. 9 nether frost blades. In the center, blood of yellow flame lit up the sky. Yin Yang escape art. Jun Moxie mumbled and suddenly disappeared without a trace, causing Xia Chong Tian who was readying a technique to lose his target. Power of the 5 elements. Be unleashed. He mumbled again. All of a sudden, countless fire dragons appeared in the sky, wrapping around the entire battlefield. The scorching flames caused the entire area to warp from the heat waves. Countless water droplets on the ground were sucked into the air. On the ground, a huge pit several hundred zhang wide, deeper than the eye could see, suddenly appeared on the ground with a heavy rumble. Xia Chong Tian and the rest, along with a large number of people instantly fell into the pit, taken by surprise. A metallic light suddenly flashed around the walls of the pit. Power of gold, fortify. Following that, Jun Moxie who was hidden in the void suddenly roared wildly, and the sky darkened. Countless black flames fell down from the sky, like beautiful black snow, enveloping an area of several hundred zhang, perfectly covering the whole of the large pit. The flame of primal chaos. This was the first time that Jun Moxie had exposed all his trump cards at once to kill. Here, for his fallen brother, he was attacking with full force without concern of the consequences. A truly wild and insane counterattack. Since you refuse to give me an explanation, I will have to claim them myself. This explanation. Even if the mountains fall and the earth breaks apart, even if the universe collapses and humanity become extinct, I will still take what I'm owed. The justice that my brothers are owed has nothing to do with the fate of the world. The lives of the people will be doomed. That was not because of me. Even if the world goes to hell, this daddy will still do what should be done. And this matter right now, is something that I should do. Xia Chang Tian saw that Guuhan and the rest were not willing to assist them, and they felt exceedingly angry and anxious. Could it be that we had truly been in the wrong this time? Seeing how relentless Jun Moxie was, completely disregarding the big picture, although they were incredibly enraged, they still didn't pay much mind to the situation. The previous battle had greatly sapped Tian Fa's strength. 8 Saint Venerables had fallen, along with 80% of their 6,000 fierce warriors. Right now, only Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan had Saint Venerable level standards of strength, along with one newly advanced Saint Venerable Big Bear. The others were only Saint Emperors at best. Although they only had less than 50 people on their side, even their weakest was at the Saint realm. Jun Moxie and himself were 3rd level Saint Monarchs, and although it couldn't be compared with Guuhan's cultivation of peak 3rd level Saint Monarch, it was still a completely different level from Jun Moxie's side. As long as they paid special attention to the Tian Fa Xian Beast self-detonation attacks, everything would still be within their grasp. Even if they annihilated Tian Fa first before dealing with the strange races, they wouldn't necessarily lose. At that time, what qualifications would Guuhan have to remain as the leader of the Heaven Saint Palace after word spread that he'd sat by the side and watched as they fought against Tian Fa? Xia Chang Tian and the rest had already begun hatching various plots in their hearts. With regards to Jun Moxie's relentless attacks, Xia Chang Tian and the others naturally did not fear him in the least. But just as they were about to counterattack, they suddenly found themselves ablaze with some sort of fire. Countless fire dragons that covered the sky had swooped down, completely obscuring their view. This fire had simply arrived too abruptly. The fire dragons had instantly appeared, blocking the eyes of the enemy. This kind of attack was absolutely unprecedented. However, the effects were obvious. The troops guarding the pass were all experts of their generation and could be said to have immeasurable experience. Although this change was sudden, it didn't cause them to fluster. Truthfully, this fire had only appeared a little too suddenly. But it couldn't actually do anything to them. Although admittedly, it was inevitable that they were shocked by its sudden appearance. Following that, everyone moved their cultivation to defend against the fire. But before they could make any appropriate countermeasures, the ground beneath their feet suddenly disappeared, and they dropped down uncontrollably. These people's minds were indeed startlingly strong. Most of them managed to stabilize their hearts in an instant, righting themselves and looking for a direction out. But just at this moment, a loud gushing sound rang out, and a huge water pillar with countless water poured down, smashing onto them. Such a torrent of water was filled with great power and momentum that couldn't be stopped. Although this pit was wide, and everyone was a peak expert with great experience and did not panic despite the many changes, they still did not manage to escape in time before they were carried away by the water torrent that appeared out of nowhere. In that moment, everyone felt as though they were in a dream. No matter how strong their minds were, they still felt greatly alarmed. This matter was too strange and too sudden, completely exceeding their expectations of something that could happen in this world. Everything seemed too unrealistic. They had clearly been standing on a patch of empty ground. Where did the fire suddenly come from? Since there was fire, there should be something that triggered the fire, right? But there clearly aren't any fire-inducing objects here at all. But if one said that that was just an illusion, it would be a colossal joke. When were there such realistic illusions in the world? The feeling of the fire on their skins was definitely not an illusion. As for the water, the clouds in the sky were being swept by powerful winds at extreme speeds. How could it stop to accumulate and send down water? But if it didn't rain, where did the water come from? Besides, even if it did rain, it shouldn't be so heavy and packed. With a loud boom, all the experts were smashed into the pit. Of the 47 peak cultivators, aside from the 2 Saint Monarchs, 3 Saint Venerables and 2 4th-level Saint Emperors, the others were all flushed into the pit. It wasn't that a person with higher cultivation would have stronger abilities when adapting to sudden changes. The truth was that those who managed to remain standing were those who did not panic under pressure. The moment one's heart was flustered, their abilities to handle changes would drop drastically. 2 of the people who were flushed down were Saint Venerable experts. Water continued to flood into the pit. Even more amazing was that the several hundred underground wells also suddenly exploded, their water combining together and gushing out. With water coming from the top and bottom, the pit looked like an ocean in the middle of a huge tornado. The sound that came from that was also like thunder to the ears. All the experts stationed on the mountain were veterans who'd experienced hundreds of battles. What kind of horrors had they not seen? Although they had fallen into a dangerous situation because of a momentary mistake, it didn't mean that they would lie down and die. They would use all their means to try and escape. Some tried to directly charge upwards and get out, but the water pouring down was too heavy and strong. Some tried to bash a path through the walls, but they found to their dismay that despite their best efforts, they could only make a dent about half a zhang deep. The walls of this pit were actually even harder than steel. This was clearly just a regular ground a moment ago. How did everything change all of a sudden? Some experts simply found a spot to sit down and meditate, treating everything before them as the evil monarch's illusory tricks. As long as they ignored the illusions, then no matter how mighty it seemed, it would still just dissipate naturally. One had to admit that this method was indeed the most effective at countering illusions and heart demons. But when their skin was filled with boils and their clothes were burnt away by the fire, they realized to their dismay that this wasn't an illusion. All of this was real, and the fire could really burn people to death. The crowd soon realized that while the water was not weak, and the fire was not small, it was only enough to hinder them. It was still far from being enough to kill them. Although the water was deep, it wouldn't be able to drown so many experts. As long as they used breath-holding techniques, it wouldn't be difficult to stay alive even if they were trapped underwater for half a month. The fire was indeed capable of burning people to death, but that was just for ordinary people. To these peak experts, the fire didn't mean that much. At most, their clothes, hair, eyebrows and body hair would be burned away, but it wouldn't do them much harm. A moment later, their heads surfaced from the water. Right now, the only problem left was how they should go back up. Even if the pit was deeper, and the earth was harder, could it hold so many Saint Venerables and Saint Emperors? That would be a huge joke. And so, all the experts were confident in their hearts. But just at this time, someone cried out in alarm. This water, why is this water suddenly so cold? Everyone's hearts instantly chilled. As the person said, this water was indeed losing heat at an alarming rate. The water that was flowing like a river a moment ago, had become slow and icy. In the next moment. There was no more next moment. Before they could even react, and before anyone managed to figure out what was happening, a crisp snapping sound was heard as the water suddenly solidified into ice, encasing everyone in it. That was not all. The temperature was actually still dropping, and the hard ice was still emanating loud crackling sounds, turning harder and harder. With a speed that left one to gasp with shock, the ice began to turn into Xian ice. And it was transforming faster and faster, as if there wasn't any limit. Xian ice was something that even the violent sun's rays could not thaw. In terms of hardness, it was even more formidable than metal. Anyone who studied physics would understand that the concept of water turning into ice had to do with the density of the molecules being pulled closer together. At the same time, it would expand in size. If the volume was small, the change would not be too obvious. But by the size of that pit of water, and all of it turning into ice so suddenly, the pressure from it was incredible. All the experts who was trapped were all gritting their teeth and using all their strength as they tried to resist this growing pressure. Right now, it wasn't that nobody had the ability to break the ice around them and escape. But the main problem was that the violent explosive effects from their actions would definitely affect the brothers around them. In such a situation, heavy injuries were naturally unavoidable. Finally, the crowd began to panic. It wasn't possible for everyone to try to break out of the ice together. Such an action would certainly be extremely costly, to the point where only one would live among 10. Everyone was brothers who'd accompanied each other for hundreds to thousands of years. How would they be willing to hurt another brother to save their own lives? What should we do? The group looked at each other, their faces all filled with the same question. These were all experts, and even the weakest ones among them were saint-level experts. There were even Saint Venerable level experts, but even they were trapped and unable to move at all. If such a situation was known to the outside world, it would definitely spread and turn into a colossal joke. But this joke was actually reality. In just that short moment of hesitation, the ice transformed further, turning crystalline color like jade with a speed visible to the naked eye. The moment this color appeared, it meant this was not just extremely frigid ice. It was now Xian ice. The water that had frozen just a moment ago, had in this short time, turned to regular ice, and then to Xian ice that normally would only be formed after extremely frigid ice condensed for over 10,000 years. This had been achieved at an extremely accelerated rate. But the transformation actually still hadn't ended. It wasn't just the water transforming, the walls of the pit were also becoming harder and harder, compressing and increasing the pressure on the huge piece of Xian ice. And under that pressure, the ice was turning harder still. The most shocking and amazing transformation was still appearing in everyone's eyes. The Xian ice quickly took form and its color became more and more dazzling, and clearer and clearer. At the same time, it began to shrink and become more compact. Towards the end, a giant piece of Xian ice seemed to have disappeared, and looking down from above, the 40-something people seemed to be suspended in midair. Water, ice, Xian ice, all of these had completely vanished. But everyone could clearly sense that the ice had not disappeared, only transformed into something else. This was something that everyone had only heard of before, but never seen, essence of ice. Essence of ice was literally the essence of frost and ice. Even the ice on the peaks of ancient mountains would not necessarily be able to birth a piece of essence of ice the size of a human head. But right now, with just a wave of Jun Moxie's hand, a piece of giant essence of ice several hundred zhang was created. Such a magical ability was truly able to be called the power of creation. That was the essence of ice, a priceless treasure, ah. If a fist-sized essence of ice was melded with metal and refined by an expert smith, the weapon created would definitely be an unbreakable divine weapon that could cut through metal like mud. Even if a normal person without a shred of Xian cultivation picked it up, he would still be able to cut through a piece of iron refined 100 times. A blade made completely with essence of ice would be even more amazing. The moment the sword left its sheath, the sky and earth would freeze into an icy land. But right now, this essence of ice that most people regarded as a legendary natural treasure, had actually been created in such a giant piece before everyone's eyes. Was this a beautiful dream or a nightmare? As the essence of ice appeared, all the transformation finally came to an end. No matter what that meant, this essence of ice that people dreamed for was undoubtedly a nightmare. The people stuck inside could not move at all. That was the legendary essence of ice, something that was stronger and sharper than any divine weapons. If any of the 40 people made any rash movements, the other 39 would suffer incomparable pain as though countless swords were piercing their body. Even with their powerful bodies, they could not withstand that kind of pain. If it were in another place, these 40 people could still attempt to release their energy at the same time to break out of the ice and escape. This might require precise timing and calculations, but it wasn't anything difficult for these peak experts. It might not be possible to avoid any damage, but the large majority of them would still be able to escape safely. But the problem right now was that this huge piece of essence of ice was situated deep inside a giant pit, compacted from all sides. The walls around the ice were even harder than the ice itself. If the 40 of them wanted to burst out together, the only possibility was for them to destroy the ice and the walls together, blasting the ground itself away, before they truly had the chance to escape. Although everyone was an expert, they did not have that kind of confidence. If that failed, each person must withstand the combined attack rebounding of the other 39 people. The result would be extremely simple. The 40 of them would turn into a pile of pounded flesh in the same instant. No one would be the exception. And such extreme freezing power made sure that even a Saint Venerable's holy infant might not be able to escape. Right now, the only thing they could do was to observe and wait for rescue. Because there weren't any other methods. Their only option was to wait for Xia Chang Tian and Ji Bowen to obtain victory first, before coming up with a way to bring them out. After all, they still weren't in mortal danger for the time being. Although they couldn't go out for the time being, as long as they did not make any rash actions while being stuck in there, it wasn't a problem for them to remain there for up to half a month. With Xia Chang Tian and Ji Bowen's Saint Monarch strength, they would definitely be able to deal with Jun Moxie and Tian Fa's Xian beasts without much trouble. At that time, whether they slowly broke apart the ice or forced Jun Moxie to dispel the essence of ice to free them, it would be a simple affair. As they thought till here, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But what they didn't know was that this was actually only the starter course that Jun Moxie had prepared for them. Jun Moxie's true killing attack was still falling from the sky, only beginning to reach them now. The flame of primal chaos was the true killing blow. Although the Xian ice and essence of ice was formidable, they only had one use, which was to trap and control the movements of these experts. The flame of primal chaos that was falling from the sky did not cover a huge area, and it was falling very slowly, like drifting snow. With this kind of small area of effect and attack speed, any formidable expert above the venerable realm would be able to dodge it with ease. The threat was limited, since it would be useless if it couldn't hit the enemy. But if the targets could not move, it would be a completely different matter. As for the range, it just needed to be the same area as the Xian ice. It was enough to guarantee death. The flame of primal chaos fell down, covering everything entirely completely without any blind spots. Truthfully, this 100-zhang-wide flame of primal chaos rain that Jun Moxie had made was already the limit of his abilities. No, this was the entirety of the power of the Hongjun Pagoda that he could utilize at this point. Xia Chang Tian and Jun Moxie, these two saint monarchs could be said to be angered so badly by Jun Moxie that they were spouting fumes from their 7 orifices. Just when they were about to attack, they were met with a sudden inferno, followed by torrents of water that fell from the sky. Following that, everything fell out of their control. First, a wide pit with unfathomable depths appeared under the feet, and nearly all their brothers fell into it. The two's cultivation was the highest, and they still managed to hold their footing in the air when the ground under their feet suddenly disappeared. 3 of the Saint Venerables and 2 Saint Emperors managed to react quickly enough despite not having the same abilities as them, moving out of the range of the pit. If they hadn't reacted quickly enough, even if they didn't fall into the pit, they would still be washed down by the water. Because of this sudden moment, 40 on their side had already disappeared. Jun Moxie. What kind of tricks are you playing? Xia Chang Tian cursed as he found his footing in the sky. To actually use this kind of underhanded methods to scheme against us, such a despicable person like you is actually fit to proclaim yourself as an overlord of your generation. Overlord? I've never said anything about wanting to be an overlord. Jun Moxie's voice drifted over. Xia Chang Tian, the only thing I want now is to seek justice, so that my brothers can shut their eyes in peace in the underworld. That is all. The reason that Xia Chang Tian had cursed so loudly right then was because he hoped to draw Jun Moxie into speaking, before catching him. This fellow was too sly, to actually use some kind of stealth technique the moment the fight started. If they couldn't even see him, how could they fight? Although Xia Chang Tian's cultivation was high, he was not Xiaoying and did not have the all-seeing eye. In truth, young Master Jun's recent improvements were so great that even if Xiaoying were here, she might not be able to see through his yin-yang escape art. And as he wished, Jun Moxie had spoken. However, his voice was ethereal, seeming to come from every direction. Even Xia Chang Tian and Ji Bo-Wen with their Saint Monarch cultivation could not pinpoint his direction. That was truly strange. In the sky, a dense column of black flames fell down gracefully. Xia Chang Tian also did not place much thought to these weak-looking things. Instead, he was looking around carefully, trying to discover Jun Moxie's trace. Young Master Jun was not only in the yin-yang escape void state, he had also hidden his body in the Hongjun Pagoda, only poking out a head to speak. It was natural that Xia Chang Tian couldn't find him. However, young Master Jun's condition was not exactly great as well. This was the first time he'd used the power of the 5 elements to such a heavy extent, unleashing them fully without holding anything back. That alone had caused his Xian Qi to be greatly drained until he couldn't endure and had to merge his spiritual sense with the Hongjun Pagoda, using the power of the Hongjun Pagoda to finish freezing the water, turning it into Xian ice and into essence of ice. Immediately following that, he'd drawn out the flame of primal chaos, throwing it out without a care. And even with his spiritual sense merged with the Hongjun Pagoda, this was all the flame of primal chaos he could conjure. Anymore, and Jun Moxie would not be able to bear it. Even if Jun Moxie wanted to continue, the Hongjun Pagoda would stop him. Because Jun Moxie's current strength was only enough to wield this amount of the Hongjun Pagoda's power. If he forced himself, he would instead suffer a backlash. And the results of that backlash would be a complete destruction of his body and soul. However, this was sufficient for now. It was very efficient. Jun Moxie's face was pale, and blood hung on his lips as he looked coldly at the huge pit in the ground. Is this very unbearable? The truly unbearable stuff is right behind. Anticipate it patiently. All of a sudden, Ji Bo-Wen roared. Jun Moxie, come out. Come out for this daddy. If you're a man, roll out here for this daddy. You spineless bastard, only knowing how to use underhanded methods. As a saint monarch, when had Guuhan ever lost himself like this before? But this time, he couldn't endure no matter what. When he happened to look down, he discovered the strange situation in the pit. Originally, Xia Changtian and him had the same thought: no matter how many strange tricks you have, you can't threaten us. Even the weakest among our experts are at the saint level of cultivation, how can they be burned to death by a bunch of fire? That would be the greatest joke in the world. Even if you can conjure more water, what of it? At best, you can suppress them for a moment. They won't die. Can you maintain it for a long time? The moment the water's force slows down, everyone would be able to charge out in an instant. At that time, their strength will still be completely unaffected. With just you alone, even if you have more magical abilities, could it be that you can take on all 47 people at once? Not to mention a mere Jun Moxie, even Guuhan would not be able to do that. But in that brief moment that he looked down, he discovered that the water had already stopped, but no one had come out. When he looked closer, he received the greater shock. Xian ice. It was all Xian ice. How did Xian ice appear in a place like this? One had to know, the volcanoes were still erupting in the background, and the temperature was so suffocating that it threatened to bake people alive. But Xian ice actually appeared here. Guuhan could scarcely believe his eyes. But when he looked harder again, he couldn't help but exclaim with shock. In just the mere blink of an eye, the Xian ice had turned into essence of ice. Facing this unimaginable miracle, Guuhan only had one thought: finished. Those 40 people down there were basically finished already. Unless Jun Moxie suddenly had a change of heart and released them, it was likely that only a few people would be able to come out alive from that pit. The moment they were trapped in the essence of ice, they were already most likely doomed. To be frozen together with their brothers beside them, no one would dare to move even a finger. Any rash movements would cause the damage to spread to their own brothers. Right now, the essence of ice had already solidified, and there were no dangers for the moment. But any sudden movements or outside energy would cause the ice to shatter, and countless ice shards as sharp as divine swords would instantly tear everyone apart. If everyone wrapped their Xian Qi around themselves, they might be able to shatter a portion of the essence of ice, but there was no way they could break it completely at once. And those shattered essence of ice would not just disappear. They would turn into tiny lethal weapons with insane killing threat. Xia Changtian and Guuhan both turned pale at the same time. They finally understood Jun Moxie's sinister intentions. And also just how terrible his retribution was. His voice reverberated through the air, but Jun Moxie didn't make any form of reply. But at this time, the flame of primal chaos had already begun to fall. Although it was slow, it did not deviate from its path. In truth, this slow descent was that most agonizing part, far more cruel than a swift chop to the neck with a knife. Right now, Xia Changtian once again had an ominous feeling. An extremely ominous feeling. The black flames that were only several chi above his head now, actually brought him an indescribable ominous feeling of death. As a powerful saint monarch, it had already been an extremely long time since he'd felt such a thing. With a loud clang, he unsheathed his sword and swung it upwards, infusing his strongest Xian Qi and blasting it out. The sword ray instantly extended to 3 zhang, sweeping right towards the flame of primal chaos. The ball of flame continued falling slowly, and such a powerful sword chi that could even tear the air apart did not manage to affect the flame of primal chaos. Its speed was unchanged, and it continued drifting down in a straight line. Xia Changtian's eyes shrank, and all the hairs on his body stood up on its ends. What the hell is this thing? Even if that sword slice of his wouldn't be able to slice a small mountain cleanly into 2, it would still be able to take off a huge chunk from that mountain. But that strange little ball of black flame actually was not affected at all. That is too scary. The ball of flame continued to fall, coming nearer and nearer. Xia Changtian gritted his teeth and once again tightened his grip around his sword. Then, he slowly approached the flame. High in the air, the sharp cry of a sword rang out. If one listened closely, it wouldn't be hard to hear the thick tone of mockery. The only sword that could behave in such a human-like manner was the blood of yellow flame. This old master flew through the air, appearing extremely lively and excited. The meaning of that sword cry was very simple: are you an idiot? Didn't you see that even this old master needs to stay far away from that flame? And you even went to touch it with your sword? Truly not knowing the meaning of death. This old master feels sorry for your sword. Ah. Xia Chang Tian's sword came into contact with the flame of primal chaos and actually did not meet with any resistance at all. Seeing this, Xia Chang Tian loosed a breath of relief. Infusing a wisp of Xian Qi, he moved to dispel this ball of fire. But as he did that, he realized that the ball of flame was still burning slowly around the sword, not having any changes at all. The thing that had truly changed was that sword. The sword. All of a sudden, Xia Chang Tian shivered, and he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. That was a sword that had accompanied him for nearly 4,000 years. But now, it had actually become shorter. What is going on? Why did it lose a section of blade? The flame of primal chaos continued to burn slowly and gracefully, traveling along the blade. Nothing changed from the places that it passed, there was no smoke, and no burnt marks. Nothing, there were absolutely nothing. The only thing that changed was that the sword had already shortened to half its original length. The sword hadn't disappeared, it had been burned off. In just a short moment of touching the flame, half of it had already been burned off. What the hell is this thing? Cold sweat instantly appeared all over Xia Chang Tian's body as he looked at the sword that had almost burned to the hilt. Coming to his senses, he hurriedly flung the sword away as if it were a cursed item. Guuhan also tried similar methods to stop the flame of primal chaos, but was also met with the same situation. The sword that had accompanied him was similarly destroyed just like that. Noticing each other's panicked expression, a look of extreme fear began to appear in their eyes. The two of them had guarded the battlefield for over 3,000 years now, and no matter what hardships they faced or how many strange races experts were standing before them, they had never felt a single bit of fear before. But in this moment, the two of them were actually filled with terror. But the flame of primal chaos did not care if they were scared or not. At this time, it had already arrived right above their heads. Shrieking with fright, the two instantly dove downwards, unleashing all their strength as Saint Monarchs. With a speed that far surpassed their normal standards, they instantly sped out of the 100 zhang area, appearing outside of the range of the flame of primal chaos. As they watched the flames falling steadily into the mouth of the pit, the two's faces were the same color as dead ashes. Because one thing was certain now. The 40 brothers down there in the pit were truly going to be in danger. This was something that none of them could do anything about. This thing is called the flame of primal chaos. The two of you probably haven't seen it before. Jun Moxie's voice drifted over in an illusory manner, sounding somewhat lethargic. Coughing lightly, he continued. The flame of primal chaos is somewhat different from other fires in that it exists apart from the 5 elements and isn't countered by them. In other words, water would burn if it comes into contact with it, and so would wood, metal, etc. In this world, there isn't anything the flame of primal chaos cannot burn. That naturally includes the human body. Even things like Xian Qi and souls are not an exception. This should be a rather accurate description, because I've yet to find anything that cannot be burned by it yet. Jun Moxie explained patiently in great detail. The moment those words came out, the 7 great experts that heard it instantly turned pale as they looked towards the pit with fear and anxiousness. Guuhan, Mo Wu Dao, and the rest who were watching the battle from a distance, also sighed with great sorrow. Everyone's eyes were trembling, and their faces were white. Jun Moxie, you bastard, where are you? Come out. Come out this instant for me. Xia Chang Tian roared with rage. All the proud demeanor of a Saint Monarch expert had already disappeared without a trace long ago, and he only sounded hysterical. Jun Moxie, quickly dismiss that fire and let my brothers out. Xia Chang Tian and Guuhan hollered, their voices filled with extreme panic. At this moment, the two of them could be said to be akin to pigs being dangled above a boiling pot of oil. These experts were all brothers who'd known each other for an extremely long time. Even the shortest time was a few hundred years. There were even some who'd been brothers for thousands of years, braving blood and fire together. Seeing them falling into such a predicament, their hearts winced with pain to the point where even their souls trembled. Is it very painful? To only be able to watch by the side while your brothers are in danger and facing death. Does it feel good? Is it very enjoyable? A white shadow flashed as Jun Moxie's figure finally appeared in the sky, looking emotionlessly at Xia Chang Tian and Guuhan with his cold eyes. Right now, Jun Moxie's face was as pale as a corpse. Blood dribbled from the corner of his lips. Mei Shuiyan gasped and glanced heart-achingly at Jun Moxie, only feeling her heart throbbing in pain. Other people may not know, but how could Mei Shuiyan, who also cultivated the art of unlocking heaven's fortune, not understand? This sort of overloaded, extreme output was not something Jun Moxie could achieve with his current strength. But if he didn't do this, he would not be able to get the justice for his brothers, at least, unable to do it thoroughly. Demanding for justice for his brothers, for the sake of letting his brothers rest in peace in the netherworld, Jun Moxie resolutely activated a power that he was completely unable to carry. Even with the support of the Hongjun Pagoda, his meridians and mind still suffered unusually intense backlash. If he still maintained a combined state with the Hongjun Pagoda, naturally there would be no problem. But the moment he showed himself, he would have to face all this pain with his body alone. But he could not show himself. Because he must vent this anger. And also because his brothers must not die for nothing. The price was right before his eyes. Justice will be given amidst this sea of flame of primal chaos. Resolving this enmity in an explosive, decisive manner. Repaying this enmity decisively. My brothers have died in a heroic manner. Then my revenge must make all my brothers, be it those that have passed on, or those that are still alive, feel extremely pleased. How my brothers died, all those who had contributed to this debt, be it directly or indirectly, all of you will have to pay it back accordingly. Right now, the flame of primal chaos already touched the ground, completely covering that giant block of essence of ice. Those that were still above the huge pit continued to flutter down slowly. But those flame of primal chaos that had already landed on the ground continued to descend at the same speed. Everything on the ground, be it boulders or rocks, or thick layers of soil, was all turned into nothing the moment it came into contact. Watching the flame of primal chaos slowly descend, and the lives of over 40 brothers in grave danger, Xia Changtian glared angrily. He shot in front of Jun Moxie and yelled. Jun Moxie! Hurry up and keep away that ghostly fire. Release all my brothers. His voice no longer had that arrogance from before. It was hoarse. His eyes were opened so wide that they ripped at the corners. 2 trials of fresh blood flowed down from the corner of his eyes. His appearance resembled that of a ghost. Ha! Xia Changtian, Saint Monarch Xia, are you anxious just like this? Don't be anxious, watch carefully, and, at the emptiness, Jun Moxie gently smiled, reaching his hand up to wipe the blood at the corner of his lips. He stretched out a bloodied finger and pointed at the void that the flame of primal chaos was descending from. He said intriguingly. Take a careful look, if there is anything different about this void. It's really pure, isn't it, ha ha ha. Xia Changtian looked over and couldn't help but suck in a cold breath of air. Wherever that flame of primal chaos had passed, it turned into a black hole. All the spiritual chi in the air was surging over rapidly, quickly patching up this opening. The flame of primal chaos had even burnt an actual space. That sort of terrifying might, if it were to land on flesh. Xia Changtian's face turned even more pale, his body swayed unsteadily. What do you want? So that you will release them? State your terms, no matter what it is, I'll agree to it. Xia Changtian asked Jun Moxie. Terms? If I had come earlier, not going and bothering about some other people's problems, I believe I would also be just like you, asking you anxiously. Jun Moxie looked at him expressionlessly and said. What do you want, so that you will go and assist my brothers? From afar, everyone from Heaven's Saint Palace and 3 holy lands paled instantly. If Jun Moxie did not intervene to stop Zhan Luanhui, with his prowess, he would definitely be able to alter the dreadful number of casualties from Tianfa. Then, were they also indirectly accomplices? But if Jun Moxie did not intervene, then how many of them would be left? No one could be sure of that. Compared to Guuhan and the rest, Xia Changtian's condition was worse. Upon hearing this, his entire face turned white, as he stumbled backwards, as if his chest had been struck by lightning. All his reasons, hopes and expectations were utterly defeated with Jun Moxie's simple rhetorical question. But they, are my brothers, ah. Xia Changtian gripped his chest, hollering tragically. Let go of my brothers. Let go of my brothers. Jun Moxie's white robes fluttered as he stood in the air, his hair swayed in the wind, oozing an air of eerie ruthlessness. His pair of cold eyes looked at Xia Changtian amusingly as he asked. Do you feel that your heart is in pain? Ha, that's right, this is precisely what I tasted earlier. When I heard that Eagle King had died earlier, what I felt was the same as you, it really is the same. A bleak smile appeared on Jun Moxie's lips. It was that sort of smile where one was forcing a smile while suppressing the grief in their hearts. Xia Chang Tian, Old Saint Monarch Xia, now, we can be said to be fellow sufferers who empathize with each other. Why don't we have a toast as we watch these people turn into ashes? Ji Bo-wen flew over in a rush, second brother Xia. There's not much time left. His tone was filled with sorrow, even his voice had the stench of blood. It was heart's blood from anxiousness. Xia Chang Tian looked lifelessly at the giant pit, and hearing all the frightened cries coming from it, he only felt his heart shattering. The people below understood how terrifying that flame of primal chaos was. Because that terrifying flame just came descending down, burning everything in its way, so graceful and at ease, like a monarch ruling the world. But that frightening danger had made everyone feel extremely terrified. Xia Chang Tian was already regretting terribly. Why didn't I see this coming? If he had just given the order, to appear and provide support, then those 8 Saint Venerables from Tian Fa would not have to die. Eagle King would not die. With their intervention, the casualties on Tian Fa's side would not exceed 1,000. Everything could have been avoided. But he had insisted to watch on with cold eyes and not give the command. As he watched with folded arms from the sidelines at those warriors battling to deaths, he even found it pleasing. Now, his retribution had arrived. Right now, it was someone else's turn to find it pleasing. Jun Moxie, state your terms. Xia Chang Tian entire body trembled. What do you want me to do, so that you will spare, those brothers of mine? Terms? What terms? There's no need at all. Someone as powerful as you, the savior of mankind, how can anyone dare to talk terms with you? You don't have to do anything. Just continue to watch, that's all. Jun Moxie said apathetically. Didn't you like to watch on coldly the most? Isn't this your forte? Now, you don't have to do anything, just the thing you're best at. The only thing is that the duration for watching will be shorter, it'll be over in a while, just a while more. Only a while more, it will all be over. Jun Moxie smiled, showing his teeth. Come, to express my apology, this seat shall watch with you. Watching your brothers that you spent your entire life with slowly burn and turn into a pile of bones. No, this seat had spoken wrongly, how could there be bones, they'll all turn into nothing. In fact, it's not only their bones, even their souls will be gone. I can even guarantee that they won't have the chance to reincarnate. All that cultivation of thousands of years turning into nothing, not even ashes. How pleasing is that? We experienced this once with our brothers from Tian Fa earlier. Now, due to you, we get to experience this pleasure again. How could all you compassionate heroes, savior of mankind miss out on something this great? And, come. I'll let you both, feel pleased too. Feel pleased, Xia Chang Tian stared deadly at Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie, you may have a good appearance, but you are inhuman. You have no human nature. You're a beast. No wonder you are willing to abandon yourself and keep company with a bunch of wild beasts. Yeah, turns out you only realize this now, But I do not think that I had abandoned myself. To be able to keep company with the Xian beasts of Tian Fa, who have the purest hearts, is the greatest fortune in my entire life. Jun Moxie chuckled coldly. If I had the same type of benevolent human nature as you did, then that'll really be the greatest insult in my life. Jun Moxie. Ji Bo-wen yelled. All these people are heroes who stood guard at the pillar of heaven's mountains for the safety of mankind. Some of them never stepped foot out of the mountain for thousands of years. Offering their entire life to the war for seizing the heavens, to the Xian continent. And you, are going to kill them all just like this? I never denied that they are heroes. And never denied their contributions to this continent. Jun Moxie said solemnly. But heroes also will need to die. Heroes will also need to pay the price for their mistakes. Don't assume that others will give in to you just because you are a hero. Let me tell you, in this world, no one owes you anything. I, and my brothers, owe you nothing. Since you had responsibility in causing the death of my brothers, then you must pay the price. Even if you are the savior, you will also have to pay the equivalent price. This is fairness. And the justice that I seek. If the heavens don't give me justice, then I'll obtain it myself. If the earth doesn't give me justice, I'll fight for it myself. If you do not give me an account, I'll get it myself. The world doesn't give any account, then it can wait to be destroyed. Ha. Jun Moxie laughed into the skies, pointing at it. Even if this world is really destroyed, so what? How many such worlds are there in the universe? Who is right? Who is wrong? The logic that is acknowledged here may just be unacceptable in other words. The justice here may be despicable things in other worlds. But only the bond between brothers will be the same no matter which world you are in, not changing for eternity. Just like you all, just like us. Jun Moxie said solemnly. We are now enemies, only one of us will survive. You will feel sad when your brothers died. We also feel sad when our brothers died. How can the joy of rejoicing alone compare to rejoicing with others? You make me upset, how can I not make you feel hurt? The logic of an eye for an eye, scratch my back and I'll scratch yours is the truth no matter where it is applied. It is all eternal. I didn't want to talk so much bullshit with you all, but, if I don't say it, I feel displeased. True pleasure is watching you all struggling in displeasure while speaking about my pleasure. Only in this way, I can allow my brothers in the netherworld to move on with no regrets. Jun Moxie laughed loudly, maniacally. Perhaps, this is what is called an appropriate retribution. Xia Chang Tian's face completely turned malevolent. There's no hope. The ending has already been set. This evil monarch is definitely not going to compromise. He had already offered everything possible, but this evil monarch still remained indifferent. No, it was not indifferent. He is simply watching my agony, my pain, and enjoying my suffering with an extreme thrill from getting his revenge. The pit may be deep, but the flame of primal chaos has already fallen in. Although it is descending slowly, it will only be a moment before it came in contact with his brothers. The brother of those brothers had already become a fixed conclusion. Jun Moxie, have you ever considered that if these brothers of mine really die, what sort of price you will have to pay? All the muscles on Xia Chang Tian's face spasmed, a cruel look shooting from his eyes. He was practically about to go berserk. Price? I had really not thought of it. Jun Moxie's pupils constricted. With just the few of you alone, what sort of price did you think you can make me pay? If my brothers all die, then all these soldiers from Tian Fa present, I assure you, Xia Chang Tian's voice was laced with a chilling murderous intent. Not a single one of them will survive. Jun Moxie's eyes constricted greatly. He calmly looked at Xia Chang Tian and enunciated every single word slowly. As long as you dare to behave brazenly, then I will keep you company to the end. He slowly lifted his eyelids, an incisive look in his eyes as he said, Xia Chang Tian, you dare to kill one of my men today, I'll kill 100 of yours. You kill 3 of mine, I'll let the 3 holy lands be completely wiped out for good. I'm waiting for you, Xia Chang Tian, as long as you dare to try, I, Jun Moxie, am also no pushover. The two glared at each other so intensively that sparks seemed to fly in the air. Xia Chang Tian had a look of utter despair and grief, and even a hint of exhaustion. Whereas Jun Moxie's gaze was that of a completely crazed look, triggered by Xia Chang Tian's words. It was just that Xia Chang Tian still had a look of caution in the mix. He was still worrying about the war for seizing the heavens. Worrying about the entire world. If it was merely a battle with him and Jun Moxie, it could still be said to be between them and did not implicate the bigger picture. This was also the biggest reason why Jun Moxie ultimately insisted on facing the 47 of them on his own. Because the moment Mei Shuiyan and the rest get involved, then 3 holy lands, Tian Fa, and evil monarch manor will thoroughly fall out. Jun Moxie could not afford this sort of responsibility. Jun Moxie believed that if death was inevitable for him and his brothers, then he would they rather die in the process of resisting the strange races, than die in the hands of the 3 holy lands. Because it was not worth it. Xia Chang Tian's apprehensions were more complicated than Jun Moxie's. If he really fought with Jun Moxie, implicating the 3 holy lands and Tian Fa forest, then they could forget about battling the strange races. They would have already lost. Then he would become the sinner of all mankind. Xia Chang Tian had protected the continent for 3,000 years, his soul had already been soaked with this responsibility. The glory of this had already penetrated through his veins. He valued reputation and glory above everything, how could he be willing to bear the name of the sinner of the continent? Xia Chang Tian had apprehensions but Jun Moxie didn't. The continent will be destroyed. Destroyed then, destroyed it is. After all, the problem that you 3 holy lands caused, what has it got to do with me? Even if the continent must be destroyed because of this battle between us, I also will not wait helplessly for death under your hands. At most, we can all be annihilated together. People die all the time, so what's the big deal? You can throw your life away, but so can I. We all only have one brain, we are all the same anyway. Scaring me? Threatening me? God *mn. Xia Chang Tian, didn't you assure you'd do it? Why aren't you doing it? I'm waiting for you to do it. Jun Moxie looked at him icily. It can't be that you also only know how to assure things verbally. Do you dare to swear it, N? Kill 10,000 of my brothers? Who did you think you are? Do you have this sort of capability? Where did you get the guts? Xia Chang Tian finally went crazy, he howled and hollered. Jun Moxie. You forced me to do this. His gaze shifted and landed on Mei Shuiyan, Big Bear, and the rest who were watching the situation, a fierce look in his eyes. Clearly, he would strike any time. Jun Moxie's figure suddenly vanished and appeared again in the blink of an eye. In this momentary flash, his aura had already undergone a complete change. His aura was imposing. In everyone's eyes, the Jun Moxie at this moment had represented all the lives in the world with his body. Jun Moxie took a step forward. Only one step. It was only one step. Pa! It was as if waves of ripples had appeared in the space of the entire world. Even the mountains distorted and warped into a weird shape. The entire space quaked and there was a sudden instability in the air that instantly distorted the entire world, causing the eyes to develop this sort of misperception. Even Guuhan, Xia Changtia, and Ji Bowen were no exception. The entire world suddenly shook. Guuhan's face changed. He raised his head in shock, looking at Jun Moxie who was approaching Xia Changtian, a look of utter disbelief in his eyes. Both the Saint Monarchs, Xia Changtian and Ji Bowen's faces changed, they only felt an overwhelming pressure pressing down on them with this step from Jun Moxie. All the strength of the world had gathered in this moment and was pressing down like mad. They couldn't help but step back. As the two of them had already activated all their Xian Qi to face this terrifying pressure, their subconscious steps back had caused two huge holes to appear on the ground with a hong. Jun Moxie chuckled icily. Xia Changtian, I'll tell you the truth, even without the threat earlier, you were destined not to live past today. You are the main culprit that caused the death of my brothers. The reason why I spent so much time ting with you is to let you carefully savor the taste of your brothers dying right before you. Right, don't say that it was this young master who caused your brothers to die, the real culprit was you. And themselves. Because of your decisions, it led to this sort of outcome today. Now, I believe you have tasted it enough. CME, let this young master send you on your way. You must absolutely remember that in your next life, do not make me upset. The backlash from striking after merging with the Hongjun Pagoda was too severe. Especially after he scattered the flame of primal chaos then remerged with it, the consequences were one that Jun Moxie could not predict. But the severe injury on his body and soul was definitely a fact. Jun Moxie did not intend to be this harsh when the strange races were about to attack. Not for himself, but the fear that he would not be able to protect the brothers he had sent out. They had all came because of his one command. How could Jun Moxie not be worried and not be responsible for it? How could he not be worried over it? But Xia Changtian's threat had instantly enraged Jun Moxie. How dare you use my brothers to threaten me? If I don't kill you, I'll be letting the heaven and earth, my brothers, and my own conscience. Let's just kill them. A crazed look flashed in his eyes. He suddenly yelled, then let this world be destroyed together then. Sword! Jun Moxie hollered. The blood of yellow flame let out a cry and instantly vanished. The next time it appeared, it was already in front of Ji Bowen. The sword was chilling. Its cold glint so overwhelming and condescending. This sword had completely bypassed all the attacks from Ji Bowen, a Saint Monarch. A man and a sword, using the most powerful manner to stop these two Saint Monarchs. The sword and men were the same, cold, unyielding. Xia Changtian chuckled coldly. Jun Moxie, I indeed am helpless against those tricks of yours. But you really think that you could stop both of us with your strength alone? Should I scorn you for your foolish conceit or overestimating your capabilities? Jun Moxie, did you think too highly of yourself? Tricks are only usable for sneak attacks. A real battle relies on your own strength. Fool! Jun Moxie had no intentions to answer. With a flash of his thoughts, a 9 nether frost blade suddenly appeared in his hand. Instantly, this pitch black suddenly lit up, exuding a blinding color, the purest shade of black, darker than the color black itself. As if a pure, black flame was lit up in the air. Dark, but splendid. Xia Chang Tian, I already said it either, the main culprit that had caused the sacrificing of my brothers is you, which is why I went through the trouble to let you experience how it is like to lose your brothers. Now the show is over, so you can go and die now. Go and atone for your crimes to my brothers in the Yellow Springs. The moment Jun Moxie finished saying this, the frost blade in his hand shot forward, its black shine filling the entire sky, like a sharp sword that sliced through the heavens. It attacked aggressively at the Saint Monarchs before him. On the other side, the invincible weapon, the blood of yellow flame, also let out a piercing cry, its glow magnifying like a lightning that cut across the skies, flying at Jibo 1. To be honest, this was a 2-on-2 battle. Jun Moxie and the blood of yellow flame were two independent bodies that were fighting on their own, with no association with each other. But in the eyes of others watching this, it was clearly a case of one person wielding two swords, one with his hand and the other with the sword control technique, battling two Saint Monarchs intensively simultaneously. Everyone drew a cold breath of air. Even those from Tian Fa were no exception. This Jun Moxie is truly, outrageously brazen. But for the higher-ups of three holy lands, it was not too astonishing for them. Jun Moxie had obtained considerable battle results when battling Zhan Luanhui in this same manner the day before. Zhan Luanhui's strength was a profound mystery and had already surpassed the limits of other humans practicing the same cultivation. While numerous experts from the Heaven Saint Palace couldn't stop him, Jun Moxie had managed to obstruct his way with his strength alone and was even advantageous when battling him. This sort of shocking prowess was enough to shock the world. And it was also what Guuhan had based his decision on earlier. Although Tian Fa had clinched a great victory, they had suffered a dreadful loss, losing all 8 Saint Venerables, the Eagle King, and 5,000 elite forces. The battling forces of Tian Fa had been greatly crippled. Whereas those who stood guard at the battlefield of the war for seizing the heavens had considerable strength and were truly one of themselves. If Jun Moxie had not revealed such powerful capabilities, even if Guuhan would not stand on Xia Chang Tian's side, he would only try to smooth things and definitely not make such a choice. Xia Chang Tian and Jibo Wen's faces were filled with grief and frustration, attacking at the same time. They both had the same thing in mind, take down Jun Moxie quickly, only this way, we can save those 40 brothers down there. The longer we take, the more dangerous the situation becomes for them. Those other 3 Saint Venerable and 2 Saint Emperors who managed to escape remained rooted to their spot. They were at a loss as to what to do. They also wished to join the battle, but with whom? Jun Moxie had carried out everything on his own. He made himself a representative to demand for justice, to get his revenge and vent his anger. From start to end, not a single other person from Tian Fa had spoken. Although they knew that this was Jun Moxie's intention, they still couldn't do anything to Mei Shuiyan and the rest. The moment they did, they knew that they would not be able to bear the consequences. They were not like Saint Monarchs, they were not that powerful. Even Xia Chang Tian may not dare to do so. He was just throwing empty threats. It was not because he was afraid to deal with Tian Fa, and not because of Jun Moxie's threat, but because of the bigger picture. The root of this matter was because they had watched coldly from the sidelines with no intention to assist or support, which ultimately led to Tian Fa's Eagle Bear army getting almost wiped out. Jun Moxie stepping out as the leader to demand for justice was completely fair, and no one had anything to say about it. Even Guuhan and the rest could only try to smooth things over, but they could not attempt to absolve the matter. Even if Xia Chang Tian and Jibo Wen died as a result of this, they only had themselves to blame. No one could say anything about it. But if everyone charged forward and attacked Jun Moxie, then this matter would change completely. But Guuhan would also not consent to this. Old Gu, even if Saint Monarch Xia and the rest did not offer assistance, there is also no need to fight like this, isn't it? Isn't Jun Moxie's reaction a little too extreme? He completely isn't considering the bigger picture, ah. A Saint Emperor from 3 Holy Lands said carefully to Guuhan. The bias behind his words was extremely clear. That's not the right way to put it. The one who had rebutted this time was Mo Wu Dao. He sighed and said. Not rendering assistance this time may seem like a small matter, but in fact, it has deep-rooted implications. Firstly, for the past hundreds of years, the 3 Holy Lands joined forces to crush Tian Fa, practically ruining it at a stroke. If it wasn't for the appearance of Jun Moxie, Tian Fa forest may already have been doomed for good. It can be said that it is us who kicked Tian Fa out of our alliance. And our relationship is that of enemies that cannot live under the same sky. With the current situation, even if Tian Fa Forest does not come to this battle, no one can say anything about it. After all, even the strange races don't dare to barge into their Tian Fa Forest. Plus they are not even human, there is no standpoint to criticize them. But they came. They came with great resolve and determination. For the sake of the common lives of the world, for the Xian continent, they put aside the old enmity with us. This alone is an act of great righteousness. This is one of the reasons. Mo Wu Dao had been at conflict with Tian Fa with endless enmity. And he had a vengeance with Jun Moxie for killing his younger brother. But this person did not lose the air of a leader. On a big matter like this, his comments were unbiased and impartial, completely speaking from facts. This was something worth commending. Secondly, Guuhan continued coldly. Tian Fa came as a result of the three holy lands in treaty. To put it bluntly, it is us who put our pride aside and managed to get them to come and offer assistance. But no matter what Tian Fa's original intentions were, the three holy lands are indebted to them. In terms of the battle strategy, they are our comrades in battle. The situation this time was the most dreadful, the three holy lands practically had no chance of victory and were on the brink of danger. But Tian Fa's appearance and assistance had saved us. By not assisting, Xia Chang Tian and the rest were biting at the hand that is helping us. Guuhan sighed. This was the other reason why he was unwilling to help reconcile the situation. Guuhan was extremely enraged by Xia Chang Tian and the rest's behavior and actions. Furthermore, if he tried to intervene, Guuhan knew that he didn't have that much face before Jun Moxie. The moment he opened his mouth, the greatest possibility was that even those who were left will also be sent to their doom. They may be unaware of Jun Moxie's prowess, but how could Guuhan be? And the worst thing was, this Jun Moxie was more perverse than that John Kuang. He was one that could not be killed. When two countries are at war and two armies are slaying it out on the battlefield, if one troop falls into impasse while the other remain completely unmoved and simply watches on, this is a capital offense. A crime of treason. Mo Wu Dao chuckled bitterly. It is the same as rebellion. An unpardonable crime. Thus, no matter how you look at it, the manner Saint Monarch Xia handled this matter was a big mistake. When put in a smaller picture, he was being disloyal and ungrateful. But in the bigger picture, no matter who from Tian Fa raises up this matter, the falling out of both parties is likely to be more than 80%. This sort of act is literally disregarding the safety of the world, toying with the fate of the common lives. It is reprehensible and insane. Guuhan let out a deep sigh. The Saint Emperor who raised the question couldn't help but feel a little astonished. Lord Mo, why would you? Mo Wu Dao chuckled bitterly and said, Indeed, I never liked Tian Fa, the evil monarch manner, nor even Jun Moxie himself. This is a fact, be it in the past, or in the future, I will still insist on going against Tian Fa. But right now, at this moment, before a right and wrong like this, I, Mo Wu Dao, am not one to be so biased and turn a blind eye to righteousness. When we dealt with Tian Fa, it was after determining that the strange races did not have the ability to invade, and we had complete confidence for the war for seizing the heavens. Even if we completely annihilated Tian Fa, that was the internal affairs of the continent. But if the strange races are powerful, I will not start an internal war no matter what. He let out a long sigh. If I knew about what will happen today, then I would have mended the relation with Tian Fa at all costs. At least, I must ensure the victory of this battle before anything else. I definitely will not give the order to deal with Tian Fa. The affairs of the world changes so easily with time, it truly makes one dazzled and stunned. But who would have thought that the majestic 10,000-year-old pillar of heaven's mountains would collapse at this sort of crucial timing? Shiroa Chen let out a long sigh before gritting his teeth tightly and cursing. That G** damn Jean Luan Hui. That G** damn Jean Luan Hui. Then this battle between Saint Monarch Xia and Jun Moxie, are we really only able to just watch? And the lives of those 40 brothers, are we forsaking it as well? That Saint Emperor asked, a little unwilling to resign just like that. This is the price that Jun Moxie is demanding. And Jun Moxie also has the strength to demand this price. We can only watch. Especially, when it is in such a delicate situation, all the more we cannot move. Recklessly moving will only cause greater troubles ahead. A look of grief flashed in Guuhan's eyes. The outcome of today is the result of the cause created from yesterday. Reaping what you've sown, who can we blame? Are we going to insist inverting right and wrong and starting a war with Tian Fa and the evil monarch manner first? And let the strange races reap the benefits? Chu Wuhui happened to be standing behind Guuhan. He couldn't suppress a long, deep sigh. Suddenly, Guuhan's pupils constricted, turning pale with fright. He stomped his foot and sighed deeply. Oh no! Looks like I still underestimated Jun Moxie's real strength. Perhaps it's not only those 40 brothers who will, even Xia Chang Tian might be done for. Even Guuhan was shocked speechless by his own words and the facts before his eyes. Jun Moxie had this sort of terrifying, heaven-defying capabilities. Everyone was stunned and looked over. All their jaws dropped and were left hanging. Everyone had tried to guess how this battle would end, but they had never imagined that it would be like this. Jun Moxie was the evil monarch and did not have ordinary cultivation. He also had the accomplishment of repressing Zhan Luanhui, but his advancement halted at the realm of a saint venerable and didn't seem to have broken through the levels of a saint monarch, while Xia Chang Tian had the cultivation of a saint monarch. And a third level one. So everyone had assumed that the Xia Chang Tian would be in the advantageous position in the battle, even Guuhan also thought so. Then after a certain level, when it was clear who was going to be the victor, Guuhan would step out and try to reconcile the matter and resolve this issue. But since the moment they clashed, Xia Chang Tian had been in the absolute disadvantageous position. An irrevocable decline. No one would have dreamt of this situation. Everyone was flabbergasted. Jun Moxie moved as fast as the wind. The blade 9 nether frost blade was like the rising wind in scudding clouds. His xian qi surged unendingly. That narrow 9 nether frost blade turned into a huge piece of black cloud in the air. The entire world turned dark. A single 9 nether frost blade filled the entire sky with its presence, covering the world, as if the winds and clouds of the 9 nethers had descended upon this dreadful battlefield. Engulfing the entire world. Xia Chang Tian went forward to meet him. Although his movements, blocks, and attacks were not slow at all, he could only match blow for blow, unable to retaliate at all. Saint Monarch Xia's face had already turned the same color as pig's liver. Intense humiliation filled his heart completely. Even in his wildest dreams, he never would have imagined that Jun Moxie's abilities were this great. From the start of the fight, he'd only been defending and defending continuously, he never managed to complete an attack even a single time. From the start, he was being suppressed, and until now, Jun Moxie's momentum had not faltered at all. It instead became fiercer and fiercer, more and more explosive. Not to mention Guuhan and the rest who were watching outside, even Xia Chang Tian himself was still completely confused as to how matters had reached such a point. He was a legitimate Saint Monarch expert, and although Jun Moxie was not weak either, he was clearly only a Saint Venerable and was undoubtedly much inferior to him. But how the situation? Right now, Xia Chang Tian only felt as if he'd fallen into particularly nasty quicksand. The more he struggled, the faster he sank. And now, he was already in a mortal crisis. He only remembered seeing Jun Moxie's sword piercing towards him at the start, and he wanted to block the attack and counterattack, quickly bringing this wild brat down quickly to save his brothers. But who would have thought that this seemingly simple-looking stab actually covered an area of several zhang? If he retreated, it would naturally be easy to dodge the attack. But where would he place his pride as a Saint Monarch if he retreated at the first instance when fighting against a wild junior? And so, Xia Chang Tian decided to stand his ground. But because of that, he could not launch his own attack for the time being. From the sharpness of that pitch-black sword, it was obvious that he couldn't block it with his body and had to dodge it. But before he could complete the dodging action, the other sword had already arrived under his throat. Xia Chang Tian's eyes widened with shock, and he hurriedly spun to the side, right into the path of another sword that was heading right for his heart. Xia Chang Tian once again dodged, jumping up like a puppet. But right when he was about to counter the attack, another sword was piercing towards his dantian. And so, Xia Chang Tian began the tragedy of dodging and retreating repeatedly without being able to fight back. From the start of the battle until now, less than 2 breaths of time had passed. But Jun Moxie had already sent out 365 swords. Each sword gleamed with terrifyingly sharp radiance, and Xia Chang Tian also dodged for 365 times. Each dodge was harder than the last, and his appearance became more and more wretched. There was completely no opportunity to return an attack. As he dodged, Xia Chang Tian realized to his horror that even if he wanted to bet his life and go all out, he didn't seem to have the chance to do that. If he wanted to cause any damage to his opponent, the only method was to self-detonate. Xia Chang Tian suddenly felt a chill surge through his heart. How could things end like that? He'd experienced countless battles, but how could a person like him be forced to such an extent by a youth? Could it be that this was actually just a really bad dream? But even if it was a nightmare, it couldn't be this ridiculous. Jun Moxie's face was expressionless, and his eyes were as cold as ice as he stabbed out with his swords repeatedly, completely emotionless. Jun Moxie's, who'd fully merged with the Hongjun Pagoda, battle strength had already been raised to the shocking level of a half-sage like Zhan Luanhui. Against Xia Chang Tian, who was only a third-level Saint Monarch, he could control the battle perfectly. That was the reason he'd been able to dominate Xia Chang Tian and suppress him completely from the moment the battle began, not giving him even the time to catch a breath. Xia Chang Tian was growing more and more insane as he fought, and more depressed. He felt as if his face was being dragged through the ground. It was just a single wrong decision, but all his brothers had been pushed into a deep pit which they couldn't come out from. First, he was humiliated in public, then he'd been questioned and blamed in front of the crowd. After that, he had to watch his old brothers fall into a deadly situation which he could do nothing about. Then, he himself was forced into such an embarrassing state. As he looked at the hateful and perverted look of satisfaction in Jun Moxie's eyes, Xia Chang Tian finally understood what Jun Moxie's true method of revenge was. It was to let him taste the desperation of watching helplessly as his brothers stared death in the face, before using the most humiliating means to toy with him. You are truly ruthless. Xia Chang Tian dodged another slash and hollered, his eyes lined with blood. The golden hair crown on his head shattered with a loud bang, and his long black hair flew down, fluttering behind him. Blood streamed down from his head, drenching the ground. Xia Chang Tian, I lost many good brothers because of you, so I naturally need to make you watch helplessly as your brothers die in front of your eyes. You are fated to be able to enjoy this beautiful scene right in front of your eyes. But even if you don't want to enjoy this scene, you still have to. Jun Moxie cackled evilly as more black swords appeared, covering the sky like a black cloud, falling from the sky like a black waterfall. Xia Chang Tian, do you feel very guilty? Do you feel that you're very useless? Do you feel a heart-wrenching pain and endless regrets? Jun Moxie asked as he sent out 99 swords at once. At the same time, he roared, Flame of primal chaos. Fall for me. All of a sudden, the slowly drifting flame of primal chaos accelerated and fell down with greater speed, towards the lifeless and desperate eyes below. Terrible, hair-raising cries began to ring out from the pit, shrill and helpless, covering the entire area and causing all who heard it to shudder with shock. Yes, Jun Moxie had always been in control, not allowing the flame of primal chaos to fall so quickly. Because, the revenge he wanted hadn't been completed. Slicing apart the flesh slowly was the true torture. If the flame of primal chaos fell down swiftly, turning everything into ashes, ending everything in an instant, would that be satisfying? Was that how revenge should feel like? No. Death was not scary. What was scary was knowing that death was unavoidable, and right in front of your eyes, but it just wouldn't arrive. That feeling of waiting for death was the most terrifying. It was like those people who proclaimed to be scared of nothing and would not even blink in the face of death. But if someone were to get a hold of their family or friends and start to torture them. What Xia Chang Tian cared about the most was also not his own life. To destroy the things that the enemy was the most attached to, before claiming his life, was the true torture. From the moment Jun Moxie decided to carry out his revenge, he'd already decided on this idea. You killed my brothers, but you want to die a swift death. Dream on. Otherwise, although the flame of primal chaos was slow, it still wouldn't be this slow. Death was not necessarily scary, but when death was dragged out, it would be much more tortuous. Like how Xia Chang Tian could only watch as his brothers looked at him, their eyes looking forward to his rescue, while death hovered right above them. Yet, he was completely helpless to help them. Furthermore, their plight was also a result of his actions. Xia Chang Tian was the most tormented one in this moment. And Jun Moxie was going to let him enjoy the most of this torment. As he listened to the inhuman screams of terror, Xia Chang Tian's heart bled as though he was being cut by 1,000 knives. Suddenly, he began to charge forward, no longer trying to dodge, roaring, someone is responsible for every grievance, and there is a debtor for every debt. This matter was completely my idea. Jun Moxie, if you have any grievances, you can direct everything at me directly. There's no need to torment my brothers. There's no need to continue. Are you in a lot of pain? Xiachang Tian, you are the cause of everything. Jun Moxie's ruthless sword shot out continuously, and a blood mist suddenly burst out around Xiachang Tian. Since this matter was started by me, those brothers of mine are all innocent. Xiachang Tian's body was covered in blood, and he stared fiercely at Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie. As long as you let them go, I will put down all resistance and you may do as you please with me. Ha 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 ha, Jun Moxie laughed aloud. If you had been willing to say that before the fight, I might have applauded your courage and ended the matter with taking your life. But to say such words at this kind of time will only make me look down on you. You can't be dreaming that you still have any chips to bargain with me at this point, right? Could it be that I cannot do as I please with you if you didn't allow me? Hearing this, Xiachang Tian turned completely mad as he finally discarded the last of his pride and charged forward. Jun Moxie, since you insist on pushing me too far, then let us perish together. Even if me and my brothers dies, I will still drag you to accompany us. Die for me. His aura suddenly shrunk, and the entire space seemed to have frozen in that instant. In the next moment, the chi around them suddenly grew violent and began to funnel madly into his body. After the previous huge battle here and the self-detonation of countless experts, the heaven-earth spiritual chi here were extremely chaotic. Any cultivator would need to be careful when absorbing the energy here, afraid that they would ingest too much impure chi. But Xiachang Tian was swallowing everything without regards for the consequences. Whether it was useful or harmful spiritual chi, he sucked in everything into his body and his meridians. From this point on, there was no turning back. Guuhan's eyes flickered, and he instantly understood the current situation. Gasping aloud, he shouted, "Everyone, quickly retreat." As his command rang out, everyone on the three Holy Lands side instantly began to flee. In the blink of an eye, they'd already retreated several hundred zhang away. Everybody's face were grave and sullen. On the side of Tian Fa, although they were worried about Jun Moxie, but under the strict command of Mei Shuiyan, they also quickly retreated several hundred zhang away. Everyone was watching fixedly at the changes on the battlefield, their eyes filled with endless satisfaction and worry. The opponent was still a Saint Monarch peak expert. If he went all out and placed his life on the line to self-detonate, even if Jun Moxie's techniques were amazing, and his speed was great, he might not necessarily be able to escape fully. Only Mei Shuiyan was not worried about Jun Moxie's safety at all. Jun Moxie had the Hongjun Pagoda with him, and even if the world exploded, he would still be completely unharmed. Seeing how unworried Mei Shuiyan was, Big Bear also relaxed. Xiachang Tian grinned uglily as he stood in the air, looking at Jun Moxie. His aura was still rising constantly, reaching the peak of the third level of Saint Monarch, continuing to increase. Only when he reached the peak of fourth level Saint Monarch did he finally stop. The wind in the sky actually completely stopped because of the forceful absorption. The countless wounds left on Xiachang Tian's body had abruptly stopped bleeding. That skinny body was actually beginning to bloat slowly. It became a round ball shape that floated in the sky. Second brother Xia. Don't. On the other side, Ji Bowen, who was being suppressed by blood of yellow flame, yelled. Blood of yellow flame could even suppress Zhan Luan Hui, and against a mere second-level Saint Monarch, it was able to completely dominate him. But Ji Bowen was still a Saint Monarch at the end of the day. Although he was being suppressed, he could still hold his stance. To want to defeat blood of yellow flame was naturally impossible, but if the blood of yellow flame wanted to kill him, it would also be extremely difficult. And so, the situation ended with a stalemate. At this time, Xiachang Tian was already irredeemable. He was already committed to dragging Jun Moxie down with him. Roaring loudly, Ji Bowen charged forward without caring about defending, hoping to break out of blood of yellow flame's control and stop Xiachang Tian's extreme actions. Unfortunately, no matter how anxious he was, and how much he tried, he could not escape from blood of yellow flame. Every attempt was dissolved by blood of yellow flame, forcing him back repeatedly. A few breaths later, Xiachang Tian's aura had reached its peak. At this point, he no longer cared about anything. The tragic cries of his brothers had already caused him to lose all his reason long ago. At this time, the cries emanating from the pit were already become fewer and weaker. But every cry, no matter how small, or how frail, would still pierce deeply into Xiachang Tian's heart like a knife. Xia Chang Tian no longer had any hopes to hold on to life. Such a huge humiliation, such a great hatred. If he couldn't wash this shame away, how would he have the face to continue living? Only death would suffice. Xia Chang Tian laughed maniacally, tears flowing freely from his eyes. In the last 3,000 years, this was the first time that this saint monarch had ever cried. There was regret, hatred, despotic rage, grief, despair. Jun Moxie, leave with me. Jun Moxie stared fixedly at him, watching his every movement. Gritting his teeth ruthlessly, he said, Xia Chang Tian, this is the end of your road. Because you refuse to help, resulting in the death of many of my Tian Fa brothers, I will kill your brothers today. You caused my brothers to self-detonate, so I will force you to self-detonate as well. Blood for blood, an eye for an eye. This was the method that Jun Moxie was the most adept with. Jun Moxie's revenge had always been this direct and straightforward. And Xia Chang Tian finally understood. His ultimate counterattack, self-detonation, had actually been part of the opponent's plan. And it was also the goal of the opponent. This kind of feeling of being played and controlled like a puppet was so unbearable that Xia Chang Tian would rather die. At this time, the cries from the large pit had already completely disappeared. Xia Chang Tian only felt endless emptiness in his heart, and he could clearly sense that those brothers of his had already been completely wiped from the face of this world. There might not even be any traces of them left. And Xia Chang Tian finally lost the last shred of hope in his heart. Right now, he had the same reaction that Big Bear had when Eagle King died. It was a feeling that was more unbearable than death. But this time, it was a completely different concept. Bear King's brothers had died in battle, protecting their home and land. Whereas Xia Chang Tian's brothers had died because they were implicated by Xia Chang Tian. The two could not be compared together. At this moment, Big Bear could not help but think of his brother. Now, apart from guilt, there was a trace of pride in his heart. And reminiscence. But Xia Chang Tian was different. Apart from guilt, there was only guilt in his heart. Even if he went to the underworld right now, he wouldn't have the face to meet those brothers of his. Xia Chang Tian was completely crushed. Jun Moxie, this old Arman egrets. This old man regrets not killing those beasts with my own hands. This old man hates it, ah. Xia Chang Tian raised his head and roared bitterly. Kill my brothers with my own hands? You don't have the qualifications for that. Xia Chang Tian, at the very least, my brothers truly died for the sake of the people of this world. As for you, what is your death worth? Even if you died 10,000 more times, it would not compare to the life of a single brother of mine. You are the greatest disgrace of the Xian continent. The source of infighting, the sinner of mankind, the traitor of the world. Complete and utter trash. Xia Chang Tian cried aloud. The sins of the entire world may be on my shoulders, but I still have you to accompany me through the Yellow Springs. Jun Moxie. Let us die together. A gigantic boom rang out, and the entire sky was suddenly filled with a white light. As that cry rang out, Saint Monarch Xia Chang Tian finally completed the last segment of his self-detonation. The violent explosion blasted a hole through the thick smoky air, and in that moment, the beautiful blue sky could actually be seen on this battlefield where volcanic smoke hung so deeply. Directly following that, a huge mushroom cloud flew high into the air, covering the hole in the sky and blocking out the sunlight once again. After that, a huge pit about 200 zhang wide appeared on the ground, its depths unfathomable. Far away, a portion of the people from the three holy lands and Tian Fa, actually directly fainted from the power of the shockwave. Thousands of tents were blown away, swirling in the sky and disappearing from sight. The entire land began to rumble fiercely. Explosion. Dust and sand flew everywhere, and an additional huge hole of shocking size appeared in the middle of the ground. It rivaled even the large pit that Jun Moxie had made using the power of earth. Xia Chang Tian, who'd self-detonated, was naturally already turned into a pile of ashes, and couldn't be more dead. Even his holy infant hadn't been left behind. As for Jun Moxie, who was right at the center of the explosion, he'd also completely disappeared without a trace. This kid wouldn't have perished alongside Xia Chang Tian, would he? Guuhan and the rest's faces were heavy and unspeakably ugly. If those two had died together, this matter would be extremely grave. Right now, the hearts of the people from the three holy lands could be said to be extremely chaotic. No one was mourning for Xia Chang Tian, but in that moment, they were actually praying that Jun Moxie, their mortal enemy, would be fine. Even Mo Wu Dao, who normally yearned so badly for Jun Moxie's death, was also praying hard in that moment. Jun Moxie, please don't be dead. Right now, the continent truly cannot afford this. The most important thing was that if Jun Moxie died together with Xia Chang Tian, not only would there be no hope of having the help of Tian Fa's army, the Xian beasts might even go mad and destroy the entire three holy lands. Every single expert was peering nervously at the cloud of dust, as if they were awaiting the birth of a deity. A total of 40 experts, along with a saint monarch, had disappeared in just such a short time. And all of this had been because of a single person. If Jun Moxie was still alive after doing that, it would be too terrifying. Second brother Xia Ji Bowen roared with rage when he saw Xia Chang Tian self-detonate, dying without a complete corpse. At the most crucial moment when Xia Chang Tian self-detonated, Ji Bowen had dodged out of the way, allowing the sword to slash freely against his body. Blood of Yellow Flame was naturally unable to let him go, sticking closely to him and chasing after him. Ji Bowen watched the death of his brother with his own eyes, and because of the turbulent emotions in his heart, he suffered countless attacks. But in that moment, he could only cry aloud with grief, completely not caring about the injuries on his body. All of a sudden, Ji Bowen's body rose up like a sharp spear, as he laughed maniacally. Blood of Yellow Flame also cried out, flashing rapidly as blood fell from the sky like rain. An arm also fell from the sky with a loud crack. Ah! Ji Bowen roared with pain as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The fresh blood instantly turned into blood mist, but his body was still rushing forward. The blood of Yellow Flame cried out and chased closely after him. In a moment of carelessness, it had actually allowed this fellow to escape. This was a great loss of face for blood of Yellow Flame, and it seemed to be turning its shame into anger. To shame a child who thought very highly of himself was an extremely terrifying thing. Ji Bowen laughed madly, using all his strength to holler. Jun Moxie, since you were so merciless, this old man shall reciprocate in kind. The matters which second brother Xia hadn't been able to finish, shall be completed by me. Before his voice ended, his body suddenly made a movement that defied all physical logic. From a position where he was suddenly charging upwards, he began to fall in a sideway manner. His momentum was strong and fast, like a bolt of lightning. In just an instant, hundreds of strange afterimages appeared in the sky as he dove towards Mei Shuiyan, who was on the ground. Ji Bowen laughed maniacally, as all his energy gathered in his remaining hand. A sharp and ruthless gaze blazed in his eyes, and he did not falter as he aimed at Mei Shuiyan. This palm was the culmination of all the might of a second-level Saint Monarch. In the instant the energy was gathered, even the air around it began to freeze. In that space, not even the wind could move. Mei Shuiyan's hair floated up gently and began to freeze as well. Big Bear opened his mouth, wanting to roar with rage. But in that instant, he was also unable to move. It was as if everything had frozen in this space. Ji Bowen laughed madly, his face filled with an enjoyable rush of revenge. He wanted to have his revenge against Jun Moxie, and the best method was obviously to kill the people that mattered the most to him. He even decided that he'd self-detonate only after killing Mei Shuiyan and seeing the look of rage and pain on Jun Moxie's face. To be able to see just a glimpse of the hurt he'd inflicted on Jun Moxie would be more than sufficient for Ji Bowen. He wouldn't ask for anything else. You hurt my brothers, so I will make you live in pain for the rest of your life. In pain and regret. Forever. As the thought flashed through his mind, the smile on Ji Bowen's face grew even wider. Everybody indeed only had one life. But when it was time to give that up, no one would be stingy with it. If he self-detonated at such a close distance, it was most likely the case that most of Tian Fa's Xian beasts and the evil monarch Manor's high-ranking experts would die. He knew that Jun Moxie was not dead. Jun Moxie was definitely not dead. The reason was that the annoying sword was still chasing madly behind him. This sword was undoubtedly controlled by Jun Moxie. So since it was still flying around, it meant that Jun Moxie was definitely still alive. In other words, Xia Chang Tian's self-detonation probably didn't have any effect on Jun Moxie. And the realization of this caused Ji Bowen to be even more angry. Jun Moxie, how could you not die? Why didn't you die? You deserve to die, ah. You are the person that should not be alive. And so, Ji Bowen immediately chose such a method of seeking revenge. Kill Mei Shuiyan. As long as Mei Shuiyan was dead, then even if Jun Moxie was not dead, he would have to live in pain worse than death for the rest of his life. Kill. Kill. As he reached within 100 zhang away from her, this was the only thought in his head. The space before his palm materialized, solidifying into a huge tangible palm. This was an all-out strike of a second-level Saint Monarch. An unstoppable strike of death. Of course, unstoppable does not mean irrepressible. In that instant, Mei Shuiyan, who should have been locked in that space, suddenly exploded with strength, and the entire area began to emanate crackling sounds. Her hair once again flew in the wind, and she raised her hand, wanting to make a counterattack. That was a scene that even the experts of the three holy lands could not believe. Mei Shuiyan could actually break free from the space that a Saint Monarch froze. And even managed to make a counterattack. In that case, just what kind of shocking cultivation had this Tian Fa queen reached? Wasn't she called Venerable Mei previously? What was this inconceivable thing that they were looking at? But Mei Shuiyan ultimately did not complete the attack. It wasn't that she didn't have the time to. She simply did not have the need to. Because, an illusory figure had already appeared in front of her, blocking the path of Ji Bo Wen. As long as this person was standing before her, Mei Shuiyan believed that no powers in this world would be able to get past him to hurt her. As that person appeared, tens of black swords began to appear, shooting out in the blink of an eye. A pair of hands materialized in the air, filled with a mysterious purple mist. That strange purple chi seemed to be filled with the trace of the profound Tao of heaven and earth. The moment Guuhan saw that purple chi, his face instantly changed drastically. This kind of purple chi also seemed to contain limitless luck and opportunity. If he wanted to break through and improve further, this would most likely be an extremely crucial point. Following that, this pair of hands surged up to meet Ji Bo Wen's huge palm. It was as if a tall mountain had suddenly appeared in front of a raging tide. An earth-shattering sound rang out. The only person who could make Mei Shuiyan feel so secure, and the only person who had such magical techniques, was naturally Jun Moxie. A cold and cruel gaze shone in Jun Moxie's eyes. At the moment his dearest was under threat, he'd appeared, blocking before her and not budging a single step. Ji Bo Wen roared and went to meet the palms head-on. As he did that, blood spurted from his body like arrows. The black-colored shadows earlier had been 49 nether frost blades, piercing through his body. Following that, Jun Moxie's palms which were infused with primal chaos purple chi also slapped onto him ruthlessly. Ji Bo Wen was like a 3-year-old child who was suddenly knocked by a rampaging bull. He flew out like a rag doll, blood spewing freely from his mouth. Jun Moxie's face also turned red, and he stumbled a few steps backwards and spat out a mouthful of blood. His back bumped into Mei Shuiyan, and finally, he slumped weakly to the ground. Ji Bo Wen was a Saint Monarch expert at the end of the day, and although Jun Moxie could come out victorious, it didn't mean that it came without any costs. Truthfully, after battling 2 Saint Monarchs consecutively, even the energy he'd borrowed from the Hongjun Pagoda had been exhausted. His meridians were in an even worse state, and no matter how he tried to suppress his internal injuries, he finally couldn't endure any longer. However, Jun Moxie's eyes were still staring fixedly at Jun Moxie. If the latter could still move, he would merge again with the Hongjun Pagoda, even at the risk of the destruction of his soul, to ensure that his enemy was reduced to ashes. A shrill sound rang out and blood of yellow flame which had been chasing behind Ji Bo Wen without slowing down, directly plunged into his back, exiting through his heart and stopping in there. The blood of yellow flame which had been piercing with such strong momentum was supposed to be able to stab through him directly without any obstruction. Right now, Ji Bo Wen's body could already be said to be completely without any defense. Even the 9 nether frost blades which were far inferior to the blood of yellow flame would be able to stab through him with ease, what more blood of yellow flame. However, the situation was simply this unbelievable. Blood of yellow flame had stabbed in with incomparable speed, but when it plunged into Ji Bo Wen's body, it actually stopped there and stuck in his muscles. Ji Bo Wen roared madly, his voice filled with rage and pain. He breathed heavily, opening his mouth wide and sucking deeply. The originally chaotic spiritual chi in the air suddenly became a whirlpool as they funneled into his mouth. After Xia Chang Tian self-detonated, another Saint Monarch expert was going to use the same ultimate technique. Truthfully, if Ji Bo Wen decided right now to leave his body, his holy infant could definitely be able to escape. Even though his 5 viscera and 6 bowel had all been badly injured, and his body had been completely incapacitated by Jun Moxie's final strike with the primal chaos purple chi, and even though blood of yellow flame was still stuck in his flesh. Because a Saint Monarch was still a Saint Monarch. As long as he was willing to escape, even the blood of yellow flame would not be able to stop him. The only person that could capture him was Jun Moxie. But right now, young Master Jun's internal and external injuries were too serious. If he wanted to leave, young Master Jun might not necessarily be able to stop him. As for Mei Shuiyan, although she had sufficient strength, she was still completely helpless against something like a holy infant. But right now, Ji Bowen was not intending to leave at all. Or rather, he had already given up on living right now. After seeing 40 of his brothers turned into ashes, and his close brother whom he'd known for nearly 4,000 years self-detonate, Ji Bowen no longer held any attachments to this life. His only wish right now was to seek revenge. Jun Moxie, you will not let your brothers die in vain, but could it be that my brothers should die for nothing in your hands? If I don't make you pay the equivalent price, I will never rest in peace. Right now, he was right in the heart of the troops of Tian Fa and the evil monarch manor. As long as he self-detonated here, even Jun Moxie himself might not be able to escape, judging by his frail state right now. In any case, he already gave up all hopes on living. So, he might as well drag all these people down to be buried with him. Whatever justice, morals, and the future of the continent could all go to hell. The heaven and earth spiritual chi surged madly, pouring into his body. As he felt the chaotic energy in his body growing, Ji Bowen laughed madly, in a satisfactory manner. To be able to drag so many of his enemies down with him, how could he not feel glad? The flow of spiritual chi became quicker and more urgent, until finally, there was even a whooshing sound. The spiritual chi in the air turned into a pale green color as it flew over everyone's heads. Ji Bowen's area had already formed into a gigantic whirlpool as the spiritual chi swirled and poured into him. Ji Bowen laughed maniacally. Second brother Xia. Wait for me. This brother is coming to accompany you. And I'm also bringing that bastard Jun Moxie, and those bunch of wild beasts with him to you. At that time, you can do whatever you want to them. Ha ha ha. Just as he was laughing happily, Ji Bowen's laughter faltered, and he opened his eyes wide with disbelief. How can this be? How can this be? His voice was filled with fear and the madness of a man who'd lost control. Right now, the amount of heaven-earth spiritual chi he'd swallowed could be said to be at least twice his own. However, there weren't any changes to his body at all. There were no signs of his body bloating up, and his meridians did not seem to be filling up at all. Even his wounds were still dripping with fresh blood. Nothing had changed. What's going on? Just what is going on? Ji Bowen checked his body frantically, only to realize that his life force was still continuing to flow out, without even a shred of spiritual chi from the outside. Where had all that spiritual chi he'd swallowed gone to? With an angry howl, he opened his eyes. What is this? How is this happening? He'd lost control of everything, not just the situation. Even his breathing had become chaotic. What was going on? The blood of yellow flame shone with a faint green light as it remained stuck in Ji Bowen's body. With this fellow sticking out of his body and blocking his meridians, Ji Bowen actually still dreamed of self-detonating. Wanting to pull everyone to the afterlife with him was an extremely unrealistic dream that would never happen. The blood of yellow flame could be said to have starved for quite a long time these days. It hadn't had the chance to feed on the blood essence of experts, and last time, when it had met Zhan Luan Hui, a grand feast fled from its mouth. But this time, since it had burrowed itself into a Saint Monarch expert's body, it could be said to be good compensation. The blood of yellow flame was extremely happy. Although this fellow could not be compared to that old codger from before, this was still an extremely nutritious meal. Especially since this fellow completely did not even attempt to flee, making the blood of yellow flame feel rather touched. This is a good man, ah. To lie there so obediently and let me feast to my fill. Where will I go to find another Saint Monarch as nice as this? And so, the blood of yellow flame truly treasured this meal and was enjoying it slowly and carefully, in case this good person noticed its actions. That would be too regrettable. Just as it was rejoicing internally, another great benefit appeared. This benefit was like a giant pie that fell from the heavens, right onto the blood of yellow flame's head, knocking it giddy with joy. Oh my God, this is too satisfying, ah, simply the best, ah. He'd seen people who knew to be aware of their present situations, but he'd never seen anyone that was this sensible. Old fellow, this sword loves you to death. This was just too opportune. This fellow had actually opened up his heaven and earth bridge and started to madly swallow heaven-earth spiritual chi. The blood of yellow flame almost trembled and cried out with joy. Too handsome. Simply too handsome. This was exactly what it meant to have whatever one was wishing for. Even the heavens are working according to the will of it. Just when a man wants to get married, the heavens sends two ravishing beauties. Not only did it send them, these two beauties were even completely obedient as well. Not only was Ji Bo Wen's plan to self-detonate hindered, it had even benefited blood of yellow flame. No matter how much heaven-earth spiritual chi was funneled into his body, the blood of yellow flame continued to swallow every single bit, not wasting even a drop. Right now, Ji Bo Wen, this tragic saint monarch, had actually become a mere vessel for the blood of yellow flame. With the combined strength of Ji Bo Wen and the blood of yellow flame, the heaven-earth spiritual chi seemed to have turned insane as it poured madly into Ji Bo Wen's body. This place contained nearly 200,000 essence chi of the strange races when they died, as well as several thousand Tian Fa Xian beasts self-detonated energy. The spiritual chi released by the tens of peak experts' self-detonation was also a horrifying amount. Originally, this was energy that nobody could absorb, and would only dissipate and return to the world after some time. But in this moment, with such conditions of perfect coincidences, it had turned into a huge lucky opportunity for blood of yellow flame. In this world, apart from Jun Moxie, no one would know or even guessed that such a sword existed in this world. A sword that could absorb the essence blood of others, absorb their cultivation, kill their souls, their life, to continue to grow stronger. The reason for this sword's uniqueness was entirely because of Jun Moxie experimenting repeatedly with his power of gold, fusing every good material he saw with it. Normal swords, no matter how precious, would only go through a few rounds of refining. But Jun Moxie's blood of yellow flame had been refined over 1,000 times. Such a method that disregarded cost and so much continuous refining, had produced a completely peerless freak of a sword. To experts who were planning to self-detonate, what was the difference of a sword sticking in their body? Any expert that had the ability to self-detonate would be able to wield terrifying amounts of energy. What difference was a mere sword going to make? After the self-detonation, even the most magical sword would not be able to survive. It was completely insignificant. So, Ji Bo Wen naturally did not place this sword in his heart. He was going to die anyway, so before he died, he might as well destroy this sword with him. If he could destroy Jun Moxie's treasured weapon, it would be an additional gain. But who would have thought that blood of yellow flame would actually be such a shocking existence? It was definitely the most magical item that the Xian continent had ever seen from the time that it was formed. By the time Ji Bo Wen discovered that something was off, a third of all the heaven-earth spiritual chi in the area had already flowed into the sword through his body as a medium. Ji Bo Wen finally lost hope completely. As a saint monarch expert, he'd actually fallen into such a state where he couldn't even self-detonate. This was the greatest tragedy in the world. Ji Bo Wen spat out several mouthfuls of blood repeatedly out of the desperation in his heart. Now that his energy was completely exhausted, he also finally gave up on the idea of self-detonating. Although he couldn't determine what was going on, but he was sure that there must be something wrong with this sword in his body. It must be one of the main culprits that was sucking the heaven-earth spiritual chi in his body away. And so, he disregarded everything to stop the process, not wanting the blood of yellow flame to get the benefit. But who would have thought that he would suffer another heavy blow? Ji Bo Wen's action of stopping the self-detonation sequence had greatly angered the old master, Lord Sword Blood of Yellow Flame. This damn old fellow is already getting satisfied after being praised a little bit. Did you think that this kind of opportunity is easy for this daddy to meet? How can you stop just because you want to? Truly unbearable. Unable to bear the anger and unable to absorb the energy, it naturally began to crazily absorb Ji Bo Wen's life force and soul energy instead. F***ck, how dare you spoil this old master's plans? This Lord Sword will destroy your spirit. Ji Bo Wen naturally understood his own body the best. As he felt his energy draining away rapidly, he instantly turned green and roared in his mind. Abandon the body. After that, he revolved his cultivation rapidly and tried to form a holy infant, aiming to live and exact revenge another day. However, he discovered to his despair that his own body was no longer under his own control anymore. That terrifying sword had already stabbed into the position of his dantian at an unknown time and pierced through his holy infant. With an indescribably fast speed, it was absorbing his life essence and soul energy. The holy infant was an existence that didn't have any forms and was practically impossible to be harmed by any physical thing. But right now, it was actually pierced through like skewed meat, without any abilities to escape. Ji Bo Wen had the opportunity to escape earlier, but hadn't done so. Now that he wanted to do that, he could no longer escape. The reason for this peculiar situation was simple. The Blood of Yellow Flame's abilities had far surpassed Ji Bo Wen's after it had absorbed so much heaven-earth spiritual qi. Furthermore, all that energy had passed through Ji Bo Wen's body and the attributes of that energy was practically the same. With the Blood of Yellow Flame's current strength, Ji Bo Wen could only be sucked dry without being able to move a single finger. Any resistance was pointless at this time. And so, under everyone's gaping eyes, an extremely strange scene played out. Ji Bo Wen's body rose into the air, staying fixedly there for a moment, before deflating with a speed visible to the naked eye, quickly turning into a dried corpse. Then, it continued to shrink until finally, with a slight poof sound, it was as if someone had accidentally let out a silent fart, and the entire body completely disappeared into thin air. The heaven-earth spiritual qi also finally stopped churning chaotically. Only a single sword, gleaming with a cold light, hung in the air. This shocking development caused everyone to be completely dumbstruck. What's happening? A moment ago, they clearly saw that Ji Bo Wen was preparing to self-detonate. No, it should be that he had already begun the process of self-detonation. And everybody had even escaped several hundred zhang away to avoid it. But who would have thought that this self-detonation of a Saint Monarch expert would be weaker than a silent fart? At the very least, the latter would still leave a bad smell. What the hell was this? Ah! Just as everyone was still staring uncertainty at the scene before their eyes, the sword in the sky suddenly trembled and cried aloud. Everyone felt as if they were in a dream. That sword's cry was actually extremely human-like. It sounded like it was extremely satisfied. Such a feeling was extremely magical. A sword was actually able to display such human-like emotion. Also, that sword's cry even had a sense of how a human would burp in satisfaction after eating a good meal. Following that, this sword shot into the sky and an incomparably dazzling sword light burst out from it, as if it were a pillar supporting the heavens and earth. The sword light was as thick as a house, and several hundred zhang long. Far off, a large hole was punched through a mountain. After that, this sword finally flew down and returned to Jun Moxie's hand, twirling around him like a spoilt little child. Then, it just disappeared abruptly, completely without a trace. After eating to its fill, it naturally needed to go and digest properly. That was the case for a human or a sword. A sharp glint flashed across Jun Moxie's eyes. Who would have thought that the Blood of Yellow Flame would have benefited so greatly this time? No wonder it could not wait to dive into the Hongjun Pagoda to digest. The amount of energy it had absorbed was undoubtedly huge, and the quality of the energy was not bad as well. Of course, this not bad was also relative. Compared to the energy in the Blood of Yellow Flame's body, there was still some difference. There was even less need to compare it to the pure energy in the Hongjun Pagoda. So, it was still necessary to continue refining the newly absorbed energy, ridding the impurities in order to turn it into the most perfect energy. And doing this in the Hongjun Pagoda would greatly shorten this process. This was the first time the Blood of Yellow Flame had entered the Hongjun Pagoda on its own initiative from the time it had formed its sword spirit. Before this, it would behave like a playful child once it came out, extremely unwilling to return without coaxing. At this time, the battle results were clear. The 3 Saint Venerables and 2 Saint Emperors who'd luckily avoided being frozen by the Xian ice and burned to ashes were all standing dumbly by the side, as thought their souls had already fled from their bodies. From start to end, they had never moved at all. Guuhan's face was extremely complicated as he led everyone and walked over. Jun Moxie stood up slowly, his face as white as a sheet of paper. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels ached as if they'd been torn apart, and his head felt as if it was being stabbed by countless tiny little knives. All his meridians felt as if they were about to collapse completely. His bones seemed to be on fire. But Jun Moxie's face was still as calm and emotionless as before. His back was straight, and he looked refined as a painting. "Senior Gu, you don't look too good, ah. The grand battle is before us, we should have a good rest first." Senior Gu's strength could be said to be the top in Xian, and it would be a great detriment to our continent side if you cannot participate due to sickness. Jun Moxie said with a faint smile. Doesn't look too good. He had watched 42 of his brothers being killed in front of him, and he could not stop the tragedy at all. How would Guuhan's expression be good right now? And what dogsh asterisk t top in Xian was that? If he was truly the top in Xian, would this brat dare to be so arrogant? As for resting, where would he have the mood to rest right now? Not to mention that he wasn't sick, even if he was sick, he must still endure. Even if he had to die, he must only do so in the decisive war against the strange races. Truthfully, the respect that Jun Moxie held towards Guuhan was indeed from his heart. From that sunken look on his face and that bloodied lip from clenching his teeth too hard, it was easy to see. How would Guuhan not feel anything about those brothers of his? He'd known them for hundreds of years as well. He cared about them, and he cared very deeply about them. However, for the sake of the big picture, Guuhan still chose to watch helplessly by the side. This was not cowardice. It was a rare and difficult courage. The pain and struggle in Guuhan's heart was definitely not inferior to Xia Chang Tian. In fact, it might be even more fervent. At least, Xia Chang Tian still had an outlet to vent his feelings, saying whatever he wanted to say and do what he wanted to do. But Guuhan could only bury everything into his heart and force a smile onto his face. Ultimately, it was his brothers who'd done wrong first, so they needed to bear responsibility. Against Jun Moxie's power, for the sake of the continent, for the sake of the people, Guuhan could only close his eyes and do nothing. Jun Moxie had already decided long ago that if Guuhan and the three Holy Lands truly stepped out to obstruct him and protect their own people, he would immediately take his troops and return to Tianfa Forest without turning back. What kind of joke would that be? Could it be that this daddy is mission-bound to protect the continent? If I can't even protect my brothers, how will I talk about protecting the whole world? Bullsh *T. The good of the world. Even more Bullsh *T. Is this young master so bored as to use the lives of my brothers to crack jokes? Tianfa has already given too much to this continent. Still, Guuhan had not disappointed Jun Moxie again. Manor Lord Jun. It's excessive. Too excessive. Your methods were too excessive. Guuhan seemed to have aged 100 years in a mere instant. His wrinkles, the white hair on his head, suddenly grew much more pronounced. His previous graceful and elegant look had disappeared and he seemed like a completely different person. Excessive? Was it truly too excessive? Jun Moxie smiled in a strange way. No. It is still not sufficient. He pointed at the remaining 5 people. Aren't those people still not dead? The murderers have been brought to justice, but hadn't those accomplices still not given me an account yet? Manor Lord Jun, could it be that you will only be happy once you've killed them all? Guuhan's beard flew up in rage as he stared at Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie, can't you spare just a bit of thought for the upcoming grand battle? And save us a little more strength. Those words already bordered on pleading. Hearing that, the rage in Jun Moxie's heart rose again. Now you know how to think about the upcoming grand battle. Then why didn't that Xia Chang Tian think about this earlier? If he'd lent his assistance, would the Eagle tribe suffer such heavy losses? Would the 8 Saint Venerable Seniors all perish? Would Eagle King have had to sacrifice himself? But Jun Moxie stared silently back at Guuhan, none of them speaking. Guuhan's eyes were filled with pain, and a trace of imploration. Jun Moxie's heart moved, and he finally sighed lightly. Since the main culprits have already died, I don't have the interest to tangle around with small characters right now. I'll let them off temporarily. But after the grand battle, these 5 must still give me an account. Such selfish and black-hearted behaviors cannot be condoned no matter what. Saying that, he turned around swiftly and snorted. I will not kill them for now. But if they are still alive after the battle, there are 2 choices. First, come before the graves of my brothers and take their own lives as atonement. Second, come before the graves of my brothers and kowtow to apologize. Of course, they can choose to escape into the deep mountains, and gamble on whether or not they will be able to escape my pursuit. There's no need for the trouble. One Saint Venerable glared at Jun Moxie hatefully. Our brothers that we've spent thousands of years with have already died. We are not ones who are attached to life. The reason why we have yet to end ourselves is merely because we wish to be able to kill a few more strange race scum in this great battle, that's all. All of us have decided to sacrifice ourselves in the battle this time. Jun Moxie, let us settle our debt in the next life. Fine. It is also one of your options. Jun Moxie said coldly. If you really have a next life, I'll definitely keep you company. The 5 of them scoffed coldly and turned around. They sat down cross-legged beside that giant pit and began to meditate. Not a single one of them looked at Guuhan, or even at any of their fellow soldiers of the past. Only 5, lonely individuals, neither part of Tianfa nor the Holy Lands. Not part of the world, the country, anyone or even themselves. Manor Lord Jun, you managed to stand up for your brothers this time. But did you consider how we are going to fight the battle against the strange races after losing so many experts in this internal strife? Guuhan sighed and he shook his head. The more he thought about it, the heavier his heart weighed. How to fight? Just fight the way we're supposed to fight. Jun Moxie said nonchalantly. We can't possibly just stretch our necks out for them, right? You, Guuhan stomped in foot, chuckling from anger. Jun Moxie, did you know that if we lose this battle, your reckless behavior today will definitely play a big part in it? When that time comes, you'll be the person who doomed mankind. Don't tell me you really don't care about that. Guuhan regretted. He truly regretted. When so many people stepped out just now, causing the conflict to completely worsen, Guuhan already knew that there was no way to salvage this matter. But he still harbored a tiny hope. That the majority will not be reproached. Even with Jun Moxie's current prowess, it was not possible for him to completely deal with so many experts completely. Even if Jun Moxie had a trump card, before righteousness, Jun Moxie would have greater considerations and change his mind. When they fought for a while and vented all his anger, he would go and dissuade them. By then, Xia Changtian and Ji Bowen would recognize that Jun Moxie was a force to be reckoned. And they would indeed need each other's strength for the great battle. He believed that after both parties considered the situation, they'd give him the face and call a temporary truce. Even if they settle their scores after the battle, it'd still be better than draining themselves internally. But Guuhan never expected that Jun Moxie would start with such an imposing attack. Using his trump card that gave no chances at all. He barely had time to blink. 40 out of the group of almost 50 had fallen into an impasse that was impossible to escape. Their life and death were all at the Jun Moxie's fingertips. And Xia Changtian began to fight Jun Moxie to death with less than 3 sentences exchanged. And it didn't even take long before he was forced to self-detonate. And Ji Bowen went berserk to seek revenge, attempting to harm the entire Tian Fa camp, and ultimately turned into a wisp of smoke. Everything was too much for the eyes. Everything had happened too quickly. Guuhan had not even thought of a good excuse to stop them, the dust had already settled. Until the end, he only saw Ji Bowen's body shriveling before disappearing completely. Guuhan could only say that his heart was in extreme agony. The way Jun Moxie handled matters was too tyrannical, too merciless. Not even giving anyone time to think. When he realized it, everything was over. Even if all the responsibilities fall on my head, so what? Even if we are truly defeated, so what? The title of a sinner, have I ever cared about it? Jun Moxie chuckled indifferently. Even if, it is wrong, so what? When I, Jun Moxie, set my mind on something, I never care what is right or wrong. My only question if I should or shouldn't. If I would feel guilty. Guuhan was so furious that his beard trembled. He chided, you. Your way of handling things completely does not take the bigger picture into consideration. Think of the greater picture. Thinking of the greater picture will only result in grievances to be suffered. That is too tiring and too foolish. Tia Fa has always been thinking of the greater picture, that's why the moment the Pillar of Heaven's mountain collapsed, they rushed here immediately, sacrificing themselves without hesitation to hold the strange races back. But what did they get? Only allies who watched on coldly, making cynical talk, not even putting their sacrifice and contributions on their minds. Was Xia Changtian very considerate of the bigger picture? I'm bitterly disappointed by the matter today. Jun Moxie shook his head and said indifferently. I have always been an extreme person. I am also not one who will bother about the bigger picture or whatever. I only know that even if I can endure the grievance, my brothers must not suffer any grievances because of me. If my brothers suffer grievances and was set up by someone, I must make the person pay. No matter what the price is, I will make them pay. If someone hurts my finger, I must break their arm. That is all. I am not a successful leader and also not a suitable judge. I'm just a wanderer who does what he wants. I only seek a clear conscience. Jun Moxie continued to chuckle apathetically. It is not that my brothers cannot die. Since they came to this battlefield, they already made the preparations to die. But that does not mean that they can die because of someone else. Dying on the battlefield, I have nothing to say, and will feel proud of my brothers. But the problem now is that they could have not died. But because of their supposed ally, they sacrificed themselves. So I want revenge, I must get this justice. I will never hesitate when it comes to things that I should do. Just like the battle this time, I could have chosen not to come. I believe that with one command of mine, not a single person from Tian Fa or the evil monarch manor will appear here. But I still came. Massacres will always come with sacrifices, but it doesn't matter. My brothers and I have always been clear of this. Since we came here, we were prepared to not make it back alive. He raised his head and looked at Guuhan. Even if we died in the most tragic way, we will have no complaints. But if we were to die in such an obscure manner, no can do. Not a single subordinate from Tian Fa or the evil monarch manor will fear any sort of powerful enemy. But they will fear comrades and allies that stab them in the back. Since people from the Holy Land caused my brothers to die for such a dubious reason, then I must seek justice. As to what sort of outcome will result from this justice, I never considered it. Because there is no need for consideration. Too much considerations will only hinder your actions. It's tiresome. Jun Moxie flashed a wide grin. Living more simplistically, like me, how great is that? Guuhan was speechless, genuinely feeling helpless to his core. Meeting someone like Jun Moxie, no matter what sort of great reasons, it would not be convince him. No matter how or what you do, he had his own way of doing things. You have thousands of reasons, I have a fixed rule. I do as I pleased. That was all. Directly ignoring the consideration of all the lives of the world, what else could you hope for him to consider? Someone who only cared about the smaller righteousness, what else could you say? By your logic, if everyone was like you, then what would happen to this world? If I protected my own brothers like you, then what would happen? Guuhan was a little frustrated with anger. Then, who will protect this continent? Who will be responsible for mankind? Who asked you to be responsible? Did anyone ask you to be responsible? Jun Moxie rolled his eyes. Ridiculous. Did anyone really kneel down and beg for you to protect this continent? I'll just tell you, that's none of your business. Look at how you've pampered all these people. All of them don't know how to be grateful, and don't think about showing gratitude, and you still fight for them. Fight for F***ck. You, Guuhan was so angered he couldn't speak. It had been thousands of years since he was so angered to this point. What about me? As to the part you say, what will happen if you protect your brothers like me, what will happen? I really do not know about this. How would I know about something that had never happened before? But we will know naturally after we fight. Guuhan felt the urge to vomit blood. This was clearly a fallacious argument. He really didn't know what sort of foolish brain was Jun Moxie using to say it. We will know after we fight it out. Wasn't this just complete bullshit? If they could really fight it out, wouldn't they be joining hands to gift themselves to the strange races? It was completely absurd. Watching how furious Guuhan was, Jun Moxie suddenly burst into laughter. Do you find my words unpleasant to hear? Jun Moxie said mockingly. I can tell you that if you wish to unite the hearts of the people to fight against the enemy, then you must allow them to suffer some hardship for it to be meaningful. Those at the back do not know anything, the entire continent is in celebration, but only you guys were protecting the continent for 10,000 years, let's not even talk about whether it was benevolent of you. If you say that you protected the continent, will those people who had never seen the strange races believe you? No. They will only think you are all a bunch of liars. Humans will only know how to retaliate after they've received a certain amount of pressure. They will only unite as one out of their own will when they've received enough repression. Jun Moxie said apathetically. And the three holy land are the same. Selfish and full of yourselves, like those you are defending. When the strange races came waging war, you are able to just gawk and watch the downfall of your allies, using your comrades as cannon fodder. Senior Gu, don't blame me for not mincing my words. Even if the three holy lands are not ruined in this battle, you will be destroyed by this sooner or later one day. For 10,000 years, you silently guarded Pillar of Heaven's mountains, this sort of deserted place. Silently sacrificing, it sounds very magnanimous. But don't you forget that all you've done is improve the strength of three holy lands, while everyone else on the continent doesn't feel the slightest bit of danger, so they don't make much improvement. There are an even greater number of people who don't even know of the existence of the strange races. But what about the strange races? Jun Moxie laughed mockingly. I recall that you mentioned before that you rotate your saints and saint emperors for training to strengthen them. But had you never considered that while you are training your soldiers, similarly, you've helped the strange races strengthen their soldiers for 10,000 years? Did you think of what is the difference between the two? Guuhan suddenly felt as if he was struck by lightning, his perspiration poured out. He was completely stunned. His heart began to throb intensively. The strange races live in bitter and harsh conditions. But regardless of adults or children, their mission is to invade the continent. Did you see the corpses of the strange races on the battlefield today? There were a large portion of them that were donned in rags, barely dressed properly. It is obvious that they are the weakest forces on the strange races. But I'll tell you. Their weakest are at least the level of a peak-level Earth Xian. A large portion of them are Sky Xians. 20,000 Sky Xians, can you imagine it? Guuhan continued to stand in shock, as if he did not hear what Jun Moxie said. Indeed, this time we managed to kill off almost 20,000 of them. It is a glorious feat. But this is the strength the strange races managed to gather in half a day. Jun Moxie scoffed coldly. I dare ask Senior Gu, how many Sky Xians do we have in the entire continent? How much preparation time do you need to gather a 20,000 Sky Xian army? Let's not talk about half a day like the strange races. If I gave you a month, would you be able to do it? Guuhan's face turned red before turning entirely pale. Perhaps we are about the same in terms of higher-level experts. But when it comes to those of lower levels, we are far from it. In all the past war for seizing the heavens, it had always been a small battle and not a large-scale one. But now, the pillar of heaven's mountains has collapsed. The strange race's army will be uninhibited. Everything is ultimately caused by the three holy lands. Jun Moxie said mercilessly. Because those you are protecting do not feel any pressure, they will not work hard to cultivate, so the Xian continent may be big, but it is lacking in its own experts. Even if there are some, when one finally appears, they're immediately swept away by the three holy lands. Using fame and reputation to make them join you. But after they've joined, how many of them became small fries? And how many people stopped working hard because of this? And all these people are the seeds of various places. Hoping to be able to teach and guide countless outstanding disciples to improve the strength of the continent. But they are all locked away in the deep mountains by you guys. In the long run, while the strange races all became soldiers, the people of the continent were merely a bunch of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Although there were hundreds, or thousands of the strange races, that was countless of Sky Xians and Earth Xians. Jun Moxie said incisively. And this is the result of your help in training their soldiers. Everyone turned silent, carefully considering Jun Moxie's words. The three holy lands has taken the war for seizing the heavens as your eternal glory. An exclusive glory that only belonged to you. You would rather taste loneliness in the deep mountains to wait for the next glory your sacrifice will bring than be willing to spread more seeds in the continent. You treated this war as glory, your personal glory, and refused to condone Bath in your limelight. Even if they are genuinely helping out of good intentions, you seek to eradicate all future threats from them. Tianfa is the best example. And the result of this is the continent weakening while the strange races get stronger and stronger. Tianfa had always helped you obtain victory in the war for seizing the heavens for the sake of righteousness. But you all see it as them snatching and sharing your glory. And feel uncomfortable because of it. And for the sake of ensuring your place as a saint, you even try to eliminate your own ally. You tell me, is everything ridiculous? Jun Moxie scanned their faces with a cold gaze. Today, you framed your ally, causing 5,000 saint emperors to fight to their deaths in 6 hours. I demand for justice, but I've become the person who doomed the continent. Aside from laying the blame, can the three holy lands have some shame? Everyone lowered their heads in embarrassment. Was what Jun Moxie said unreasonable? No. Whatever Jun Moxie said made complete sense. It was their desire to be revered that had led the three holy lands to fall into this state. If we ultimately lose this war, catastrophe will befall upon mankind. Then, who is the one who played the biggest part in causing all of this? Jun Moxie sent the question back. Who is the main culprit that caused the strange races to invade the Xian continent? Who is the one who caused the continent to become so weak? Is it me? If it's not me, then who is it exactly? It is not you, it is us. Guuhan's face instantly turned languid. He let out a deep sigh. We are the ones who doomed the continent. His incisive gaze had suddenly turned lifeless. He looked into the skies and laughed bleakly. Turns out, the holy lands that had did their utmost to protect the peace of the continent for 10,000 years are the ones that sent it to its doom. How ironic is this? It was not only Guuhan, even Mo Wu Dao and the rest appeared completely stunned. As if they were shocked out of their wits by Jun Moxie's earth-shattering argument. They remained rooted to their spot in a daze, losing their usual vigor on their faces. As it turned out, the nameless heroes who thought they were protecting the Xian continent had another identity. Training for the strange races. Allowing those grotesque things to become more powerful, leading to the defeat of the Xian continent. Could it be that for the past 10,000 years, we were wrong? Guuhan sighed, his voice so inaudible that even he couldn't hear it himself. Then, he turned and walked away slowly, toward somewhere isolated. Traveling far away, step by step, each one heavy and slow. Until he arrived at a slightly empty area far away, he sat down cross-legged, remaining motionless. Mei Shuiyan furrowed her brows, mulling over what Jun Moxie had said earlier. Were Jun Moxie's words correct? Of course they were, but it wasn't absolutely right. It was not entirely correct. For the 10,000 years, the three Holy Lands had wholeheartedly and devotedly protected mankind and the Xian continent silently. This contribution was impossible to be erased. Even if it was flawed, it couldn't be denied by anyone. But the three Holy Lands valued this contribution and glory too much, using all sorts of methods to independently enjoy this special glory. This ultimately led to the overall weakening of the Xian continent. When one overrated their own worth, they will become arrogant. For the sake of ensuring their otherworldly status for eternity, the three Holy Lands used all sorts of methods to weaken other forces. So that no force would be able to share their achievements. In fact, aside from the three Holy Lands and Tianfa, the Xian continent had never tasted any powerful forces rising in all of its history. Because the three Holy Lands would not allow any more powerful forces to rise, eliminating every single one of them. The only reason why Tianfa managed to escape this fate was merely because they were not human. They would never be able to receive the special honor that three Holy Lands got for protecting mankind. Until Jun Moxie's appearance. Don't overthink it. You're only making things hard for yourself. Jun Moxie looked at her and said. How could the right and wrong of contributions and errors be so easily determined? It has never been decided by a single person. The achievements and crimes of 1,000 years are merely passing smoke. It is all merely a reason humans give themselves and delude themselves to do something. Mei Shuiyan's body jerked, gazing at him, her feelings awhirl. I overexerted too much in the battle earlier and will need to rest for a while. Just in case, Jun Moxie said, hold on to this sword. If any strange races come to attack, you only need to toss it out. I believe it will definitely be able to handle a big part of the crisis. With a turn of his hands, the blood of yellow flame that was glowing radiantly instantly appeared in Jun Moxie's palm. It let out a soft cry and automatically flew into Mei Shuiyan's hand, suddenly sticking out horizontally, displaying a powerful air. Mei Shuiyan suddenly had an extremely bizarre sensation in this instant. It was as if this sword was greeting her, and even its voice appeared in her head. Hey, gorgeous, how are you? Mei Shuiyan was sure that no one made a single sound. But that voice, or perhaps feeling, was directed right into her mind. Making her feel that this was not an auditory hallucination. Mei Shuiyan was shocked, looking at this sword incredulously. No need to stare so much, gorgeous. It is really me. The glow radiating from the sword began to twinkle, as if a playful child was winking its eyes. And Mei Shuiyan clearly felt this. This shock was not small. She felt her hand going weak, practically dropping the sword. She hurriedly turned to look at Jun Moxie, only to realize that Jun Moxie had already vanished without her noticing. Right now, after gobbling so much heaven-earth spiritual qi and all the Xian qi of a saint monarch, the blood of yellow flame had completely surpassed Jun Moxie in terms of strength. Of course, this was referring to the Jun Moxie without all his other divine skills. Otherwise, as long as young Master Jun activated the power of the 5 elements, he could still easily control the blood of yellow flame. But this sort of control was only limited to Jun Moxie. With the blood of yellow flame's current strength, experts who were 3rd level Saint Monarch and below were not his match. Even if Guuhan used all his might to vie with the blood of yellow flame, it would not be easy for him to gain any advantage. If he was careless, he may die under blood of yellow flame. With him protecting Mei Shuiyan and the rest, naturally Jun Moxie was very assured. So with no greater delays, he promptly entered the Hongjun Pagoda to treat his injuries. Recovering in the shortest time is the priority. Mei Shuiyan had seen the blood of yellow flame numerous times when she was with Jun Moxie. She was extremely familiar with this sword. But she had never imagined that this sword could be so demonic to this extent. Is this still a sword? It's a spirit, a sword spirit, a demonic sword. Aya, gorgeous lady, although this old sword is handsome, attractive, elegant, and well-loved, and make others fall in love at first sight very easily, is too devastatingly beautiful and mesmerizing, there's no need for you to be this excited. The blood of yellow flame had originally wanted to refer to himself as, this old master, but felt that was a little inappropriate to refer to himself as that in front of a divine beauty. And this beauty had a relationship with his own master, behaving arrogantly would have serious consequences. So he very tactfully changed his self-addressment. It is really you talking? And, I meant to say, it is you who is sharing the connection in my mind. Mei Shuiyan couldn't help but asked again to confirm, widening her eyes. AI. The blood of yellow flame bemoaned. Gorgeous elder sister, how can you say that? We are old acquaintances already, we've even met more than twice. You are behaving so unfamiliarly with this sword, acting as if you do not know me, this is too mean, this sword is truly hurt. After saying this, it flipped out of Mei Shuiyan's hand before flying about, releasing a bunch of dazzling sword light that formed the shape of a giant lotus flower. The petals of the lotus flower slowly bloomed enchantingly. It was a feast for the eyes. But it was a certain sword's actions to express his frustration from being disregarded. Then, a certain sword suddenly came dropping down with a whoosh, its tip pointing straight down as it stood upright in Mei Shuiyan's palm. Yet Mei Shuiyan did not feel the slightest pain with the sharpness of the blood of yellow flame suddenly stabbing onto her hand. This scenario, in the eyes of others, appeared to be Mei Shuiyan using Jun Moxie's sword and putting up a brilliant, exciting performance. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim. This sort of sword technique is truly incomparable. You can't help but admit inferior to it. Gorgeous elder sister, do you believe me this time? Ha ha ha, kakik. The blood of yellow flame cackled gleefully, mimicking Jun Moxie's laughter. He was only familiar with young Master Jun, so even if he wished to mimic anyone else, he couldn't. Mei Shuiyan was finally sure and believed it. Although she had acknowledged it logically, she was still feeling a little iffy emotionally, as if she was having a dream. She couldn't help but praise, you really sound like Moxie. I really thought it was Moxie teasing me just now. Naturally, her voice was extremely soft. Otherwise, if anyone else were to hear it, they might think that this Lord of Tianfa had gone insane. Of course. If I cannot mimic that scoundrel's voice, then I'd really have been abused by him in vain. You don't know back then. Aside from glee in his voice, the blood of yellow flame began to sob as he spoke. And Moxie abused you Mei Shuiyan was shocked. Ai, it is truly a horrible memory, it is all full of blood and tears, blood of yellow flame sobbed. Hammer, by hammer, really paring away at me Mei Shuiyan rolled her eyes. So this is your so-called abuse You're a sword for goodness sake. If you're not hammered away, hammer by hammer, how to refine you How will you be forged? But she still comforted him. He did that because, it was for your own good. Boo-hoo. I know, I understand, but it really hurts I'm not faking the pain blood of yellow flame sobbed mournfully. Mei Shuiyan was completely speechless. This sword clearly changes moods very quickly. One moment ago it was still crying away, now, it was suddenly all happy and excited. And, gorgeous, how about this, I'll carry you, let's go for a spin. Carry me? For a spin. Mei Shuiyan was feeling a little faint. How to carry? What spin? No matter how humanized blood of yellow flame was, it was ultimately still a sword, if she really rode on it. Mei Shuiyan shuddered from her imagination. The most important thing was that it was too dangerous. There was nothing in the world that the blood of yellow flame's sharpness could not cut. Perhaps I did not make myself clear earlier, it should be, you stand on me and I'll bring you for a spin. Let's fly over to the mountains for a stroll, maybe we can slay a few more Saint Venerable or Saint Monarchs from the strange races for some nourishment. This is a great thing that kills two birds with one stone. You'll be willing, right? Satisfied? Happy? Pleased? What? No way. Mei Shuiyan was rudely shocked. Like master, like sword. Like owner, like dog. This saying was absolutely accurate. This blood of yellow flame was as brazen as Jun Moxie. No, even young Master Jun didn't dare to be this brazen. To speak of killing some saint venerables or saint monarchs for some nourishment. What is this? There are no such means of nourishing in this way. Besides, going to the mountains, that's their territory. The only outcome of recklessly barging over, will only become nourishment for them. Fret not, there's no problem. I am here. I will do everything. I guarantee that you will go over poised and elegant, and return with a majestic air. The blood of yellow flame encouraged and egged her on with its silver tongue. This fellow had been usually restrained by Jun Moxie and finally got a chance to come out on its own without Jun Moxie around. What a great opportunity this was. How can he miss it? No, there is no room for discussions on this matter. Mei Shuiyan rejected flatly. You don't have to say any more. Then she grabbed the sword by its hilt and headed back to the army. Ayaya, gorgeous sister, let's talk it out again. I am really powerful, you don't know. There's no one in this world that can really withstand a blow from this sword. The blood of yellow flame continued to convince her incessantly, but Mei Shuiyan turned a deaf ear to it all. Allowing this tireless fellow to rattle away in her conscience. She must not agree to it no matter how convincing he was. Long crane. Immediately deploy the cranes, 10 men in each troop, to set up camps every 1,000 li. Keep an eye on the boundaries of the entire Pillar of Heaven's mountains, observe every single move on the strange race's side. The moment there are any changes, send the warning signal by releasing a cry. Mei Shuiyan immediately made the arrangements without pause. Yes. Crane King stood up and received the orders before heading out in big strides. Wait, pick the Xian crane who flies the fastest to head back the way we came from to urge Lion King and the rest to hurry. They must get here to join us as quickly as possible. Yes. Also, send a Xian crane to hurry back into the continent. Contact the Dongfang family, Sikong family, Duanmu family, and Blizzard Silver City for them to quickly spread news of the strange race's invasion into the continent, as well as the treacherous situation of the war for seizing the heavens. Immediately summon all the sky Xians and above in Xian to come forth and aid in the battle. And send my order to Tian Fa Forest for all the Xian beasts that have already reached 9th level to hurry over immediately. All of them. Then, Mei Shuiyan raised her voice and said in the direction of the 3 holy lands. Mo Wu Dao. Send a few men to hurry back with my brothers to inform those subsidiary families belonging to the 3 holy lands to send all their experts who are sky Xians and above to hurry and join the battle. I will immediately arrange for it. Mo Wu Dao did not dare to have any delays on this matter, and did not have the slightest hesitation. He immediately sent a few men over to Tian Fa's side. Bear King, Tiger King, immediately gather all your men to be ready for battle. No matter how the situation is, the 2 of you shall lead your men and take on the enemy immediately. Yes, big sis. Both the kings responded loudly. Solitary Eagle, Feng Wan Yun, please bring your subordinates from the Evil Monarch Manor to cooperate with Tiger King and Bear King. Yes. Both of them quickly responded with a serious look on their faces. Bailey Luo Yun, Leng Ao, I will not give you any specific directions, both of you shall lead your men to move freely from this moment on. The top priority is to slay the strange races. With a command, the Xian cranes rose into the air and flapped their wings, departing far away and disappearing into the clouds. I hope, it's not too late. Mei Shuiyan looked at the fading figures of the Xian cranes in the air, a worrisome look on her face as she mumbled to herself. With Mei Shuiyan's series of orders, the atmosphere began to turn heavy and turbulent. What were those wicked, grotesque conjoined scoundrels planning on the other side? There was only one thing that was for sure. Those disgusting scoundrels were definitely assembling their forces. And also making arrangements. They were only waiting, when the time was ripe, they would charge over and attack crazily. When that time came, they would already have orderly formations and not charge in that same disorganized manner earlier. It would definitely be a shockingly huge battle. Mei Shuiyan looked at her brothers and countless Tian Fa warriors before her reluctantly. When the time came, how many brothers would lay to eternal rest on this piece of land? Mei Shuiyan's heart wrenched in pain with this thought. If there were no strange races in this world, how wonderful would that be? In another realm. Jun Moxie sat cross-legged in the Hongjun Pagoda, primal chaos purple chi surging into his body like a tsunami, cleansing his body and meridians, treating his injuries. When he first came in, Jun Moxie immediately gobbled a bunch of 7-colored holy fruit and a piece of exquisite lotus. Then, in the time his injuries began to recover, he decisively swallowed a drop of golden jade fluid. The battle is right before us. We are currently not strong enough, I absolutely have to boost our strength. Otherwise, everything of this war bodes ill. Jun Moxie decided that when he came out, he would boost the strength of the Tian Fa warriors again using spirit vein shards. Even if they die from the heavenly tribulation, it is still better than dying here. The priority is dealing with the impending war. 3 days passed in a blink. There were absolutely no movements on the strange race's side. It was so unexpectedly quiet that even the 3 holy lands found it odd. Why is this bunch of scoundrels so capable of suppressing themselves this time? The Xian cranes who were in charge of being on the alert also did not send any warning signals. After 3 days of thorough eruption, the volcanoes more or less came to a cease. The temperature was beginning to drop rapidly. Although it was still unbearably hot, it was a lot better compared to previous days. And young Master Jun also came out of his meditation last night. In these 3 days, everyone from the 3 holy lands was resting to conserve their strength and did not come to disturb. Both minding their own business, not interacting at all. It seemed as if everyone had turned mute these few days. Even if there was something that needed to be told, they did it through voice transmission instead of meeting face to face. Since it'll be awkward if we met, we might as well not meet anymore. Perhaps, we will save a lot of unnecessary trouble in this way. There was only silence. Both sides seemed to be waiting for that moment to erupt gloriously. In fact, until Jun Moxie revealed himself again, there was no change to this silent situation. But when young Master Jun just came out, there was instantly countless thunder and lightning. The answer was obvious, a lightning tribulation was about to descend. Under the potent effects of the 7-colored holy fruit, exquisite lotus, and golden jade fluid, young Master Jun's cultivation advanced significantly again, and he instantly attained the realm of a peak 4th-level Saint Monarch. It was not because Jun Moxie himself was amazing, but because he had truly been too extravagant. The golden jade fluid used on young Master Jun himself could refine enough pills to raise 1,000-men Sky Xian army all to the realm of Spirit Xian. With the advancement in strength came the arrival of a lightning tribulation. Young Master Jun's tribulation situation instantly turned into a performance, to the point where even Guuhan, who had been sitting still for the past couple of days, came forth and watched. It was too ridiculous. It was truly too ridiculous. The countless audience watching Jun Moxie go through his tribulation couldn't help but have the urge to die. In this world, to think there's someone who goes through their tribulation while in a deep slumber. The lightning tribulation descended with a shrill cry. Jun Moxie buried his head and snored away on a deck chair that he got from somewhere. Countless lightning struck his head, his body, all his fatal points accurately. But at the same time it hit its target, it vanished bizarrely. Until the entire lightning tribulation was over, that deck chair beneath Jun Moxie's bum remained as new as it started, with not the smallest traces of being charred. What did this mean? It meant that all the lightning tribulation did not transfer onto the deck chair and was easily digested by young Master Jun completely, with not a single bit leaking out. Was this possible? There had never been such a situation in all of history. But this impossible thing happened right before everyone's eyes. As everyone stared on as if they had seen a ghost, young Master Jun finally slowly stopped snoring and stretched his back, sitting up from the chair. He yawned, in a half-awake state, and rubbed his eyes. What a great sleep, how comfortable. Then, he suddenly raised his head and looked at the clear skies. He clicked his tongue a little unsatisfactorily. The lightning tribulation is over. Just like this. Just like this. This sentence made everyone who had gone through tribulations develop the urge to faint. Everyone felt like hitting their heads against the wall. This is too sick. What is this? Going through a tribulation in such a bizarre manner, and it actually worked. Recalling that treacherous experience when they went through tribulations, experiencing that immense pain with 10 layers of skin peeling off from their bodies. Comparing it to this fellow who woke up from his sleep, aside from some wrinkled clothing, his face looked full of vigor and spirit. The difference is too big, isn't it? They really did not have the face to live anymore, calling the strange races freaks. The greatest freak is obviously this Jun Moxie. He is too freaky, too, there's no other description, it makes everyone speechless. When everyone raised this question, Jun Moxie replied in an extremely annoying tone. What is there to question about this? It is simply a matter of character. I have always been of good character, so the heavens will naturally be kinder and more considerate. This is a matter of character, you can only wish for it. What? Aren't you pointing at our noses and saying that all of us have poor character? This fellow is pretty good at insulting others indirectly. But you are offending a group of people with one statement alone, you'll incur the wrath of the masses. Instantly, everyone turned agitated and voiced out their protest. Your character is considered good. If someone like you is considered to have good character, then everyone else in the world would be considered saints. Guuhan glared at Jun Moxie, as he said through gritted teeth, do you brat know what the meaning of character is? Character is something that is very profound, I can't be bothered to waste my saliva and explain it to you. Jun Moxie shook his head arrogantly and sat on the deck chair. It rose into the air effortlessly and floated into Tian Fa's base. I dare to bet that you do not know what character is. Guuhan hollered loudly, his spit splattering everywhere. Then, he went back to his meditation sulkily. This was too demoralizing. He had spent 1,000 years to advance from a saint venerable to a third-level saint monarch. Countless of near-death experiences. Countless of close brushes with death. Countless of narrowly escaping death. But this brat was just of saint venerable cultivation a few days ago. After coming out a few days later, he went through his lightning tribulation fast asleep, and I'm no longer able to see his cultivation. That only means one thing, this lad's current cultivation has already surpassed mine. How could there be such an easy and effortless way to advance? Aside from disbelief, Guuhan felt extremely aggravated. Sleep, let's sleep first, to ease and soothe the emotions first. At least, if I don't see it, I wouldn't be irritated by it. Turns out this world also has the existence of, Q mentality 1, However, old Saint Monarch Gu was destined to be disappointed. Because throughout the entire night, without stopping, the heaven-earth spiritual chi was constantly turbulent. It'd really be strange if anyone was really able to sleep. Trying to change their mood would be a bigger joke. And the most absurd thing was that when dawn broke, the horizon had just began to show signs of reddish hues, an unusually dense and heavy pressure from heaven and earth came weighing down. Causing Guuhan, who had entered a state of meditation, to jump out in shock. He looked at the horizon in fear, both his eyeballs about to pop from their sockets. The pillar of heaven's mountains had already collapsed, could the heaven also be collapsing? How could there be such an immense and overwhelming spiritual pressure? Even the might of a saint monarch's lightning tribulation cannot compare to the level of intensity. Guuhan was a third-level saint monarch and had the opportunity to witness young Master Jun go through his lightning tribulation, so he could analyze the level of lightning tribulation a fourth-level saint monarch's lightning tribulation would be at. But this spiritual pressure was at least 10-folds of that. What was going on? How could there be such a terrifying existence in the world? Suddenly, an odd thought flashed across Guuhan's mind. Don't tell me it's... Everyone from the three holy lands looked at the dark clouds that were gradually gathering in the skies, all of them feeling a sense of panic and astonishment. Tribulation clouds. Countless of tribulation clouds. Endless, infinite tribulation clouds. Densely packed, layer upon layer, covering the earth and hiding the skies. Groups and groups of them, covering up the entire sky that had just showed some color. Individual cloud eyes began to gradually take form in the swirling clouds, observing the ant-like humans on the ground. What is going on? Guuhan leaped to his feet, waving his hands in a craze as he yelled. What the F***ck is going on? To think that it turned out to be the possibility that he was thinking of. The thing that should not be happening right now. It is truly untimely. Old Gu completely lost his composure. He could not be blamed for reacting like this. This matter was truly too absurd. There were countless of tribulation eyes in the skies. As if there were 10,000s of them. The dark clouds continued to gather, swirling in layers, practically reaching the top of their heads. With all of Guuhan's 3,000 years of experience, he had never encountered a situation like this. Going through tribulation had always been an individual's matter. In all of history, it was also very rare for two people to go through tribulations together. Even more so, there has practically never been an instance of numerous people going through it together. The reason why it practically never happened before was because thousands of years ago, there was a lord of a mighty force who, to ensure that his own son could go through his heavenly tribulation safely, arranged for numerous experts to bear the tribulation for his son. But no one expected that a lightning tribulation that was meant for a venerable, due to someone's interference, caused the might of the lightning tribulation to become even more powerful and difficult to bear. Ultimately, that powerful lord, along with the powerful force he set up, died in that lightning tribulation. If it was only one person's lightning tribulation, no matter what sort of realm he attained, even if it was 9 Nether first young master personally going through his tribulation, it may not be of such overwhelming intensity. The current situation was obviously not merely the lightning tribulation of 1 or 2 people, at least, there are a few hundreds or thousands of people going through their tribulation at the same time. The most obvious evidence was in the sky. Those countless, individual, sinister cloud eyes were the best proof. Heavenly tribulation, lightning tribulation, no matter how strong or weak, every individual was limited to one. Putting aside his astonishment, Guuhan tried to rise up to observe the surroundings, hoping to find a safer place to settle down in. The might of this lightning tribulation was so shocking, the scope of its attack will definitely not be small. If those 3 holy lands got implicated in this, then that'll really be a wrongful death. But he had just rose 5 zhang when he suddenly groaned and was pushed back down by the immense spiritual pressure. The might of 10,000s of heavenly tribulation repressed a saint monarch from leaping up. Now, Guuhan was truly shocked. These heavenly tribulation already had such a terrifying might before descending, if it truly came striking down. Not taking into account those who were going through the tribulation, even bystanders like himself may not be able to make it through this tribulation alive. The area covered by this lightning tribulation would definitely destroy the entire pillar of heaven's mountains had it not collapsed prior. The people gathered here were the last bit of forces the Xian continent could bring out to resist the strange races. If they were all wiped out in this, then the Xian continent was really doomed. Guuhan instantly fell into despair, hammering away at his chest anxiously and sighing non-stop. Completely losing all of his manners and conduct. Old Gu, look over there. Mo Wu Dao sat on the ground and struggled to stretch his hand out to point in the direction of Tian Fa Forest's army camp. Guuhan may be hammering away at his chest and sighing, but aside from him, no one else from the 3 holy lands could stand up straight. Even great Lord Mo Wu Dao with his venerable cultivation was in dire straits, completely losing his usual demeanor. Before this terrifying heavenly might, all of them sat on their bums on the ground. You were considered to have significant cultivation if you weren't pressed flat into the ground. Guuhan twisted his head only to see all the warriors of Tian Fa Forest huddled together, all of them closing their eyes and sitting cross-legged with a solemn look on their faces. As if they were waiting for the arrival of something. Don't tell me they're the ones who caused this. Guuhan was stunned, before it all turned into rage. B*****. Nonsense. Who goes through a heavenly tribulation like this? You're clearly toying with your lives. Huddling together, are you waiting to be fried by the heavenly tribulation? Do they really plan to replay that tragedy from 1,000 years ago? And, from the looks of the situation it seems like, they've all broken through. But how is this possible? Everyone's cultivation is different, how could they all go through their tribulation at the same time? Could it be that they had all broken through just overnight? Cheng Yin Zhao's cultivation is not considered powerful amongst this group of people, he was lying slanted on the ground as disbelief filled his eyes. The skies suddenly turned black, as if night had arrived again. All the tribulation clouds came pressing down at the same time, densely packed flashes of lightning streaked amidst the layers of dark clouds, buzzing loudly, like dragging a blunt blade on a human bone, slowly sawing away. Guuhan's goosebumps raised. He was the only person who could still move to a certain extent, and was the only person who had a chance of escaping. But right now, he had completely fallen apart. His faith had crumbled, everything he had protected his whole life was about to crumble. Just at this moment, a white figure slowly rose in the air and stood several zhang above the Tian Fa warriors. He no longer moved and stayed motionless. Waiting quietly in the air, standing silently in his pristine white robes. There was not a single bit of breeze in the entire sky at this moment. It was so still, like a painting. Aside from the flashes of lightning, there were no other movement. Jun Moxie. How can he still move? And fly? Guuhan glared. But as he glared, he couldn't comprehend it anymore. He could at most move to a certain extent. Even if Jun Moxie had already surpassed himself, he couldn't be that much more powerful, right? Could there be another possibility in this matter? Under everyone's scrutiny, young Master Jun raised his head, his black hair began to rise. He stretched out his arms and gestured as if he was hugging someone, hugging at the skies. Wind, come. His voice suddenly rang out dramatically, as if he were reciting an ancient chant. The corner of Guuhan's lips twitched. This young Master Jun is really trying too hard at pretending and showing off. Wind, come. Wind, come, your head. Who do you think you are? It'll come just because you say so. Did you really think you are an immortal? Still, wind, come. Are you going to go rain, come the next moment But when the next moment arrived, Guuhan's eyes widened. They almost fell out of their sockets. Because, right after young Master Jun said that, the still and dense air, really had wind. There was really wind. A small wind began to blow. Blowing at Jun Moxie's black hair, making his robes flutter along in the wind. At this moment, young Master Jun truly could be described, fluttering like a celestial being. A classic, celestial being fluttering in the breeze. The wind really came, Guuhan choked and instantly turned into stone. His mind also instantly short-circuited. It, really came. One command of his, and the wind, actually really listened to his command. Guuhan shook his head violently, as if trying to shake off this unrealistic hallucination. Perhaps it's a coincidence, it's early in the morning, it's no big deal for some breeze, it definitely must be a coincidence. But the next moment, Jun Moxie wrinkled his brows, seemingly unsatisfied. Then he waved his hands dramatically and said, "The wind is too weak, stronger, a bit stronger." Whoosh! The gentle breeze instantly turned into a gust of wind. Instantly, the flags flapped in the wind noisily. Stronger. Stronger. More. Finally, as if under Jun Moxie's repeated urging, the wind got louder and turned into a hurricane. At least, a grade 9 hurricane. Shrieking loudly, like an ancient giant beast swirling above in the air, ripping away at the skies. Guuhan's jaw dropped, staring at Jun Moxie who was standing steadily in the violent winds. Ah! He cried before plummeting head first onto the ground. This is definitely not a coincidence anymore. But how can all of this be explained? I get it, I must be dreaming, since it is a dream, then I better continue sleeping. Everything before his eyes was truly too unreal. But the next moment, a thunderous noise woke him completely. The lightning tribulation officially began. Guuhan finally couldn't resist struggling to jump back up and glance over, only to see the first bolt of lightning snake its way out of the clouds, heading straight for the ground. This is only like the splendor displayed by a small pearl. Young Master Jun clicked his tongue condescendingly, in a haughty and arrogant manner. Then, he pointed his right hand up and commanded, "Keep." Whoosh! The lightning that descended vanished just like that. Completely disappeared. Gulp. Everyone from 3 holy lands who witnessed this scene swallowed their saliva. Then they all rubbed their eyes uniformly. I must have seen wrongly. I have been under too much F*King stress during this period of time, to even start hallucinating. But the first time may be an hallucination, what about the second? And the nth time? The lightning tribulation in the sky also seemed to be enraged by young Master Jun's arrogance, raining lightning bolts down like a torrential rain, the entire sky was lit up by the flashes of lightning. Young Master Jun did not stop, constantly prancing about, leaping left and right mid-air. He even deliberately pinched his fingers effeminately and sang, "Keep. F***ck, keep. 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 Keep for this daddy. Keep 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 keep." The skies continued to rumble and crackle. The sockets of everyone on the ground was spasming, their eyes about to suffer cramps. Finally, someone could no longer endure this sort of mental impact and foamed at the mouth, landing onto the ground with a plop. This was too demoralizing. And too disgusting. Guuhan looked at that shameless figure in the sky and couldn't help but feel the urge to faint and vomit. You're capable, you're amazing, you are extraordinary, I get it, but you also don't need to show it off like this, Aren't you tired prancing about? I'm tired from watching. To be honest, young Master Jun was indeed a little tired. There was a price for showing off. Although young Master Jun was more than willing to show off like this, but, it could not be endless But the collective heavenly tribulation this time seemed to be endless. Of course, there were many benefits of a lightning tribulation that lasted like this. Under such an enormous heavenly tribulation, before it completely dissipated, the strange races definitely would not dare to act at all. But young Master Jun was too exhausted from showing off, his movements greatly reduced. Jun Moxie's intention was none other than to allow numerous warriors to advance simultaneously, displaying his divine miracles. It would definitely boost the morale and confidence of everyone. This was definitely a good idea and had obtained considerable effects. In face of the impending war, a freak like young Master Jun who could easily resist the heavenly tribulation appearing on their side, and a heavenly tribulation of this tremendous scale, all on his own. What sort of power and strength was required to do this? With this sort of leader around, what war could they not win? The effects proved to be great and exceeded expectations. Not only the Tian but even the experts from the three holy lands who were feeling pessimistic also gained a significant amount of hope from this. But then, the duration of this tribulation was indeed a little too long. To the point that young Master Jun was getting a little impatient. Although it was easy and it felt great acting cool and showing off a couple of times, but the moment was done too many times, showing off and acting cool turned into a clown's performance. Maintaining this for over 2 hours, young Master Jun had exhausted himself from showing off. Enough of that performance, damn it, so be it. I'm not the one in charge of this matter anyway. It's the Hongjun Pagoda that is automatically absorbing the lightning. What has it got to do with me? I'm actually just an ornament. He was actually a display from start to end. In fact, after he had given everyone pills and ensured that everyone would be breaking through, there was basically nothing else that concerned him anymore. After they broke through, the moment their auras seeped out, Hongjun Pagoda had already made the preparations. After ensuring everyone successfully advanced, the Hongjun Pagoda automatically set up a protective layer over everyone's heads. Aside from young Master Jun, no one else could see or detect it. In fact, Jun Moxie also couldn't see it, but he could distinctly sense it. Probably because the number of people going through the tribulation this time was truly too much this time. And everyone was of considerable level. Since when did Hongjun Pagoda ever make any preparations? Watching the Hongjun Pagoda absorb the energy of the heavenly tribulation so hungrily, Jun Moxie was also baffled. What did this mysterious Hongjun Pagoda want so much power of lightning for? Could it purely be for energy? It shouldn't be. The heaven-earth spiritual chi is also a form of energy, but I've never seen it absorb such great amounts before. In the past, it only helped him bear the lightning tribulations. Now, it had gotten to the point of it not letting go of the tiniest bit of lightning. This was indeed a little odd. Jun Moxie was also fatigued. Showing off required great amounts of energy. He decided to sit down lazily in the air, looking at the sky and earth helplessly, boredom written all over his face. But in the eyes of the three holy lands, it became, what is this scoundrel trying to say? Could it be that he advanced again because he absorbed vast amounts of the power of lightning? He still needed to do some actions earlier, but now, he can absorb it directly, much more easily compared to just now. Another long while passed, and young Master Jun still felt tired from sitting, so he simply laid down. You can only sleep and rest properly when you lie down, isn't it? It did not take long for his rhythmic snoring to ring out. Unbelievable. He fell asleep. He actually fell asleep again. Under these ear-shattering claps of thunder, these tens of thousands of lightning, he actually fell asleep. How bold is his mind, ah! It wasn't about his boldness, but mainly because young Master Jun was indeed too tired. After 3 days of advancing without break, then going through his own tribulation, then dealing with the commotion from the three holy lands, then aiding all of Tian and the evil monarch Manor's members to break through, all of this without a single pause. He was kept busy the entire time. When everyone's tribulation arrived, young Master Jun even wanted to show off and pranced about. If he wasn't exhausted, it'd be a miracle. Anyone needed to sleep and rest under this sort of weariness. Who cared about the thunder and lightning? The rumbling in the skies continued on for 3 days and 3 nights. Driving all of the three holy lands to the brink of insanity. Ignoring this sort of noise was impossible. This was the sound of the heavenly tribulation, ah! The mightiest, prestigious and dignified sound in the world. And most importantly, even if you stuffed your ear, you'd still hear it. But by the 3rd day, everyone became more immune to it. No big deal, just get used to it. Since it isn't going to land, let's just do whatever we must do. As the duration of the tribulation slowly passes, its might also weakens. Everyone gradually got used to it and was not as pathetic as before. As to young Master Jun, he had truly gotten a good rest in these 3 days and nights, sleeping and waking up and going to sleep. It was extremely boring. Anyone could move, but he absolutely must not. Why? He had placed himself in the most central position. The Hongjun Pagoda naturally followed suit. But the moment they were in this spot, he could not move until the heavenly tribulation was over. He could prance about in his spot, but he must not exceed the boundaries of 1 meter. The moment he left this position, the heavenly tribulation would not follow young Master Jun but instead, head down directly and land on the heads of those who were really going through tribulation. So Jun Moxie mustn't move no matter what. He also couldn't duck into the Hongjun Pagoda. The Hongjun Pagoda was gorging itself out currently, he wouldn't go in now even if it killed him. So he could only wait. Jun Moxie was feeling a little depressed. This was the equivalent to setting up a stage show with the intentions to perform a couple of lines to fan the atmosphere before calling it off, only realizing that the show could not be called off after he started. And him, the only lead, could not come off the stage either. Even if he didn't perform anymore, he still couldn't go off stage. Just staying up there for everyone to admire. How could young Master Jun not feel frustrated when being caught in this sort of awkward situation? But no matter how frustrating, there was nothing he could do but wait. Wait until the heavenly tribulation dissipated on its own. He was reaping what he had sown, thousands of people going through the tribulation collectively at the same time and place. This was definitely something unprecedented. And will not be surpassed. The combined might of this enormous heavenly tribulation cannot be described by terrifying alone. This matter was definitely unprecedented, but might not necessarily remain unsurpassed. Young Master Jun still had the capability to create a bigger scene. But with this sort of awkwardness experienced today, young Master Jun wouldn't do it again even if it killed him. As to the others, even if they had this sort of capability and resource, they may not be as willing as young Master Jun to be so wasteful about it. So the grand occasion today was unprecedented, unsurpassable, and difficult to occur again. 3 days later. This tremendous, noisy heavenly tribulation finally announced its end. Jun Moxie was bored to death staying up there, and all his bones were aching. The instant the heavenly tribulation ended, he ducked into the Hongjun Pagoda with a whoosh. Showering, sleeping, or even meeting the ladies in private, any one of it was fine, either way, he just didn't show his face again. The heavenly tribulation had dissipated, but everyone's ears remained ringing with the sound of thunder a good while. The thundering had gone on for 3 days and nights consecutively, and it was no ordinary lightning and thunder, but a heavenly tribulation Even though everyone got used to it. Young Master Jun's exhibition of his skills naturally stirred many discussions. It was not only the 3 holy lands, but even Tian Fa warriors were impressed with their brother-in-law. They all still found it impressive that they managed to go through the heavenly tribulation so safely. They gathered in groups to share their praises. Other things may not be real, but the increase in strength after this round of tribulation could not be faked. Feeling the immense amount of power in their bodies, everyone felt a sense of contentment. At this moment, their desire to battle surged greatly. What are the strange races? If they dare to come, we'll kill all of them. As to the strange races, after waiting for 3 days, they finally made their move. After all, this sort of grand heavenly tribulation was not something common to see. Witnessing and experiencing Jun Moxie's otherworldly divineness, Guuhan, the #1 person of the Holy Lands, couldn't help but feel a sincere sense of shame. This was not something ordinary humans are capable of. Perhaps, only the godly prodigies and legends will have this sort of capabilities. But it's a pity that Holy Land and Jun Moxie had been enemies for a long time, from start to end. And now, with Xia Chang Tian and the rest causing the sacrifice of Tian Fa's warriors, the enmity between both sides are already at the point beyond reconciliation. Otherwise, with just Jun Moxie's skills, how many losses would he be able to help Holy Land salvage? How many people can no longer fear the dangers of a lightning tribulation? We have truly made an unwise move. Just as Guuhan was feeling a sense of loss inside, there was a series of movement in the air, causing it to be unstable. This sudden fluctuation in the air was laced with a feeling of extreme danger. Guuhan's eyes glinted and hollered, "Who comes?" A hoarse, odd voice cackled from the air. As expected of Guuhan, this sort of exceptional senses is truly incomparable. "Old friend, it has been another 500 years. How have you been?" Guuhan's pupils constricted. "So it was you?" "Ha ha ha, of course it's me, who else can it be?" Another series of peculiar fluctuation in the air, slowly, all the air also began to behave in the same manner. It was impossible to tell where this person was hiding. A big matter like the collapse of the Pillar of Heaven's mountains was something we've been pining for a long time. We've been waiting for 10,000 years. Today, the Pillar of Heaven's mountains has collapsed, which also officially announced the fall of the Xian continent and the Three Holy Lands. Brother Guuhan, we've known each other for a while, I really can't bear to watch a legend of his own generation to fall into ruins like this. There's a saying in the Xian continent that goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. Don't tell me that you still can't tell where this situation is heading. That odd voice remained faint and indiscernible. Bullsh *T. Where is the situation heading? Guuhan yelled furiously. If you strange races dare to come in, you are destined to forget about going back alive. This is where the real situation is heading. That voice sighed disappointedly, and said melancholically, Brother Guuhan, you are still the same as our first meeting 3,000 years ago. But a pity is that your luck is no longer as good as before anymore. He let out a deep sigh. Guuhan, do you still remember that before the establishment of the battlefield of the war for seizing the heavens, back then, at the Pillar of Heaven's mountains, there was a stone tablet? Perhaps other people may not know or recall what was written on it, but you should know it, right? Stone tablet. Guuhan's face was shocked. Stone tablet. The person Guuhan did not exist at the time that the voice spoke of. It was indeed a long time ago, and not many people knew. Even if they knew, they may not remember. But in the most ancient, secret records in the Heaven Saint Palace, it was once recorded down. There once stood a stone tablet on the Pillar of Heaven's mountains. That stone tablet was erected by the number one person of Xian, the Nine Nether First Young Master, personally. What was written on it was a prophecy by the Nine Nether First Young Master. But since the accidental collapse of half of the Pillar of Heaven's mountains 8,000 years ago, that stone tablet also went missing. That person concealed in the void let out a soft sigh and said, You humans really forget about your roots, ah. To think that no one is able to remember such an important matter. Even the head of the Heaven Saint Palace has also allowed it to slip from his mind, how truly lamentable, ah. Nonsense. How could I forget? Of course I remember. But I have no duty to let you hear it. Guuhan snapped. Recalling what was written on that stone tablet, he couldn't help but let out a heartfelt sigh. Could all of this really be the will of the heavens? Everything was predestined. Ha ha, the air quaked. That eerie voice recited slowly. The 9 illusory quicksand turns into emptiness in the wind, the Pillar of Heaven's mountain collapses and both sides contend for supremacy, the demise of the Three Holy Land, turning into emptiness, shattering like a dream, thousands years of hegemony, by the evil skills of 10,000 years. When the voice recited this inscription, it was clear that he was calm and composed, and with a tinge of respect in his tone. Guuhan's face darkened. Indeed, this was the content written in the secret records of Heaven Saint Palace. He never imagined that the strange races would also know of it. Guuhan, you need not be too astonished. I may have known of the contents for a long time, but I only fully understood the meaning of it only now. That person continued to speak slowly. Of course, I had already known about the matter with the 9 illusory quicksand 3,000 years ago. What? Guuhan widened his eyes. You know. How did you know? This is not important. And is not the main point. What is truly important is the meaning of what was written on the tablet. Do you understand it? That voice chuckled softly. Guuhan, I believe that you would be able to understand it with your intelligence. Guuhan broke out in perspiration, his voice turning hoarse. Chuangshang Beidao. You don't need to be gleeful because of this. Things may not be as you think. Anything is possible. Everything has yet to be set into stone yet. The person speaking was the current leader of the strange races, also the number one expert of the strange races. Chuangshang Beidao. He could be considered old acquaintances with Guuhan. The past 3,000 years of war for seizing the heavens had always took place under the control and management of Guuhan and Chuangshang Beidao. That voice chuckled, this time, with two different voices chuckling mockingly. One was chuckled eerily, while the other was a giggle. The 9 illusory quicksand turns into emptiness in the wind. What this is describing is very simple, the 9 illusory quicksand that supported the Pillar of Heaven's mountains for 10,000 years vanished due to some reason. So the Pillar of Heaven's mountains collapsed. Chuangshang Beidao chuckled as he patiently explained. The Pillar of Heaven's mountain collapses and both sides contend for supremacy. You wouldn't need me to explain this, right? As to the demise of Three Holy Land, turning into emptiness, it's none other than to say that the Three Holy Lands are about to be doomed. Chuangshang Beidao sneered gleefully. As to shattering like a dream, what I interpreted was that the continent that the three holy lands have been protecting for 10,000 years was merely a long dream. Since it is a dream, you'll have to wake up sooner or later. Nonsense. Guuhan bellowed, suddenly pouncing towards the air in a flash. A series of boom rang out, as if someone had exchanged a few blows with Guuhan. Then, the air began to fluctuate intensely again. Guuhan drifted back onto the ground, his eyes staring at the air, warily. Not bad. Looks like you already can locate where I am. But, this is still not enough. The voice in the air changed and seemed to be coming from all directions. Guuhan laughed. Indeed, it is indeed still not enough. The moment the other party changed their hiding techniques, Guuhan could no longer find him. Guuhan undoubtedly had the strongest cultivation in the three holy lands, but he didn't have the all-seeing eye like Xiaoying, so he was unable to see past the strange race's concealing techniques. What follows is that last line. Chuanxiang Beidao rejoiced. Guuhan, I have to say, it is truly pleasing to tease you once every 500 years like this. I really like this feeling and will never get sick of it. Guuhan scoffed coldly. But it's a pity that every time we battle, you always flee the fastest. If there comes a time where you behave uprightly like a human, perhaps I'll hold you in better regards. Unfortunately, you still do not have the rights to make me do that. Chuanxiang Beidao cackled. Then, the last sentence, thousands years of hegemony, by the evil skills of 10,000 years. Ha ha ha, this is clearly saying that we, the Divine Sun Clan, will be able to dominate the continent for 10,000 years. He cackled gleefully. You humans always called us evil existences, our skills are naturally considered evil skills. This evil skills of 10,000 years is definitely referring to the skills we use. We are more than willing to acknowledge this. There is definitely no mistake. Don't tell me that all you righteous scoundrels would be willing to say that your Xian skills are evil. His explanation was completely irrefutable. Even Guuhan was guessing that was the case. But how could he admit it? This prophecy came from the ancestor of your Xian skills, the Nine Nether First Young Master. Chuanxiang Beidao used his female voice and mocked disdainfully. I am full of respect for this old ancestor of yours, from start to end, it has always been the case. In fact, all of us revere at this grand existence. We always only acknowledge the strong, those who are truly powerful. Conversely, all you humans of the continent, the so-called superior human beings, how many of you genuinely admire the Nine Nether First Young Master? Guuhan's body jerked and he couldn't help but stumble back, his entire face turning pale. You all cultivate the skills he imparted, used his methods to turn stronger. But from beginning to end, you refuse to admit his position as your Grandmaster. At the very least, refuse to respect the Nine Nether First Young Master like an ancestor. Why is this so? I have never been able to understand this. The continent has a saying, deceiving your master and destroying your ancestors. I wonder if your actions can be counted as such. Or perhaps I have misunderstood this saying of yours. Guuhan jerked hearing this. Then he froze before perspiring profusely. Indeed, the Nine Nether First Young Master conquered the entire Xian continent, and the entire continent adopted the skills of the Nine Nether First Young Master. This was an achievement that lasted till now. But in the current Xian continent, how many people could really respect the Nine Nether First Young Master like their own ancestors? Deceiving your master and destroying your ancestors may be a little harsh. But it was not far from the truth. There was not a single ancestral hall worshipping the Nine Nether First Young Master in the entire continent. It was also amusing. The Nine Nether First Young Master left so many legends in the continent, but there was not a single ancestral temple worshipping him. The reason was simple. The Nine Nether First Young Master may be powerful and was unsurpassable, but he was ultimately someone from another world. He would forever be a foreigner on Xian soil. He was a conqueror, and this continent was what he conquered. This was a contradiction that would never be resolved. Thus, as long as the Nine Nether First Young Master existed, the continent would still be under his rule. But the moment he was gone, everything also followed suit. There won't be a person who constantly reminded the descendants that in this world, there still exists someone who had conquered our continent. Aside from being mentioned when imparting Xian skills, there were not many people who know of the words Nine Nether First Young Master in the entire Xian continent. Is it not the case? The female voice of Chuanxiang Beidao mocked. On our side, no matter who it is, as long as they are strong, they will be respected, and respected thoroughly. While you guys cultivate the skills of the 9 nether first young master, but use it to kill his juniors from the same hometown. We will not do something like this. But you guys did it and without the slightest sense of guilt. I don't know or understand, is this how you repay a debt of gratitude? Guuhan's face turned green as he snapped, nonsense, what do you guys know? But he was thinking, the strange races had never come to the continent before, how did they know of all these matters? Even if there was a spy, they will definitely not be able to pass the information. We only know that you continent people are ungrateful, deceiving your master and forgetting your roots. That is good enough. We have come forth to annihilate you and serve out heaven's justice. Keep farting your bullsh *t. Guuhan finally exploded. Chuangshan Beidao. Show yourself if you have the guts. Fight me to death. Fight you to death. No, 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 it is still not the time yet. Chuangshan Beidao's voice switched again, back to that eerie male voice. I came forth today merely to take a look, purely out of curiosity, nothing else. He suddenly paused and looked at all the Tian Fa and Holy Land soldiers around disdainfully. Guuhan, what was going on? For the appearance of the terrifying might of heaven and earth for the past 3 days. The past 3 days, not only were the experts over here unable to move, the experts of the strange races were unable to draw near either. Even Chuangshan Beidao himself could only come over after the tribulation was completely over. This matter had caused the panic of all the strange races. So you came for this reason. Guuhan suddenly laughed loudly, finally understanding his purpose for coming. Did you find it terrifying? Hard to fight against? Are you scared? He never expected that he managed to get back on this topic. That's right, this level of heavenly might is indeed terrifying. I believe it is undeniable. Which is why I came to ask why this sort of thing would happen. Chuangshan Beidao did not deny it, he was indeed a little afraid. He had come purely for this matter. If one person had triggered a tribulation of that intensity, then there was nothing but a one-sided massacre that awaited the strange races if they faced him. They might as well wait patiently for the next opportunity. The strange races had already gotten used to waiting for 10,000s of years. Do you really wish to know? Guuhan cackled. Nonsense, if I didn't want to know, why would I make such a long trip to find you? Did you really think that I missed you so much? Chuangshan Beidao snapped impatiently. Since you wish to know so badly. I shall not tell you. Guuhan suddenly broke out in guffaws. Idiot. Chuangshan Beidao was completely enraged. He had teased Guuhan earlier, now, the tables had turned and he was toyed with by Guuhan instead. How could he not be angry? His female voice crushed and shrieked, about to strike. But for some reason, the attack didn't come. The air reverberated violently. Then, Chuangshan Beidao's voice turned solemn. Was there someone going through a tribulation? Guuhan scoffed. Can't you tell? The flow of the air froze, as if Chuangshan Beidao had calmed down. Then, it suddenly swirled with greater intensity. Fluctuating with great might. Guuhan. We shall meet again. Leave the outcome of the battlefield to our strategies. Chuangshan Beidao said coldly. Whoosh. A swirl of wind shot into the skies and formed a huge hurricane that stretched 100 zhangs. Imposing, tyrannical, and unimaginable. But when he passed Tian Fa's troops, he still couldn't help but let out genuine praise. Such valiant Tian Fa warriors. I believe they're the ones who caused the losses a few days ago. Since from I really do not know what other force would be able to obtain the glorious battle results of a complete victory with such a huge disparity in numbers. With 1 to 30 or more. Then, he saw Mei Shuiyan who was standing in front of the army and watching the air intently. He exclaimed, what a gorgeous lady. Mei Shuiyan scoffed and waved her hand. The blood of yellow flame came whooshing out, its sword light shooting into the heavens. In the air, there was a cry of surprise and the sound of weapons clashing. The blood of yellow flame cried angrily, suddenly shining brightly, instantly forming a screen of light in the air. The curtain of light swirled and zigzagged, forming a sword mountain in the air. The sword chi was cold and eerie, and everyone on the ground felt chills. Excellent sword. Both of Chuangshan Beidao's voices exclaimed in unison, revealing their caution and joy. Then, with the loud cry of a deep and a sharp pitch, a figure appeared in the sky and vanished with a flash. The hurricane swirled into the skies and vanished without a trace. It only left a lingering sentence, Guuhan. 3 days later, watch me officially break through your defense directly. Defeat you with my own hands. Make all of Xian sincerely convinced and ready to concede. Break through your defense directly. Defeat you with my own hands. This number 1 expert of the strange races was truly full of heroic spirit. The blood of yellow flame cried as its tip trembled, channeling all of its sword chi, about to chase after him. Come back. Mei Shuiyan immediately gave the command and stretched her hand. The blood of yellow flame cried in the air, before descending unwillingly. It sat on Mei Shuiyan's hand silently, its entire body glowing, as if it was really unwilling to concede and reluctant. A powerful, delicious nourishment like that slipped away right under its nose. The blood of yellow flame was really disappointed. Why can't he just let me have a good meal? If I absorb this two-headed freak completely, then how much power will I gain? The blood of yellow flame began to fantasize about it, constantly releasing a buzzing sound. Mei Shuiyan thought it was because his thirst for battle had yet to fade, but she never imagined that this was blood of yellow flame drooling greedily. Like a human drooling and swallowing their saliva when they saw delicious food, it was time to feast. Watching this strong opponent depart, Guuhan couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. The other party's words lingered in his ears. Could it be that the Xian continent was really going to be done for this time? Break through your defense directly. Defeat you with my own hands. Guuhan mumbled to himself. Is this a letter of challenge? Or is it a feint attack to mislead us? No matter which one it is, this battle is extraordinarily treacherous. Recalling that excellent sword, that Chuangshang Beidao had said before he left. Guuhan couldn't help but also repeated, excellent sword. He glanced at Mei Shuiyan, finally noticing that something was amiss. Could it be that this sword attacks of its own accord and is not controlled by someone? If this were not the case, how could Mei Shuiyan stop Chuangshang Beidao? And be on par with Chuangshang Beidao while controlling the sword from such a great distance? With this thought, Guuhan's heart suddenly shivered. Just a sword alone is able to hold off Chuangshang Beidao, a third-level Saint Monarch. Then isn't this sword, a divine sword, not just in name only?